Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Onoki doesn't think Mizukage is easy to deal with, so isn't this adding enemies to himself? And finally there are 9 tails and 1 tail in the group now, the 2-tailed beasts seem to be closer to Konoha's side, so it's not sure that the tailed beasts are also on Konoha's side. Thinking about it this way, if Iwagakure is not good enough, he might be the enemy of the whole world. Onoki really thinks that Senju Tobirama has been very lucky during the past few decades in power. He has danced so many times in Konoha, and Senju Tobirama can only lick his old face and endure. But, now it is really better to tighten your tail and be a human being. Onoki's heart has been lifted. And Kakashi is finally online. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Sorry Nadaime, I went to receive the message and paused for some time. Senju Tobirama. So what is the current situation? 6th Hokage Kakashi. The information we got is that Raikage died in battle within half an hour. 6th Hokage Kakashi. 8 tails in her way have been captured. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Cloud Shinobi Village has been breached, 4,300 enemies have been wiped out, and 666 ninjas have been captured. 6th Hokage Kakashi. First Raikage's avatar has been broken. 6th Hokage Kakashi. The statue of 3rd Raikage has also been destroyed. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Cloud Shinobi Village has been burned. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Considering the possibility of impure world reincarnation in Cloud Shinobi Village, all the tombs in Cloud Shinobi Village have been destroyed. 6th Hokage Kakashi. So even impure world reincarnation cannot revive 3rd Raikage anymore. The older leftover girl who can't get married. The older leftover girl who can't get married absolutely. 3rd Tsuchikage Daimyu. Iwagakure will never fight Konoha. Onoki felt his scalp go numb even more. Because in the destruction of Cloud Shinobi Village that Konoha completed in the past few days, he did such an amazing job. It makes people think that the previous ninja world wars were all small fights. Konoha was terrifying. In other words, Kitahara Kaede's policy is terrifying. If this kind of person can't be defeated and becomes the opponent's enemy, then it will be so miserable. And Kakashi is still reporting. The reason why he postponed going online was to receive information, and receiving information was not just 1 or 2 items. So have to report. 6th Hokage Kakashi. The daimyo of Thunder Country has agreed to take this Chūnin exam. 6th Hokage Kakashi. The daimyo of Thunder Country has arrived in Konoha. 6th Hokage Kakashi. I have arranged a hotel for him to live in. Dazuzi Hanhan. He is afraid of being attacked. Senju Tobirama. This is for sure. Compared with the daimyo, if Shinobi Village is in a peaceful state, the daimyo is majestic, but if Shinobi Village is gone, then it is equivalent to his force being destroyed. Senju Tobirama. To put it bluntly, the current Thunder Kingdom may be invaded. Senju Tobirama. Generally speaking, if Cloud Shinobi Village is gone, other surrounding countries may take advantage of it, but, now our people in Konoha are so fierce, people around cannot understand the situation, that's why there was no action. Senju Tobirama. Only in this way can the daimyo of the current Land of Thunder reach Konoha safely. Senju Tobirama. Otherwise he would have been intercepted long ago. Big Pillar Hanhan. Is it also so complicated between countries? Senju Tobirama. So brother, you are simple. Senju Tobirama. When I signed an agreement with Cloud Shinobi Village's 2nd Raikage, Raikage was killed, and then I was hunted down by the entire Cloud Shinobi Village. Senju Tobirama. So never underestimate the danger of others. Although he said so bluntly, Tobirama was actually in a good mood. Because his past was due to the sudden rebellion of Cloud Shinobi Village, he finally died for his disciples, but he died after all, so there are 4 endings for Murin Village. All he wanted to say was, well done. So although it contains a trace of selfishness, he has always been the supporter of Cloud Shinobi Village. Senju Tobirama. Speaking of which, the daimyo of our country of fire hasn't sent anyone here yet, right? 6th Hokage Kakashi. Yes, he still hasn't submitted the consent form to reply the identities of 6th Hokage and 5th Hokage. Namikaze Minato. It's no wonder, after all, daimyos are different from us ninjas, and they can't be so well informed if they want to get information. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. 4th generation, you are too considerate of others. In fact, you are the daimyo of Fire Nation, because the son of 3rd generation was his guard before, so your wings are stiff. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. I think you can consider changing your name. Namikaze Minato. Consider changing your name. Big Zuzi Hanhan. Change your name. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Although it may not be good to bother you now, but I think you can say whatever you want about the daimyo issue in the future. 6th Hokage Kakashi. After sorting out the information, I found a very serious problem. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Before our Konoha ninjas attacked Cloud Shinobi Village, they arranged the forces of Akatsuki to stop 4th Raikage. 6th Hokage Kakashi. However, according to the received information, the members of the Akatsuki team only took half an hour to Raikage. 6th Hokage Kakashi. This shows. Shao organization is very strong. Senju Tobirama. Did you kill 4th Raikage in half an hour? Senju Tobirama. At 3rd Raikage 3rd Raikage Raikage's silent mourning was greater than his heart's death. Before, he just thought that Cloud Shinobi Village was in danger, but now the facts have told him that Cloud Shinobi Village is gone. And because the tombs were all destroyed, the last chance of impure world reincarnation that he held in his heart was also punctured. So now Raikage is in an extremely bad mood. Is he the one that Shadow of Murdering Village is talking about? He doesn't want to talk now. Senju Tobirama. How strong is your son? Fourth Raikage. Third Raikage I. Big Pillar Hanhan movie. Third Raikage I. Raikage, however, would not speak. Older leftover woman who can't get married. At honest backseat, don't you think it looks like you at this time? You are obviously in the group but you don't talk. Honest ba dumplings. Everyone thinks that Kisame is actually very interesting, because although he refuses to talk, he will honestly participate in every small group meeting without being absent. When you can directly come out. But it's a pity that he is a traitor, so he refuses to return to Kurigakure. The old leftover girl who can't get married. So, Kisame, aren't you in the Akatsuki organization? Then you also participated in this time's Akatsuki organization's team-up activity. Older leftover women who can't get married. Let me tell you the details of your fight against Raikage. Honest Baker. Honest Basam, I'm still a member of the Shao organization and can't tell the truth, but what I can say is, don't underestimate our leader. The leader, that is to say, even after observing Kitahara Kaede for so many days and seeing so much power of Konoha, Kisame still thinks their leader is very strong, right? Although it didn't seem to say any important information, Kisami's words have already attracted everyone's attention. Dazuzi Hanhan, I think it is necessary to conduct a detailed investigation of the Shao organization. Senju Tobirama. I agree. Namikaze Minato. Uchiha Itachi is now joining the Akatsuki organization, and, the masked man I met before who called himself Uchiha Madara may also be related to this Akatsuki organization. Namikaze Minato. At Kakashi, talk to Kitahara-kun. Senju Tobirama. At Joshi, idea, come on, don't capsize the gutter. Brother of Senju Hashirama, but I don't think there's any need to worry. After all, the strength of ninjas nowadays seems to be far behind our era. Older leftover women who can't get married. I agree with this sentence. Now when she saw Kitahara Kaede's wood style, her first reaction was to stop hitting. Can't beat it, or it will be difficult to win when you start the fight. I didn't understand it at that time, but I understand it now. It really is because of the different levels of strength. Kitahara Kaede's strength is like the old Shodai's pervert and evil era. Instead of hitting the old man Sarutobi Hiruzen now, honest Basha, you should pay attention to the leader, his strength is not the same. Senju Tobirama. Oh, can you tell me something? Honest Baker, Hoshigaki Kisame has been offline and has a new title, Mr. Itachi, you let me do the task alone again. Everyone found that they couldn't match Kisami's words, and they couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Although it is interesting to bully honest people, Kisame is still very qualified, and it is a bit too much to continue bullying. But, this pop-up title, is subtle. 6th Hokage Kakashi. The Mr. Itachi in here is not Uchiha Itachi. Senju Tobirama. Sarutobi has told me that they destroyed the Uchiha family by letting Uchiha Itachi's hands. Senju Tobirama. It's no wonder Uchiha Itachi was called Yuzhong before. Everyone still remembers that when Kisame and Guy joined the group, they could choose the attributes of other Kage-level members. The attribute system explanation of Yuzhong is Uchiha Itachi. 6th Hokage Kakashi. He is indeed miserable. The truth about the destruction of the Uchiha clan is only known to the high level, but Uchiha Itachi was hunted down by the village instead. Senju Tobirama. It's all the stupid actions of Sarutobi's traitors. Dazuzi Hanhan, but in this way we lack the information of the Shao organization. Namikaze Minato. Yes, I also want to know if there is that masked man in the Akatsuki organization. Beep. In the lost tone of everyone, a new reminder appeared. The old leftover girl who can't get married. Is Kisame online? Namikaze Minato. It seems not. Beep. Welcome 4th Raikage I to the group. Cloud Shinobi Village has been destroyed. Everyone can laugh at him to their heart's content. Closing square bracket. A system prompt appeared in front of everyone's eyes. 3rd Raikage I. 4th Raikage AI. What is this place? 3rd Raikage I. FK. 4th Raikage AI. Hey, Dad, why are you here? 3rd Raikage I. God damn me, Cloud Shinobi Village. Senju Tobirama. It seems that God helped me Konoha. The people on Konoha's side were happy, they were still thinking about getting information about the boss of the Shao organization from Kisame. As a result, didn't this unlucky guy who was beaten to death by the Shao organization go online? Then, the next day, Cloud Shinobi Village is destroyed, and the temporarily interrupted Chūnin exam held by Konoha continues. There will be a third test. The third test was a one-on-one duel in a dueling arena. You don't necessarily need to win to be promoted to Chūnin, but you can be promoted to Zongan if your strength is recognized. But, Kitahara Kaede did not participate in the assessment because he was already 5th Hokage. Then after you participate, except for the Sand Shinobi team, the others are Konoha candidates, so what will Konoha do? Ever beat you? This is disrespect to 5th Hokage. And if you lose, you really lose. So after thinking twice, Kakashi decided to remove Kitahara Kaede after discussing with the chief examiner of the third exam. After all, he is Hokage, so don't care about the ninja's level. But, this is probably Konoha's first Genin Hokage too. So except for Kitahara Kaede, the candidates for the third exam entered. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto of Class 7, Hyuga Hinata of Class 8, Hyuga Neji, Tiantian, and Xiao Li from the first class. Gaara, Temari, Guro from San Shinobi Village. There are 9 people in total. Since there will be a bye in a 2-2 matchup, a Chunin goalkeeper, Gang Ziti, is arranged to play. Master 5th Hokage, the great name of the Land of Thunder seeks to see you. An Anbu legend said, Master 5th Hokage, the daimyo of the Land of Fire asks to see you. Another Anbu came. Kitahara Kaede sat on the Hokage exclusive seat above the duel arena. Although his subordinates were reporting, it was nothing important. The great name of the Land of Thunder, Ryoichi Sha. Kitahara Kaede said, yes. This Anbu nodded. Then the name of the Land of Fire, another Anbu asked. The name of the Land of Fire is missing, Kitahara Kaede said. Then let Kakashi come over. Didn't he say that people from San Shinobi Village have come? Yes. The female Anbu hurried down to make arrangements. After a while, representatives from San Shinobi Village came. She is an elderly grandma, not tall, and even a little senile. But when she saw Kakashi approaching from the opposite side, she showed a terrifying aura. Looking at Kakashi with hostility, Hatake Mosaku, and the old lady was very emotional. Her identity is San Shinobi Village's advisor, Chiyo. San Shinobi Village is empty. 4th Kazekage is found dead, while one-tailed Jinchuriki is trapped in Konoha. The other 2 children of 4th Kazekage, Temari and Konkuro, are also trapped in Konoha. There is only one elite Joninbaki, which is useless, so Chiyo Songno, who is a consultant, came here in person. Because, if she doesn't come, then San Shinobi Village will be finished. Originally, she couldn't make up the ransom and wanted to procrastinate for a while, but what she received was the news that Cloud Shinobi Village was delisted. So she couldn't wait, so she had to come to Konoha first. As a result, I didn't expect to find Hatake Mosaku who hurt his son and his wife. She couldn't control her emotions. I am Hatake Kakashi, Shigeru's son, Kakashi said. And now it's Konoha's 6th Hokage. Grandma Chiyo, sorry. Chiyo's mother-in-law's emotional changes, which were visible to the naked eye, finally slowed down. And this process only lasted 20 seconds. The ability to endure is also very strong. I was reckless, but my son and daughter-in-law were killed by Hatake Mosaku in the past, so I just identified the wrong person. Chiyo said, please forgive me, 6th Hokage, 5th Hokage. Chiyo can bend and stretch. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Today's Chunin exam Kitahara Kaede does not take part, but Minato's son Uzumaki Naruto does. As an old father, Minato was of course online on time. But the exam hasn't started yet, so there are other dramas to watch first. Senju Tobirama. This is the woman Chiyo, who is so mature. Dazuzi Hanhan. Do you know Tobirama? Senju Tobirama. The talented puppet master of San Shinobi Village. Big Zuzi Hanhan, so she is quite powerful. Senju Tobirama. No, she scolded me badly, saying that my impure world reincarnation is a bad jutsu. Big Pillar Hanhan. Emotions Tobirama is not remembering others here, but holding grudges. The others were not very familiar with Chiyo, so they watched the play silently. Thanks to Takamura for informing our 4th Kazekage of the unfortunate news. We are all victims. The person who killed our Kazekage is simply unforgivable. It's also because someone pretended to be Fengiying, and then brought so much trouble to Guikun. I'm very sorry, Grandma Chiyo said in succession. This is just a few words to push away San Shinobi Village's thought, to take advantage of this opportunity to raid Konoha. Anyway, 4th Kazekage is already dead, so no one can verify it if it is pushed over. This made Senju Hashirama in the small group cluck his tongue. Because everyone knows that 4th Kazekage has been planning to attack Konoha, so even if he was killed, 4th Kazekage's plan is still being implemented. As a consultant in the village, it is impossible for Dai to be completely ignorant. So it can only be said, Chiyo is passing the buck. Yes, this surprised Dazuzi, because these people are born so good at political games. We in Konoha are also saddened by the attack on 4th Kazekage, Kakashi said. However, our Konoha also suffered a severe loss. I also ask you San Shinobi Village to make compensation. Kakashi said, no, that's why. Everything was done by the fake Kazekage. Grandma Chiyo wanted to renege on her debt. But Kakashi continued, but our Konoha did cause a huge loss because of Shukaku. Thanks to the restoration of wood style by 5th Hokage, it can become as visible as it is now, but it destroyed most of the village before. Also ask San Shinobi Village to take responsibility. The Chunin exam is about to take place. Please resolve this matter as soon as possible. Look ahead, Tsuchikage and Mizukage are also waiting for things to settle and enjoy the Chunin exam, Kakashi said. Saying so, he lifted the curtain in front of him, which made Chiyo grandmother realize that 5th Mizukage Terumi-Mei was actually sitting on the exclusive seat opposite. And on one side there is the 76-year-old man Onogi. Grandma Chiyo, sure enough, because of the destruction of Cloud Shinobi Village, other ninja villages also responded. And these 2 people have come, which shows that they are definitely supportive of Konoha. In other words, if the current San Shinobi Village argues anymore, it will be facing a joint attack from the other 3 Dinobi villages. And Kazekage's 3 children are in Konoha. Shuzuru is also in Konoha, and now, even she is in Konoha. If San Shinobi Village is attacked at this time, GG directly will become the second Cloud Shinobi Village. Grandma Chiyo, we lose. Grandma Chiyo said, I also ask you to raise your hands high. Kitahara Kaede nodded, and then arranged for Chiyo's mother-in-law to rest, and Chiyo was soft. Then the next step was the process of bargaining. Let Kakashi do this. And now, Konoha's audience has already entered the arena. Candidates have also entered. Then the Hokage daimyo of the 4 ninja villages all arrived. Genma Shiranui, the examiner in charge of the 3rd exam, began to question Kitahara Kaede. Let's begin then, Kitahara Kaede said. 10 candidates began to take the test in random teams. The first to enter is Tiantian vs Tamari. Tiantian's luck was not very good, which deviated from the plot of the original book, but she still met her nemesis in the original book. Tamari took the win after 7 minutes. This is the 3rd exam, and Tamari's performance is awe-inspiring and absolutely crushing. There is no doubt that she has obtained the qualification of Chūnin. Then it was Lee against Konkuro. And Gaara faced Gang Zeti, who was taking the test. But none of that is Kitahara Kaede's concern. Then next match, Hyuga Neji vs Hyuga Hinata. Uchiha Sasuke vs Uzumaki Naruto. Down. The battle of Hinata and Neji. B. I abstain. Neji chose to abstain after arriving at the examination room. This move confused the people present. Because this is not to say that winning or losing is important, but that it depends on you showing your strength on this stage and proving that you have the qualifications of Chūnin. So Neji abstained. Doesn't this make Hinata unable to show? If this is the case, then Hinata may be directly brushed down. But this is only possible. As long as you are not stupid, you know, this woman can't brush. Hyuga Hinata successfully advances to Chūnin. The chief examiner Shiranui Schwanjian announced the result sweating. Before Kitahara Kaede was 5th Hokage, Hinata was often seen running behind Kitahara Kaede. And now this kind of Hinata is brushed off by the public. Then, really don't mess around. Shiranui Genma felt that he would definitely be arranged to go to the pigsty. After declaring this, Genma Shiranui secretly looked in the direction of Kitahara Kaede. Kitahara Kaede's expression did not change. But that's the default call. Shiranui Genma breathed a sigh of relief. And after this, Tamari ended at the end of 7 minutes. Shaoli blasted the 4th gate and hammered Konkuro. Hinata here. Neji directly abstained, which made the duel not exciting enough. Then there may be a phenomenon that RNM asks for a refund. But that's okay too, because, next match, Uchiha Sasuke vs Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha's orphan, Uchiha Sasuke. Then Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto. Sorry, Sasuke, I've been waiting so long for today. Naruto said. What he has to wait for is this stage, the stage where everyone will know his strength. He wants to prove himself. To be recognized. He also wants to be 7th Hokage. So, Naruto doesn't want to lose. I can't lose today either, said Sasuke. Kitahara Kaede has impure world reincarnation. Most of the ninjas that Nine-Tails attacked the village, and his family members were all killed by brother Uchiha Itachi. Doesn't fit the bill, but one man finds Kitahara Kaede after waiting for everyone's filth to end. So got, if promoted to Chūnin in this one-time exam, then consider dirt on his father. For Sasuke, whose whole family was wiped out and his parents were killed by his elder brother, even if he could revive his father, that would be enough. Because I once owned it, I regret it even more after losing it. Now people in the village don't reject impure world reincarnation, so maybe one day, his Uchiha clan can also come out of the dirt. Then, maybe everyone can live like before. So, Sasuke can't lose. Let's begin then, Naruto said. Yes, Sasuke said. Then he used fire-style Great Fireball technique without seal. A fireball twice as big as a normal Great Fireball flew towards Naruto. Sasuke is secretly improving in training hard. Not bad, but Naruto is also improving. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Namikaze Minato. Come on, baby. Senju Tobirama. I also cheer for Naruto. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Hmph, you guys know how to bully Uchiha. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Zuzi, don't lose so badly with my face. Izuna didn't want to pay attention to Sasuke, but whoever is called Sasuke has the same face as him. So if Sasuke loses too badly, then he will feel, in fact, he is also ashamed. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Use Sharingan, watch his movements. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, keep up with speed. Follow up, this Naruto is shadow clone. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. This is also a shadow clone. Oh, why are you so weak? Oh, isn't this good? Yes, this is the Naruto body. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. FK him. Namikaze Minato. Minato has always considered himself a gentle person. B. Now Naruto is beaten by Sasuke on the ground. Namikaze Minato. Come on, Wu Bao, it's just Sasuke, you are better than him. Namikaze Minato. Mingbao, doppelganger, hurry up shadow clone. Namikaze Minato. Mingbao, continue to clone. Sasuke has a Sharingan, but his speed can't keep up with you. Namikaze Minato. Come on Mingbao, dad loves you. Today's small group is also very lively. The other side, Konoha's logistics pigsty. Quote. Mitokado Homura put down the bucket and stood up, hitting his waist with his hand. As I get older, I feel more and more unhealthy. By the way, today is the day of the Chūnin exam. Mito Menden said. At this moment, Kaharu came over with 2 buckets of pig food. It should be. I have stayed in the pig farm for too long, but I feel that I don't know the time and the sun and the moon outside. Koharu responded. There is such a feeling. Sarutobi Hiruzen, head of third generation, said. He was squatting in a corner and smoking a cigarette, while the two little pigs stayed beside him without panicking. It looks kinda cute. By the way, Danzo, who do you always show a sullen face to? Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Quote. Danzo, I was thinking, why haven't Kakashi and Kitahara Kaede come to pick us up yet? Although we have handed over the shift, my root organization and various information about other ninja villages have been kept secret, so wouldn't it be difficult for Kakashi and the others to take over? Yes, Mitokado Homura said, so there is a chance that they will come to us as Sarutobi said earlier. But too much time has passed, Koharu said. If I stay any longer, I will become familiar with these pigs. While talking, Koharu put the pig food in the pig trough, and the piglets lined up one by one. Neither fight nor grab. At first Danzo would use the Sharingan to control them to be cute, but now controlling the control, they become cute themselves. Hey, X3. The other three sighed. So, how long are they going to keep the pigs? And this time, everyone found a familiar figure in front of them. The figure rushed here with two guards, as if there was something very urgent. Call. Finally found you. This is the name of the land of fire. King lies. The daimyo of the Fire Nation seemed to be uncomfortable with the smell of the pigsty, but he did not forget his purpose. Hurry up and speak for me. Hurry up and give me a few good words in front of Konoha's 5th generation and 6th generation. The daimyo of the country of fire said. Why? Koharu didn't react. The daimyo of the land of fire is over 50 years old this year, and they have been in charge of Konoha F4 for 40 years, so everyone is old acquaintance. And at this time, someone came up ahead. Wow, the local gift for raising pigs. Seems like a pampered man. Ah, I found you. However, this newcomer only wrinkled his nose and brows, and still walked over directly. This is the name of the land of thunder. 15 years ago, he succeeded the daimyo of the land of thunder, so he is also an acquaintance to everyone. As soon as the daimyo of the land of thunder saw the 3rd generation, they actually knelt down directly. Please save my family. I don't want to give up my daimyo position. I don't want to be killed either. Please let me go. I am willing to dedicate half of my property to Konoha. Please speak to me in front of 5th Hokage and 6th Hokage. Said the daimyo of the land of thunder. The name of the country of fire. In the original situation, seeing the daimyo of the land of thunder look so miserable, the daimyo of the land of fire should have shown a surprised expression. But he didn't. 3rd generation, we are old acquaintances. So you have to help me. I also don't want the family to be destroyed, or the kingdom of fire will never exist. I'm also willing to pay half of the assets. The daimyo of the land of fire said quickly. Please help me speak up in front of Kitahara Kaede and Kakashi. The daimyo of the country of fire said. Why guard the 12 ninja? I disbanded that night. Danzo, Koharu, 3rd generation, Mitokado Homura. What are you talking about? Danzo said. What the hell happened? Koharu asked. Why are your attitudes, so low all of a sudden? Koharu asked. And even Kitahara Kaede became 5th Hokage, but that's okay, he's still so young and needs to be nurtured. How can you say you are afraid of his appearance? Koharu said. The daimyo of the Fire Nation froze for a moment. The current 5th Hokage Kitahara Kaede is a myth, don't you know? Question mark. 3rd generation stared blankly. Cloud Shinobi Village has been destroyed by him. Slaughtered Cloud Shinobi Village in half a day. 4th Raikage died in battle, 8 tails and 2 tails were captured. Cloud Shinobi at 4,300 was buried alive. The 666 Cloud Shinobi were sent to Konoha's prison by a prison van. And don't you know these things? Sarutobi Hiruzen looks at Danzo, Danzo looks at Koharu, Koharu looks at Mitokado Homura. Then the 4 faces were dumbfounded. Hey, XF4. When did this happen? Isn't Kitahara Kaede just doing Impure World Reincarnation? Our Tobirama teacher can kill 3 people at a time, and about 30 people a day. Then Kitahara Kaede will need nearly a month to complete the ninjas who died when the 9 tails attacked the village. But, now Cloud Shinobi Village is gone. 3rd generation was surprised. Is this true? Danzo's eyes widened too. The name of the land of fire. The name of the country of thunder. By the way, 3rd Hokage and the consultants, is this, the village has just connected to the internet. Why? So much information is not known. Oh no, judging from the smell of pigs on them, they seem to have been raising pigs in this county all the time. The name of the land of fire. The name of the land of thunder. The 2 daimyos suddenly discovered that the high-level members of this Konoha were put here to raise pigs. It was obvious that they couldn't help and were marginalized. So, whatever you ask for is in vain. So I abandoned the Konoha F4 and went to the Chūnin examination room again. At this time, the battle of Uchiha Sasuke vs Naruto is over. 4 CE. Chapter 069 Itachi version, The Temptation to Return to the Village. The silly son of the Uchiha family. Seek full order. Chapter 068 Itachi version, The Temptation to Return to the Village. The stupid son of the Uchiha family. The venue for Konoha's Chūnin exam. Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto, who participated in the game, were duel, but the people outside the field were very busy. Reinforce the enchantment class. Hang on. Is this really a Chūnin exam? The destructive power of both Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto has definitely reached Jonin. Yes, of course, as expected of the companion of the 5th Hokage, the disciple of the 6th Hokage. The ninjas in the enchantment class are working together. Because Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto's speed and battle situation are too fast, the attacking weapons are likely to overflow and then attack the auditorium, but the boss 5th Hokage Kitahara Kaede-sama did not stop, so they had to carry out on-site concluding thoughts reinforcement. And this is also the way to protect the audience from the danger caused by the battle, and then continue to watch the battle. At first, I thought that the Chunin exam is all there is to it. But now everyone thinks that buying a ticket is worth it. Xiao Li, who opened the 4th gate of the 8 inner gates with his own weight, was a little dumbfounded. Because he unloaded the weight during the game before, and the weight fell to the ground, which made everyone amazed. Result: both Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto actually kept their hands. Naruto's shadow clone is endless, and Uchiha Sasuke actually wears a weight all the time. To know that Sasuke is only the chief graduate of ninja school is a genius. But it turned out to be a person wearing a weight. After the weight was untied, the speed was superhuman. And Gaara of San Shinobi Village found that if these two people attacked him at the current speed, then his former Mizuo Nengu must have been exposed in less than 3 minutes and defended himself. Is Konoha so scary? Kankuro said. Kankuro lost against Xiao Li before. He felt that Konoha's Xiao Li was already terrifying, but now there are such strong people in the same period. This made he has surpassed Chunin's level, and as a result, he felt very closed after losing in seconds. Konoha was indeed terrifying. However, Li, the winner of the duel with Kankuro and Wan, was very depressed. Xiao Li was very hurt. It's like the three views and ideals suddenly collapsed. Li and Might Guy hastened to reassure him. He is very similar to Xiao Li. He was not good in the past, he was still the tail of the crane, and Xiao Li can't use chakra at all and can't use ninjutsu, so he can only develop in the direction of physical arts. And even if he can only use physical skills, Xiao Li's physical skills are not top-notch. But he has perseverance. Youth is hard work. Efforts can gain youth. For Guy, Xiao Li is talented, and Xiao Li is also a genius, because if he is not a genius, how can he drive the 8 inner gates to the 4th gate at this age? Xiao Li is good enough. He used his hard work to overcome the distance from genius. 182. Li, we won't watch it, we won't watch it. Guy covered Xiao Li's eyes with his generous palm. Because what Sasuke and Naruto are showing now is genius blessed with perseverance and unremitting efforts. And this is the scene where the Might Guy in the past saw that Kakashi was obviously a genius and then worked so hard. Ordinary people work hard to get close to geniuses, but what if geniuses also work hard? So, how to catch up? This is not a blow that Xiao Li can bear. And now, Shiranui Genma, who was the chief examiner, announced the result. The winner is Uchiha Sasuke. Ha ha. Sasuke supported the ground with one hand, gasped for breath, and at the same time breathed a sigh of relief. He won. Oh no. Uzumaki Naruto, stand up. Shiranui Schwanma hurriedly stopped. Is that why you don't want to lose? Sasuke said while panting. Because in the field of vision, Naruto stood up tenaciously. But the consciousness is gone. So what stands up now is the will to never admit defeat. Oh, XN. However, the audience spontaneously stood up and applauded, because this matchup was very exciting. Let them feel Sasuke and Naruto's enthusiasm and never give up, perseverance. Then began to worry about how to face Naruto next. After all, everyone hated Naruto so much in the past and hurt him. And now Uzumaki Naruto has proven himself. He worked hard, he was strong, he persevered. He is also a Konoha ninja. Is this Konoha's Chunin exam? Onoki said. And is this the strength of Chunin? Do you believe it? I don't believe it, said the daimyo of the land of earth. ... Konoha is really terrifying. The representative of San Shinobi Village, Grandma Chio, also complained. Their San Shinobi Village was presided over by 4th Kage Luo Sha before, and then they deliberately did not allow the 3 children whose strength had already surpassed the standard of ordinary Chunin to play, and then came to take the Chunin exam this time. Result: the examinees on Konoha's side actually surpassed Chunin's level, and the strength shown by Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke is terrible. This is exactly Jonin, oh no, elite Jonin level. And Baki, who is the pillar of elite Jonin in San Shinobi Village, is also doubting how many moves will be killed if he joins in. So he kept a straight face all the time. Of course, 5th Mizukage Terumi said. She went to the land of waves in person, and then watched Naruto and Sasuke's physical strength improve. So she is very clear that the strength of Sasuke and Naruto has long been close to 0.80 no, judging from the current performance, it is already 1.3 Kakashi. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Big Pillar Hanhan, it's absolutely wonderful. Big Pillar Hanhan, it's a pity, Naruto lost. Senju Tobirama. Hey, this kid is suffering, he really wants to prove himself. Namikaze Minato. It's okay Mingbao, Dad has seen your performance. Namikaze Minato. Even if everyone doesn't recognize you, I recognize you. Namikaze Minato. Dad is proud of you. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. The performance of Urzuzi is not bad. In the small group that overwhelmingly supported Naruto, Izuna felt powerless. But looking at it again, there is really no Uchiha in the group. Can't help feeling a little depressed. Kurama. Hmph. Shuhei. Talking about Nine Tails, don't you lend Naruto's power to the vortex. Show Crane. Uzumaki Naruto is in a state of exhaustion. In fact, you can try to give him strength, and then break a little seal. Kurama. Not that interested. However, the actual situation is that with so many pairs of eyes watching, if Nine Tails shows the look of wanting to do something to Naruto, I'm afraid it will be cold immediately. Didn't you see the record written by Kitahara Kaede in the book that he wants to dirty Minato, and then get the other half of Minato's seal, Nine Tails? Yes, Nine Tails was originally one, but it was controlled by Sharingan during the Nine Tails Rebellion, and Minato resealed it, one of which was to seal its half-body in Minato's own body. Then they were taken away by Shinigami, who was sealed up by ghouls. And now let's not talk about seeking to break through the seal, just lend a little chakra to Naruto. Then he will probably be held accountable. Because the current Naruto seems to be cultivated by Kitahara Kaede in a model that does not rely on its existence at all, rather than the model of Gaara or Cloud Shinobi Village that follows the model of Jinchuriki and focuses on the power of the tailed beast. So, Nine Tails was really worried that he would get punched if he shot. So, Kakashi appeared beside Naruto, put his hand on his eyes, and patted his shoulder lightly. And Naruto, who was standing with only consciousness, finally relaxed. The medical team rushed over immediately and carried away the exhausted Naruto and Sasuke. However, the exams for the 9 candidates are finally over. The level of this Chūnin exam is obvious to all. I am announcing the list for the promotion to Chūnin this time. First up is Sand Shinobi Village's Temari. Her wind style doesn't show off, but it's absolutely crushing enough to be called Chūnin. By the way, Temari is the eldest daughter of 4th Kage. And Gaara of Sand Shinobi Village, who also passed the exam, he is the son of the wind and shadow of Sand Shinobi Village. The absolute power to control the sand allowed us to see how Sand Shinobi Village can attack. Kakashi announced. The above is the list of Sand Shinobi Village who have passed the Chūnin exam this time. Kankuro, who is also the son of 4th Kage, felt that taking this Chūnin exam was taking part in loneliness. And traveling with Temari and Kankuro is Kankuro, also the son of 4th Kage. However, although Kankuro is the son of the wind and shadow, he uses puppetry. It also allows us to see the wonderful manipulation of the Kingdom of Sand. However, the strength is not very strong, and I hope to make persistent efforts. Welcome to continue to take the Chūnin exam held by Konoha after 4 years, Kakashi said. Brush, and the eyes of the audience are on Kankuro. Kankuro's presence has never been so dazzling. But, is being watched with sympathy. It turns out that this puppeteer is also a child of Kage, but he is far behind his younger brother and older sister. Closing square bracket, but it's miserable. Closing square bracket. Kankuro felt targeted, and Grandma Chio sighed. She is the master of Sand Shinobi Village's puppet control, and Kankuro's puppet technology is learned from her, but is really not talented enough. It is completely incomparable with Sun Zixi. Then, and Kakashi glanced over to Kitahara Kaede, who was sitting on the Hokage seat. Got the nod from Kitahara Kaede, so he continued to stand in the center of the pitted examination room and announced. Then the next one is the one among our Konoha candidates who passed the Chūnin exam this time. Rock Lee first. As you can see, his 8 Inner Gates talent still has work to do. I think it's managed to reach a Chūnin level. Hearing his name being read, Xiaoli hastily wiped away the tears shed because of his autism. Then there is Hyuga Hinata, the eldest daughter of Konoha's first body art family, the Hyuga family. She showed us, well, congratulations to Hinata. This is to pronounce alonely. Because Ms. Hinata didn't show at all. The people around are not as good as Shiranui Genma. Can't help but think. Talk in a low voice. For example, the inside story of the Chūnin exam this time and so on. Suddenly, a quarrel broke out in the auditorium. Who told you to abstain? It was not easy for me to be improved by Mr. Feng. And then he was watching. As a result, I didn't even have a chance to perform. Get out. It seems to be the voice of Hinata. But this Hinata seems to be a bit fierce. When everyone looked over, they found that Hyuga Neji in the auditorium flew up. Hyuga Neji's body was directly wrapped by a blue lion patterned chakra, and then he was thrown into the examination room and fell into a deep pit. It took a while to climb out of the pit. As this gentle fist plus double lion fist, Neji raised his head, then passed out. Neji, being a good teacher, Might Guy hastened to scoop up Neji. And the medical class who had just finished their busy work also rushed to pick up Hyuga Neji. Kakashi was also stunned by this turn of events, but after all he was responsible for his wisdom, thanks to candidate Hyuga Hinata for letting us see the wonderful double lion boxing. This is a special gentle fist that can be used precisely with the white eyes of the Hyuga family to control chakra. It is very difficult to learn, but it works well in physical combat. I also think she fits what Chūnin wants, Kakashi said. Okay, everyone agrees with Hinata. This one is also powerful. And Aburame Shino and Inuzuka Kiba, who quit the second Chūnin exam, sighed. Before, they were worried that Hinata would be the target of the ninjas in the outer village, so they were afraid. But now, they are too weak. And Jonin Yugihong, the teacher of the 8th class, showed an embarrassed smile. Father, this is my disciple, Shi Hahong said. Originally, I took my father to watch the disciples' game, but Neji abstained immediately, so I didn't see it. But now a new method is used to let everyone see how powerful Hinata is, which makes people feel a little delicate. The people of Hyuga's family are pretty good, Makoto Yuhi said. Then, the next are two qualifiers are Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. 1. I don't think you have any opinions, Kakashi then announced, and that's what the audience wants, to see. Whether it's Sasuke who wins, or Naruto who doesn't give up, it makes them start to think, whether they have done something wrong in the past. Uzumaki Naruto was treated like that by them, but still did not give up and continued to fight. These things are what they lack. Then the above is the list of those who have passed this Chunin exam. Temari, Gaara, Hyuga Hinata, Shaoli, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke. A total of 6 people, Kakashi said, and then he shut his mouth. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to suddenly quiet down. When everyone was confused, Kitahara Kaede came down from the Hokage seat and came to the center of the examination room. Kakashi handed him a scroll. Kitahara Kaede opened the scroll. First of all, this Chunin exam can be safely concluded, thank you for your support. Quote. It's an important announcement. The ninjas or villagers in other villages may not know it yet. Konoha's third Hokage has retired. Quote. Next, Kitahara Kaede and Kakashi will follow the example of 3rd generation and 4th generation to rule together. And I am Kitahara Kaede. He's Kakashi. Kitahara Kaede introduced. Then 2 more things were announced. After we served as Hokage, we found the special forbidden technique left by Nadaime in the sealed room. Hmph world reincarnation. The Nine Tails rebellion 12 years ago brought too much damage to the village. We have sacrificed too many people, and too many ninjas have incomplete families. So, Kitahara Kaede said, the ninjas of Hmph world reincarnation appearing around you now, don't panic. 17 inches. These are heroes from our village's past. Sentimental for the sacrifice they made to protect the village, Kitahara Kaede said. The audience at the scene was stunned for a moment, and the senior ninjas who came out of the dirt to watch the Chunin exam of this era were also stunned for a moment. Then everyone applauded spontaneously. Then, I also want to inform everyone, said Kitahara Kaede, that the information has been communicated. Cloud Shinobi Village, who plotted against Konoha 3 times and 4 times in the past, intending to launch a war and bully, has been removed. From today onwards, there are only Konoha, Kurigakure, Iwagakure, and Sand Shinobi villages in the ninja world's 5 great ninja villages. Who wants to do anything to Konoha again? So, Cloud Shinobi Village is where they end up, said Kitahara Kaede. The surrounding air seemed to stagnate. For a minute no one spoke. Then, good, Konoha stand up, here we come. Konoha stand up, here we come. The atmosphere exploded instantly. Onogi looked around in a panic. But Tsurumi looked around enviously. Because their Kurigakure definitely can't do that. Not to mention recalling the heroes of Kurigakure in the past, it is still impossible to capture the rebel ninjas now. I don't know who said something like, 5th Hokage long live, and soon the scene was full of this figure. 5th generation, long live Hokage. Long live the 5th Hokage. Long live the 5th Hokage. All boiling. The shouts from the exam room of the 3rd exam of the Chunin exam were loud. And even in the remote logistics pigsty side, the Konoha F4 side has also heard cheers. A few of them have heard Kitahara Kaede from the daimyo of the Land of Thunder and the daimyo of the Land of Fire what they are doing these days. And now the voices of the people have never been heard in the era when they were in charge. 3rd generation looked up at the sky, his dry lips were a little sour, and finally said, our era no longer exists. Maybe we need to move on. Tobirama sensei is probably right, we're only going to hinder Konoha's development. And if you change the person up, you can fly into the sky. Because this is like their existence, their past few decades seem to be only stumbling. Everything was denied, I don't accept it, but some people still have fighting spirit. That is Shimura Danzo, this guy who wanted to be Hokage all along. The current situation is not a negation of us, just because of the exception. This is the existence of Kitahara Kaede, and it's not just a replacement. In other words, I'm not convinced, Danzo said. Kitahara Kaede had already left the examination room, and was about to go to Konoha Hospital to have a look at Naruto and Sasuke, but happened to pass by the pigsty. Then, when they stopped to look far away, the people in the small group happened to hear the conversation of the Konoha F4S. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Kurama. This Danzo is very similar to Shukaku. Big Pillar Hanhan, yes, it seems. Big Zuzi Hanhan, they are all unconvinced. Shuhei, can this kind of nonsense talk about me? Shuhei, labor and capital are really not convinced, although I can't beat it, but I just don't accept it. Namikaze Minato. That's right, this is it, super like it. Senju Tobirama. This group of disgraced disciples. Tobirama seemed to have another headache. Kitahara Kaede left the pigsty, originally considering whether the 3rd generation was okay with him, whether to return a favor to 3rd generation. But it seems that they don't need preferential betch treatment. He came to Konoha Hospital. You have to pay attention to rest. There is no particularly good treatment, but you must have a good rest. Both Sasuke and Naruto were placed in single wards. Lord 5th Hokage. When Kitahara Kaede arrived, a ninja recognized him immediately. Kitahara Kaede gently shush-fingered. The ninja quickly fell silent. And Kitahara Kaede came to Sasuke's ward. Sasuke was lying on it, and was supposed to be absolutely bed-rested by the medical ninja. However, He took out the Bingliang pill from his arms. Well, immediately feel the discomfort from the body. Using Bingliang pill is a mode that can quickly increase his chakra and energy, but using too much is not good. But, he has absolutely something to do now, and this is not the time to lie down and rest. It seems that you can't wait. Kitahara Kaede entered the door and saw that Sasuke had finished eating Bingliang Wan. Sasuke got out of bed. Please. I beat Naruto in the Chunin exam this time. So, I want to resurrect my father, Uchiha Fugaku, said Sasuke. Before the Kitahara Kaede Impure World reincarnation, all the ninjas of Konoha were killed by Nine Tails attacking Konoha. But his Uchiha clan was different, and was arranged to evacuate the villagers when the Nine Tails attacked the village. So in that one battle, the Uchiha clan had no losses. Then naturally he is not qualified to take this opportunity to get out of the dirt. So, now Sasuke's request is his own. Are you sure you don't regret it? Kitahara Kaede said. No, Sasuke said. I thought, to ask Father Sharingan the method of ascension. Then, kill Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke looked serious. Although the whole family was killed and he only opened single Guyu, Sasuke is a qualified avenger. The ability is not good, but the ability to hold grudges is not bad. So until now I want to kill my brother Uchiha Itachi. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Big Pillar Hanhan. Uchiha Sasuke is still full of hatred. Senju Tobirama. The Uchiha clan is like this. Brother of Senju Hashirama, you two Senju brothers, stop talking sarcastically. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, didn't your poor disciples wipe out the Uchiha clan? Senju Hashirama's younger brother, Senju Tobirama, you pay me Uchiha. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, Senju Tobirama, you pay me Uchiha. Izuna yelled a total of 2 times. Dazuzi Hanhan. Tobirama, what should we do now? Dazuzi Hanhan, can you rectify the name of the Uchiha clan? Senju Tobirama, not very good. Senju Tobirama, because the Uchiha clan has been squeezed out for decades. Senju Tobirama, I can't find a way to rectify their names. Senju Tobirama, moreover, allowing Itachi to exterminate the clan protects the pride of the Uchiha clan. At least no one except Itachi and Sarutobi knows that the Uchiha clan wants to rebel. Big Pillar Hanhan, but in this case, Uchiha Itachi is really a fool. Dazuzi Hanhan, and we want to watch Sasuke kill Uchiha Itachi unknowingly. Senju Tobirama, Senju Hashirama's younger brother, so what now? Senju Hashirama's younger brother, Senju Tobirama, you are a guy who just kills but doesn't bury. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, I dare you. Senju Tobirama, so at Yisha Kakashi, let Kakashi tell the truth about the Kitahara Kaede Uchiha clan. While the group was thinking about the Uchiha clan, the outside world, Kitahara Kaede had already used Impure World Reincarnation. Fast printing, then put your hands together. Impure World Reincarnation, well, here it is, Konoha Hospital. A normal Impure World Reincarnation requires a charm to be taped to the back of the forehead of a filthy person, but Kitahara Kaede's Impure World Reincarnation doesn't have that. Therefore, people who came out of the filth defaulted to having their own consciousness. And Fugaku's soul was pulled back from hell. As expected of the ex-guard captain, Fugaku instantly confirmed his location through observation. This is Konoha Hospital, but, he found someone looking at him. Is this true? And Sasuke was blank on the side. Uchiha Fugaku, you still know me. Kitahara Kaede said, quote. Fugaku, Kitahara Kaede. Fugaku said hesitantly, yes. Kitahara Kaede said, 3rd generation has abdicated, I am 5th Hokage, and Kakashi is 6th generation. And this one in front of you right now, is Uchiha Sasuke. The orphan of the Uchiha clan. And now in front of you is 12-year-old Sasuke. Fugaku died 6 years ago, and Kitahara Kaede was discovered 9 years ago, so the Fugaku class also knows him. But, the introduction of Sasuke's orphan means, 6 years have passed since then. So, then Konoha now, does it still exist? Fugaku said, it still exists. Sand Shinobi Village, Kurigakure, and Iwagakure all sent alliance letters. As that's so, there seemed to be a sense of relief on Fugaku's face. Because his Uchiha will be destroyed in order to sacrifice a family for righteousness. If the Uchiha clan rebels, it will either succeed or fail, and the result of the failure is, other ninja villages will attack Konoha while Konoha is empty. Then it is a sinner in a village. So in the end Uchiha Fugaku gave up resistance and chose to perish. This is righteousness. Therefore, Konoha has not been invaded by other ninja villages, which means that the ending of the Uchiha clan is still worthwhile. But, Kitahara Kaede said, now Sasuke wants to seek revenge on Uchiha Itachi. And the 3rd generation project listed Uchiha Itachi as a traitor, Kitahara Kaede said. Now Sasuke has become stronger, he wants to become stronger, and then find Itachi revenge. What do you think about this situation? Kitahara Kaede said, Uchiha Fugaku, observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Senju Tobirama. It seems that there is no need to think of a way. Big Zuzi Hanhan, huh? Senju Tobirama. Look, didn't Kitahara Kaede tell Fugaku about Uchiha now? Senju Tobirama. Judging from Fugaku's performance, he should also know the truth about the Uchiha genocide. Senju Tobirama. Otherwise, Fugaku's behavior would not be asking how Konoha is doing, but directly cursing Uchiha Itachi as a traitor. Namikaze Minato. Of course. Namikaze Minato. Because Fugaku is someone I agree with. Namikaze Minato, we discussed the issue of Uchiha together, and Fugaku has been looking for a way for the clan and the village to coexist. Senju Tobirama. This is all Danzo's fault. I'm so mad. The old leftover woman who can't get married. So what is the solution now? Senju Tobirama. Throw the question back to Fugaku. See how he handles fratricide. Senju Tobirama. What will Fugaku do? Minato, you know him better, take a guess. Namikaze Minato. Let me think about it. Namikaze Minato. This seems to be, maybe a bit of a decision. Namikaze Minato. But Uchiha Itachi is still with the Akatsuki organization. Then you can shelve this speculation first. Minato made a fool of himself. And listening to Minato mentioning Akatsuki. The information collected from 4th Raikage before about the Akatsuki organization, to be precise about the strength of Tiandao Pain, made them a little worried. Because Tiandao Pain is very strong. He had eyes that no one in the small group had ever seen before, and did not know. Then this is the unknown force. The unknown is the scariest of all. The other side, Shao organization. In Akatsuki's cave, Tendo Pain summoned a portion of the Geto statue. And each member of the Akatsuki organization stands on a finger of the golem. And for the Akatsuki organization, this Geto statue is like a god. As long as all the tailed beasts return to its body, then it is definitely the strongest in the world. When the time comes, do you want to build peace in Shaman? Wouldn't it be within your reach? As long as you have absolute force, just like first Hokage, then other ninja villages will not dare to act rashly. After the first Hokage, wars raged. Although the reasons for joining the Akatsuki organization are quite strange, for most of the members, the goal is peace. Therefore, if Geto statue can be charged successfully, it will be the strongest summoning beast in the ninja world. So, the other ninja villages are still slapping a fart. If he dares to launch a war, then he will be destroyed directly. Because this is definitely not an existence that a ninja or a ninja in a village can contend with. Geto statue is absorbing the 8 tails and chakra of the second tail after organizing a team fight 2 days ago. It always felt like it was one piece. Deidara saluted Geto statue first, expressing his respect for the strong. Then said, otherwise, how could the absorbing tail beast absorb so smoothly? But by doing so, the future may actually be peaceful. And the red sand scorpion said on the side. Because of the group activities, they are still in the cave. Except Afe. Afe didn't participate in this event, but it's okay, the members of Akatsuki's organization have changed a lot, and new members are often taken by Kakuzu to sacrifice to the sky in exchange for bounties. Fortunately, Kakuzu teamed up with Hidan, the undead guy, and this phenomenon stopped. What's so good about continued peace? I love instant glamour. It explodes in an instant, and the picture is beautiful. Deidara said, no, eternal peace is better. Scorpion is a puppeteer, and his favorite is eternity. Uchiha Itachi, what do you think? It seems that after you dumped Orochimaru, you became more aloof. Deidara brought up the topic. He is talking to Uchiha Itachi, a strong man who joined the organization 6 years ago. Deidara also joined the Akatsuki organization because of his fighting with Itachi and falling in love with his illusion and power. Deidara thinks Uchiha Itachi is an art, worth following. But Itachi teamed up with Hoshigaki Kisame. An honest man, he often does tasks alone with Itachi's clone, and Deidara sympathizes with him. Boom. And at this time Geto statue's absorption tail beast has stopped. Roar. Its strength seems to be restored quite a bit. Just the sound can give people a strong shock. And Tiandao Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, jumped down. The absorption of 2 tails and 8 tails was successful. But Erwei's strength is relatively weak. Originally, I wanted to absorb slowly according to the number of 1 tails. But now that 2 tail beasts have been collected, so other tail beasts can also be scheduled in advance. Pain said, 3 tails are tail beasts that don't have an owner, so they can be caught directly. And the trails of 5 tails and 7 tails are also bought. Then, 9 tails information also needs to be checked. So now there are 4 missions. 3 tails is for Deidara and Hooligan. Pain said, 5 tails is for Kakuzu and Hidan. 7 tails to Scorpion. As for the final investigation of 9 tails information, Pain said, Kikisame and Itachi. May I ask you guys? Weasel. Itachi comes from Konoha, and it is the Akatsuki organization that slaughtered the record of the Uchiha clan. It can be said that the person who can do this kind of thing, if not pervert, then, has something big in his heart. Pain sees Itachi has great things, so he trusts him. But, now is the time for Uchiha Itachi to go back. I'll check for information. Uchiha Itachi didn't refuse. Hoshigaki Kisame. Itachi-san, are you sure you want to go back to Konoha? Kisame said. Itachi. Yes. Uchiha Itachi said coldly and without expression. When I chose to destroy the Uchiha clan, I was already detached from a clan or a village. Hoshigaki Kisame. Or, Kisame, you have been acting with me for so many years, don't you still understand my heart? Uchiha Itachi said. Hoshigaki Kisame. Yes. Kisami's side was kept secret by the ninja who was responsible for slaughtering his own village, so his hands were stained with the blood of his companions. So he has feelings for Uchiha Itachi who also killed his own kind for the purpose. Think two people are the same kind of person. But, after joining Kitahara Kaede observation small group, Kisame remained dumb, but, he also knew a lot of information. For example, the extermination of the Uchiha clan was actually done by the third Hokage of Konoha. And Mr. Itachi is just a person who was brainwashed for righteousness. So, it's still being installed. Mr. Itachi, you said you wanted to ignore Konoha's words, but, you are actually Konoha's loyal dog. Then, Ghost Shark said, Mr. Itachi, have you ever used illusion on me? Since he had seen the Tsukuyomi space used by Kitahara Kaede, he wondered if he had been under the illusion all the time. 070 In order to prevent brothers from killing each other, kill Itachi first. Seek full order, ask for automatic. Kisame doesn't think he's an honest person, but after watching Kitahara Kaede and Itachi-san in the same Tsukuyomi world, Kisame's mind changed. He suddenly remembered the sense of disobedience he had done with Uchiha Itachi all these years. Quote. Uchiha Itachi, I don't use illusions on my companions, said Uchiha Itachi. This seems like a negative answer. And Itachi didn't seem to want Kisame to continue to pursue, so he added, if you don't want to go to Konoha, then I can go alone this time. Kisame, and this argument becomes that Kisame doesn't want to go to Konoha. Kisame, is he acting so blatantly? Kisame could not help touching his rough cheek. Kisame admits that he doesn't want to go back to Konoha. Since he joined Observe Kitahara Kaede small group, he has learned a lot of secrets. I also learned about the world of other ninja villages, as well as Kurigakure from my own birth and so on. In this way, although he yearns for peace in his heart, he always feels that the current leader Tiandao Paine's approach seems to be a bit wrong. It's just that he joined the Shao organization after all, so he must be loyal to the Shao organization, so he shut up. But there are some things that need to be confirmed. Then please follow me, Kisame said. He goes ahead. In the previous missions, Kisame and Uchiha Itachi teamed up to actively stand behind Itachi or side by side. But this time his attitude was tougher. The reason is simple. Although he went offline once in Observe Kitahara Kaede small group, he can see the above chat content when he goes online again. Although he wanted to make complaints about Mr. Itachi co-authored the task all by myself, the new title of punishment was a bit subtle, but he still read the latest information. And this latest information is also related to Uchiha Itachi, the old leftover woman who can't get married. So what is the solution now? Senju Tobirama. Throw the question back to Fugaku. See how he handles fratricide. Senju Tobirama. What will Fugaku do? Minato, you know him better, take a guess. Namikaze Minato. Let me think about it. Namikaze Minato. This seems to be, maybe a bit of a decision. Namikaze Minato. But Uchiha Itachi is still with the Akatsuki organization. Then you can shelve this speculation first. It seems that Konoha's fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato sold off. But this makes people very concerned. Kisame walked ahead silently, and Uchiha Itachi silently followed him. The two of them probably walked for half a day before Kisame spoke again. Just like Kisame is willing to form a team with him, so is Itachi. His former teammate Kurigakure's rebellious ninja gave him a different feeling. The rebellious nin from Kurigakure was basically driven crazy by his own fourth Mizukage. The same goes for Kisame. Kisame used to do the job of getting rid of the secrecy and killing his companions. How cruel is it to do such a thing? And Itachi is the same. He slaughtered the whole clan, but he has his own persistence in his heart to support him, so I don't know what in Kisame's heart can support him. So Itachi still hopes that Kisame can find something that can support him. It's almost here, and Kisame came to a river. He squatted down and put his hands in the river, flushed, and then took 2 sips. Uchiha Itachi looked at the sandals of Genin, put the sandals in the water and washed them. In an instant, I felt that the exhaustion from walking all morning disappeared. Itachi also drank 2 sips of water after washing his feet. As ninjas, both he and Kisame are the kind of people who will perform tasks when they have won, so they don't have high requirements for the living environment and the like. Then I'll be straight, Kisame said. The current situation of Konoha may be different from what you know. Well, I know that, Itachi said. There are a lot of ninjas from Impure World Reincarnation, right? We've seen each other when we were teaming up at Cloud Shinobi Village. So the strength of the current Konoha may increase greatly. But these filthy ninjas have their faults. Their strength is much lower than the normal peak time. Maybe only 30–40% of the original peak period. However, it should be noted that even if the bodies of these Impure World Reincarnation people can be broken, they can still be repaired quickly, and even the amount of chakra is astonishing. So for them, it's best to seal them. It should be said that it is Uchiha Itachi, who saw through the characteristics of Impure World Reincarnation at once. But Kisame doesn't want to know these things now, nor does he want to talk to Itachi about them. Then, Ghost Shark said with a straight face, do you think that in Konoha's Impure World Reincarnation, your relatives will appear? Itachi still wanted to continue rushing. The movement of the foot stopped. But Kisame didn't stop. The task now is to go to Konoha to gather information about the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. So, Kisame took a sip of water calmly again. Mr. Itachi, we have been partners for a while. It can be regarded as the last sympathy of 2 people who also attacked their fellow villagers. I'll just go to Konoha for this mission. You just have to wait here for me to go to Konoha and come back, Hoshigaki Kisame said. The chief wants, all he wants is information from the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. It's not difficult, Kisame said. Rather than saying it is a difficult task, it is better to say, just give it for free. Because I joined the observation Kitahara Kaede, small group, I watched Kitahara Kaede every day, and I could also see Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto 0. So, the information is fine without probing. And, isn't there Nine Tails himself in the small group? But as an honest person, Kisame still felt that he had to visit once in person. As for Uchiha Itachi, he is still not allowed to pass for the time being. He already knew that Itachi's genocide was a tragedy. Uchiha Itachi had too many burdens, and as far as the current situation was concerned, he couldn't tell the truth to the only surviving younger brother, so he was hostile by his younger brother. There may even be fratricide. And Itachi's father, Uchiha Fugaku, has also been brought out of the dirt. And how to deal with these Mr. Itachi? So it was decided, Kisame said. Mr. Itachi, you're just waiting here, if I come back here after the opening. If I don't come back, then just remember that this world has been here before. Saying so, Kisame puts both hands together. The body flicker disappeared with a sound, obviously using the body flicker technique to leave directly. Uchiha Itachi didn't speak, or he really doesn't know how to deal with the situation he will face if the Uchiha family is reincarnation by impure world. And Sasuke will definitely be hostile to him. And a family of filthy soil will also be hostile to him. Has he become everyone's enemy? But he had to go back to the village. The current Konoha has undergone drastic changes, the third generation has abdicated, and the new Hokage has come to power, because of drastic changes. The approach is completely different from the purpose of third generation. So, whether his past agreement with Danzo, slaughtering the family and letting Sasuke grow up safely has to be tested, is still valid. He has no family, no village, no clan. The body has also become worse due to the increase in the number of times of using Sharingan, and perhaps the lifespan is not long. So the only thing he can worry about is his younger brother Uchiha Sasuke. Open the small group of today's shares. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Big Pillar Han, today is also a new day. Senju Tobirama. Well, it would be great if Kitahara Kaede continued watching Ninja Death today. Senju Hashirama's brother. What are you looking at? Death of the Ninja? I really want to see that Jiraiya's kissing paradise you mentioned. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. So let's watch Kiss Heaven, Kiss. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Please go around me. Namikaze Minato. Isn't Intimate Paradise the work of Mr. Jiraiya? Is there anything not to watch? Namikaze Minato. I really like Mr. Jiraiya's J Perseverance Ninja biography. Namikaze Minato. At Kakashi, as a teacher, I beg you, next time, take out the Heaven of Intimacy and read it, okay. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Is this the death of society? The group is very lively. Mr. Itachi's co-authoring tasks are all done by me alone. The old leftover woman who can't get married, isn't this honest and honest? At Hoshigaki Kisame. The old leftover woman who can't get married. We have captured the 4th Raikage and got the information about the leader of the Akatsuki organization you joined, Pain. The old leftover woman who can't get married, it is definitely wrong to follow Pain's approach. The older leftover girl who can't get married. Let's go back to Kurigaka's arms. The old leftover girl who can't get married. The door of Kurigaka is always open for you, so go home. Terumi Mei is sensational in the group. But 4th Raikage, who had just been named, was dissatisfied. 4th Raikage. Shut up, you guys. If I wasn't too young to react and tell you the information about being attacked before I was trapped to death, you know what a fart. 4th Raikage. Damn Konoha, actually really killed me Cloud Shinobi Village. 4th Raikage. I will never let you go even if I die. 3rd Raikage. Exactly. Senju Tobirama. You Raikage father and son are going to shut up. You don't even have Ninja Village, so you still call yourself Raikage. Senju Tobirama. A joke. 4th Raikage. Senju Tobirama, you did it on purpose, did you just vent your anger on purpose? 4th Raikage. You died in the period of 2nd Raikage, and our Raikage was gone at that time. So, don't blame us for everything Cloud Shinobi Village. And unlike his father, this 4th Raikage has more backbone. Mr. Itachi's co-authoring tasks are all done by me alone. I will go to Konoha in the near future. Mr. Itachi's co-authoring tasks are all done by me alone. If possible, I would like to know how you will deal with Mr. Itachi. Senju Tobirama. Oh who? Senju Tobirama. It seems that your foxtail is coming out. Senju Tobirama. Your Shao organization agreed to deal with Cloud Shinobi Village this time. The purpose is actually 8 tails in her way. Senju Tobirama. What do you want to collect tailed beasts? Senju Tobirama. They are even willing to send out almost all of them to fight in groups. Tobirama's wisdom has, as online, Mr. Itachi's co-authoring tasks are all done by me alone. No, this kind of thing is. After all, Kisame is not very good at lying, so everyone knows that the Akatsuki organization is related to tailed beasts since this tone. But Kisame can only deceive information by deceiving, so this is more troublesome. And this time, beep, welcome new members to the group chat. Closing square bracket. Welcome Tailed Beast 8 Tails Gyuki to join Wanji chat group. This group is also known as Observation Kitahara Kaede. Small group. There will be 3 hours of observation of Kitahara Kaede every day. This group connects the past and the future across time and space, even life and death. So the group members are diverse. Closing square bracket. Please also have a pleasant time together. Closing square bracket. Welcome, 8 Tails. Closing square bracket. So I like to sing and dance, let's show my face of 8 Tails of rap. Closing square bracket. At 8 Tails, Yuki. Everyone, Mr. Itachi's co-authoring tasks are all done by me alone. Kisame found that not only was she not good at hiding information, but she was also easily slapped in the face on the spot. Just refused to share the information about the tailed beast, and the result. 8 Tails joined this chat group. Is this chat group toxic? And 8 Tails has already snapped in. 8 Tails. Where is this? It's really scary. I was swallowed by 10 Tails, alas, still not dead. Shuhei. Kurama. Hey, 8 Tails. I heard that you were captured by the Akatsuki organization. Shuhei. I am more concerned about the word 10 Tails. 8 Tails. Yes, I didn't expect it to be recycled back to 10 Tails again, but the people in the Akatsuki organization seem to call it ghetto statue. 8 Tails. Wait a minute, why are the strings here so weird? Asking for flowers. 8 Tails. 9 Tails, and 1 Tail, you are all here. 8 Tails. Not only you, but also human beings. Wait a minute, 4th Raikage. 3rd Raikage. 8 Tails. What the hell is? 8 Tails has been circled. 3rd Raikage I. 4th Raikage I. Senju Tobirama. Then, let's talk about 8 Tails quickly. How much do you know about Akatsuki, and this 10 Tails? Namikaze Minato, and those unique purple circle eyes. Dazuzi Hanhan. 8 Tails, do you still remember me? I caught you with Madola. Dazuzi Hanhan. I am Senju Hashirama. 8 Tails. Well, this. Where has 8 Tails seen this kind of situation? And Senju Hashirama, isn't that super scary guy with 9 tails in his hands? When Tail Beast was caught in Hashirama's era, 8 Tails was caught with a slap, so it wasn't very impressive. But I still have some memory. In other words, this place is really not only able to ignore space, time, and even contact with death. Then, 8 Tails confessed his information. Tail Beasts come from 10 Tails, and 10 Tails is equivalent to the mother body of Tail Beasts. The essence of Tail Beasts is a collection of chakra, so they are all chakra of 10 Tails. However, 10 Tails was sealed by the old man's 6 paths, so chakra was divided into 9 points, which is the origin of the Tail Beast. But, for the Tail Beasts, all freed certainly don't want to go back to 10 Tails. And according to the information they know, the 10 Tails were also sealed by the Sage of 6 Paths. So, now 10 Tails came out to show that someone broke the seal of Sage of 6 Paths. As for everyone's curious and doubtful eyes, 8 Tails also gave the answer. 8 Tails. That's Rinnegan, the eye of the Sage of 6 Paths. 8 Tails. 10 Tails can come out, it means that someone has used the power of Rinnegan. Big Pillar Hanhan. Sage of 6 Paths. Is it related to Otsutsuki? Senju Tobirama. Speaking of these things, don't you know about 9 Tails? 0. Tobirama was a little dissatisfied. Kurama. Ha, you didn't ask me. Kurama. So what should I tell you? Do I say everything, even whether the tailed beast needs to go to the bathroom or not? Senju Tobirama. It's okay to say it. Kurama. That would be too pervert. While chatting with Senju Tobirama, Kurama opened his mouth slightly, looking in a good mood. Yes, 9 Tails seems interested in being able to play with the humans who have taken it so far in the past. 8 Tails. But I'm pretty sure that Heaven Pain is not Sage of 6 Paths or his reincarnation. 8 Tails. But he seems to be able to use Rinnegan stronger than Sage of 6 Paths. 8 Tails. So, Erway and I can basically confirm that we are cool, but 1 Tail 9 Tails. You, 104055145 Filu 122,341,591. 8 Tails sighed. 8 Tails. Please pay attention to safety. The tailed beasts are all differentiated from chakra of 10 Tails. In the end, the tailed beasts belong to the same family, so although 1 Tail and 9 Tails are not easy to deal with, the relationship between them is okay. But, Dazuzi Hanhan, so the target of the Akatsuki organization is the tailed beasts. Senju Tobirama. Brother, you are stupid, since they want to collect tailed beasts, then, don't they definitely come to Konoha? Senju Tobirama. Jinchuriki will die if he is pulled from the tailed beast. Senju Tobirama. So this is not a matter of protecting or not protecting the tailed beast, but if you draw Jinchuriki Naruto, you will die. Big Pillar Hanhan. This older leftover girl who can't leave home, so, Kisame, you came to Konoha this time, and you came here for 5 Tails, right? Terumi Mei's tone became severe. Of course, she is holding Kitahara Kaede's thigh. Then, because Ao had Konoha's eyes, he was worried that Kitahara Kaede would be dissatisfied, so he immediately left Ao to leave the country of Nami. And now, if Kisame came for 9 Tails, then wouldn't it be Naruto? Kitahara Kaede wrote several times in his diary that he wanted to train Naruto to be a thug. So this move is definitely against Kitahara Kaede, and Terumi Mei is also the first to confirm Kitahara Kaede's strength and believe in him. So, even now it is known from the mouth of 8 Tails that Tiandao Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, may have the power of the Sage of 6 Paths. So what? After all, the current Terumi Mei already has blind admiration for Kitahara Kaede, or she believes in her own vision. Since I chose Kitahara Kaede's side, I naturally had to deal with other problems. So although Kisame has been reluctant to come back, if she really did something wrong and hurt Kuritaker, she would never forgive her. So I directly pointed out the task of Ghost Shark. Mr. Itachi's co-authoring tasks are all done by me alone. And Kisame was silent here. Because he hadn't spoken yet, all the target destinations were guessed correctly. But, the only luck is that he came to Konoha by himself this time, instead of bringing Mr. Itachi. And at this time, Wixie heard everyone's voices. Namikaze Minato. The person who was eating 3-color meatballs should be Itachi. Namikaze Minato. Just like when I was a child, I like this store. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Is this Urzuzi's elder brother? He doesn't look like him. Senju Tobirama. And this is Uchiha Itachi. Quote. Ghost Shark. Kisame stared in astonishment at the scene of Kitahara Kaede that had already started broadcasting. Then I saw Kitahara Kaede sitting in the dessert shop, looking at a person who was eating 3-color meatballs. The other party was wearing a black windbreaker embroidered with red clouds, a bamboo hat with wind chimes on his head, and a ring on his corresponding finger. This dress is quite ostentatious. And this is the traditional dress of the Akatsuki organization. Why? Kisame was surprised. Because, didn't he go to Konoha? Why is Mr. Itachi there? And beside Kitahara Kaede stood a man dressed as Anbu wearing a mask. The figure of this man was slightly majestic, and he turned sideways and whispered to Kitahara Kaede. That's the dog, Itachi. Even if we haven't seen each other for 6 years, I still know DNG. Chapter 071 Pain 6 Paths joins the chat group, full order. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. The people in the group began to observe the scenery around Kitahara Kaede habitually. Really, today's scenery did not disappoint them. Just now Izuna and Minato wanted to ask Kitahara Kaede to read Jiraiya's novel, but now they saw an unexpected scene. That's when Uchiha Itachi is back. The person who discovered Uchiha Itachi was Uchiha Fugaku. And things have to be pushed to the first 10 minutes. Kitahara Kaede promised Sasuke to resurrect Uchiha Fugaku using Impure World Reincarnation. And it actually did, but Fugaku knew that Sasuke harbored hatred for Itachi in his heart. Then there will likely be a situation where brothers can kill each other in the future. Even if Itachi didn't kill Sasuke, Sasuke would kill him. It wasn't what Fugaku wanted to see. Moreover, Itachi has already borne enough as the executioner, and Fugaku also feels sorry for the child. But as Kitahara Kaede said, the Uchiha clan's genocide has been known to the whole village. Along with the genocide, no one knew that the Uchiha family had ever planned a rebellion. So, now with the new Hokage Jonin and then rehabilitating what's unrealistic, then it's better to let Itachi continue to maintain the dignity of the clan with a rebellious image. I'm sorry for Itachi, but Fugaku is a patient and hesitant person. So he accepts this deal. But I really don't want to see Sasuke continue to be hostile to Itachi. Definitely, when Itachi carried out the mission of exterminating the Uchiha clan, Sasuke must have known nothing. So it made him sigh. But Sasuke didn't know anything, which means Itachi kept the agreement with him. Knowing that Itachi would let Sasuke die at the beginning, considering the pride of the clan in the village, Uchiha Fugaku, 743, chose to commit suicide. 6 years ago, his strength was not low, and he even opened Mangekyo Sharingan. For the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan of Sengoku can already become an excellent Jonin, but if the Mangekyo is further developed, the number of people will be relatively small. Therefore, his Mangekyo had a great influence. If he hadn't given up, the Itachi at that time would not have been able to kill him. But the result is that the Uchiha clan rebelled, and if the rebellion failed, Konoha's entire village could be attacked by other villages. Then it is beyond redemption. This incident is just his speculation, maybe it won't happen, but he dare not gamble the whole village. So he chose to end his family. None of the Uchiha clan became Hokage, but they still loved the village. And now, this is the village protected by my Uchiha clan. He stands below the Hokage rock and gazes at the 6 Hokage statues on the Hokage rock. Sasuke's body is still depleted due to the duel with Naruto, so he still needs to rest. Fugaku himself stayed by Kitahara Kaede's side. Itachi's problem is not resolved, and he can't decide where to go. The world after death is too lonely, only by myself, and can't see anyone, so seeing Sasuke again, his heart is satisfied. But if the issue of fratricide is not dealt with, then, a cruel situation will definitely occur. So, have you figured out what to do with Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi? Kitahara Kaede said. Fugaku, Sasuke is very simple, he doesn't know anything, it doesn't matter if he doesn't know. He just needs to know that the Uchiha clan has not betrayed and maintained the pride of the clan. As for Itachi, I would choose to kill Itachi, Fugaku said. Kill Uchiha Itachi. Kitahara Kaede looked at the nearly 40-year-old uncle. He has a hulking figure, and his face doesn't look handsome, but his eyes reveal a calm temperament. Yes, Fugaku nodded. As long as you kill Itachi before Sasuke, then Sasuke doesn't have to kill Itachi. Kitahara Kaede nodded. That's weird. Because isn't this just finding the problem and then solving the person who raised the problem? Did you say there was no problem then? Have to say, although the Uchiha family is miserable and tragic, but they also have a great relationship with their patriarchs. Like Fugaku's solution just now, it's a very low-level way. Are you going to do it yourself? Kitahara Kaede said. If necessary. Fugaku nodded seriously. Kitahara Kaede. So Kitahara Kaede took Fugaku with him. The Uchiha family is indeed a family with brains, and the solution to the problem is either killing or committing suicide. It seems that if it is not protected, it will become extinct by itself. However, I agree with your proposal to kill Itachi. Kitahara Kaede said. However, after his death, he will appear as Anbu. It means. Fugaku's eyes widened, and Kitahara Kaede went on to say, Uchiha Itachi must be a loyal dog to the village. But for the Uchiha clan, it is an unkind sinner. He's got 6 years of guilt and that's enough. So I set him free. Dying once is to repay the dissatisfaction of the Uchiha family members, and being filthy, then I will give him a chance to live again. Kitahara Kaede said. Uchiha Fugaku, on the other hand, adopted the salute of superiors and subordinates at once. Thank you very much Kitahara-sama for giving Itachi a chance. Fugaku said, and this is sure to be Itachi's chance to stand beside Sasuke and in front of his clan again. And the above is what happened before Kitahara Kaede and Fugaku came to the three-color meatball shop. It's just that the two of them didn't expect that they would just talk about killing Itachi, and then meet the living and grown Uchiha Itachi so quickly. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Namikaze Minato. Phew, I feel at ease now. Namikaze Minato. Although it was previously speculated that Fugaku's idea might be to kill Itachi. But it was too cruel for Itachi. Big Pillar Hanhan. Yes, the village is sorry for the Uchiha clan. Senju Tobirama. Why don't Danzo and the others go to raise ducks? It's just that raising pigs makes me feel uncomfortable. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. The older leftover girl who can't get married. Master Izuna, what's wrong with you? Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Why is the brain circuit of the descendants of the Uchiha clan like this? Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Just now Uchiha Fugaku wanted to kill his son to prevent Urzuzi from taking revenge. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. It's like doing it yourself, and then all the hatred is attracted. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. I think their brains are not normal. Senju Tobirama. Your Uchiha clan is all neurosick and paranoid. Senju Tobirama. That's why I don't want them to go to the battlefield. Senju Tobirama. The more you open Sharingan, the more bizarre your thinking will be. Senju Tobirama. Like the guy from Danzo said, there was Uchiha Shisui before Uchiha Itachi. Master of Illusion, illusion distinguished heavenly gods. Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama also opened Susan at a young age, but after being assassinated by Danzo, that guy wanted to prevent a family from rebelling. Senju Tobirama. He directly chose to commit suicide. He is the #1 master of Uchiha, so he feels that his #1 master is gone. Senju Tobirama. Then the Uchiha clan felt that their strength had been greatly reduced and they gave up their rebellion. Senju Tobirama. The normal operation should be to brainwash the people of their own family or Sarutobi first. Senju Tobirama. If you have the power, then you should solve it directly, instead of hesitating and then self-mutilate so quickly. Saying so, Tobirama patted his hand lightly. Shows action. Big Pillar Hanhan. Well, although the method chosen was a bit cruel, there are still many trustworthy people in the Uchiha clan. Senju Tobirama. Hmph. Originally, Tobirama wanted to say that the Uchiha clan are all born evil little ghosts, but now I know about these waves of Uchiha clan. It really can't be said that it's all the Uchiha clan's fault. His disciples have to bear a lot of blame. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. Well, since we had a face-to-face meeting, it is time for Uchiha Itachi to return to Konoha. Senju Tobirama. Onoki, you are quite right. Senju Tobirama. I speculate that Kitahara Kaede agreed with Fugaku's kill and resurrection in this wave in order to get Uchiha Itachi. Senju Tobirama. Kisame refuses to say, but Itachi is Konoha's loyal dog, so there is a high probability that he will give specific information about Akatsuki's organization. Senju Tobirama. Then naturally we can also collect the information of the leader of the Heavenly Dao Pain. Senju Tobirama. It not only solves Uchiha's problem, but also prepares for a rainy day. Senju Tobirama. It's really good this time. Namikaze Minato. Nadaime is very skilled in these things. Senju Tobirama. Well, it is natural. Senju Tobirama. I am the second person to join the group. Senju Tobirama. Then, Kitahara Kaede is still my designated 5th Hokage. Senju Tobirama. I don't know how to do it. The older leftover girl who can't get married. Terumi May regrets now, because if she joined the group earlier, maybe Kitahara Kaede would not be Konoha's 5th Hokage but her Kuritaker's 6th Mizukage. Wouldn't it be super interesting to have two shadows rule together with her? If you are tired, you can play with the young 6th generation. Then her life will become more interesting. But, observation of today's share Kitahara Kaede 3 hours and 1 hour left. A new group member was added because 3rd Raikage and 4th Raikage were depressed. Closing square bracket. Welcome Pain from the Akatsuki organization to join the Wanji chat group. This group is also known as Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. There will be 3 hours of observing Kitahara Kaide's requests every day. Then, please join the group, Pain. The system's prompt sound, on. But everyone looked at the information seriously at first, and then suddenly froze for a moment. Shuhei, what the hell? Pain, is that Pain from the Akatsuki organization? Shuhei. I'm going. At 8 Tails, Shuhei. At 8 Tails, wake up, Pain has joined the group. 8 Tails. Nani, 8 Tails. FK, it's the real Pain. It's the one organized by Akatsuki. Big Pillar Hanhan. Is that the one from Rinnegan? Namikaze Minato. Why, even Pain will join in. Namikaze Minato. At Senju Tobirama, Nadime. This, Senju Tobirama. I am also confused now. Senju Tobirama. Or me. Shocked now. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, shocked +1. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Ah, this. Isn't this a super bad situation? Namikaze Minato. Kakashi, take it easy, calm down, calm down. Namikaze Minato at Kurama. Kurama. What are you doing at Woe at this time? What can I do? Kurama. You didn't bring Pain in 8 Tails, did you? 8 Tails wrong, I was obviously absorbed by 10 Tails, but the beast is here, I don't know why Pain came here. 8 Tails. Could it be that I was absorbed and not let go? 8 Tails. Isn't this a bully-tailed beast? The small group of people immediately became chaotic. Because for them, it has been confirmed that the Akatsuki organization that collects tailed beasts and Konoha cannot coexist. Whenever they want to collect 9 tails, move to 9 tails. And don't say that Minato doesn't agree. 1st Hokage 2nd Hokage won't agree, even Kitahara Kaede, who was trained by Naruto as a thug, won't agree either. So the small group has already considered how to deal with the Shao organization. Then I also thought about holding a meeting in the group. Anyway, Kisame is an honest person, so I won't talk about it. Now Pain is at their base camp. Toxic. Therefore, the people in the group became confused first, and Nagato, who was far away in Rain Shinobi Village, clicked on the prompt interface of the system. Welcome to join Kitahara Kaede observation. _small group. This group ignores space, time, past and future, and connects everything together. You got AA vest Pain. Do you want to join the group? Nagato looked at the screen prompt in front of him. Hey. Nagato took a breath, he felt as if he was dazzled. Nagato, how do you feel? And 1.9 brilliance appeared in front of it, a few pieces of paper fell in, and then condensed into a beautiful woman with blue hair. This woman is about 30 years old, with delicate features, and a paper flower pinned to her blue hair. But there was no fluctuation in the eyes, as if he had lost his emotions. Yes, like him, after Yahiko died, the two of them became the walking dead. And now, just to fulfill Yahiko's ideal, world peace. The three of them all had tragic war-torn childhoods, so they wanted to yearn for peace and establish the Akatsuki organization. But Yahiko's way of talking through mouth-to-mouth failed, and he paid his life for it, so at that time, the two knew that only absolute strength can make others shut up. Mouth. Therefore, Nagato's goal is to collect all the tailed beasts and give them to Geto statue, thus holding the strongest power. But both of his legs were also injured when Yahiko died and he couldn't move. That's why he uses the power of Rinnegan to control 6 paths Pain. Among them, Tiandao Pain uses Yahiko's body, and it is also a respect for Yahiko, allowing Tiandao Pain to continue to serve as the leader of the Akatsuki organization as an image. But now, the choice that appeared in front of my eyes seemed to be, continue to use the way of mouth-to-mouth peace talks. And this way, who would agree? Thinking of this, Nagato wanted to refuse, but he accidentally discovered that there seemed to be some people in the group, and then there were some interesting tailed beasts. Do you choose to join the observation Kitahara Kaede? _small group. Yes, Nagato clicked yes, but also at this time. Observation Kitahara Kaede _small group. Welcome Pain to join the small group. Current number of people in the group +6. It can also be regarded as the number of people in this group +1. Chapter 072 Pain. Konoha will perish in 3 months. Seek full order. Everyone was a little confused. The number of small groups that observed Kitahara Kaede were 1st Hokage, 2nd Hokage, Uchiha Izuna, Kakashi, Namikaze Minato, Might Guy. Then there are other ninja villages, 2nd generation Raikage, 4th Kazekage Luo Sand, Mizukage Terumi Mei, Honest Bama, 3rd Tsuchikage Dayin Yu. Finally, there is the tail beast type. Kurama, 1 tail, and then 8 tails. There are 15 people in total. But now, with the addition of Pen 6 paths, the situation changes immediately. Number of people in this small group +1. Number of people in this small group +6. Became such a state. So, did Pen 6 paths join alone? Or did 6 people join? Very weird. 4th Raikage. Ha, there is a grievance and a debtor. Pain, you are here. Heavenly Pain. 3rd Raikage. This is the leader of the Akatsuki organization, the guy who killed my son. When he found out that the murderer had joined the group, 3rd Raikage didn't get angry because of the destruction of Cloud Shinobi Village, and immediately stood up annoyed. In a small group, you can release your coercion. So, 3rd Raikage. My son and I cooperate. 4th Raikage. Good. So the power of the 2 Raikages, known for their explosive combat power, exploded. There was a strong force. The older leftover girl who can't get married. Is this the strength of Cloud Shinobi Village? Older leftover women who can't get married, they were all of a sudden before, which made me misjudge their strength. 3rd Tsuchikage Dayin Yu. 3rd Raikage fought hard with my 10,000 ninjas in Iwagakure for 3 days and 3 nights. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. So of course not weak. Opening square bracket ... The rest of the people watching a play. Heavenly Pain. Tiandao Pain found that this group was a little different. Because not only he, a living person, came in, but even saw some dead people. And some of these people are alive and some are dead. And then, there is actually a tailed beast. The state of the tailed beast is the same, like 8 Tails was sucked away, but 8 Tails is still here. At this time, it seems that 14 is that the 2 generations of Raikage's father and son have come to him. Raikage has always been physically tough and terrifying, and can even directly confront tailed beasts. And 3rd Raikage also had the experience of directly fighting 8 Tails unarmed with 8 Tails, and then knocked 8 Tails down. And his son I may not be as good as his father, but he was also taught by 3rd Raikage I, so how could it happen? However, the Raikage father and son Pain, who faced the shock, showed no expression. Heavenly Dao Pain, Shenluo Tianjiang. When Raikage and his son were about to get close to Pain, their bodies were instantly bounced off. And Tiandao Pain was unscathed. Big Pillar Hanhan. Is this the power of Rinnegan? Senju Tobirama. I have never seen this kind of ninjutsu. Senju Tobirama. It is as if an absolute repulsive force is generated to bounce off attacks and people. Big Pillar Hanhan. If it is rebound ninjutsu, then Madara's Uchiha Homura fan can do it. Big Pillar Hanhan, but the current physical attack bounces back, so I don't understand. Namikaze Minato. If this is the case, then my Flying Thunder God wonders if I can mark him. Namikaze Minato. Because as long as I am found, I will be bounced. Brother of Senju Hashirama, but if this kind of skill is used, there must be a cooling time. Senju Tobirama. Makes sense, you will finally use your brain to think. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, %. Izuna made a series of unplayable remarks, seemingly full of anger at Senju Tobirama. Namikaze Minato. Well, let's try our best to test the strength of this Heavenly Dao Pain first. Namikaze Minato. If you get a weakness, you can defend it. That's a good offer. Although this here is a small group, everyone is in the state of soul body and will not interfere with reality. But, weaknesses exist in reality. If you think about it this way, then don't be afraid, just go straight to find the weakness of Tiandao Pain. Shuhei. If this is the case, then I will come first. Shuhei got motivated. Seeing the 8 Tails, it was immediately cold, but the goal of the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Tiandao Pain, is to collect all the tail beasts and make them into 10 tails. Is this okay? Then it is uncertain when to catch it. Or, 1 tail is super dangerous. 9 Tails is surrounded by Hokage and Kitahara Kaede. Because 9 Tails is considered Konoha's property. So, if you want to move, you must kill someone. But what about its 1 tail? Even if you want to cover Sand Shinobi Village, you can't help it. Because the 4th Kage is cold, and even if it is not cold, the wind shadow is weak. So, the easiest thing to do right now is, to play a game first. Don't be afraid if you can beat it. Let's test first how much is the difference between its power and Heaven's Pain. So, Shuhei. Change me. The surrounding scene changes. Tiandao Pain was in the void, and Shuhei also showed his figure. It looks like a huge civet cat, its body is covered with wrinkles, and its body looks like it is piled up with sand. Shuzuru knows ninjutsu, will win style, but this is not the time to use ninjutsu. Its mouth opened and turned into a circle, while the black and purple tailed beast bomb condensed. Senju Tobirama. This is tailed beast bomb of tailed beast. Namikaze Minato. Well, I learned from tailed beast bomb and developed Rasengan. Senju Tobirama. Do you also develop ninjutsu in 4th generation? Namikaze Minato. Well, although I am a little immature, I am still interested in these things. Senju Tobirama. Then next time we two have a good chat. Senju Tobirama. As long as you don't change other people's ninjutsu and develop your own, I think you are a good boy. Shuhei. Hello. Now it's the only one playing seriously, and everyone else is just watching. Don't you Konoha join in? He suddenly felt that he was alone and weak. Kurama. It seems to be very interesting, so I will come too. And 9 Tails suddenly spoke. Then the claws of 9 Tails' body scratched the ground. Then head up, gathering the purple-tailed beast bomb. Experts will know if there is one as soon as they make a move. If Shuzuru's tailed beast bomb is the size of a ping-pong ball, then 9 Tails is the size of a watermelon. 8 Tails. Come, I will come too. 8 Tails, who was caught and fed to 10 Tails, also felt very resentful. 8 Tails also condenses a basketball-sized tailed beast bomb. Shuhei. Shuzuru noticed the tailed beast bomb of his companions. Unexpectedly. Bigger than it. Shuhei. Tailed beast bomb doesn't mean that the big ones are powerful, but the concentrated ones are the essence. The tailed beast bomb that slammed the crane twice has been condensed. So the 3 tailed beasts condensed out the tailed beast bomb towards the Heavenly Dao Pain. Tiandao Pain's expression is still indifferent. Tiandao Pain, is this the power of your tailed beasts? Tiandao Pain, yes, it is very weak for ordinary ninjas or small countries. Tiandao Pain, but, for God, these are just trivial tricks. Tiandao Pain, can you understand pain? Senju Hashirama's younger brother, God, is he calling himself? The old leftover woman who can't get married, she's too proud and confident. But brush up, everyone found a new figure appeared around Tiandao Pain. Slightly chubby, wearing Akatsuki's costume, and then opened his eyes. He is also the same Rinnegan as Tiandao Pain. Namikaze Minato. Isn't Rinnegan just one person? Dazuzi Hanhan. I have never seen this scene. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. I suddenly feel that there are no tailed beasts in my ninja village. Onogi felt a headache. The older leftover girl who can't get married. My Kurigakure's 3 tails are probably gone. Tiandao Pain, is it someone from Kurigaku? Yes, I have arranged for 3 tails to be captured. Tiandao Pain and now. Pain didn't speak, but the tailed beast bomb of the 3-tailed beasts had already come in front of him. The hungry Kido in front of him raised his hands, and the tailed beast bomb usually explodes when it encounters a target, but it's different now. The tailed beast bomb was attracted to his hands, and the more he sucked, the more the tailed beast bomb actually decreased in size. Then it snapped and disappeared, completely absorbed by the hungry Kido. Pain hungry Kido, every other. Pain was so hungry that Kido actually burped. It's like tasting a meal stuffed into a pile. Heavenly Dao Pain. The tailed beast bomb of the tailed beast is nothing more than that. Tiandao Pain, as long as it is chakra, then there is nothing special. Kurama. This guy's attitude is comparable to that of Uchiha Madara. Shuhei. Worry. Shuhei also cursed, because what is going on with these people, why can tailed beast bomb be absorbed? Big Pillar Hanhan, so the function and effect of this pair of Rinnegan may be beyond our imagination. Big Zuzi Hanhan, but, Dazuzi Hanhan, since you are here, don't leave. Since it is not good for Konoha, then I will definitely not sit idly by. A powerful and terrifying aura erupted from Senju Hashirama's body. Everyone felt the coercion from the god of ninja for the first time. Heavenly Pain Hmph. However, Tiandao Pain looked in the direction of first Hokage. His face remained indifferent. Tiandao Pain, it seems to be Konoha's first Hokage. Tiandao Pain, I won't fight with you, you will show up when you have the ability. Pain is not stupid. Although 6 paths can join the group, the more you call, the more your information will be exposed. This is the age of the ninja, and information analysis is very important. He didn't want to capsize in the gutter. So, Tiandao Pain, you talk about Konoha, then I will come. Tiandao Pain, after all, 9 Tails is still here. Tiandao Pain, speaking of which, my parents were killed by your Konoha ninjas. Can you feel the pain? No. Tiandao Pain, so, 3 months later, I will come to destroy Konoha. Heavenly Wei Pain also, at Gonzong Wei Xian. Tiandao Pain, you have been here for a long time, it's time to come back. Tiandao Pain, don't forget, your goal is also world peace. Tiandao Fu at Yisha Wei Xian. Mr. Itachi, I did all the co-authoring tasks alone. Understood. First, caller. After the conversation between the two, everyone found that new information popped up in the small group. Dried persimmon ghost shark exits to observe Kitahara Kaede, small group. Closing square bracket. Tiandao Pain withdraws to observe the Kitahara Kaede, group. Closing square bracket. Currently there are 14 members in the group. Closing square bracket. One of the pornographic, gambling and drug attributes will be added to the group. Closing square bracket. Please choose. Closing square bracket. Requirements for joining the group. Cage level is required. Closing square bracket. Attribute pornography, gambling and drugs, only choose one person. Closing square bracket. Everyone realized that before they had time to be surprised that Pain had withdrawn from the group. They also found that 3 options for pornography, gambling and drugs appeared in front of them. Big Pillar Hanhan. And isn't this attribute an attribute that Guishong and the others could choose when they joined? Peace pornography and gambling strongest honesty stupid loyalty. Big Pillar Hanhan, wait a minute, I remember, at that time, the person with the attributes given by peace was called Pain, right? Senju Tobirama. Brother, I also remember when you said that. Namikaze Minato. That is to say, what Pain did just now. Can it be summarized by the attribute 230 of peace? Third Tsuchikage Onoki. I want to collect all the tail beasts to feed 10 tails, and then I have the same eyes as Sage of 6 paths. Third Tsuchikage Dayin Yu. If this method is peaceful, then. Senju Tobirama. Then it is the path of Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama. Brother, I suspect that there is a shadow of Uchiha Madara behind Pain. Senju Tobirama. It was confirmed before that the dead body after the decisive battle between Madara and Big Brother is gone. So it might be cheating. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. So how old is my eldest brother now? Third Tsuchikage Onoki. So Uchiha Madara is not dead. Onoki asked quickly. It was only then that everyone remembered that Onoki was very afraid of Uchiha Madara before. Beep. Please make your choice as soon as possible. If there is no choice after 3 minutes, the system will randomly draw candidates from pornography, gambling and drugs. Closing square bracket. Hint 1 next. Pornography, gambling and drugs represent 3 people. Closing square bracket. And has 3 new titles. Closing square bracket. Gambling. Not old. Poison. Not as good as. Yellow no. Oh, if it's about pornography, gambling and drugs, then it really doesn't sound good, but if it's changed to immortal, it's instantly compelling. Namikaze Minato. So who are these pornography, gambling and drugs? Then everyone remembered that when the system asked them to choose, they didn't hear the system explain the attributes of pornography, gambling and drugs. The result is there are 3 people. All 3 are disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen of Konoha. Respectively Senju Tsunade, gambling Orochimaru, poison, Jiraiya, yellow. Big Zuzi Hanhan, I'll go. Senju Tobirama. Is that what pornography, gambling, and drugs mean? It's actually Genga and my dirty Orochimaru. Namikaze Minato. Why is teacher Jiraiya Huang? How to explain this Huang? Gambling means that Tsunade is fond of gambling, and 10 bets and 10 loses, people give big fat sheep, but they have been obsessed with it. Closing square bracket. Poison refers to Orochimaru, addicted to immortality, researched and perfected living corpse reincarnation. And Huang is Jiraiya, who likes Tsunade but can't, likes to spy on girls' bathrooms, and at the same time makes money by writing about the emperor's uncle. Closing square bracket. Let's look at the introduction of the system together. Then, Namikaze Minato. Wait a minute, if Mr. Jiraiya represents Huang, then Huang actually means Uncle Huang. Senju Tobirama. When you said that, I also realized it. Big Pillar Han. So, Kakashi sees the intimacy heaven as the emperor. The old leftover girl who can't get married. Kakashi is looking at the emperor's uncle. Might guy. Hey, Kakashi, it's not that I don't hide it for you. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Well, everyone, the truth may not be what you see. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Maybe there is some misunderstanding. So, everyone knew that Kakashi was looking at the emperor's uncle. Kakashi died on the spot. .073 Jiraiya joins the group. Can pervy sage die? Seek full order, ask for automatic. Observation Kitahara Kaede, _small group. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Can everyone stop discussing the matter of intimacy in heaven? 6th Hokage Kakashi. Don't we have more important things to decide now? Although he felt that the eyes of everyone looking at him would change, and the shame in his heart would explode, Kakashi decided to change the subject. Because obviously he is the one who works now, he is the one who reads the documents, he is the one who collects the documents, and he is also the secretary, but why is he also the one who died in the company? Dazuzi Han, that's right, now we have to choose the candidates to join the group. Big Pillar Han. Pornography, gambling and drugs are the three disciples for the purpose of third generation. Big Pillar Han. Genga, Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Senju Tobirama. Orochimaru definitely refused, just like Pain just now. Senju Tobirama. As soon as he joined the group, he kidnapped Kisame. Senju Tobirama. But Kisame knows our information, so isn't this a direct leak? Senju Tobirama. If you are not a reliable person, then don't pull it in. Tobirama remembered that Orochimaru was Konoha's traitor, and then, he brought him out of the soil. Senju Tobirama. Do you have any objections? Dazuzi Han, since you said so, of course I agree. Namikaze Minato. I agree with Nadaime. Might guy. Understood. 6th Hokage Kakashi. I also agree. Kurama. I don't care, but Pain wants to extract the tail beast, so now I will stand on Konoha's side. Shuhei. Me too, me too. Shukaku spoke immediately. 8 tails. For me who has been drained, there is nothing worse than the current situation. Shuhei. Then you want to see labor and capital drained. 8 tails. 8 tails. Ah, Shuhei, are you scared now? Shuhei. Hee, afraid, labor and management have never been afraid. Shuhei. Labor and capital can't beat it, but labor and capital will never accept it. 8 tails. Yes, this is the momentum. The condition of the 3-tailed beasts is not very good, after all, it is the first time in thousands of years that they have encountered someone who can absorb their tailed beast bomb. This is an exaggeration, okay. And at this moment, people other than Konoha. The old leftover girl who can't get married. Oh, Kisame left the group just like that, it seems that I really can't persuade him to come back. The old leftover girl who can't get married. Hey, life is not easy, Mizukage sighs. He thought he could get Hoshigaki Kisame back, but when Pain came, he took Kisame away. It's just maddening. But seeing that the tailed beast bomb of the 3-tailed beasts couldn't pierce Pain, Tsurumi felt that it was still necessary to think long-term. Anyway, Kurigakure is no longer a tailed beast. 3 tails disappeared with the death of 4th Mizukage and then reappeared somewhere. As long as it is not in the village, then Kurigakure is not in danger. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. I can choose whatever you like. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. Although there are no tailed beasts in my Iwagakure, but our Iwagakure and the Konoha Alliance agree with your choice. That is to say, it is up to Konoha to decide who to join the group of pornographic, gambling and drug addicts, and they just follow. Big Pillar Han. That's fine, then get rid of Orochimaru. Senju Tobirama. Then choose Jiraiya. Big Pillar Han. Okay. Choose Jiraiya. Tobirama, didn't you choose a gang? Senju Tobirama. I know you want to see your granddaughter. Senju Tobirama. But this is an important time, any time is fine for reminiscing about the past. Senju Tobirama. Of course it doesn't mean that I don't want to see Akatsuki, but now I have to consider dealing with the Akatsuki organization. Senju Tobirama. Brother, have you forgotten what you said? Senju Tobirama. No matter who wants to deal with the village, then whether it is my friend, my brother, or descendant, then it is my enemy. Senju Tobirama. So this Pain has to deal with Konoha. How could I let him go? Now the village is the most important thing. Big Zuzi Han. Right. Namikaze Minato. Master Tsunade is a very good medical ninja, but he was abandoned for decades because of fear of blood. 6th Hokage Kakashi. To be precise, it has been nearly 20 years or almost 25 years since I haven't played a game. Dazuzi Han. Gone, isn't it just decades of no training? Then how do you fight? Dazuzi Han. So what happened to Ah Gang? Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Time is running out, I have to choose quickly. Izuna gave a hint, so everyone quickly pressed on Huang's body in the attribute of pornography, gambling and drugs. There are 14 people in this group, and 11 members have already made a choice. The selected attributes are 10 votes for yellow, 1 vote for gambling, and 0 votes for poison. Closing square bracket. Therefore, Jiraiya with the yellow attribute is selected as the qualified person to join the group this time. Currently issue a system invitation to Jiraiya. Closing square bracket. Invite pervy sage Jiraiya to the group. Closing square bracket. Congratulations to Jiraiya for earning the title of erotic sage. Closing square bracket. Jiraiya has not yet decided to join the group, everyone wait for 1 minute. Closing square bracket single quote. The system is disconnected after the notification is complete. But, 6th Hokage Kakashi. Phew, it turns out that Master Jiraiya's title is this. 6th Hokage Kakashi. I always feel that I am not the most social one. Yes, Kakashi just reads the Emperor's uncle, but Jiraiya himself is called a good SX fairy. There is no need to rob anyone who is more socially dead. Namikaze Minato. Teacher Jiraiya's title is Good Color Fairy. Namikaze Minato. It seems that Teacher Jiraiya has changed a lot during the years when I was away. Senju Tobirama. Hey, our Konoha descendants are all of this kind of virtue. Big Zuzi Hanhan. Well, it's normal for everyone to have a little difference in XP. I'm a little curious though. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. What are you curious about? Dazuzi Hanhan. Didn't everyone say that they all chose Jiraiya? But in the vote count just now, there is still a vote for Ganga. Big Pillar Hanhan. Kakashi. You said before that Gang is not married, right? 6th Hokage Kakashi. Well, it is like this. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Master Jiraiya is also single, so everyone always thinks that he is pursuing Master Tsunade. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Every year, some creditors will seek Master Tsunade, and Master Jiraiya will pay back the money. Big Zuzi Hanhan. Ah well, it seems that Gang is quite good at gambling. Senju Tobirama. Fortunately, I don't have the idea of training Gang to become Hokage. Otherwise, Konoha would have been gone by now. 6th Hokage Kakashi. However, from the information in the village, Master Tsunade has been in the short book street, and although she has given up ninjutsu and does not fight, she has created ninjutsu to keep her young. Big Zuzi Hanhan. Is that really the case? Namikaze Minato. Sashodai, what did you just say you were curious about? Dazuzi Hanhan. Just curious, Gang is still single, right? But everyone agreed not to choose her, but someone still chose her. Dazuzi Hanhan. So, is it because Gang can maintain youth and look beautiful, and then have any ideas? Dazuzi Hanhan. I won't allow it. Hashirama died very young, so he actually wanted to do his grandfather's duty. Namikaze Minato. This, although Mrs. Tsunade is very beautiful, but the gambling will make people retreat. Big Zuzi Hanhan. That's right. So this Jiraiya is also very strong. Senju Tobirama. I thought what you guys said, I gave Gang the vote. Big Pillar Hanhan. Huh. Namikaze Minato. Huh. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Huh. The old leftover girl who can't get married. Everyone is confused, because isn't it the Tsunade you said you wanted to vote away? As a result, you secretly voted yourself. Senju Tobirama. Because I know that you all will vote for Azuna, so my vote for her will not affect the result. Senju Tobirama. Backquote. Isn't this normal? Quote. Big Pillar Hanhan. I'll go, Tobirama. Then you should have told me earlier. If Ganga knows that I don't choose her in front of her and Jiraiya, she will definitely be angry. Senju Tobirama. Then, I don't know. Dazuzi Hanhan. Tobirama, you are super bad. Senju Tobirama. Well, I just like Gang very much, and I never thought that as a grandfather, you can vote Gang away. Dazuzi Hanhan. Tobirama, you really are a bad brother. Izuna is better. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Hey, don't mention me at this time. The small group suddenly fell into a discussion about the relationship between brothers, and everyone also found that Jiraiya had finally come. When Jiraiya joined the small group, 2 members had already left the group. That was Pain and Kisame. Kisame panicked and froze for a moment. Because he found himself under a tree, the sun was shining on the ground, and the tree was also covered by the sun, but because he was lying in the shade of the tree, his body did not feel uncomfortable. But the surrounding is not a scene of river water and leaves. He clearly remembers drinking water with Uchiha Itachi by the river, but now it is the completely opposite direction from Konoha. Could it be that? Ghost Shark held his eyes with one hand, so he fell into Mr. Itachi's illusion again from the very beginning. It should be like this, so Mr. Itachi can only be seen in the small group. It should be that Mr. Itachi used illusion on him from the very beginning, making him feel that he was going to Konoha, but the actual situation is that he never left here. I don't know if Mr. Itachi thinks the risk of going here is too great, or if he feels that his side is already suspicious of him and separated him. Kisame didn't know which one it was. But, it's just the scene seen in the small group and the analysis of Konoha's second-generation item Tobirama, so from today on, Mr. Itachi does not have a surname, but really returns to Konoha. As a loyal dog, he finally returned to Konoha, although this is still being used to provide information about the Akatsuki organization. But this should be better than Zaishao's organization. After all, Mr. Itachi still has a home in Konoha. If you only use dying once as the price, it's worth it. Kisame thought he would be angry when he found out that Itachi had been tricked again, but he felt his heart opened up. Hoshigaki Kisame. However, at this time there was a voice sound. Ghost Shark. Kisame noticed a sound from the ring on his right hand. This is the standard configuration of the Akatsuki organization, and now it can be used as a communication device. You come back now, Pain said. About targeting Konoha, I need information you already know. You have to know that true peace does not exist. Pain said coldly. Ghost Shark, yes, Kisame is an honest man, his heart is very empty, but he also has something to pursue. Mr. Kisame, then your life must be very hard. Closing square bracket. Kisame remembered what Kurigakure said when he was on a mission to kill his comrades. It is indeed very hard. The past cannot be changed, so what can be done is to work hard until the last drop of blood in order not to let others be the same as yourself. The leader said real peace does not exist, then it means that the leader wants to use force to obtain this peace. Because I stayed in the small group for a long time, although the leader is very powerful. But Kisame doesn't think the leader can win until the last moment. However, even if he knew that this road might fail, he would not choose to give up. Because he is Hoshigaki Kisame. Maybe the way to peace is different, but someone needs to fall down a different route. In the opposite direction from Kisame and Pain, a tall man stayed in a B&B with a view of the sea. He spread the scroll and took off the nib of a pen. A pen in hand is about to write. He is a writer. He has written many excellent works. From gritty ninjas to hot heaven, hot raiders. Some were entrusted to his heart's desire, some were just for fun, and some were just for the money. He is a writer and a ninja, and there is also a blonde girl whom I have loved since childhood. He loves Tsunade, since childhood, from the first time we met. But Luowa intends to be ruthless, he thought, maybe time can overlap love, but no matter how hard he tried, Tsunade would never look back at him. But he didn't give up. Tsunade abandoned himself because of the death of his lover, and then became addicted to gambling. This is not purely like gambling, but wanting to numb yourself by diverting attention. Lee Nojou, this is the performance of her inability to get out. Jiraiya thinks she understands Tsunade, but he can't make her like him. He will just wait for her, and then wait, that is, the silver hair on the head becomes white hair. Haha, Jiraiya laughed at himself while taking a sip of sake. But, sure enough, his task is not yet completed. Jiraiya sighed. He entered Mount Myoboku as a child, and was then tipped by the Great Toad Sage, who would hold the key to saving the world. In Great Toad Sage's prophetic dream, he will meet Destiny's Child and become Destiny's Child's teacher. And this child of destiny will become the savior if he guides it properly, but if he guides it improperly, he will destroy the world. Naturally, he wanted to develop in the direction of saving the world. As a result, I met Nagato and felt that Nagato was the child of destiny, but I received the news of Nagato's death during the Second Ninja World War. I think Minato is the child of destiny, but Minato also died to protect the village because of Nine Tails attacking the village. He is still looking for this child of destiny. Time is like water. When he thought about it again, he realized that he was getting old too. And at this time, congratulations on being selected by 1st Hokage, 2nd Hokage, 6th Hokage Kakashi, Might Guy, Uchiha Izuna, Onoki, Terumi Mei, Namikaze Minato, 9 Tails, Shuzuru, 8 Tails. Closing square bracket. Do you want to join the small group they are in together, Wanji chat group? This group is also known as Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Closing square bracket. This group unites the past, spanning time and space. Closing square bracket. So, do you want to change your fate? Yang. Jiraiya. Exclamation mark question 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 mark. He was looking for Destiny's Child, so, now there is an option that can change his fate. The dove occupies the magpie's nest. Chapter 074. The dragon swims in the sea does not welcome me, Jiraiya. Seek full order, ask for automatic. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Welcome Jiraiya to join the Wanji chat group. This group is also known as Observing Kitahara Kaede, small group, and will observe Kitahara Kaede for 3 hours a day. Closing square bracket. Jiraiya gets a special title. Good, color celestial being. At Jiraiya, since you agree to join the group, let's say hello to everyone. Accompanied by a system beep. Everyone found that there was a new change in the hints of the group members. There are 15 people in this group. Closing square bracket. After Pain's sudden appearance and dragging Kisame away, it was back to the 15-man state. And now, Namikaze Minato. Teacher Jiraiya. Namikaze Minato. It's me, Minato. Senju Tobirama. Although Sarutobi is terrible, the disciples he accepts seem to be not weak. Senju Tobirama. Jiraiya, your book seems to be well written. Big Pillar Hanhan. The person who introduced Senju Hashirama's younger brother is my foster brother, Uchiha Izuna. He is the younger brother of Uchiha Madara. Big Pillar Hanhan. He is not Tobirama. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. I don't want to know him on purpose. Also, this title is not what I want. Kurama. Jiraiya, since it is Jiraiya, then give me the key to the seal of that kid in Uzumaki Naruto. Senju Tobirama. 9 Tails, are you thinking something terrible? Namikaze Minato. Sorry 9 Tails, I can't let you out. Kurama. Cut. 9 Tails seem to overlap their paws directly, and then lay their heads down to rest. The Jinchuriki seal of 9 Tails was sealed by Minato of the Uzumaki family, who was good at sealing. Worried that Naruto was too young for Nine Tails to escape from prison, Minato put the key of the seal of Nine Tails in a toad of the summoning beast, and then sent the toad to Jiraiya. So it stands to reason that the key to the current seal is also in Jiraiya. Then, maybe you can cheat the key while Jiraiya is still in the group. But, the second sank. Big Pillar Han. Jiraiya, never give Nine Tails the key to unseal the seal. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Yes, Master Jiraiya, please don't let Nine Tails come out. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Not only will Naruto's life be in danger, but Nine Tails will also be beaten to death by Kitahara-kun. Everyone. Good color immortal. Ha. So, there are so many people here, let me clarify the situation before we talk. How say Shion Ren? And Minato, are you sure you are Namikaze Minato? Namikaze 290 Minato. Of course, Mr. Jiraiya, I am surprised to meet you again in this way. Namikaze Minato. If you doubt me, well, I invented a ninjutsu named Rasengan. Namikaze Minato. It took me 3 days to develop and master it, and Mr. Jiraiya asked me to teach you. Namikaze Minato. Then if you learn it, it seems that it took a good color immortal. Ah, Minato, I know it's you. Good color immortal. I know this is your deity. Good color immortal, so what this small group is telling is the truth. Realizing that he secretly learned the skills of his disciples, and then spent a month to master the scandal, Jiraiya hurriedly began to read the information given by the system more seriously. This is to observe the Kitahara Kaede love group. There are 3 hours of observation time every day, and there are 30 minutes left today. This group ignores space, time, the future, and even death. Closing square bracket. This group will link past, present, and future members, so if you see deceased people, please don't be surprised or treat them differently. Closing square bracket. The explanation of the system is quite clear. And Jiraiya also found that what she saw at the beginning, Minato, 1st Hokage, 2nd Hokage, and 6th Hokage Kakashi were all true. #B. Good color immortal. I finished reading the information. Jiraiya's mood also became agitated. Originally, he thought he was the one who accepted the prophecy of the great Toad Sage, but he never succeeded. So, the sudden appearance of the system in the chat group made him very confused. But, can communicate the past or the future, then this may not be an option. And, so, do you want to change your destiny? This sentence is very subtle. It seems that if he does not join the group, it will become very bad. Will he die halfway? How is this possible? Jiraiya laughed twice. Good color immortal. Although everyone's address is subtle, I will introduce myself first. How say Shion Ren? One of the disciples of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen from Konoha, known as one of Konoha Sannin, and then Big Pillar Han. Oh, the 3rd generation has fallen now, and it is now the 5th Hokage's world. However, Jiraiya's self-introduction was interrupted. 7. Good color BEBC immortal. Okay, so you are Big Pillar Han. Senju Hashirama. Good color immortal. Good color immortal. Ha, then I will reintroduce. Good color immortal. I am a little girl from Konoha. You are not rushing. Congratulations to Jiraiya for winning the title of Good Color Fairy. Closing square bracket. Congratulations to Jiraiya for getting the special entry effect. Closing square bracket. Yulong Angelica C. The sea does not welcome me, Jiraiya. Jiraiya was immediately surprised to find that green and blue Madara fonts appeared around her soul body. And these fonts are, Yulong Angelica C. The sea does not welcome me, Jiraiya. Closing square bracket. It's obviously just a short sentence, like an evaluation, but it has more feeling than the millions of words he wrote. It seems to be full of life. He made a move. So, he, Tsunade's licking dog, who has never done anything, even the search for the son of prophecy. Can he get this kind of evaluation? 6th Hokage Kakashi. This scene is very similar to when Guy entered the stage. Senju Tobirama. Does that mean that Jiraiya is recognized by the system as having a high achievement? Senju Hashirama's younger brother. There is a possibility. Blue Beast is someone calling me? Along with the voice of Might Guy, everyone found that when Might Guy joined the group, there were also special effects words on his body. The morning is a peacock and the day is a tiger, and the night is the power of a Night Guy Emperor. These words are the skills of his 8 inner gates, but the skills alone make people feel extraordinary. Senju Tobirama. You two hang up, go away. Tobirama felt dissatisfied, because although Big Brother and Uchiha Madara created Konoha, isn't he responsible for the subsequent development? Who made the Anbu system? He did. Who established Konoha Hospital? He built it. Who runs Ninja School? He did it. Who asked to open Konoha's library? He drove it. So, didn't he do everything? But, nothing. Until now it is still a title of Senju Tobirama. The old leftover woman who can't get married. It seems that Konoha has produced a lot of outstanding talents. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. This is true, I have heard the title of Konoha Sannin before. How say Shion Ren? At the old leftover girl who can't get married, you are 5th Mizukage, right? The old leftover girl who can't get married. Older leftover woman who can't get married. First of all, I'm not interested in other men. Older leftover woman who can't get married. Even if I can't get married, it doesn't mean I'm begging for someone. Namikaze Minato. Hey, that means Mr. Jiraiya flirted with Mizukage. Good color immortal. I'm not this kind of person. Jiraiya's usual style is a bit exaggerated, but what he doesn't want to say is that he is still an old virgin until now. So he just has a bad review, but he is still very clean. I like to peek at women's bathhouses, but I'm still very upright. Good color immortal, it's just that your titles are very strange, so I want to confirm your identity. Good color immortal. It looks like a blue beast. This is Might Guy, the one who used to follow Kakashi. Pervy Sage. Then 6th Hokage Kakashi. By the way, Kakashi, you have become Hokage. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Yes, Master Jiraiya, but this matter has changed too fast. In fact, I am also a little confused now. 6th Hokage Kakashi. As you may not know, Cloud Shinobi Village is gone. Pervy Sage. At this time, the system will give an additional prompt. There are still 30 minutes left for Kitahara Kaede's observation, because Jiraiya leads a small group, so special punishment is added. Closing square bracket. The contents of Kiss Paradise 1 written by Jiraiya will be passed on to group members to watch. Closing square bracket. Beep. The Intimate Paradise 1 has been uploaded to the group for sharing, and the group members are asked to download it by themselves. Closing square bracket. Quote. Jiraiya. Big Pillar Han. Isn't this the intimacy paradise I want to see? Senju Hashirama's younger brother. I'll download it too. Senju Tobirama. Let me take a look too. Older leftover girl who can't get married, then I'll download it too. Kurama. It's too boring, I'll take a look too. Shuhei. 9 tails, do you want to eat alone? I don't know how to read, so read it to me. 8 tails. 1 tail, you are 1,000 years old, you have to learn to write. 8 tails. Let me read it to you. 8 tails. Let me see, Ms. Azusa Yano, I love you. I want to fall asleep on your bosom like a goddess of harvest every night. 8 tails. What is this writing? 6th Hokage Kakashi. I'm sorry Master Jiraiya, I can't save you. Pervy Sage. Quote. Jiraiya. Namikaze Minato. It turns out that Mr. Jiraiya wrote these contents. A little surprise to me. Dazuzi Han, isn't this very touching? Senju Tobirama. Brother, aren't you ashamed to see these? It's all love and love. The old leftover girl who can't get married, so this is the little emperor uncle. I didn't expect my first reading experience to be at this kind of time. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Unexpectedly, he looks like a strong and upright figure. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. In the end, you are a big street. Good. Color Fairy. 78. Good color immortal. What is this? How say Shion Ren? Why do you want to show my intimacy paradise to all generations of Hokage? Good color immortal. Minato. Wait a minute, master, I am definitely not that kind of person. Good color fairy. It doesn't mean that if I write a good color novel, then I will be a yellow person. Good color immortal, please also understand me. Your master is really bad sexed. Good color immortal, I really want to escape from here. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Pooh. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Pooh. Kakashi was satisfied, this is what he just experienced. So, now that Master Jiraiya has come down in person, he really feels comfortable. Namikaze Minato. Now let's get down to business. Senju Tobirama. Yes, Senju Tobirama. Jiraiya, I actually have something important to ask you to join the group. Senju Tobirama. Before you joined the group, Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, came in and then used it again. Senju Tobirama. But he uttered cruel words, he will perish Konoha in 3 months. Good color immortal. What? Jiraiya exclaimed directly, because although he shouldered the task of saving the world and leading the child of destiny to the right path, he didn't forget that he was still a Konoha. That's why some people say, it will take 3 months for Konoha to die. Then how can you agree to such a thing? Then, after 2 hours, Jiraiya has returned to Konoha, standing shoulder to shoulder with Kakashi. Jiraiya looked at the surrounding scenery, and watched the people of Impure World Reincarnation talking or mixing with ordinary people. So, are you going to report Pain's matter to that Kitahara Kaede guy? Konoha has changed a lot. I didn't expect Nadime's Impure World Reincarnation to be used like this. Jiraiya said, the things of the small group cannot be disclosed to others. Kakashi said, however, small group members can chat with each other. Also, we just want to inform Kitahara Kaede about Pen's affairs. Also, we have to get information about the Akatsuki organization from Uchiha Itachi. Kakashi said, although the people in the small group are all soul bodies, Pain's soul body can actually absorb 9 tails, 1 tail, and tailed beast bomb from 8 tails. Jiraiya, this is going to be difficult. Because, this is like a power that goes against the understanding of ordinary ninjas. It has to be taken seriously, Jiraiya said. But is your body okay now? Kakashi said with some concern, because Jiraiya's body has some bloodline on it. Well, because Jiraiya's body used the reverse summoning technique summoning to Mount Myoboku, and when asked Mount Myoboku's Toshima Immortal to give him reverse summoning to Konoha. 2 consecutive reverse summoning, although not dead, but the load on the body is indeed too great. He's coming towards us, Jiraiya said. They saw Kitahara Kaede walking straight. Yes, did you hear our conversation? Kakashi said hesitantly, but at this time Kitahara Kaede has come to Jiraiya. Then he took out a copy of Kissing Paradise 3 and handed it to Jiraiya. Please sign it, Kitahara Kaede said, Jiraiya, okay. Jiraiya froze, but signed his name. Because he never thought that Kitahara Kaede was actually his fan, and then he wanted his autograph. But just thinking about it, I found that Kitahara Kaede handed the book directly to Kakashi next door. Huh, Jiraiya froze for a moment. And Kakashi was stunned for a moment. Didn't you always want to get Jiraiya's autograph? Kitahara Kaede said. That's the truth, Kakashi said quickly. It was so touching, Kakashi said. X2, Chapter 075 Sasuke. I don't want to use Itachi's eyes. Seek full order, ask for automatic. After Kitahara Kaede handed Kakashi Jiraiya, the kissing paradise signed by the author himself, and then began to look at Jiraiya. Jiraiya should be around 50+ years old now. He is tall and tall, wearing a forehead protector with the word, oil, written on it. Has a head of white long hair, the hair is very long, all the way to the waist. There are red marks under the eyes, which get longer as he grows. He was wearing a red coat with brown clothes inside, clogs on his feet, and armor-like equipment on his hands. If you look at it from the eyes of ordinary people, this is a strangely dressed person. And Jiraiya was born in Konoha, and she is still a Sannin of Konoha, but the third generation's ability to manage the purpose is not very good. The three disciples, Tsunade is autistic, Orochimaru betrayed, and Jiraiya left. The current Jiraiya doesn't have the forehead protector wearing Konoha, but the forehead protector wearing the oil mark of the toad of Mount Myoboku. Does this mean that he is more of Myogi-san than the village Konoha? And while Kitahara Kaede was looking at Jiraiya, Jiraiya was also looking at Kitahara Kaede. In the small group, he has been informed of specific information by his predecessors, Kakashi and Minato. He already knew that Kitahara Kaede was the only successful wood-style experiment so far. At the same time, I also know that Kitahara Kaede has great strength. Although it is a test product, it does not mean that it will be weaker than first Hokage. And the most recent record is a 1-minute Ko of one-tail Shukaku. This strength, Jiraiya felt that she must not be able to. If it's just to confront Kamishozuru, then he can also ask Gamabunta for help, and then he needs the help of 2 old toad sages from Shima. Then he got the chance to turn on Sage mode, but in this case, he couldn't stop Shukaku from attacking the village with Tailed Beast Bomb. So, after all, the juniors are stronger. He recognized the strength of Kitahara Kaede. I also understand why Xiaochun pays special attention to him. However, Jiraiya still has feelings here. For him, whether it is seeing the Hokages who have made great achievements in the past, or the Minato who has passed away, he is very moved. Because, for Jiraiya, his life is actually quite regrettable. He is a crane tail, and the ninjutsu he learned at the beginning is the technique of throwing out kunaikwan. Of course, this ninjutsu is ridiculous. Then he got down to earth and became a ninja. To become stronger. At first, he just wanted to be popular with the girls and become stronger, but soon, he thought it was really okay. So he changed. He wants to be a peaceful changer and guide Destiny's Child to work hard to promote peace. And this is after exposure to the prophecy of the great Toad Sage, the action. But the result was, Nagato was found, and the Nagato team died. Minato was found, but Minato also died. Then, the sweetheart has been rejecting himself, and he can't stop his companion Orochimaru from going astray, so he is writing a novel, most likely he is escaping. He really didn't do anything. But, right now, he sees that he still has a chance. He meets the Hokages of the past, and then he also sees Minato who passed away. Originally, he joined the small group just out of curiosity, but now he finds that he seems to have found a reason to exist. Because, he has found the new son of prophecy. Then let me introduce myself. Jiraiya paused. I am Toad Sage Jiraiya. Yes, Kitahara Kaede said. Then you appeared here, did you get any special news? Exclamation mark. Kakashi froze. Why do you ask that? Jiraiya was also a little confused by being robbed. You are Sannin of Konoha. The third generation issued 17 warrants when they were in office, and you only come back when the village needs it. So it was only fulfilled 4 times. Then it means that your life is not just about staying in the village. So this time he suddenly appeared in the village, so he came back after obtaining information related to the safety of the village. Kitahara Kaede said, this is. Jiraiya remembered that she was still Konoha's ninja. Then I also heard an analysis like Kitahara Kaede. He looked at Kakashi quickly. If I hadn't heard this analysis, I would have wondered if Kitahara Kaede was also in the small group. Kakashi hastily showed the posture of indicating that these are all guessed by Kitahara Kaede himself. That's it. Well, you're right, Jiraiya said. I got some news. Like, how do you feel about yourself? Jiraiya said, I used to be the master of 4th Hokage Minato. Jiraiya smiled handsomely. Oh, Kitahara Kaede said, so you want to be my master? Jiraiya got stuck. Looking at Kitahara Kaide's experience, as well as Woodstyle's talent, Woodstyle's line of succession is not something ordinary people can possess. Destiny's Child will definitely be different. Therefore, he thinks that Kitahara Kaide's Woodstyle and small groups are what make Kitahara Kaede different. And those are the places that fit Destiny's Child. So, he really wants to directly fulfill the prophecy of the great Toad Sage to guide Destiny's Child. Then become the teacher of Destiny Child. This is his goal. But, Kitahara Kaede looked at Jiraiya's muscular body. Although it has deviated from the original work now, for example, he is a 5th generation instead of Gangsho, but it is not certain whether this Jiraiya will go to the village to investigate the news of Pain's 6 paths this time when he returns to the village. And he already knew the news, so Jiraiya's going was just a waste of life. Kitahara Kaede doesn't like trouble, but he also feels that life should be spent in useful places. So, I think when you pay attention to me, you should spend more time on Naruto. Kitahara Kaede said, you are the master of the 4th generation, a teacher for a day and a teacher for life. According to seniority, then Naruto is your grandson. When your master, the 3rd generation, was in power, he concealed the identity of Naruto's acting son. But everyone knows that he is Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Jiraiya. Jiraiya, is there such a thing? Jiraiya left the village early, and only received news of Minato's death later. He didn't come back because of excessive grief, and even if he occasionally completed the 3rd generation's mission, he would use a written form instead of returning directly to the village. So, he didn't know the things that Kitahara Kaede said. Naruto is optimistic, but he also needs affection. The 4th generation used the ghoul seal Nine Tails, sacrificing their lives and souls. The dirty soil can only produce unfettered souls, so we have to wait for a while before the king of the mausoleum can appear as the 4th generation. But since you're back, go and accompany Naruto for a while. I think Naruto will be happy to appear as a grandpa, said Kitahara Kaede. Hey you, Jiraiya froze for a moment. Then Kakashi-sensei, take Jiraiya to meet Naruto. He was arguing and refused to stay in the hospital, so he asked Jiraiya to stay there for another 2 days. Kitahara Kaede said, understood. Kakashi stuffed the love heaven that Jiraiya signed just now into his arms, and pushed Jiraiya away. And Jiraiya was a little confused by the news leaked by Kitahara Kaede. He didn't understand why Naruto was treated like this. And, Naruto, does this mean that Minato really used the name of the male protagonist in the story he wrote as the name of the child? Minato, he believed him so much. But he can't even protect Minato. So, now that Naruto is being treated like this, then naturally, he can't stand by. So Jiraiya was dragged away by Kakashi half pushed. Wait a minute, Jiraiya followed Kakashi and turned around for a while, and suddenly realized that she seemed to have been fooled away. So he quickly turned around and came back, looking back. Wait a moment, I still have important information to say. Is there any message more important than not letting yourself regret it? Kitahara Kaede said, Jiraiya, Jiraiya, yes, he regretted it all his life, and now is the opportunity for him to make up for Minato. And Minato is dead, although joining Kitahara Kaede to observe the small group can observe Naruto's state through the small group. But as a father, I definitely want to touch and guide Naruto. But Minato is dead and can't do it. But Jiraiya is not dead yet, he can still do it for him. Well then, I'll come. Jiraiya said, I will definitely come over tonight. Pain said that Konoha will die in 3 months, so there is still time. Jiraiya stole a sloth for herself. But Kitahara Kaede has something to deal with here. In the original book, Jiraiya appeared either with Naruto or with Akatsuki. And considering the possibility that Uchiha Itachi returned to the village, then Jiraiya came back because of the Akatsuki organization. Akatsuki organization. As a super shadow powerhouse, Kitahara Kaede felt that the matter of Akatsuki organization was not big. Asking for flowers, Nagato is, at best, the lowest level agent in Black Zetsu's micro-business scam gang. Then there are small agents. In the case of an agent, it can be changed at any time, or it can be dealt with at any time. Don't be so nervous. However, Sasuke and Naruto need to pay attention to it. Sasuke and Naruto have reached the level of Kakashi. But this is not enough. Naruto's strength can be guided by Jiraiya, another cage-level powerhouse. Or let Jiraiya give Naruto's exclusive skill, Rasengan. Naruto is most suitable for kidney and liver, or Super TM for kidney and liver. He is still thinking about whether to let Kakashi teach. Kakashi is Minato's disciple and should also be Rasengan. As a result, Jiraiya appeared, so of course Jiraiya was asked to teach. Kakashi is very good as a civil servant. If he is really asked to guide Naruto, then, after becoming a 5th generation item, he can't just show his face every day and then rest. He didn't really want to accept Hokage's responsibilities, so it was reassuring to have Kakashi handle the paperwork. And Kakashi was sent to either. Said he was going to face Hokage's mountain of documents. Kitahara Kaede's refusal, so of course Jiraiya was assigned to work. And now that Naruto is arranged, then, the other male protagonist in the original work. Uchiha Sasuke also has to deal with it. Lord 5th Hokage, Kitahara Kaede took a step forward, and a figure appeared from behind the tree. This is Uchiha's former patriarch, Fugaku. And Fugaku is carrying a person on his shoulders. This person is wearing a blue t-shirt with a pattern of a table tennis racket on the back of the t-shirt. 0. This is the sign of the Uchiha clan. And this person is Sasuke. Let's get started. Then, Kitahara Kaede said. Yes. Fugaku held Sasuke in his arms and followed Kitahara Kaede to Sasuke's current residence. And in this residence was lying a man with deep law patterns wearing a robe with red clouds on a black background. And this person is Uchiha Itachi. There was still a trace of foam at the corner of his mouth, but his body was already cold. Because Itachi probably didn't think that his favorite balls were poisonous before he died. And the person who poisoned him was his father, Uchiha Fugaku. And when Fugaku carried Sasuke back to the house, Sasuke woke up slowly. Well, Sasuke finally woke up. I'm not in the hospital. Father, What the hell is? When Sasuke opened his eyes, the first thing he found was that he had returned to the house, and then what he found again was the father who came out of the dirt and looked at him. Then, on my own bed, that man was actually lying there. The bad guy who would be afraid in his dreams, but also wished to kill, Uchiha Itachi, who he once called his brother. Sasuke, Fugaku said, sorry, I found Itachi sneaked into Konoha, and then did it without holding back. I'm sorry, Sasuke, for failing to get your revenge. Sasuke, in other words, Uchiha Itachi, who I always wanted to kill, was killed by my father. Sasuke has always worked hard as an avenger. As a result, the object of revenge was killed by his father. Sure enough, Fugaku said, I don't want to see you go down the road of brotherhood. Sasuke. Sasuke felt that his father's brain seemed to be seriously ill. But my father was right. Because the Uchiha Itachi genocide not only wiped out other people in Uchiha, but also included his own family and his own parents. So, seeing Itachi after his father was revived, of course he couldn't help but make a move. This is normal anger. But, I'm from Uchiha too, Sasuke said. So I will never forgive Itachi. Then, Fugaku said, just accept Itachi's eyes. Sasuke froze for a moment. Shall I take Itachi's eyes? I want to use this kind of eyes. Sasuke said immediately. Sasuke, your strength is not enough, so accept Itachi's eyes, he has already driven to Mangekyo. Fugaku said, no, Sasuke said, I will revive the Uchiha clan in my own way. Fugaku almost said that if the whole clan was wiped out, you can only open one Guyu, which already shows that you are not strong enough. But he chewed on this kind of words, but still didn't say it. Then, Kitahara Kaede stepped out from the side. I will show Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke, if you can beat him who is blind, then you don't need his eyes. Kitahara Kaede said big. Chapter 076 Uchiha Sasuke's Real Fragrance Scene. Seek full order, ask for automatic. Sasuke refuses to use Uchiha Itachi's eyes. But the current situation is that his father and friends let him use it. Sasuke. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke certainly knows that the eyes of Uchiha clansmen can be replaced at will, and if Uchiha's eyes are transplanted to other people, there will be rejection. But Uchiha won't. Although Uchiha Itachi's eyes have been opened to Mangekyo, then maybe it is possible to use Susanoo like Kitahara Kaede in the death forest of the Chunin exam. But, it doesn't matter, Sasuke said coldly, I don't need this kind of man's eyes. I'm not the same person I used to be, Sasuke said. I believe in my own strength. In other words, Sasuke feels that even if he fights against Uchiha Itachi's dirt, he will not lose. He already knew that the people in Dirty Earth only had 3 floors at their peak. And Uchiha Itachi was still covering his eyes, so how could he lose? I see, Kitahara Kaede said, then you go and catch a bandit, and tomorrow at 12 o'clock at noon, I will filth Uchiha Itachi. Yes, Sasuke calmly accepted the proposal. If it was his father's statement, he would definitely reject it. However, for Kitahara Kaede, he still believed in him. 18. This time is different. Sasuke feels that he has grown a bit. And, the filthy Itachi still needs to cover his eyes. Sasuke thinks, this seems to be a little underestimating him. Yes, in front of Kitahara Kaede, Sasuke is very weak. But Sasuke thinks it shouldn't be so weak. And people like Itachi will be brought out of the filth, so. If he loses to Itachi, doesn't it mean that Sasuke is not as good as someone like 683, Itachi? Bayuan-kun, you must have read it wrong. Sasuke secretly made up his mind. If you can't kill Itachi, then defeat Itachi. At this time, Sasuke burst out with a strong fighting spirit. Not only Uchiha Fugaku but also Kitahara Kaede found out. But, Kitahara Kaede. Looking at Sasuke's confident and calm look, Kitahara Kaede shrugged. Sasuke probably doesn't know that he has received so much attention in the original book, but he has never won a slap in the face with Urzuzi. Therefore, every time Zua's proud and confident appearance makes people feel uneasy. Kitahara Kaede put Itachi's body at Sasuke's house. And because of hiding the truth of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku still wears a mask when he goes out. But now Kitahara Kaede doesn't need his guard, he is doing the operation on Itachi's eyes. The process is somewhat bloody and Kitahara Kaede is not involved. Although Sasuke rejected Itachi's eyes, but, Sasuke, you are different from Naruto. Naruto has the potential to grow, but you don't. So Sasuke's thought to become stronger is not about hard work and exercise, but about replacing the Sharingan. Kitahara Kaede. Kitahara Kaede wrote these words in her diary. The next day, at noon, observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Dazuzi Hanhan, today's share is also here, so I can talk. Big Pillar Hanhan, I finished watching Intimacy Paradise, but I didn't expect that when I went back to the world after death yesterday, the downloaded Intimacy Paradise would come along with me. Big Zuzi Hanhan, relieve the boredom. Namikaze Minato, did you watch Shodai too? Dazuzi Hanhan, yes, I have changed my opinion of Jiraiya. At first, I will be a little embarrassed to read it, but it is very beautiful. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Right, so I am fascinated by his literary talent and plot, not because I want to watch. Might guy, Kakashi, are you okay? I always feel that your face is very red now. Namikaze Minato. Well, there are some confusing contents in it. Namikaze Minato. But this is teacher Jiraiya's book after all. Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Senju Tobirama, what are you doing? You are annoying. Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama. I want to say, obviously there is still the Akatsuki organization eyeing you, but you are reading books. Senju Tobirama. I don't even want to. Do you want a village? Big Zuzi Hanhan. This. Namikaze Minato. Well, then, Kakashi, how about the heavy love? Let's bring teacher Jiraiya to Kitahara Kaede. Namikaze Minato. So have you informed Akatsuki about the organization? 6th Hokage Kakashi. Yes, but Jiraiya was pushed by Kitahara-kun to take care of Naruto. Namikaze Minato. 6th Hokage Kakashi. I watched for a while yesterday, and then found that Jiraiya was pestered by Naruto to teach ninjutsu. 6th Hokage Kakashi. The professor is Rasengan, so now Jiraiya is not in the group because of people. Senju Tobirama. Ahau sei Shion Ren. Senju Tobirama. That's really the case. Not online. Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama. So where is Kitahara Kaede now? Beep. And the system made a sound at this time. Today's share of observation Kitahara Kaede has been open for 3 hours. Please activate the viewing option. Closing square bracket. The option of watching or not appeared in front of everyone. Then, a picture appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The location is the back mountain of Konoha, the valley of the end where Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama fought in the past. Mountain spring water hangs down from a cliff of tens of meters, and below, there are several people. A body of Uchiha Itachi, and then an offering. Yin Si Shu Chen. Reanimation Jutsu. The leader is using forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation. And this person is very familiar to everyone. It is Kitahara Kaede to be observed, and there are 2 people standing behind Kitahara Kaede. One tall and one short, one fat and one thin. This is Uchiha Fugaku and his silly son Sasuke. Fugaku has a bit of a brain problem, but he can still do things. The sacrifice let out a scream, but was covered with piles of things like gray paper solidified packages, and finally the figure of Uchiha Itachi sloughed out from the top. Senju Tobirama. No matter how many times I read it, I feel that labor and capital are geniuses. Senju Tobirama. Impure world reincarnation is a good thing. Namikaze Minato. Yes, Minato also thought it was a good thing. It would be nice if he could be reappeared in the human world by the filth earlier and then meet Naruto. He has never fulfilled his father's responsibility. Very sad. Dazuzi Hanhan. I miss this place very much. Big Pillar Hanhan. By the way, why are there 2 sculptures behind it? First Hokage said that there are 2 sculptures standing on both sides of the cliff where the spring water tumbles, and one of the sculptures is him and the other is Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama. Of course I did it. Big Pillar Hanhan. Then why does Madara have no head? Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama. At Kakashi. So what are they doing now? Everyone knows that Fugaku chose to kill Itachi in order to avoid the killing of the 2 brothers Sasuke and Itachi. As long as you kill Itachi first, Sasuke will not appear to kill Itachi. Then use impure world reincarnation. Dying once is an excuse for the ordinary Uchiha clan, but Itachi's own strength is not weak, so it can continue to be the power of Konoha. In other words, he was originally Konoha's loyal dog. Although he was fooled by the 3rd generation, everyone still recognizes his stupid loyalty. So back to Konoha, no one objected. Therefore, everyone agrees with the process of killing weasels and dirty weasels. But the problem is, why did it become the current scene? Yes, into the current scene. Itachi was surprised to find his father, Uchiha Fugaku, after Uchiha Itachi was filthy. Then Itachi was asked to cover his eyes, and then fought with Sasuke. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Then let me ask. Kakashi is offline, but soon reappeared in front of everyone. Valley of the End. Wait a minute, Bayuan-kun, what happened? Kakashi asked quickly. This is what the people in the group want to know. Ms. Kakashi, we are trying to persuade Sasuke to use his brother's Sharingan. But Sasuke seems to think it's not necessary. Kitahara Kaede said. Yes, Sasuke stared at Uchiha Itachi in front of him. Although it was 6 years away, he recognized it. This is Uchiha Itachi. Grim, nonchalant. The gentle and close brother who used to be a child is gone. I've grown strong enough that I don't need his eyes anymore. Uchiha Itachi. Itachi is a foolish and loyal character, but he is also a genius. In a few short sentences between his father and Kitahara Kaede, he has figured out what happened and what to do. One death is the price paid for the massacre of the village's Uchiha clan. And to be alive again, he still has the value that he must exist. And that value is letting Sasuke use his own eyes. But the problem is that Sasuke is very proud and unwilling to accept. Then the current scene will appear. Itachi wants to fight Sasuke. If Sasuke loses, it proves that he is not strong enough. Then he needs the eyes of his brother Uchiha Itachi. And now, that's what Sasuke wanted, to prove that he doesn't need Itachi's eyes. I'll break you, said Uchiha Sasuke. Weasel. 11. My stupid brother, don't be too proud. Itachi saw that Sasuke had become stronger. But, this kind of intensity is not enough. So he took out the kunai. Hmph. Sasuke rushed over directly. Itachi's body turned into a crow, and Sasuke was grabbed by Itachi's neck with one hand. It can be said that this meeting determines the winner or loser. Sasuke was a little confused. Itachi seemed to sense Sasuke's mood, so he let Sasuke go. Sasuke continued to charge and was 100% choked by Uchiha Itachi before falling into the air. So, Kitahara Kaede said, "Do you want to use Uchiha Itachi's eyes?" "No," Sasuke said, "I haven't lost yet. As you said earlier, it was the blindfolded Itachi and I who snored." Sasuke said, "And now Itachi is not blindfolded." Itachi, Fugaku, Kitahara Kaede, Kakashi. A small crowd of people. Senju Tobirama. I laughed so hard. How did Uchiha's kid keep such a grim face and say such shameless words? Older leftover women who can't get married. I have also changed my view of the Uchiha clan. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. That's not the case. These people are wrong. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Urzuzi, don't use my face to embarrass me. Izuna was annoyed. What's the matter with this guy who looks the same as himself? He's weak and likes to pretend. Don't you know that if you are weak, you will be beaten? As if to reflect Izuna's words. After covering his eyes, Uchiha Itachi hit Sasuke on off. Sasuke held kunai's fist and turned around, but Itachi's body turned sideways just as it was about to be stabbed, avoiding it. Generally speaking, masters either easily avoid other people's attacks, or avoid them when they are about to stab. And easy dodging is the difference in strength. When you are about to be stabbed, you can dodge with ease, and this is absolute crushing, because you can think about miscellaneous things in your mind before the opponent attacks, and then avoid it at will. That's the absolute difference. Quote. Sasuke has found something wrong. He quickly threw the shuriken at his brother, and then manipulated the steel wire. But, Itachi unhurriedly took out the kunai, then blocked the shuriken with a swipe, and even cut Sasuke's steel wire. Why, didn't you cover your eyes? Sasuke was surprised. Ferret, because ninja training is not just about eyesight. This and that may appear during the mission. So 4.8 Be prepared to lose sight. As for the martial arts duel with others, it is enough to use your ears to enhance your hearing. And then add intuition. Sasuke, you are far from enough. I don't know how much you haven't grown in the past 6 years. Uchiha Itachi said, shut up. Sasuke was dissatisfied. Then do you still want Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan? Kitahara Kaede said, Sasuke, I thought. To increase my strength, Sasuke said. Want to revive the Uchiha clan. So, I want. Sasuke said calmly. There was no shame on his face. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Big Pillar Han, I have changed my view of the Uchiha clan. Senju Hashirama, me too. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Ah, my face has been lost. I am almost a useless person. The old leftover woman who can't get married. But why did Kitahara-kun have to give Sasuke Itachi's eyes? Big Pillar Han. After Izuna died, Madara transplanted Izuna's eyes. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Is it really good to say this in front of my face? Big Pillar Han. Well, and I asked Madara, and Madara said that this is a secret art of the Uchiha clan. After Mangekyo Sharingan is opened, the eyes will be blinded if it is used too much, and it is transplanted. The Sharingan of blood relatives can continue to use it without blinding the eyes. 6th Hokage Kakashi. So am I. Going blind. Along with Kakashi's voice, everyone realized that there was a Sharingan from someone other than Uchiha's family. Chapter 077 The Great Ninja Director, Black Zetsu, maybe I'm watching you. Seek full order, ask for data. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. After the Kakashi bubbling, everyone realized that there is also a fake Uchiha family here. 6th Hokage Kakashi. At Uchiha Izuna, Master Izuna, will my eyes be blind? I have been using Obito's eyes for more than 10 years. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, Namikaze Minato. Take it easy, Kakashi. Namikaze Minato. At Uchiha Izuna, Master Izuna, please answer. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, Senju Tobirama. If you ask him, how could he know? Senju Tobirama. That guy was already killed by me before he learned Tsukuyomi after opening Mangekyo. Senju Tobirama. He doesn't know as much about Sharingan as I do. Senju Tobirama. But you still don't need to panic about this kind of thing, because you have used Uchiha Obito's eyes for more than 10 years. Senju Tobirama. If there is a problem, it has already been a problem. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. I don't think so. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. It seems that before I saw Kitahara Kaede, no one told me that the Uchiha family can drive a Susan. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. So, I think Kakashi is too early to feel relieved. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. There is only one reason why his eyes are still fine. 6th Hokage Kakashi. What? Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Kakashi, you don't know how to use Sharingan at all. Namikaze Minato. Ah, this. Might guy. Kakashi copied thousands of ninjutsu with Sharingan. Might guy. Kakashi is known as the #1 technician in Konoha who has learned 1,000 techniques. Might guy. So this is not using Sharingan. Can these things be done without using Sharingan? Namikaze Minato. It is possible. Might guy. So Kakashi can't do it. Can it be done? Namikaze Minato. Kakashi is my disciple, he is a genius. Namikaze Minato. At first, I took him over from the 3rd generation. The reason was that Kakashi's father passed away, so Kakashi needed someone to take care of his emotions. Namikaze Minato. But before and after Kakashi's performance as a genius. Namikaze Minato. He created his own ninjutsu, Chidori, at the age of 12. Senju Tobirama. Kakashi also created ninjutsu from 14. As a master of ninjutsu creation research, Tobirama is very concerned about whether there are people who like to study ninjutsu as much as he does. It's like finding a partner. Namikaze Minato. Yes, Nadaime, Kakashi created Chidori when he was 12 years old. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Chidori has now developed into Reikiri. 6th Hokage Kakashi. But Reikiri needs to use Sharingan to act, because the speed is too fast. If it's just ordinary eyes, then it can't keep up. 6th Hokage Kakashi. So, Master Izuna, isn't it considered that I have used Sharingan? Sharingan was given to him by Kakashi's companion Uchiha Obito. Sharingan will absorb a lot of his chakra, limiting his development in chakra and other jutsu. But he thinks he's doing pretty well. A name like Kakashi, the copy ninja, came out. Not only that, he also improved Chidori to be a stronger move to use with Sharingan. And are these not enough? Senju Hashirama's younger brother. To be honest, your control over Sharingan is stronger than that of Uchiha's double or triple hooks. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, but the real situation is not the case, because the ability to capture speed and see through ninjutsu illusions are the basic functions of Sharingan. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. It may be that the side effects will occur when Mangekyo Sharingan is used. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. So, Kakashi, although you feel that you are using Sharingan now, you are only using the basic functions that every 10 Kakashibo clans have. 6th Hokage Kakashi. So, my Obito's eye can use Mangekyo's ability. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. It's possible, but you have to think about it. If you're blind, there won't be so many Sharingan for you to change. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Senju Tobirama. Not necessarily, Danzo is not dead yet. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. No solution. Yes, after Tobirama mentioned it, everyone remembered. Come on, isn't there a Sharingan in Danzo? Danzo has 10 on his arm. And, everyone also remembered that Kitahara Kaede also installed the Sharingan given by Orochimaru during the Chūnin exam, in order to offset the side effects of using Mangekyo alone. In conclusion, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is dangerous. Whether the power is dangerous or the person using it will also be in danger. Because, I'll transplant it to you later, Kitahara Kaede said. Your body is not strong enough, so take a rest after the transplant. I will arrange for Uchiha Itachi to hide his identity and stay in your identity. Uchiha Itachi, Kitahara Kaede said, although it is in a dirty state, your eyesight has been affected. Then give Sasuke to you, can you take care of it? Ferret, Itachi was silent for a while. Okay, even in this state, I can beat Sasuke, so I can give him guidance. Said Itachi. Humph. Sasuke snorted loudly, but the amount of information is huge. Does that mean that the current Uchiha Itachi is actually half-blind? Then there is such a half-blind man, and chokes Sasuke 100%. Uchiha Itachi is very strong. 6th Hokage Kakashi. I suddenly discovered that other strengths of Kage level may not be just a code name. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, it's really strong, right? The level of taijutsu of this Uchiha Itachi is not inferior to me. Senju Tobirama. Wouldn't it be nice to admit that I'm weak? I'll say I won't lose to you. Uchiha Itachi's body skills are better than yours. Senju Tobirama. Your taijutsu only relies on Sharingan to react. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. What will happen if you don't hate me? Big Zuzi Hanhan. Well, two brothers, stop arguing. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Who do you call younger brother? Senju Tobirama. That is, you have that younger brother, so don't call me your younger brother. Big Zuzi Hanhan. This. Big Zuzi Hanhan. I have a headache. There are farces in Konoha every day, but for other ninja villages. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. It seems that Konoha has really declined in the hands of the 3rd generation. Although the side effect of the Sharingan of the Uchiha family is like hissing, it is also as powerful as breaking. Older leftover women who can't get married. Yes, Uchiha's Jonin is stronger than ordinary Jonin. And after placing Itachi in Anbu, who can't reveal his identity, Sasuke resisted but had to accepted his brother's Sharingan transplant. Itachi's Sharingan can seriously damage the body due to excessive use. But Sasuke and Itachi are brothers, so this side effect is offset. At the same time, when I can use these eyes, I will definitely be stronger than Naruto. Sasuke said with his eyes covered with a white cloth. Sasuke, can you keep your mouth shut? Kitahara Kaede doubts whether it is necessary to continue to support Sasuke. Because this guy will only set the flag of being beaten. It seems to be very difficult to save him. Kitahara Kaede came out from Sasuke's residence, followed by Itachi who put on a mask and put on Anbu costume. Just take care of Sasuke. Kitahara Kaede thought he would follow. You can write the matter about the Shao organization in a document and submit it. But Uchiha Itachi suddenly bowed on one knee. I am very grateful to the 5th generation project for taking care of me. I know that I can't see the direction of the road ahead. The only thing that can be done is to hope that Sasuke can grow up. But because of the genocide, I will not be forgiven, and I can only use hatred to hope that Sasuke will grow up. That's how the Uchiha clan grew up. Now I died once and came back to life, but I got the chance to stay by Sasuke's side. I am very grateful to you. Itachi said. No, Kitahara Kaede said, but I think the way you express your love is a little strange. If not changed, this guy Sasuke will definitely not be able to experience it. Ferret, Itachi doesn't deny that his character is a bit twisted. After all, few of his Uchiha clan are normal people. Shisui self-sacrifices for the sake of the clan, and thinks that if you want to open your eyes, you have to watch your companion die. The first thing you get when your companion dies is not sadness, but from the same clan you have opened your eyes, congratulations. The Uchiha family lacks empathy. Just insist on your own thoughts and then act, and then you are not understood. Thank you on the one hand. Itachi said, I didn't expect Sasuke's growth to be so slow. However, I came to find out that there is still one thing I need to tell you. Kitahara Kaede looked at him. When I was in the Akatsuki organization, one of the members of the Akatsuki organization was Black Zetsu, half white and half black, with an aloe-like plant behind him. He also uses wood style. At the same time, Uchiha reported earnestly, I tried to use illusions on him. But it doesn't work. Kitahara Kaede. In other words, you should pay special attention to him. But you can also incorporate this part of the information into the paper version that will be submitted to my Akatsuki organization tomorrow. Kitahara Kaede said, normally, but, please look into my eyes. Uchiha Itachi raised his eyes and said, his eyes are Mangekyo Sharingan, although his eyes were gouged out, but what came out of the dirt was not the state when the ninja died. It's his peak state. But the strength is only 3 levels of peak. But for the Uchiha family, their formidable pupil technique. Therefore, the effect of the current pupil technique has not weakened. Tsukuyomi, Uchiha Itachi uses illusion, observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Dazuzi Hanhan. Why does Uchiha Itachi use illusion on Xiaobeiyuan? Could it be that he wants to harm Xiaobeiyuan? Dazuzi Hanhan. So Uchiha Itachi is bad. Senju Tobirama. Probably not, by Kitahara Kaede. The treatment plan is perfect, it should be said that there is no place to be picky. Senju Tobirama. So this should not be what Uchiha Itachi wants to be detrimental to Kitahara Kaede. Big Zuzi Hanhan, then what is it for? Namikaze Minato. According to the Tsukuyomi used by Kitahara Kaede on Kakashi before, it should be that there are some things that Itachi is difficult to describe, and then use illusion to present them. Senju Tobirama. Does that mean it is important information? 6th Hokage Kakashi. What's wrong with me? And Kakashi was concerned that he was called by the teacher. Namikaze Minato. Kakashi, you heard it wrong. 6th Hokage Kakashi. When you say it, I really feel like there is nothing in my memory. 6th Hokage Kakashi. I really feel that I have lost part of my memory. Might Guy. Kakashi, there are some things you should not think about. Might Guy. I was a little scared when I saw those things. 6th Hokage Kakashi. So what is it? In Kakashi's doubts, everyone's vision changed. Came to a dark place. But this is no stranger, this is the space that speaks of Tsukuyomi. A faint light appeared, and the light source appeared, printing the figures of Itachi and Kitahara Kaede. Master 5th generation, Uchiha Itachi said, there are some things that cannot be described. So I can only show you the scene. 827. This is the room of Black Zetsu that I sneaked into. Information about you was placed in his room. With Uchiha Itachi's words, a room appeared before everyone's eyes. There is a small blackboard in the room, and some photos are posted on the blackboard. The photo is a growth photo of a child from 1 to 4 years old. The grade is also marked next to the photo. A photo will be updated every month. And the person in the photo makes people feel very familiar. Oh no, it's not familiar and not familiar. Dazuzi Hanhan isn't the person in this photo the little Kitahara Kaede. Senju Tobirama. Yes, it should be the growth photo of Kitahara Kaede. Senju Tobirama. Look, the photo when I was 3 years old was placed in the culture medium. Senju Tobirama. This should be a photo of the wood style experiment. Namikaze Minato. In other words, as the experimenter of wood style, Kitahara-kun is the only reason for the success. Maybe not just the reason for the experiment. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Maybe you really have to think this way. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. This Black Zetsu is in the Akatsuki organization, right? Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Pain has Rinnegan, and Rinnegan is the blood succession boundary of Sage of 6 Paths. At 9 Tails. Kurama, you asked me what I do, but I don't know much. Kurama. At 8 Tails, you come answer. 8 Tails. I can't help this time. 8 Tails. But I can't feel the chakra breath of Sage of 6 Paths from pain. And Uchiha Itachi went on to say, my lord, 5th generation. When I was 3 years old, I was in Konoha's laboratory. The person involved in the research at that time was Orochimaru. But, Black Zetsu's room has files from when you were 1 and 2 years old. As Uchiha Itachi said, Kitahara Kaede follows his messages on the wall. This got him thinking, why did he appear here? Of course it was because he stayed up late to do his homework and then died suddenly. But why is it a super shadow powerhouse after crossing over? Why can awaken the incomparably precious wood style in the original book? Because of Black Zetsu. Although Black Zetsu is an ordinary member of the Akatsuki organization, anyone who has seen Hokage knows that this is a person named Otsutsuki Chenchion. The weakest in strength, but the strongest in will. The only goal is to resurrect the mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya. It's like being a ninja director. Then a series of micro-business fraud chains of Black Zetsu Uchiha Madara, Obito, and Nagato were launched for this purpose. Everyone thinks they are good at it, but they don't know that they are all working for their own upper class. And now Itachi's conclusion is not very good, indicating that his identity here is related to Black Zetsu. So, he may be a lucky player on the road of working for the hard-hearted boss of Black Zetsu. But, feel sorry, he is not interested in working. It is impossible to work in this life. The factory has been turned up for you. Chapter 078 Mount Myoboku Practice, free from Sand Shinobi Village. Seeking automatic, seeking subscription. On the morning of the third day, at the Hokage office building. In the next reception room, high-ranking members of Konoha gathered. But this high level is not that high level. It's the power of the new Konoha. From left to right sits the tallest being in the village, 5th Hokage, and on the right is 6th Hokage. Then there is Jiraiya, one of Konoha Sannin, and Might Guy, who has a good relationship with Kakashi. Probably considering the importance of information, a total of 9 classes of Anbu members are fully half here, sealing the surrounding 3 layers and the outer 3 layers. After all, the topic I want to talk about now is related to the existence of Konoha. Kitahara Kaede forwards to Kakashi and Jiraiya, the Might Guy, information about the members of the Akatsuki organization submitted by Uchiha Itachi. And Jiraiya also submitted a material to Kitahara Kaede. The two sides exchange information. Jiraiya and Kakashi watched Kitahara Kaide's expression. Because this is a piece of intelligence where truth and falsehood coexist. There is only one sentence in intelligence. Akatsuki organized Pain to announce that he would attack Konoha in 3 months. As for the source, Jiraiya said that it was top secret information he had received, and for some reason he could not disclose the source. This is not the truth, but a fabrication. Yes, they are forbidden to tell others about the existence of observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. And, the object of observation is also Kitahara Kaede. It is uncertain what will become of the group after telling Kitahara Kaede herself. So the only way to tell Kitahara Kaede Shao organization's hostility is by deception. So I used Jiraiya, who has a clear source and 40 years of ninja experience. Pain announced in the small group that the news of the invasion of Konoha 3 months later has become the current pattern. In this way revealed to Kitahara Kaede. As a result, everyone found that this is feasible. But I just don't know how Kitahara Kaede will react. So everyone was a little nervous for a while. So this is accurate information. Kitahara Kaede said, yes, Jiraiya belongs to the kind of personality that is more optimistic, but she will be serious when she is serious. But when he found that being watched by Kitahara Kaede, he always felt a bit like being seen through. This is very strange. It's like joining the teacher's 3rd generation class for the first time, and then everything is leaked. Then I accept this message, Kitahara Kaede said. So, as the new advisor, what do you think, Mr. Jiraiya? Konoha is threatened by such an organization declaration, so you can't stand by and watch. Oh, Jiraiya drew out her voice. But he didn't listen to the rest of the words, he was stunned after hearing the first sentence. Because he was a little surprised by Kitahara Kaide's Jiraiya teacher. He has been sinking for most of his life and has been looking for the child of destiny, wanting to be the one who guides the child of destiny. As a result, he thought it would be difficult to break Kitahara Kaede, but, is it so easy? It was more of a surprise than a surprise. If he couldn't believe it at the beginning, he found out after seeing that Black Zetsu thing that Uchiha Itachi and Kitahara Kaede talked about in the small group. Perhaps this destiny child refers to Kitahara Kaede. Because everything can be matched. And now the attribute of being followed by the mysterious boss is added. In his novels, this kind of person is a very unique existence, and isn't this the protagonist? He doesn't believe it. What's wrong with you? Kitahara Kaede looked at Jiraiya's awkward expression. It seems like I want to laugh but I have to hold back and forced to pretend to be calm, and then merged into a very strange expression. No, I feel that a responsibility can finally be let go, but I have to bring it up again. I can't quite understand my own feelings. It should be said that everything feels great now. Want to laugh, Jiraiya said. He felt that everything was really great. Not only did he find Minato in the small group he joined by chance, but he also met the Hokage of the past. And Konoha has also been reversed chaotic reversed positive, and has been developed. Gain friendly alliances from Iwagakure, Kurigakure, and Sand Shinobi don't dare to fart here. Cloud Shinobi village is gone. So this is Yamato flat era. Ninja peace. So what is there not to face? Not only that, Thinking of this, Jiraiya suddenly froze for a moment. What's wrong with you? Kakashi also felt that the current Jiraiya-sama was weird. It is normal for Kitahara Kaede to call Jiraiya a teacher. Because Kitahara Kaede is in class 7, then Kakashi is Minato's student and Minato is Jiraiya's student. So tracing back to the source, it is no problem to call the teacher. But Master Jiraiya's behavior is too strange. No, I suddenly feel subtle, said Jiraiya. Because the prophecy he got from the great Toad Sage is, guiding the son of prophecy to the good side, saving the ninja world, and then gaining peace in the ninja world. But, Now Cloud Shinobi village is gone, and Sand Shinobi village, Kurigakure, and Iwagakure have all expressed friendship and alliance with Konoha. Then there is peace. Whether the ninja world is chaotic or not depends on whether the Wudon Ninja village is chaotic or not. Now that the Wudon Ninja village is not in chaos, isn't that the peace of the ninja world has been achieved? Has the world salvation prophesied by the great Toad Sage come to fruition? And what he wanted to do, guiding Destiny's Child ninja world peace also did it. B. Kitahara Kaede just called him a teacher now, so what role did he play? Question mark question mark question mark question mark. Did he really come in handy? Or is Kitahara Kaede not Destiny Child? But that's not right. Judging from all aspects of performance, Kitahara Kaede is the child of destiny. Isn't it because of him that so many people are connected? Jiraiya felt dumbfounded thinking about it. Quote, dot quote. Jiraiya, Master Jiraiya, Kakashi hastily patted him on the shoulder. What I want to talk about now is that pain will destroy Konoha. Jiraiya quickly came to her senses. Then he saw that Kitahara Kaede seemed to be waiting for him to speak as well. Ah, cough cough. Jiraiya quickly said, there is a 99% probability that the gauntlet written by the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Pain, is true. Then I thought about it, although I don't think you can't beat him. But I still feel that it would be better to increase my strength during these 3 months. So, Jiraiya pauses, I hope you can follow me to practice on Mount Myoboku. Mount Myoboku is one of the 3 great holy places, and the sage mode in it is very good, Jiraiya said. And Kakashi nodded aside, yes, this is the result of the discussion in the small group. Pain's strength is strong, although everyone also thinks that Kitahara Kaede is not weak. But, you see, the tailed beast bomb of 9 tails, 1 tail and 8 tails was killed by Pain, so it is necessary to strengthen your own strength against this kind of powerful enemy. Quote. Kitahara Kaede. Quote. Kitahara Kaede. Kitahara Kaede didn't speak. As for Kakashi and the others, they were looking at the materials organized by Akatsuki on the table. This information is very detailed, down to the members of the organization that Itachi detected, and then there are some important information about each of them. Attack mode, attack effect, even weakness and so on. It can be said that with this information, the Akatsuki organization is no longer scary. But Kitahara Kaede doesn't seem to want to talk about Black Zetsu, so the information sent by Uchiha Itachi also deleted the Black Zetsu matter. Everyone knows that. It would be a bad mood for anyone to suddenly realize that they were actually being targeted at the very beginning. So the people in the small group were also very quiet, and now waiting for Kitahara Kaede's response. Since Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, is here. Kitahara Kaede said, then it is reasonable to strengthen one's own strength. Like Mr. Kakashi's strength is not enough. Kakashi froze. It was like being shot in the back. After seeing Kitahara Kaede's fighting style, he also often doubts his own strength. Even thinking that Uchiha Itachi was standing in front of him, he might lose. I understand, Kakashi said, I will work hard to improve myself. Then I hope Sasuke and Naruto can improve as well, Kitahara Kaede said. Of course, Jiraiya said, all bred Naruto, I'm teaching him Rasengan now, but Naruto's talent seems to be not very good. Jiraiya said, one day goes by, you can only understand, and then you can't start trying. But this is a move his father researched and created. I hope he can master it, Jiraiya said. It's like inheritance. Minato created, he learned this as a master, and then taught it to Minato's son. This matter is also very important to Jiraiya. He hasn't been able to do for Minato what he hasn't been able to do for Naruto all these years, so he hopes to do it too. He'll have it, he'll learn in a week, Kitahara Kaede said. I believe so. X2. Both Kakashi and Jiraiya were stunned. They didn't expect Kitahara Kaede to trust Naruto so much. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Dazuzi Hanhan, I'm a little touched. I didn't expect Xiaobeiyuan to trust Naruto so much. Namikaze Minato. Me too. Namikaze Minato. I have discovered that Naruto has a deviation in the control of chakra. Namikaze Minato. Rasengan not only requires the ratio of chakra, but also requires extremely high chakra control. Namikaze Minato. Jiraiya learned this trick and used it for a month. So I think it will take at least 2 to 3 months for Mingbao to master. Namikaze Minato. So I dare not think that Mingbao can learn Rasengan so quickly. Senju Tobirama. Tobirama smacked his lips. He felt that Kitahara Kaede did not trust Naruto, but felt that Naruto had high potential at first, and then chose to cultivate Naruto. So if Rasengan can't even learn it, doesn't it prove that Kitahara Kaede's vision is poor? And watching Chūnin until now, has Kitahara Kaede missed it? No. In the last Chūnin exam, Naruto lost to Sasuke, but it wasn't because Naruto was weak, it was better to say that Naruto caught up from the tail of the crane, and he could see his potential. Therefore, he also believes that Naruto can learn Rasengan in a week. After all, this is the ninjutsu of the 4th generation, so it is Naruto's father's trick, this kind of bond will not be so light. Easy to fail. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, and at this time Onoki spoke. He has a fear of Uchiha Madara in the small group. Although he is a 76-year-old man, the shadow from the past has always affected him. But now is not the reason to mention these. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. I'm very sorry, one of the members of the Akatsuki organization is Iwagakure. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. The Deidara in it was cultivated by me as the next generation of Tsuchikage. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. So if Deidara invades, then I will personally capture him and bring him back. Big Pillar Hanhan. So, you are going to assist the Konoha Communist Anti-Shao organization. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. That's what it means. After all, it was Deidara who I indulged back then, so now is the time to let him go back. The old leftover woman who can't get married, leave the words of the dried persimmon ghost to me. The old leftover woman who can't get married, although I have persuaded him to surrender many times, if he also attacks Konoha, then I will deal with him. Might Guy. Then, I will ask you two to watch over Konoha. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, and Might Guy. You've done a good job with this proposal. Senju Tobirama. So let's decide for the time being. The two of you will stay in Konoha for now. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. Yes. The old leftover woman who can't get married, of course. This is a win-win move. If the Akatsuki organization invades Konoha, then, they will take back their rebellious ninja respectively. Then he also sold a face to Konoha. Although I don't think Konoha will lose. But now if Kitahara Kaede goes to Mount Myoboku, then there is indeed a bit of emptiness on Konoha's side. There are many Jonin and Chūnin produced by Impure World Reincarnation, but they are basically the third floor power at their peak. Of course, he is completely fearless against ordinary Jonin, but if it is Pain's level of terror. It was very difficult, so, with the help of Mizukage and Tsuchikage, even without Kitahara Kaede, Tobirama feels that Konoha can easily hold. Namikaze Minato. At Kakashi, then please arrange it. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Understood. So Hahara Maple's trip to Mushin was included in the itinerary. And Kakashi is more difficult here. On the one hand, he needs to strengthen his own strength, but on the other hand, he has to deal with a lot of Hokage's government affairs. Then there are the daimyos of the Land of Fire and the Land of Thunder who are waiting in line to pray for forgiveness. Then I have to arrange for the ninjas of my ninja village to patrol various places in the village and prepare for defense. So he is very tired. On the other hand, Kitahara Kaede is getting ready to go to Mount Myoboku to practice fairy art. Immortal art is something that Sage of Six Paths has learned, and it is still of some value to Kitahara Kaede. The processing of Sand Shinobi Village came down. Sand Shinobi Village was attacked because of 4th Kage, but this time it still hurt the alliance between Konoha and Sand Shinobi Village, and there was no money. So Wang Li Jiao, Sand Shinobi Village ceded half of the land to Konoha. At the same time, the 4th generation project of Sand Shinobi Village is assigned by Konoha. And this statement shows that Sand Shinobi Village has basically become an affiliated village of Konoha. So can Sand Shinobi Village say no? They can't say no. Cloud Shinobi Village said nothing. On their way back they also saw people from Cloud Shinobi Village being held in jail awaiting processing. Although they felt that this was a demonstration, they had no way to refuse it. Because the weak have no choice. Consultant Chio, is this the end of our Sand Shinobi Village? There is no choice, said Elite Jonin Baki. It was him and the Gaara team, plus Kage-Sama and the 5 Jonin. But the 5 Jonin were detained in Konoha, and now only 5 of them are returning. Baki felt that Sand Shinobi Village was not far from extinction. That's not necessarily the case. Grandma Chio said walking in front. If Konoha wants to swallow Sand Shinobi Village, then it's not the 5 Jonin but Gaara who are going to be kept as hostages at this time. Grandma Chio said, so you mean? Baki was stunned for a moment. I carefully asked Gaara, Tamari, Kankuro what happened during the Chūnin exam. Then, perhaps 5th Hokage Kitahara Kaede has a crush on Tamari, Chio said. Then, Baki said, it's what you think, and even if it's not that, it can be like this. Grandma Chio said, in the future, assign more missions to Tamari to go to Konoha. Grandma Chio said, it's actually like this. I see. Baki breathed a sigh of relief. So, Sand Shinobi is preserved. When Sand Shinobi Village left Konoha, Kitahara Kaede also followed Jiraiya to the most important of the 3 legendary shrines in the ninja world. Mount Myoboku. P.S. Push your friend's million-word masterpiece. Comprehensive manga from the Age of Gods author, Quan Wang. His book is the perfect creature, people who like Zongman should know. 079 Sage Mode. Isn't it enough to have hands? Seeking automatic, seeking subscription. Mount Myoboku is a heritage site as famous as the Ruchi Cave Wetbone Forest, where a large number of toads live. These toads are able to use magic, and the Great Toad Sage lives in a monastery deep in Mt. Miawa. Great Toad Sage is the person who taught Jiraiya in the past. He has the ability to predict dreams and is said to have lived for thousands of years. And Shima and Fukasaku Sento are the 2 right-hand men of Great Toad Sage, and they know the art of immortality. Now he is going to take Kitahara Kaede to learn fairy art. Jiraiya introduced to Kitahara Kaede, then opened the scroll and used summoning technique. Jiraiya. Summoning came out. It was a common orange toad. Jiraiya seems to be on good terms with Mount Myoboku, and the toads are very enthusiastic. Help me get Kazushima Senjin. Jiraiya said, understood. The called toad disappeared with a bang. After a while Jiraiya resumed summoning, and what appeared again was a toad old lady with curly purple hair. The lips are purple, and it is still covered with a coat. This is different from other toads, but this is immortal Shima. Yo, Jiraiya, it's these 2 boys, are you going to practice immortality at Mount Myoboku? And this blonde, Then let's go. It seems that immortal Shima was greeted by Jiraiya in advance, so seeing Naruto who was 5 points similar to Minato, he was stunned for a moment and then changed his words immediately. At the same time, it will press its claws down. Reverse summoning technique. Boom. The figures of the 3 disappeared in an instant, and what appeared again was a vast forest. The air was terribly fresh. At the same time it makes people feel quite comfortable. And here is Mount Myoboku, the first of the 3 great holy places of summoning beast practice. Welcome to Mount Myoboku, said Shima Sento. And Naruto has been fascinated by his surroundings. Is this the summoning technique? Then can I learn too? Besides Kitahara Kaede, Naruto also came. Jiraiya took Kitahara Kaede to Mount Myoboku to practice fairy arts to increase his strength, but Naruto was left alone, so he brought them together. After all, it's unclear how long Kitahara Kaede had to learn Senjutsu. Jiraiya himself studied for 3 years, and then his talent reached its peak. And Minato also came to Mount Myoboku to practice, and then spent 3 months learning Sage Mode. Therefore, everyone just thinks that the time for North 720 Yuanfeng to learn Sage Mode should be shorter than Minato, but the exact time is not clear. So I asked Jiraiya to bring Naruto as well, just to double point. If you want to learn summoning technique, you have to learn Rasengan first. Jiraiya said, ah, that skill is difficult. Naruto scratched his hair, but he glanced at Kitahara Kaede, but I'll get it in a week. So it's time for me to make a contract. Naruto said, Jiraiya, quote. Jiraiya didn't understand why Naruto himself set a super hard time limit, but he nodded. Okay, if you can master Rasengan in a week, then I'll let you learn summoning. Jiraiya said, so, I want to contract that big toad. Naruto spoke while pointing at a big orange-brown toad in front of him. Here is Mount Myoboku, the land of toads, and the great toad sage is also a toad. So of course what I see now are other toads. And what Naruto saw was a big toad with a height of more than 10 meters. One of Toad's eyes was scarred, and he was wiping the oversized dagger with a white cloth. It's hiding such a big knife, it looks super cool. It must be a super hit. Naruto said, I have to say that Naruto has a good vision. This is Mount Myoboku's #1 thug, Bunta Toad. Not only is he huge in stature, powerful in strength, and possesses eyesight, but also knows ninjutsu. Therefore, it can be ranked in the top 5 in the ranking of summoning beasts. And this is Jiraiya's exclusive contract summoning beast. Ha, Jiraiya, who did you bring here? Oh, Toad Bunta, who was named by Naruto, turned around, and looked down at Naruto, who was not even the size of his toe. It seems that he also recognized Naruto's identity. Minato came to Mount Myoboku to practice, and also made a contract with Toad Bunta. And Toad Wentai doesn't have dementia either, so of course he recognized it. And Kitahara Kaede has confirmed that Jiraiya should be. The information that Naruto is Minato's son was passed to Mount Myoboku in advance. That's why these toads kept silent again and again. But that's fine too. Kitahara Kaede can directly declare that Naruto is the child of the 4th generation, but this is not the optimal solution. It should be the 4th generation couple themselves telling Naruto. So now we can only be in a delicate state. Everyone knows that Naruto is the son of the 4th generation, but they pretend not to know. But, pretending not to know does not mean that the relationship will be unfamiliar. This is completely different from Konoha. Boy, do you want to make a contract with me? Then you have to beat me, said Toad Wentai. Naruto froze for a moment. How could it be possible to win? Then you don't want to make a contract with me. Toad Wentai said, and you haven't even learned Rasengan yet. Naruto, alright, then I will learn Rasengan in 5 days. Naruto burst out with enthusiasm. If I can learn Rasengan in 5 days, then you make a pact with me. That's really arrogant, yes. Toad Wentai said, I'll give you % a face. Toad Bunta is a warrior. When Ninetales attacked Konoha, he was also summoned by Minato. He came and gave Ninetales a blow. Then there is no more. Tailed beasts are still too scary for them. Not one level at all. Then it's decided. Jiraiya said, Naruto, you are here to learn the summoning technique. And I have to see the great Toad Sage. Not everyone can practice here. The power of nature is abundant here. Jiraiya said, understood. X2, Kitahara Kaede and Naruto stayed where they were. And with a bang, Toad Wentai shrunk in size. I know this blonde boy. Then, Gama Bunta looked at Kitahara Kaede. What's your kid's name? It seems that Toad Bunta has not received the information that Kitahara Kaede was brought here by Jiraiya to practice. And this reaction to it. I'm just an ordinary Konoha Genin. Kitahara Kaede said, because it's still relatively weak. So go to Mount Myoboku and learn here. 117. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. The observation time of Kitahara Kaede for today's share is 2 hours and 10 minutes. Closing square bracket. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. I laughed so hard, this guy said he was weak. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. Yes. Shuhei, I can say that he is weak if he can ko in 1 minute. Kurama. Well, you have to get used to it. Kurama. These guys who know wood style are all pretending. Kurama. I was once driven by Uchiha Madara to fight Senju Hashirama. 8 Tails. So what was the result? Well, the result is known, but what about the process? 8 Tails originally wanted to ask about the result, but suddenly remembered that Senju Hashirama is the god of ninjas, so the result will be judged. And isn't 9 Tails sealed? So, definitely lost. What about the process? It's curious. Kurama. Hmph. At that time, Senju Hashirama opened true several thousand hands, and thousands of hands directly hammered the Susa that Uchiha Madara put on me to pieces. Kurama. Then only one of the 1,000 hands pinched me. Kurama. Then I don't know if he wanted to ridicule or what, he actually said to me, 9 tails, your power is too dangerous. Kurama. So they sealed me. Big 8 tails. Ah, this. 8 tails clicked their tongues, this is too grassy. Who is too dangerous? What is 9 tails? Shuhei, it's so miserable. Kurama. It's not your turn to sympathize with 1 tail, haven't you experienced it yourself? Shuhei. That's right, Kitahara Kaede was so fast when he struck. I didn't even realize it. I watched all the super big fists hit me in waves. Shuhei, it's like I am iron, and then I get knocked. Shuhei. No, I feel phantom pain. Namikaze Minato. Wood style is really cruel. Minato laughed. Senju Tobirama. No, if it is not strong, I would not want to study it at all. Big Pillar Hanhan, well. Namikaze Minato. The feeling of Mount Myoboku is still the same as before. Namikaze Minato. The power of nature is abundant. Senju Tobirama. Speaking of which, for 4th generation, what is the sage mode of Mount Myoboku? Namikaze Minato. Well, Sage Mode is actually a mode that absorbs the natural power around you, and then improves your speed and chakra in all aspects. Namikaze Minato. In other words, use the power of nature. Senju Tobirama. In other words, in addition to the traditional chakra of our ninja, can we also use the power of nature? Namikaze Minato. According to my understanding, it looks like this. Senju Tobirama. Then you can also use this natural power to launch ninjutsu, right? Namikaze Minato. Yes, Master 2nd generation, and the chakra at this time is called Shanshu chakra. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Does Nadaime have any ideas? Senju Tobirama may not have been the strongest during his tenure as Hokage, but he was a master of development. The various forbidden techniques in ninjutsu developed are powerful, such as Impure World Reincarnation, which directly brings Konoha back to life. So Kakashi is still very concerned about what kind of whimsy Nadaime has now. Senju Tobirama. I have an idea. Senju Tobirama. I am thinking about the correlation and irrelevance between the Senju chakra in this Senju mode and our normal chakra system. Senju Tobirama. According to Minato, although Senju chakra seems to be a new system, ninjutsu can also be used. Senju Tobirama. So, do you mean that our consistent chakra system may also come from this kind of outside world? 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. This is really a fantastic idea. The old leftover woman who can't get married, yes, because this is like overturning all history. Senju Tobirama. Well, I'm just guessing casually. Tobirama responded casually twice, he obviously didn't know that he almost realized the truth of the ninja world. Kitahara Kaede sat and waited for Jiraiya to come back. After Gamma Wentai became smaller, he took out the Shochu. Naruto stayed aside and continued to practice Rasengan. Multiple shadow clone technique. A large number of shadow clone appeared around Naruto. Then, start to practice. This is his hack. It is also the basis for him to agree to the contract with Jiraiya and Gamabunta. However, he thought it would be too difficult to contract Toadbunta or to master Rasengan within a week. But it doesn't work if you don't force yourself. He wished he could come in handy sooner. The only thing he can compare to others since he was a child, is hard work. Naruto is full of blood, and Kitahara Kaede also began to think about Sage Mode. Jiraiya went to see the Great Toad Sage, but the Purple Shima Toad Sage old lady stayed. She told Kitahara Kaede about the mode of Senjutsu. Sage Mode is to absorb the surrounding natural power, and then use the natural power. After the natural power enters the human body, it condenses and is called Shanju Chakra. Then use this kind of ninjutsu used by chakra to be more powerful. Then this kind of skill is also crowned as Shanshu. But we have to clear the fog and see the reality. In the history of the ninja world, the founder of the ninja world is Otsutsuki Kagaya, and the way for Kagaya to obtain chakra is through Tianwei. The shape of 10 tails is a tree, so it is also called a sacred tree. The sacred tree took root on the ground for thousands of years to absorb the power of nature, and then bear fruit, and the fruit was eaten by Kagaya. So Kagaya got a lot of chakra. Then, half of the chakra was passed on to his 2 sons through production. Then the sons give birth to sons, the bloodline goes on, and the chakra goes on, but there is also a pattern where they can give the chakra to others. Chakra can be given to others, you can refer to Tsunade in the original book to pass chakra to 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. And the current Sage Mode, so can it be understood in this way. In fact, chakra is also a force of nature. However, after being filtered by the sacred tree, the filtered chakra is relatively clean, so it can be used by anyone. However, Shanshu chakra contains more substances that have not passed the filter, so using more of this kind of magazine can actually bring out the effect. So, Senjutsu is greater than ordinary ninjutsu. If you understand it this way, you can accumulate some magic chakra. Senji Shima, you use this mode to absorb the surrounding power, right? Kitahara Kaede began to study humbly. Of course, Sento Shima also pointed out Minato and Jiraiya in the past, so she has a good sense of people in Konoha. And at this time, Jiraiya has come face to face with the Great Toad Sage. That is to say, have you brought Destiny's Child here? Yes, Jiraiya nodded. I confirm that Kitahara Kaede is Destiny's Child. Great Toad Sage then placed a large crystal ball in front of his eyes. Telescope technique. Let it take a look, Destiny's Child. Then it discovered that the abundant force of nature on Mount Myoboku was rapidly declining. Chapter 080 Immortal Zima is numb. Seek full order, ask for automatic. The name of the great toad sage is Hamawan, which has survived for thousands of years. He is very old, and his physical condition seems to be not very good, and he often does not leave his temple. And memory has become blurred. But it still remembers that it seemed to give little Jiraiya a precognitive dream, and it was just an ordinary toad. When passing by the sacred tree that has been rooted for thousands of years, I found that the sacred tree was absorbing the power of nature to transform. Out of curiosity it tries to learn this conversion. So began to absorb the power of nature. The power of nature can make it grow in all aspects, so it will be in this way sage mode. However, the power of nature is limited, and the sacred tree has absorbed a lot, and may absorb more in the future. So after seeing the fruit of the sacred tree being devoured by Kage, it accosted Kage's 2 sons. Then he became friends with the eldest son, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Afterwards, he instructed Yuya to practice the sage mode of this mode, absorbing the power of nature, and Yuya's strength was greatly enhanced. Then Hagoromo and his younger brother Hamura teamed up to seal Kage using the planetary devastation. Kage was sealed in a huge sphere, and then rose to become the moon in the heart. The body of the sacred tree was sealed by the feathers, and the chakra contained in the sacred tree was divided into 9 parts by the feathers, and this was the birth of the 9-tailed beasts. The thread of the sacred tree to the power of nature disappeared like this. After that, Yumura went to the moon, and Yuya stayed. He passed on chakra to those who believed in him, and then those who believed in him passed it on to others. Continuously passed on, after 1,000 years of baptism, it has become what it is now. Everyone has chakra inside of them. But also because of this, Yuya was threatened by his lifespan, and the immortal passed away, and the glory he brought to the ninja world made him honored as sage of 6 paths by later generations. He also placed the 9-tailed beasts in different places to live, and built temples for surveillance. On the other hand, Hamawan avoided the threat of the sacred tree, and chose a place with the most abundant natural power as its residence. And that's how Mount Myoboku came about. But now it is too old to cultivate, but it has been cultivated for thousands of years, so it can freely absorb the power of nature without paying much attention, that's it. Because the surrounding natural force is abundant, it can be continuously renewed. And now, it could go on for hundreds of years. However, there is something wrong with its leisurely life, that is, it has been having some prophetic dreams in the past few years. Either it was predicted that Jiraiya strayed into Mount Myoboku, or it was predicted that there would be catastrophe in the ninja world in the future, and Jiraiya would be the guide of the child of prophecy. Guide the son of prophecy forward. Then this is the task of maintaining world peace. It looks sublime, and Hamaru guided the Otsutsuki Hagoromo brothers against Kage thousands of years ago, and saved the world in a disguised form, so it is still more interested in this kind of task of saving the world. Come also new situation, it's just that its prophetic dreams can only be vague, so it's not very clear who the specific son of prophecy is. But, what is real in the dream is that the son of prophecy has great strength. And if the other party appears in front of its eyes, then it will feel a little bit. So check it out now. Let me see. Fukusaku, pass my crystal ball over. The great toad sage yelled a few words, and the green toad on its right-hand man, Fukusaku Immortal, quickly released its crystal ball. The great toad sage is getting old, and staying on the throne is for self-cultivation, and these simple things are of course done by the younger generations of toad. Fukusaku and Shima are also genius toads who learned sage mode in Mount Myoboku. 2 toads are 400 years old. As long as the power of nature is abundant, then they can continue to act like it. It's a pity that not all toads can learn sage mode, otherwise its toad descendants would be able to live forever. And Kitahara Kaede began to learn according to Shima Sennin's instructions. It carries Kitahara Kaede on a special platform. Let Kitahara Kaede sit on it and keep the balance. But the bottom is against the sharp wood. And then, have to feel the forces of nature around you. Absorbing the power of nature is not a simple matter. Immortal Zima said, according to the ancestors, this platform has also been practiced by sage of 6 paths in the past. Then some good ninjas came along the way, and in recent years it's little Jiraiya, and then to Minato. But there are not many people who can learn sage mode. I don't have 5 in my hand. Little Jiraiya, Kitahara Kaede, how old are you? Me, Immortal Shima said, ha ha ha, I'm 303 years old. Asking for flowers. I have always been a test object for ninjas who want to go to Mount Myoboku to train. I will teach them to practice sage mode after passing my assessment. Originally, you have to go through a procedure here. Immortal Shima said, but for the sake of little Jiraiya, then it's exempt. Thank you then, said Kitahara Kaede. So just sit on this platform and practice. Yeah, Immortal Zima said, what sage mode needs is Senju chakra, and Senju chakra comes from nature. Our Mount Myoboku's natural power is the most abundant, so it is the easiest to learn sage mode. But as long as you learn it, you can also use it in the outside world. So the key is how to absorb the power of nature. But the power of nature has always existed, but it is rejected by your body. 0. So it needs to create a balance. You humans have chakra in your body and form the system. On this platform, after you can maintain the balance, then the force of nature can pour in. This statement by Immortal Zima is like saying that a person can be regarded as a bottle, and the bottle is filled with its own chakra, which looks like it is full. But if you adjust the angle of the bottle, you can hold new things. So sage mode is to find this adjustment angle. Kitahara Kaede meditates on the platform. So I felt a hot feeling in the abdomen. Is it the force of nature coming in? Kitahara Kaede said. Yes, it's hot. Immortal Zima nodded. Then when this balance point is opened, it's normal to channel a lot of natural force. Kitahara Kaede asked again. Yes, if the balance point is found, then the amount of influx can be changed. Nani. Immortal Zima originally wanted to continue the introduction, but suddenly his eyes widened. Because what it saw was the force of nature in the surrounding air began to rush towards Kitahara Kaede's belly. If the practice of ordinary sage mode is to let chakra flow into the body like silk threads, if you want to describe it, it is like turning on the faucet with a filter installed. So Kitahara Kaede's current situation is, turn on the pump directly. A lot, oh no, a massive force of nature poured towards Kitahara Kaede's belly. Chapter 081 The power of nature is exhausted, the great toad sage is dying. Seeking automatic, seeking subscription. A lot of natural force poured towards Kitahara Kaede's belly. The power of nature that could not be seen at all seems to be directly visible to the naked eye. It makes people feel that there is an Uzumaki in Kitahara Kaede's abdomen, and the countless power of nature rushes in. When I got close, I even felt that I might be able to float. Immortal Zima, am I in a strange state? Kitahara Kaede noticed that Immortal Shima had been staring at him. Well, no, it's not surprising. Immortal Zima said, maybe it's because you can accommodate a little more force of nature than ordinary people. Like the previous practitioner, Namikaze Minato, he is also a ninja who can absorb a lot of natural force. So, as long as this state is in a few tens of seconds, it will end. You don't have to worry about 567, this state will end soon. Because you humans cannot store so much natural power in your body. Immortal Zima said forcefully and calmly. You must know that it is the person who has been in charge of instructing others to practice sage mode for more than 200 years, so it is also well informed. Now this kind of thing can't make him panic. Then tens of seconds passed. The surrounding natural forces are still rushing into Kitahara Kaede's body like a whirlwind. In other words, this is no longer a water pump, but a tornado. Immortal Shima felt the wind. Just now Kitahara Kaede felt like it was going to be blown away when it got close to it, but now it feels like it is already flying. No, it's already flying. Immortal Zima went numb immediately. Wait a minute, Immortal Zima shouted hastily. Stop practicing now. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Big Pillar Han. Minato, is this sage mode? It sounds so simple, but it seems terrifying. Senju Tobirama. My guess seems to be right, sage mode is to absorb the power of nature to fill itself. Big Pillar Han. Minato, you have practiced here, and you are quite good. Namikaze Minato. No, it's completely different when I was practicing. Namikaze Minato. I think Kitahara-kun's practice seems to be different. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. What's the solution? Izuna died early, he didn't know the usage of Mangekyo Sharingan, and he didn't know the sage mode. So curious. Namikaze Minato. How should I put it? I think he is simply absorbing the natural force around him now. Namikaze Minato. When I activate sage mode, I also need to absorb the surrounding natural force, but after absorbing it for a while, I will feel full. Namikaze Minato. However, Kitahara-kun's current situation seems to have no bottom. Big Pillar Han. Oh, in other words, does he have a relatively large capacity? Shuhei. Isn't this nonsense? If he doesn't have a lot of capacity and chakra doesn't have much, will labor and management be fooled by his several wood styles in a row? Shuhei came out. But it makes sense. Shuzuru broke out during the Chunin exam, and Kitahara Kaede used wood style wooden dragon technique, wood style, wooden golem jutsu, Wuju Rashoman, and who was so mad? Which of these ninjutsu can be done with low consumption? So, this guy's chakra is terrible. And according to Minato's statement, absorbing the surrounding natural force is to absorb to the full extent that one's body can bear. Then Kitahara Kaede, which can hold so many chakras, can naturally absorb a lot of natural forces. But, Shuhei, this is too much. The old leftover woman who can't get married, not only that, have you found out? The old leftover woman who can't get married, Kitahara-kun is absorbing the natural power of Mount Myoboku. And Mount Myoboku changed. Older leftover women who can't get married, at the beginning, Mount Myoboku felt super wild and abundant, but now, the trees are all yellow. Yes, the weather is now approaching autumn, and the trees outside have begun to turn yellow, but at the beginning, all the trees and grass on Mount Myoboku were green. So it makes a strong impression. But now, the scenery of Mount Myoboku seems to be assimilated by the outside world, the trees are beginning to turn yellow, and the ministers are also beautiful. And the stream also began to become smaller and stop flowing. It has become an ordinary outside scene. 6th Hokage Kakashi. That is to say, 6th Hokage Kakashi. Kitahara Kaede here, drained the natural power of Mount Myoboku, and then it is not full yet. Kakashi's tone was a little sour. Of course, because he has always been a mana-deficient person, and he feels that chakra is not enough every day. As a result, he saw the bottom at the first glance, but Kitahara Kaede had no bottom. He is very closed. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. This is so terrifying. Senju Tobirama. +1. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. There is no need to doubt, this is a monster that chakra is comparable to or better than 1st Hokage. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. 1st Hokage +1. Namikaze Minato. First Hokage +1. Sixth Hokage Kakashi. First Hokage +1. Big Pillar Hanhan. Well, why did you use me as the unit of measurement for chakra? Senju Tobirama. It's not that the amount of chakra you have is terrible. Senju Tobirama. I often wonder if I am your real brother. Big Pillar Hanhan. Senju Tobirama. Because our chakra is completely different. And the other side, the Great Toad Sage has got its crystal ball. Telescope technique. The crystal ball changes, and then, beep, ninjutsu failed. The reason is that the Great Toad Sage found that his magic chakra was not enough. Not enough. This feeling is, and Fukusaku Toad, who was with it, also found it. The power of nature is passing. Great Toad Sage. No way. 1.7 meters of the telescope. The Great Toad Sage hastily used it again, but this one was used. It let out a scream. Old ancestor. Fukusaku shouted loudly. Natural power, quickly give me Shanju chakra. Great Toad Sage shouted hastily. It was originally that the body was about to reach its limit, and then relied on the force of nature to support it. As a result, now that the force of nature is lacking in a large amount, the body will soon be unable to sustain it. And the other side, Ruchi Cave, one of the 3 great sacred sites next door to Mount Myoboku. If you are short of books, you can read the author's old books. Haihu Naruto, join the Akatsuki organization at the beginning and search for Haihu Naruto, and you will be able to find it. Ninja World. You told me that this is called an ordinary ninja. You can also find it by searching for ordinary ninjas. Woo woo woo. Chapter 082 Mount Myoboku's reverse sucking. Ruchi Cave was shocked. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. And the other side, Ruchi Cave, one of the 3 great sacred sites next door to Mount Myoboku. Ruchi Cave is a place of inheritance as famous as Mount Myoboku Wetbone Forest, and the White Snake Immortal is the ancestor of Ruchi Cave. Its high-level snakes are Tien Shin Shenji, Shikuji Mahaim, Tuan Jinji, and Shinya. The ancestor of Ruchi Cave, the white-scaled snake that has survived for more than 1,000 years from the Kage era, is revered as the White Snake Immortal. Everything that happens in Ruchi Cave will be heard by the White Snake Immortal. The body of the White Snake Immortal contains the extremely powerful magic chakra. Unlike Mount Myoboku, where you can pick and choose, Ruchi Cave welcomes all kinds of ninjas to practice here. Almost to the point of not picking. However, the steps will be carried out by the 3 fairies or 10,000 snakes under Immortal White Snake. They first test the people who come to practice, and then the other party can't pass, then eat them. Yes, just eat it. So, it is not so much open to foreign ninjas to practice, as it is to treat ninjas as food. White Snake Rishi is younger than Mount Myoboku's Great Toad Sage Hamamaru, but it has also learned to absorb the power of nature and convert it into Senju chakra. Then take this 14 and live for a long time. At the same time, it also found that the human body also contains chakra, which is different from its fairy chakra, so if you eat ninjas, then you can digest this part of chakra. There are great benefits to the body. And that's why the snakes in Ruchi Cave like to eat people. Because they really found out that they could benefit from it. But, there are also some troublesome things. Old ancestors, our Ruchi Cave's aura is getting less and less. It is already very difficult to attract ninjas from outside to practice. One of the subordinates, Aikijima Hamehui, reported. Also, Aikikishima Haim reported, I haven't been able to meet Wanshi recently, and Wanshi is probably gone. Snort. The ancestor White Snake Immortal took a puff of dried tobacco. It has no gender, but he likes this kind of smoky feeling when he gets older. That guy is still greedy after all. That's why I made a summoning beast contract with Orochimaru. If I can't come back now, I probably lost the battle and got killed. But never mind it. There are few people who come to practice now, and we don't even have enough to eat, so going to Wanshi can be regarded as saving money. That's right. The 3 subordinates thought it made sense. Wand Snake is the first level of assessment, and generally speaking, the bee of Wand Snake almost cheats and eats people directly when others come, so it is difficult for these ninjas to come to them. Then it would be good to get rid of Wand Snake. And if the power of nature is lacking, the White Snake Immortal opened his mouth to reveal the sharp teeth unique to snakes, and took a close-up. Wouldn't it be alright to steal some from Mount Myoboku next door? 3. Great Sacred Ground, Mount Myoboku, Ruchi Cave and Wetbone Forest. There is only one Katsuyu in the Wetbone Forest, and it is too fat to move. At the same time, it is not afraid of physical attacks, and it can also shoot corrosive night bodies. So think, it's too hard to grab its territory. But Mount Myoboku still works here. Great Toad Sage, leader of Mount Myoboku, is a coward. The older you get, the more cowardly you become. And it seems that they are all focused on survival. You are stupid. The White Snake Immortal took a puff of cigarette with ease. We just quietly opened a hole from their enchantment, and then sprayed it to the entrance of Ruchi Cave. In this way, people from the outside world will think that we have plenty of natural power here and are suitable for cultivation. So I came in, and as long as they come in, what are they talking about? Said the White Snake Immortal. The old ancestor is right. The 3 subordinates nodded immediately. Today is also boring. The White Fairy said, I'll walk with you. Is Shinya still unwilling to come over? Immortal White Snake said, yes, whatever it takes. One day it will figure it out. Quote, humans are just our food. It believed in the ninja but was betrayed. This is its own punishment, said the White Snake Immortal. This refers to a junior it was very optimistic about at the beginning, but this junior signed a contract with humans and was used in the end. So he returned to Ruchi Cave angrily. However, the three subordinates said curiously, since human beings are our food, why don't we just leave Ruchi Cave to eat? Our strength is not bad, that's for sure, there are still many outsiders. So, if we eat them openly, we will definitely be mobbed. A mortal white snake said, when I was little, I watched Sage of Six Paths fight his mother Kage. It is also because of their appearance that human beings have changed. They have chakra, become ninjas, and then can become our food. And every few decades or 100 years, there will be descendants of Sage of Six Paths driving some Susanoo to fight against the Buddha. These are not forces we can defeat. A mortal white snake said, so we are the ones who eat to try. Anyway, the standard we gave is like this, if they can't pass by themselves and then they are eaten, it has nothing to do with us. There must be a rule, and then enforce it. In this way, ninjas from outside have no reason to attack us. But it's good to have fewer rambling snakes like Orochimaru. Yes, the three subordinates nodded. Orochimaru bewitched 10,000 snakes, and then the two became partners. Orochimaru learned a lot in Ruchi Cave, and even deceived Yamada no Orochi, but he never learned Sage Mode. It's just maddening, because their rule is that these ninjas have to learn Sage Mode, and then fail to be eaten by them. They made them wait for Orochimaru to learn, only to find that, this bee is whoring for nothing. So, it would be nice if the world had fewer pursuit ninjas like Orochimaru. Several people were talking, and then came to the center of Mount Myoboku in Ruchi Cave area. The two claws of the white snake fairy lightly pressed, and the silver-white fairy chakra appeared, as if forming a ventilation pipe, and then linked the area of Ruchi Cave, extending to the entrance of Ruchi Cave. The other side is directly connected to the barrier of Mount Myoboku. A dark light appeared in the eyes of the white snake immortal, and a hole immediately appeared in the barrier of Mount Myoboku. But it quickly wrapped the hole with the magic chakra, making it impossible to send out the news that it was broken here. Hey, the white snake immortal smiled. Thus, the chakra of the ventilation pipe is linked to this hole in Mount Myoboku. Their Ruchi Cave's force of nature level can only be said to be average, but Mount Myoboku's has a lot of explosions, so it doesn't matter if you steal a little bit. Then, they saw a scene they had never seen before. A hole was opened in the barrier of Mount Myoboku, but the natural force belonging to the Ruchi Cave was sucked back to Mount Myoboku instead. Chapter 083 Mount Myoboku's Sage Mode, is it difficult? Seek full order, ask for data. Mount Myoboku. Probably because Kitahara Kaede absorbed all the surrounding natural force, the beautiful scenery of spring blossoms on Mount Myoboku is different from the outside world, and the beautiful scenery of spring flowers is rapidly fading. But, this embarrassing situation has been alleviated, a reverse recovery. Everyone saw that the trees turned green again from withered yellow. Vitality is also restored. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Dazuzi Hanhan, this is the first time I have seen this scene of decline and recovery. Senju Tobirama. The power of nature, is really a good thing. Senju Tobirama. I really want to study it carefully. 6th Hokage Kakashi. What a magical power. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. The elderly are no longer interested in these unknown things. Older leftover women who can't get married, it would be great if Sage Mode was easy to learn. Senju Tobirama. And Namikaze Minato, is Sage Mode easy to learn? Namikaze Minato. Sage Mode, I'm not very good at it, but according to Shima Sento, someone will come to Mount Myoboku to learn about it every 20 years. Namikaze Minato. But the probability of learning is not very high. Senju Tobirama. Then I will ask you about the specifics later Jiraiya. With Tobirama's voice sound, everyone found that Jiraiya came to Kitahara Kaede's side. Jiraiya seemed to be frightened. So what happened? I always feel a little different from the surrounding natural forces. Jiraiya said, he just came over from Great Toad Sage Hamaru. The Great Toad Sage almost died just now, and then came back to life, which also frightened him. When he was a child, he saw the Great Toad Sage look like this old man, and now 40 years have passed, the Great Toad Sage is still the same, and Jiraiya doesn't care. As a result, I almost saw the Great Toad Sage die. This is scary. Do self-proclaimed immortals also die? It's little Jiraiya. Immortal Shima was also in a daze just now. In its field of vision, when Kitahara Kaede was practicing Sage Mode, the surrounding natural force was instantly swallowed by him, but now, it seems to have eased up again. So, was what it saw just now an illusion? It shouldn't be a big deal. Well, there should be something wrong. Immortal Shima said, because it found that the concentration of the surrounding environment and the force of nature is still relatively diluted. If at the beginning, the amount of the natural power of Mount Myoboku was 10, then what I encountered just now was 0, and now it is back to 3. However, these 3 seem to be unstable, and they still want to fall outside. Quote. Immortal Zima, the density of natural forces in normal ninja circles outside of Mount Myoboku is 2. And now there are only 3. Isn't this a big problem? Immortal Zima clapped his hands together. Also, I still have to meet my ancestors. Just now I was instructing little Kitahara Kaede to practice Sage Mode. Said Shima Immortal, and Jiraiya also found that Kitahara Kaede was sitting on the sharp platform and kept her balance. Jiraiya froze for a moment. That is to say, the current situation is that Kitahara Kaede has learned Sage Mode. Jiraiya himself has practiced Sage Mode, knowing that the beginning of this mode needs to absorb the power of nature around him. So, the scene just now may really be someone absorbing the power of nature. Actually, I haven't figured it out yet, Kitahara Kaede said. Quote. Jiraiya, then you try to combine the power of nature with your own chakra system. Immortal Zima instructed, because, if you absorb so much natural force, and then you can't even turn on Sage Mode, isn't it a big loss? Is it? Kitahara Kaede closed his eyes, and everyone found that there was a different power emanating from his body, and his whole body became golden. The corners and eyelids of both eyes were dyed the same orange color as the toad's. And his body seemed to be covered with an orange-golden radiance, which wrapped him up and made every inch of his skin glisten. And the extra luster gathered on his body, condensing the handsome and lingran royal god robe. Feel, Kitahara Kaede said, speed, strength, and chakra's capacity have all been increased. And that's Sage Mode, Jiraiya said. Sage Mode will have this effect after it is turned on. Jiraiya's tone was a little sour. Yes, very sour. He is the ninja who has been practicing for the longest time on Mount Myoboku, and is also the tail of a crane since childhood. Later, because I studied at Mount Myoboku and felt that I had caught up with Tsunade and Orochimaru. But as things stand now, it does not seem to be the case. In front of the contrasting talents Minato and Kitahara Kaede, he is still the tail of the crane. Because it is also learning Sage Mode, Minato for 3 months, but Kitahara Kaede looks like, not more than half a day. This is no longer a genius. This kind of person can be directly called a coward. Oh, Kitahara Kaede took a look at her dazzling right arm and left hand. There are many ways to improve combat power in the ninja world. For example, 9 tails, such as 8 inner gates, and now Sage Mode. Although the appearance of Black Zetsu made him pay attention, although he didn't think that he would lose even if he released water, but he could be a little more serious. So Kitahara Kaede has already figured out the next step. 9-tailsization, #ba, observation Kitahara Kaede, _small group. Senju Tobirama. Is this Sage Mode? It seems that there is no need to ask Jiraiya. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Yes, this kind of cheating is not something normal people can learn. Namikaze Minato. Well, actually I find it quite difficult. Big Pillar Hanhan. Minato, stop talking, you are usually too modest. Dazuzi Hanhan, actually, you are quite a genius, aren't you? Good Money Zhao, the old leftover woman who can't get married, Mr. Bayuan has become stronger again. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. Yes, I just don't know how much he has become stronger. Namikaze Minato. For my Sage Mode, my strength seems to be about 3 times stronger in all aspects. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Is the teacher's speed increased by 3 times? Then it is indeed terrible. 8 tails. Yeah, during the 3rd Ninja World War, when my Jinchuriki Killer Bee was fighting with Namikaze Minato, he was terribly fast. 8 tails. At that time, he didn't turn on Sage Mode, so he kept it. 8 tails. Right at 4th Raikage, you were there at that time. 4th Raikage I have been autistic, and I don't want to look back on the past. Yes, after all, as Raikage, Cloud Shinobi Village is gone. No one can understand I's grief. And without so many forces of nature, Kitahara Kaede and Jiraiya have been called by the Great Toad Sage. Chapter 084 Bringing Back the Dead, the fairy magic spell is in hand. Seek full order, ask for data. The Great Toad Sage is not in great shape, so I will follow it a little bit later. Immortal Shima led the way, and Jiraiya followed behind, whispering beside Kitahara Kaede. The Great Toad Sage is now over 1,000 years old. On the other hand, Immortal Shima also started talking. For the ancestors, although they think they can live for a long time, they have lived for a long time. So when it's gone, we can't speculate. After all, the ancestors came from the era of Sage of 6 Paths, and were friends with Sage of 6 Paths Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Immortal Shima said, the ancestor of the current ninja world is generally believed to be created by Otsutsuki Hagoromo, because it was he who began to distribute chakra to humans. So after 1,000 years, the ninja world was born. Kitahara Kaede casually echoed Shima Senjin's words. As a time traveler, he knew about this plot. And Jiraiya has also heard 2 fairy toads mention it, so I don't think there is anything novel about it. But, Sage of 6 Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, ? Isn't this what everyone has been curious about? Also, Kitahara Kaede is not just a one-time Otsutsuki era recorded in Diary 693. Just looking at those words makes people feel instinctively ominous. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Big Pillar Hanhan. Wait a minute, Sage of 6 Paths. Big Pillar Hanhan. Toad Sage and Otsutsuki Hagoromo here are friends. Dazuzi Hanhan. Tobirama Otsutsuki. Senju Tobirama. Brother, I'm listening, don't worry. Older leftover woman who can't get married. Although my Kurigakure is very weak, I don't think I understand it clearly, so, the huge threat I'm about to face may also threaten my Kurigakure. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. In other words, does Kurigakure feel that his lips are dead and his teeth are cold? 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. Then I also want to know the truth about Otsutsuki. Namikaze Minato. I didn't think about it so much when I practiced in Mount Myoboku before, and I haven't seen the Great Toad Sage. Senju Tobirama. It's okay Minato. Senju Tobirama. so we can know the truth so close to us. 6th Hokage Kakashi, at Jiraiya. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, Ahousei Shion Ren. Namikaze Minato, Ahousei Shion Ren. Older Bia, leftover girls who can't get married, good color fairy. Might guy, Ahousei Shion Ren. Then 2 minutes passed. Dazuzi Hanhan. Jiraiya is not online. Senju Tobirama. Is it because he is busy now? 6th Hokage Kakashi. I probably stayed in the group for a long time, so I have slowly been able to bear being online and offline at the same time. Namikaze Minato. So it's impossible to send a message to Mr. Jiraiya now. Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama. Maybe this is the only way to go first, and the Great Toad Sage also appeared. Then, accompanying Kitahara Kaede to the temple where the Great Toad Sage lived specially, everyone saw the toad who was once called the ancestor of the ninja world Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Sage of Six Paths. This is a very old toad. The mouth has the kind of old pits and holes that can't keep the curve and moisture. It has a heavy old Madara that is condensed by the years. It may not be in a good state of mind, though. Because of the constant panting. Then it took a while to stabilize. Call, suck, ah, finally comfortable and alive. It speaks, ah, scare me, old ancestor. And the green Fukusaku immortal was beside it. Just now Great Toad Sage looked like he was about to die. It really scared the toad to death. I was also taken aback. Hama-wan said, suddenly the power of nature was emptied. As a result, this is my illusion. Gamamaru yawned after leaving the green Fukusaku toad. Then, the Great Toad Sage's eyes fell on Kitahara Kaede who followed Jiraiya in. And Zima Toad ran to its ear and began to whisper a few words, probably reporting what happened just now. Then, Nani, the Great Toad Sage almost fell off his throne. But it quickly discovered its gaffe, so it quickly sat down again. Ahem. In other words, Biwan Feng, right. Great Toad Sage is very old, so it is reasonable to call Jiraiya Little Jiraiya and Kitahara Kaede Little Kitahara. You just learned Sage Mode. I am very happy. Great Toad Sage said, I had a precognitive dream before, and I predicted that Little Jiraiya would come here and become the mentor of Destiny's child. This child of destiny will decide the fate of the ninja world. His power is very powerful, he can push the ninja world to peace, and he can also destroy the ninja world. And now, Little Jiraiya brought you here. I believe you are the son of prophecy. In fact, this matter still needs to be considered. After all, its precognitive dreams are not clear, so maybe the son of prophecy is not the Kitahara Kaede in front of him. But, people who can learn a sage mode and then absorb so much natural force. It's the first time I've seen it. You must know that when Yuya was cultivating here, this kind of abnormal situation did not appear. In other words, this is the first time it has discovered, someone can inhale so much, and if you inhale it, its lifespan will not be able to last. So, the Great Toad Sage right now has only one idea, get Kitahara Kaede out of here. Certainly, it can't be so direct, if he absorbs the power of nature again, then it will be cold. It regrets it now, why didn't it study more in the past? If it was like the White Snake Fairy or Katsuyu Fairy who was as famous as it, then it wouldn't grow old so fast, and wouldn't be so miserable. In the final analysis, because I persuaded Yorumo to seal Kagaya in the past, and then made a feat of saving the world so that he was in a high position, so I didn't want to work hard. Then it will become the current lingering status quo. And now, you have to trick Kitahara Kaede, who can cool down once he absorbs the power of nature, first. So, Great Toad Sage showed the energy he had when fooling Yorumo in the past. I'm glad you learned Sage Mode. More than 1,000 years ago, in the era of Sage of Six Paths, Yorumo at that time also learned Sage Mode in. It's like a reincarnation. Great Toad Sage said, so, go outside of Mount Myoboku, the outside is where you can do your best. I see, Kitahara Kaede nodded. Then, as the child of destiny, can I make a little request? Great Toad Sage, what do you want? What? The fairy spell. I've heard that Mount Myoboku has a treasure that can bring the dead back to life, the Senju Charm. I'll get out of here when I get the Senju Charm. Push the girlfriend's book, Ninja World. In the Data Age, by the Senju Buddha at the beginning. Author. Feishui Yuha, Chapter 085 Jiraiya, are you happy to be the loyal dog of Mount Myoboku? Seek full order, ask for automatic. Fairy spells. When Kitahara Kaede proposed the fairy spell, everyone froze for a moment. Great Toad Sage patted his own cheek with his paw, do you want this thing? This is the treasure of Mount Myoboku. Contains a powerful force of nature, and it takes thousands of years to condense into one. And now, during the millennium, it only condensed 2 pieces. Great Toad Sage said, if you take it, and although this sentence has not been finished, it already has the meaning of rejection. But, if I take it, I will never set foot on Mount Myoboku, Kitahara Kaede said. Quote. Great Toad Sage. Hearing Kitahara Kaide's answer, the Great Toad Sage looked at him with a subtle look. But Kitahara Kaede had no expression. Or I can't see his mood now. The Great Toad Sage said it. Kitahara Kaede said, I am the child of destiny. And as a good destiny child, then it is my responsibility to protect the peace of the ninja world. So, it is very necessary to have some important things for protection. So I thought, I want a magic spell, said Kitahara Kaede. Quote. Great Toad Sage, Toad Ball. The last time an immortal spell was used was 1,200 years ago. At that time, I gave the fairy spell to Sage of Six Paths, and he used the spell to save his younger brother. This is a secret treasure that can bring people back to life. It is a treasure. After so many years, only now has one piece been condensed. So if you want to take it, then we don't have Mount Myoboku, said Toad. In other words, this stuff is too precious. But for a small group of people, it's very curious. They originally wanted information about the Sage of Six Paths and Otsutsuki. It turns out that the great Toad Sage himself revealed about Otsutsuki Hagoromo. And it can directly bring people back to life. This kind of spell is too powerful. As long as it is a living person, naturally want to have it. But this also shows that it is too precious, because the last user was Sage of Six Paths, the ancestor of the ninja world. Then, how do you compare to Sage of Six Paths, and then you can use this kind of spell? Jiraiya didn't speak, or that he couldn't FK his mouth, because it was also the first time he had heard of the fairy spell. As that's so, Kitahara Kaede's expression finally changed, it seemed to become depressed. Then can you tell me how to make the fairy spell? How to make it? Hearing Kitahara Kaede's words, Great Toad Sage breathed a sigh of relief. This is the treasure of Mount Myoboku. It is naturally condensed. It clapped lightly, causing Fukasaku Rishi to move a very old box over. Open the box. Inside lay a piece of yellowed paper quietly. In the center of the paper was a character, Shion, and the characters were surrounded by mantras. And when you get close, you can feel the strong natural force it emits. This is formed through the condensing of spells and natural forces. It's not something that can be simply manufactured. Otherwise, resurrection coins are everywhere, so isn't the ninja world messed up? Great Toad Sage said, you're right. Kitahara Kaede nodded. From observation and watching, it can be found that the spell on the fairy spell is a kind of collected spell. Then fill in the power of nature. If his speculation is correct, the power of nature and chakra are actually a kind of east-west, but chakra is digested and filtered by the sacred tree, but Kagaya, who has obtained the fruit of the sacred tree, can directly create black Zetsu. And chakra's Sage of Six Paths, who got half of Kagaya, will also escape yin and yang. Yin-yang done can create, heal, and not die. Then, as another natural force of the same origin gathers together, of course the same effect can be achieved. And the proof is the spell. Charm plus force of nature can revive Otsutsuki Hamura, and this is the manifestation of force of nature and chakra being of the same origin. Then I'll test how to make a fairy spell now, said Kitahara Kaede. Great Toad Sage. Toad Ball, you mean you're going to conduct experiments here? Great Toad Sage said hastily. Yes, Kitahara Kaede nodded. Because I have just come into contact with Sage Mode, and the force of nature, I am not very familiar with it, so I am in front of you. Great Toad Sage, if you made a mistake and absorbed the surrounding natural force, wouldn't it be cold here? Great Toad Sage, who had just experienced a near-death experience, was a little flustered. In this way, Hamaon immediately pursed his lips, asking for flowers. That's all. You take the fairy spell away. Here you are, son of prophecy. The big toad obviously nodded slightly to Shima, and Shima handed the box to Kitahara Kaede. Then the Great Toad Sage continued. Hope you don't disappoint Mount Myoboku. Certainly, Kitahara Kaede said, my intentions are the same as Mount Myoboku's. For the peace of the ninja world. Great Toad Sage nodded lightly. Then little Jiraiya, you take little Kitahara Kaede and leave. There is no doubt about it. It said, this is Destiny's child. After a while, Kitahara Kaede and Jiraiya were taken out of Mount Myoboku's sphere of influence. Ah, come out. Jiraiya clasped her hands behind her head. By the way, boy, you are really amazing. This is the first time I've heard of fairy spells. And then this kind of back to the death effect, was super sappy, Jiraiya said. But it wouldn't be too good to just take it away, Jiraiya said. Great Toad Sage says there is only one. It's probably because Mr. Jiraiya, you are too simple. Kitahara Kaede said, if there is only one, then it will definitely not be given to me so soon. And you are talking about the son of prophecy. I think it's fake too, Kitahara Kaede said. Hey, Jiraiya was confused. Didn't you admit that you are the child of prophecy? Is there such a thing as prophecy? Kitahara Kaede said, and, if all goes as prophesied. So, what is the meaning of a person's life? Just to become a pawn of prophecy. And become a pawn, are you happy? Obviously, I have been working hard to become the teacher of the son of prophecy since I was a child. 17. But life is a mess, isn't it? And Mingming has been running for the prophecy of Mount Myoboku. But this kind of good fairy spell has never been used for self-defense, has it? Kitahara Kaede said, so, are you happy to be the loyal dog of Mount Myoboku? Jiraiya. Jiraiya found herself being provoked. Chapter 086 Which ninja resurrection coin is strong? Sharingan is on the list. Seek full order, ask for automatic. Are you happy to be the loyal dog of Mount Myoboku? Listening to Kitahara Kaede's voice, Jiraiya looked at Kitahara Kaede in astonishment. But Kitahara Kaede watched him calmly. How do you feel about your life? Kitahara Kaede said, Jiraiya, his life. Jiraiya is a ninja and a novel writer, how would he evaluate himself? What will become of the final chapter of his life in his novel? If he really fulfilled what the Great Toad Sage said about becoming the mentor of the Child of Destiny, then his life must be successful, so much has passed and finally it has meaning. But what if he doesn't finish? What has he been doing all these years? Jiraiya used to be the tail of the crane, and could only look at the genius Orochimaru of 833, and could only look at the beautiful Tsunade. Then he came across Mount Myoboku by chance. Then, life changed. From the very beginning, he became strong without any ambition, and then he was liked by girls and became a mentor to become the child of destiny. During these 50 years of his life, he has been rejected by Tsunade, then he couldn't stop his best friend from going astray, and then he couldn't even protect his own disciple, twice in a row. So, now that he is over half 100 years old, is he happy? What did he do? Jiraiya was silent. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Senju Tobirama. It seems that Jiraiya is stumped by Kitahara Kaede's words. Namikaze Minato. Yes, becoming the loyal dog of Mount Myoboku, Kitahara-kun really speaks for himself. Big Pillar Hanhan. So, isn't Mount Myoboku actually just one piece of immortality spells? Namikaze Minato. From the analysis point of view, it is not just this one. Namikaze Minato. Otherwise, the Great Toad Sage wouldn't give it so quickly, and, as it said before, it gave one to Sage of 6 Paths, right? Namikaze Minato. Then it proves that this thing is not just one. Namikaze Minato. I used to come here to study, but now I suddenly feel that the water here is a bit deep. Senju Tobirama. Minato, you said it was deep, so it is indeed deep. And the other side, Mount Myoboku. Phew, I finally sent this little ancestor away. Immortal Zima Toad completed the task, and then returned to the ancestors to report. The thing is like this, when he was practicing Sage Mode just now, all the natural forces around him were sucked away by him. Then I don't know why, some natural force sucked back. Then it became the current concentration. Immortal Zima said, Gamamaru nodded. It seems that Kitahara Kaede is indeed an unusual person. I haven't seen this kind of scene before. Even Otsutsuki Hagoromo didn't look like this when he was practicing. So, said Fukasaku Senjin next to Shima Senjin, this little Kitahara Kaede's achievement may be higher than that of Otsutsuki Hagoromo-sama. Not sure, said the Great Toad Sage, but very likely over Otsutsuki Hagoromo. However, can we just send out our fairy spells like this? Immortal Zima said, isn't that a spell that takes 300 years to condense? Yes, it only takes 300 years instead of 1,000 years. But when the Great Toad Sage said so, they couldn't refuse. It's okay, or I said that on purpose. That way he values us, said the Great Toad Sage. As before, in the face of this unknown force, we at Mount Myoboku just need to be responsible for the free supply. Because that's how I protected the ninja world before. So, this time should be right. Quote. Fukasaku, Shima, old ancestor Shengming. However, Zima reported, the White Snake Immortal of Ruchi Cave is outside, and seems to be asking for a meeting. Say it's our Mount Myoboku who stole their natural powers. Hee. Great Toad Sage chuckled. What is stealing? It must be that Kitahara Kaede sucked part of their natural power away when practicing Sage Mode. Tell it, said the Great Toad Sage. It was taken by Kitahara Kaede. And if it's not satisfied, then go to Kitahara Kaede. Fukasaku was taken aback for a moment. Is this okay? Of course, said the Great Toad Sage. Not only to give Dong Si, but also to show Kitahara Kaede, only we, Mount Myoboku, are sincere to him. So, isn't he heading towards Mount Myoboku? It's still the ancestor Shengming. The two Toad subordinates nodded immediately. It is indeed the wisdom of the ancestors who can develop Mount Myoboku from the Kage era. And people in the small group also found that Kitahara Kaede made another record today. July 26th was sunny. Following Jiraiya to Mount Myoboku, I can be sure my suspicions were correct. The power of nature and chakra are of the same origin, or the source of chakra is the power of nature. And chakra is absorbed, digested and filtered by 10 tails to form something that anyone can use, but the power of nature is not available to everyone. Closing square bracket. Consoled Jiraiya, hoping that he would not continue to recall his life after he died, and then said, throughout my life, it is full of failures. I got the immortal charm from Great Toad Sage, which is one of the taboos for bringing the dead back to life in Millennium 2.8. Closing square bracket. However, when it comes to resurrection coins, fairy spells are not the only thing. Sharingan, and Impure World Reincarnation, and Rinne Tensai. Closing square bracket. And when seeing this line written by Kitahara Kaede, the small group became lively again. Although Jiraiya was not allowed to ask about the Otsutsuki era today, nor was he able to get information about Rinnegan, the Eye of Sage of 6 Paths. But the resurrection coin written by Kitahara Kaede is very interesting. First up is Senju Tobirama. He developed the Impure World Reincarnation. Originally this was used as tandem paper bombs, but found that it seems to be a dream come true. Although there are many side effects, it can also be regarded as a resurrection coin. The result, are there still so many resurrection coins? Chapter 087 FK, Rinnegan is Huxia Cabbage. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. In ordinary people's cognition, people will die if they are killed, so being able to be resurrected is naturally an open thing. Tobirama originally only considered using tandem paper bombs for attack, but happened to research Impure World Reincarnation. And after decades of Impure World Reincarnation, it turned out to be a sharp weapon to shake people. And if you look at the more than 4,000 ninjas in Konoha's Impure World Reincarnation, you will find that they are not only shakers but also dream-fulfilling angels. It can let the deceased ninjas return to their homeland. On the one hand, it can protect the village, and on the other hand, they can get together with their relatives. Although it violates the three views, but as long as you feel happy, how difficult can you blame them? So, as the developer of Hmph World Reincarnation, Tobirama is quite satisfied. But, observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. The old leftover woman who can't get married, are there so many ways of resurrection? Third Tsuchikage Onoki. Yes, the old man thought there was only a fairy spell. Dazuzi Hanhan, it would be great if I knew these things earlier. Big Pillar Hanhan, then Madara won't die either. Senju Tobirama. Brother, what are you talking about? Senju Tobirama. Haven't you seen what Kitahara Kaede is writing in the notebook now? It's not just my 14 Hmph World Reincarnation that can revive people. Senju Tobirama. Not just my Hmph World Reincarnation, but also the Senju charm I got from Mount Myoboku this time. Senju Tobirama. As for Rinne Tensai, this is Pain's Rinnegan's. Senju Tobirama. But Sharingan can also be revived, so Uchiha Madara may not die after fighting the Big Brother Valley of the End. Senju Tobirama. He may have revived himself, and then ran away, so I originally wanted to use his corpse for research, but there was nothing there. Senju Tobirama. So, Uchiha Madara who killed 1,000 swords escaped using Sharingan as a resurrection coin. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. You too, don't you think it's an exaggeration to talk about how my brother died without hesitation in front of me? Senju Tobirama. Of course it is not an exaggeration, because your eldest brother may not be dead now. Namikaze Minato. Are you talking about Nine Tails attacking the village? Kurama. Didn't I say this before? Kurama. I was controlled by Sharingan, and I had lost consciousness. When I came back to my senses, I saw that Minato was going to seal me. Namikaze Minato. Well, 8 tails. But 9 tails, can you tell the chakra of Uchiha Madara? Kurama. Well, what can be confirmed is that the person controlling me is not Uchiha Madara. Namikaze Minato. Well, let's continue. Kurama. But I think it has something to do with Uchiha Madara. Big Pillar Hanhan. What's the solution? Kurama. Isn't this nonsense? When I think of the person who uses Sharingan to drive me, I can only think of him. Even if it's not him, then he instructed. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. That means Uchiha Madara is still alive. Onoki is famously afraid of Madara, so he immediately turned it off. Even a 76-year-old man finds it unbearable. Older leftover women who can't get married, speaking of this, Kurigakure, are the same. Fourth Mizukage has traces of being controlled, so it's hard to guarantee that it's also Uchiha Madara's method. Dazuzi Hanhan. So, Madara has become a public enemy of the ninja world. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Finding out that her brother was dissed strongly, Izuna wanted to refute, but since no one could beat her, she could only bear with it. And this time, everyone heard the voice of Jiraiya. Because Jiraiya is now following Kitahara Kaede back to the village, and then saw Kitahara Kaede making a record, but he didn't see the above words, but saw the fairy spells below, Rinne Tensai and Sharingan. He is very curious. Are there really that many skills that can be revived? Jiraiya said, and this is also an opportunity for the small group that has just been depressed because of the thought that Uchiha Madara is not dead can rediscover the topic and barely become active. So everyone listened quietly. The power of nature contained in the magic spell can revive people. Kitahara Kaede said, that's what Sage of Six Paths did. As for Sharingan, this is a skill only possessed by Ergodama and Sangudama, whose name is Ayanagi, who interferes with reality through absolute illusion, marking himself before he is injured or dead. Then activate Ayanagi, you can rewrite the fact that you are dead or injured. In other words, you can revive yourself or not get hurt. But the price is that it can only be used once, and after using it, the Sharingan will be blind forever. I see. This is Uchiha's Sharingan, Senju Tobirama. Then it can be confirmed that Uchiha Madara in the past used this kind of skill to avoid death. Senju Tobirama. Why did Onijiya feel that you were depressed in an instant? Big Pillar Hanhan. Hey, because this is a battle between me and Madara, something our older generation didn't deal with, and it ended up causing so much trouble for the younger generation. The older leftover girl who can't get married. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. The two shadowmen from other villages looked at each other, a little moved. Because everyone knows Konoha's first Hokage, the mother of kindness, is clearly the strongest in the world, but in the end, she bowed her head and begged for peace at the first 5-cage meeting. If not stupid then pure benevolence. However, the other 4 shadows did not accept the benevolence of the strong, but began to fight after Hashirama's death. In this way, up to now, the first ninja war has been carried out, the second ninja war, and the third ninja war. The older leftover girl who can't get married. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. Both Terumime and Onoki are ashamed of their predecessors. And Jiraiya is still asking for advice. Kitahara Kaede explained, as for Rinne Tensai, this is Rinnegan's skill, but the cost is the caster's own 327 life and chakra. So is it a life change? Speaking of Rinnegan, Jiraiya said, actually, during the second ninja war, I took in 3 children when I was in Rain Shinobi village. Nagato, Yahiko, Konan. 3 are good boys, and Nagato has Rinnegan. And they are my first generation disciples, Jiraiya said. I taught them knowledge, but what I received was the news of their death. I didn't protect them well. Jiraiya was a little depressed. Opening square bracket comma 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 comma. Shit, everyone has been thinking about getting information about Rinnegan, but you Jiraiya, met it. Is Rinnegan that Hmph now? Wait a moment, Namikaze Minato, at Kakashi. Namikaze Minato, at Kakashi. Senju Tobirama. Go find Jiraiya, this Nagato's Rinnegan, maybe Pain's Rinnegan. Senju Tobirama. No, or Pain may be Nagato. Senju Tobirama. Kakashi, draw Pain's face to Jiraiya to identify. Tobirama issued a series of orders, and everyone seemed to wake up from a dream. Emotions. Konoha's enemies come from within Konoha. 088 Konoha decides whether the ninja world is chaotic or not. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Pain's current Rinnegan is Nagato's Rinnegan. After Tobirama said this, everyone reacted immediately. Yes, since they have been following Kitahara Kaede all the time, they found that many jaw-dropping things can be completed quickly by Kitahara Kaede, so everyone followed Versailles together. But, in fact, there are many things that ordinary people can't do. So, looking at this kind of thinking, then this Tiandao Pain who entered the small group and then released the words of Konoha's death for 3 months, maybe it was Nagato's eye. Because Jiraiya said Nagato is dead. B. After some guesswork, can it be understood that perhaps Pain is Nagato? Also, there is such a possibility. So when Tobirama said this, Kakashi acted quickly. 6th Hokage Kakashi. I will immediately intercept them. 6th Hokage Kakashi. I will go to ask for clarification immediately. Might guy. I'm just outside Ninja Village, so I'll go too. Senju Tobirama. Please. Namikaze Minato. Senju Tobirama. What's wrong? Minato. Tobirama still cares more about this junior. Although the disciples of third generation were not up to their expectations, Tobirama only wanted them to raise pigs. But, Tobirama still recognized Minato's strength. Also recognized Minato's intelligence. So now that Kakashi has been arranged, then only he and Minato are responsible for the wisdom of this small group. Namikaze Minato. Nadaime, I'm thinking, maybe this Tiandao Pain is really Nagato. Namikaze Minato. On the one hand, it is your authentic thinking. Rinnegan is the eyes of Sage of Six Paths, it cannot be Hmph. Namikaze Minato. Therefore, there is a high probability that this Tiandao Pain is Nagato, a disciple of teacher Jiraiya. Namikaze Minato. After all, with Rinnegan, death is very difficult. Namikaze Minato. Even if the appearance may be different, then it may be other application methods of Rinnegan. Senju Tobirama. Well, what you said is also very reasonable. Pretty much what I thought. Senju Tobirama. Minato, you are indeed good. Senju Tobirama. Kitahara Kaede has already said that you will be brought out of the soil, and then you will change to show your strength. Namikaze Minato. Yes, not only wants to serve the village, Minato also wants to take care of Naruto. So now he is holding back his temper and waiting for Kitahara Kaede to bring him out of the dirt, but he also knows that he used the ghoul seal to dedicate his soul to Shinigami, so he still needs to wait for the matter of Pain to be resolved. This time it may be possible to ask Kitahara-kun to deal with this matter later. He has been taking advantage of the opportunity for more than 10 years, and now, he can still wait. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. So the leader of the Tiandao Pain, Akatsuki organization is Jiraiya's disciple. Senju Tobirama. What do you want to say? 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. Then, can I understand that the chaos in the ninja world is caused by you Konoha? Big Pillar Hanhan, ha 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 ha. Senju Hashirama laughed. Up. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. You better stop laughing, this is not something to be happy about. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. All kinds of strange powerhouses are related to Konoha, but Konoha can't control it, can you? Big Pillar Hanhan, huh? Senju Tobirama. This is indeed a big problem. Yes, starting from Uchiha Madara, then appeared the masked male Control Nine-Tails suspected of Uchiha Madara, and then to this Pen Nagato. And these are people who can shake the entire ninja world. It can be said that whether the ninja world is chaotic or not is Konoha's decision. B. There is no way to control it. These are all incompetent performances. And the other side, Kitahara Kaede and Jiraiya are talking slowly and have returned to Konoha. Both of them are experts in physical skills, so they are very fast. And Kakashi and Might Guy have long been waiting at Konoha's gate. I saw it. Chunin Gang Ziti, who was in charge of guarding the gate, said hastily. It's 5th generation Sama, and Jiraiya Sama. Azumo next to Gang Ziti also stood up quickly. They are all ninjas who are about the same age as Kakashi. Although they are Chūnin, their strength is already very close to that of Genin. In the era of the 3rd generation, I once approached them and said that they can be upgraded. But because of the abdication of the 3rd generation, the matter fell through. But, they are still very enthusiastic about Kitahara Kaede. It's not that this 5th Hokage is young, but he's strong and brings absolute glory to Konoha. In the era of the 3rd generation, Konoha's ninjas could only behave as humans with their tails between their legs. Cloud Shinobi broke into Konoha to attack, and they could only treat it as peace. It can be said that it is extremely aggrieved. But it was different after Kitahara Kaede took office. Cloud Shinobi village was gone, and all the captives arrived in Konoha. And Jiraiya, one of the famous ninja Konoha Sannin who left the village in the past, also returned to the village several times. Looking at it now, the probability of staying in the village is very high. Not to mention that after the Impure World reincarnation, the power of the village grew rapidly. Azumo's father died protecting the children when Nine Tails attacked the village, so they were all happy to be able to see the world again. In particular, my father said that he is the only one in the world after death, and he has never met anyone and he cannot go anywhere. So, isn't it just torture? For the sake of the village, for the sake of the children, in the end, he ended up in a place where he could not move forward or retreat. So Azumo is grateful to Kitahara Kaede for bringing his father out of the dirt. So compared to their own little interests, the two still admire Kitahara Kaede very much. After all, they were just guarding Konoha's gate, but when Shukaku appeared, the two could do nothing, only to find Kitahara Kaede koing Shukura with a quick 1-minute ko. And this is the real guardian of Konoha. It's finally your turn. Kakashi and Might Guy breathed a sigh of relief. Master Jiraiya, Kakashi said, please identify Pain's face, we have his face. While the two were waiting for Kitahara Kaede to return to the village, they had already drawn the drawing of Pain they saw in the group. Jiraiya watched as Kakashi handed him the picture. This person, I have an impression. Nuo Haojao really. Kakashi was overjoyed. So, Pen really is Nagato. This is Yahiko, Jiraiya said. From his appearance, it may be Yahiko's grown-up appearance, but, isn't he dead? Perhaps not dead, Kakashi said hastily. The leader of the Akatsuki organization, Tendo Pain, owns Rinnegan, and we suspect that he is the Nagato envoy. No, Jiraiya said hastily. You guys are right, but this is what Yahiko looks like. Could it be that Nagato's eyes were given to Yahiko? But Rinnegan can't be installed casually. After all, Sharingan is very difficult. Jiraiya is not confident, because now he is a little disordered. If the former disciple became an existence that would destroy Konoha, then, did he do a wrong job as a mentor? Or, Nagato is actually Destiny's child. Why not consider that Yahiko died and Nagato took control of him? Kitahara Kaede said aside. One word awakens the dreamer. 089 Jiraiya's redemption. Superior. Seeking automatic. Seeking full order. Why not consider that Yahiko is dead and Nagato is controlling him? Kitahara Kaede said aside. One word awakens the dreamer. After Kitahara Kaede pointed it out, Jiraiya froze for a while, but the thoughts of Tobirama and Minato in the group were confirmed. From the past, it can be found that when first Hokage was still alive, the 5 great ninja village could not be in chaos, and when first generation died, the first ninja world war began. And the second generation died, and the second and third ninja world wars began. It can be said that sleepy leaves determined the chaos of the ninja world to some extent. And now the new out of heaven Pain, could it be that he just jumped out of a rock? Therefore, it is more acceptable that Pain's Rinnegan is Jiraiya's Nagato with Rinnegan. And since it is the eyes of the legendary sage of 6 paths, will Nagato die so easily? So, Kitahara Kaede proposed that Yahiko was dead, and Nagato made Pen to control it, makes sense. Judging from Jiraiya's performance, he is quite reliable, but he is sad for the death of Nagato, Konin, and Yahiko, and he is autistic because he cannot protect Minato from death. So he is still trustworthy. B4. What about the disciples he taught? As the second disciple, Namikaze Minato performed very well. So, what about Minato's previous brothers and sisters? The information provided by Uchiha Itachi, Konoha's loyal dog, shows that the initial intention and goal of the Akatsuki organization was to pursue peace. So, this is very much in the style of Jiraiya's disciples. So now it becomes the distorted appearance of Tiandao Pain. Observation Kitahara Kaede, _group. Namikaze Minato. Could it be that Nagato's parents were killed by our Konoha people? This is what Tiandao Pain said when he joined the group. Namikaze Minato. But teacher Jiraiya mentioned that the Nagato team was taken in after they became orphans. Senju Tobirama. That is, during the Second Ninja World War, when Jiraiya, Agong, and Orochimaru confront Hanzo, the leader of Rain Shinobi Village. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. Hanzo was called the demigod of the ninja world at that time. Big Zuzi Hanhan, oh who? Is he a demigod? Does that mean he is very strong? Older leftover woman who can't get married, how should I say it? Maybe it's a way to say that he is strong. He is known as the Hanzo of the salamander, with the salamander being his summoning beast, skilled in the use of poison. Older leftover women who can't get married, the poison is very strong. However, it is wrong to be called a demigod at such a level. The older leftover girl who can't get married, because he can also water style, but he can't reach Nadime's Hayden. Senju Tobirama. Yes, as Kaiden. Hey, as Konoha's second Hokage, Tobirama is quite proud of his water style. Senju Tobirama. In other words, there are no tigers in Yamanaka, and monkeys dominate. Senju Tobirama. So this Hanzo of the salamander rose up and then lost. The old leftover girl who can't get married. Almost, after his death, Rain Shinobi Village became low-key. I think it should be that Jiraiya took in Nagato, Konin, and Yahiko at that time. Older leftover women who can't get married, they probably want to start from Rain Shinobi Village, and then seek world peace. They are in hell, but they don't want everyone to stay here together. The old leftover woman who can't get married, from this perspective, the Shao organization is actually quite powerful. Namikaze Minato. Master Mizukage, how do you know so much? The old leftover woman who can't get married, I found out in the data of Kurigakure that Akatsuki once wanted to represent Rain Shinobi Village to us Kurigakure for peace. Big Pillar Hanhan, so Jiraiya has passed on the seeds of peace. Senju Tobirama. But in terms of results, it failed. The old leftover woman who can't get married, yes, it failed. It seems that Akatsuki fought with Hanzo of the Salamander after the establishment of the organization. Afterwards, the leader of Rain Shinobi Village was changed. Older leftover woman who can't get married, then she also became Loki. The old leftover girl who can't get married, and in this process, it seems that Konoha's ninja activities are posing as people from other ninja villages. Senju Tobirama. Then it should be Danzo's fault. Big Pillar Hanhan. Dazuzi Hanhan. Tobirama, your disciple is really. Senju Tobirama. I also have a headache, they are all tripping Konoha. BEBD Namikaze Minato. How should I put it, Mr. Danzo's approach seems to be to mess up other villages and then let Konoha be safe. Senju Tobirama. But in terms of results, it was a mess. Namikaze Minato. This is, and then, Naruto also. As soon as Minato came out, everyone fell silent. Tobirama knows that Konoha F4 is sorry for Minato. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Therefore, the Akatsuki organization may be in the process of dealing with Hanzo of the Salamander, and Yahiko died. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. So, Yahiko died, Nagato changed, and used Rinnegan to control Yahiko, right? Namikaze Minato. This analysis is the most reasonable. As a result, people who once yearned for peace chose this method. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. Then it's Uchiha Madara. Third Tsuchikage Daimyu. Uchiha Madara is such a character. Senju Tobirama. Although you know Onoki, you are afraid of Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama. But I also reserve the idea that Rinnegan and Uchiha Madara were behind the suspended animation. After all, it is possible. Kurama. So, Uchiha Madara is the manipulator behind everything. That nasty guy. Shuhei, you humans are really complicated. 8 Tails. So, I was taken away because Yahiko died, then Nagato changed, and then I was going to use power to deter the world. 8 Tails. This is the peace he wants. Senju Tobirama. Who knows, but, even with such a past, but whether it is Nagato or Pen attacking the village, then it is not allowed. Namikaze Minato. Yes, Big Pillar Hanhan. As Hokage, we have to protect the village no matter what. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Understood. Namikaze Minato. Kakashi, you are here. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Yes, I also got Mr. Jiraiya online. Dazuzi Hanhan. Well, it's just right. Ahousei Shion Ren. Let's take a look at the group chat records. Good Color Immortal. Hey. Good Color Immortal. I've already finished reading it. Good Color Immortal. I was given the task of guiding Destiny's Child by the great Toad Sage. I thought Nagato was Destiny's Child, but I received the news of his death. Good Color Immortal. But the result now is, these children have become like this. I did not continue to follow up, so. Nagato has grown into a person who wants to destroy Konoha. Pervy Sage. So I can't do anything. Is Jiraiya autistic? But at this time, this is for you. Kitahara Kaede patted Jiraiya's shoulder as he sat down and closed his eyes. The sun originally cast shadows on Jiraiya, but at this time it suddenly turned to the sun. It was only then that everyone discovered that Kitahara Kaede had handed Jiraiya the precious celestial spell she had received from the great Toad Sage. Chapter 090 Jiraiya's Redemption. Down. Seeking automatic. Seeking full order. Pen is most likely Yahiko, your former student. Then Nagato is hostile to Konoha now. He will definitely attack Konoha. So, Kitahara Kaede said, you who are still in the village will definitely not just stand by like this. So, take it, Kitahara Kaede said. Your value is not just to scout for Pen's information, is it? You have a lot of regrets in your life, don't you want to make up for it? Kitahara Kaede said, so, wouldn't it be better to leave one more life? Jiraiya, yes, when he was young, he wanted to become the strongest in the world, and then get the attention of girls. But soon because of meeting the great Toad Sage, he became a guide to Destiny's Child. Although told by Kitahara Kaede, what he did may just be his wishful thinking. The Mount Myoboku side, probably didn't think much of him. His life, was full of illusions. But Jiraiya understood one thing. His own life does not mean that he was prescribed to go on from the beginning, but that this is his own idea. Adopted Konin, Nagato and Yahiko, isn't he happy? No, he is happy. Found the genius disciple Minato, isn't he sad that Minato passed away? No, he is sad. It seems that I can only be a teacher in this life. Jiraiya said. It seemed that there was a regretful tone, but there was a smile on Jiraiya's face. But now the disciples are in a state of confusion, and I can't stand idly by. I won't be looking for Destiny's Child anymore. Jiraiya said, I'll be right here. Nagato has gone astray, and I will guide him back to the right path. And Minato is not here, I will take care of Naruto instead of him. The value of life, if it is based on the great achievements of Hokage masters in the past, I am not worth mentioning. But now I have no regrets. If it can be done, what can be grasped and things are not done, then it is true regret and worthlessness. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Big Zuzi Hanhan, I'm a little surprised. Dazuzi Hanhan, I didn't expect Xiaobeiyuan to give Jiraiya such a precious fairy spell that he got from Mount Myoboku. Senju Tobirama. Now that it has been confirmed that Pain may be Yahiko, and Yahiko is dead, Nagato's inner collapse finally controls Pen's path to Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama. Then, after knowing this, Jiraiya will definitely not stand idly by. Senju Tobirama. So he will probably try his best to dissuade Pain. Senju Tobirama. As for the ending, Tobirama paused when he said this. And Izuna continued, Senju Hashirama's younger brother. In the end, Jiraiya will probably die. Senju Hashirama's brother. After all, we have all seen that pain is so powerful when using Rinnegan. Shuhei Hmph. Although I was blocked, I just refused to accept it. Even so, Shuhei still hoped that pain would be defeated sooner. Because, 8 tails is already cold, so isn't the one tail on its side also super dangerous? The old leftover girl who can't get married, but Kitahara-kun directly gave Jiraiya the fairy magic spell, which is really a big deal. The old leftover girl who can't get married, as he recorded, among the things that can be resurrected, the fairy magic spell has the least side effects and is safe. Older leftover women who cannot get married, for example, impure world reincarnation. If Jiraiya guarding the village is dead, then impure world reincarnation can also be used. The old leftover girl who can't get married, this is the lowest cost, but he actually gave it the most expensive one. Namikaze Minato. As expected of Kitahara-kun. Namikaze Minato. Atmospheric. On the second morning when Kitahara Kaede returned to the village, a message was added to Sleepy Leaf's bulletin board. Jiraiya, a commoner ninja and one of Konoha's long-famed Sannin, returns to Konoha as an advisor to Konoha. This made everyone stunned for a moment, and then quickly reacted. Does this mean that Konoha has gained power again? Yes, although more than 4,000 ninjas from the Nine Tails Rebellion have been revived, although they are the body of impure world reincarnation, they are still making sacrifices for the village. Just because of the impure world reincarnation, the body can only exert the strength of the 3 to 4 layers of the peak of the body. So it can only be regarded as a strong backbone, but the strength of that elite is still in short supply. And Jiraiya is Konoha Sannin, so it is cage level. So this is the return of another cage level ninja from the village. What could be more exciting? What third generation couldn't do, 5th Hokage did. Although a little blind, Konoha's ninjas and villagers have higher and higher expectations and convictions for the new Hokage. And the majestic Kitahara Kaede went to the ninja shop opened by Tiantian's family. Long time no see, Lord 5th Hokage. The rich woman is also in the store every day, and her parents go to buy. At this moment, although she is in the store, she is wearing a green vest top of Konoha. Asking for flowers, because now she is already a Chūnin. After Kakashi announced the list of Chūnin who passed the exam, Tiantian got the assistance of the uniform and registration staff, and gave Chūnin's uniform to her and Shaoli. It's a pity that Neji didn't pass the exam. But Neji gave up on himself, so the two of them had nothing to say. But this does not mean that the two will look down on Neji after they become Chūnin. On the contrary, both of them feel that Neji is very strong. Because they are all disciples of Might Guy, the blue beast of Konoha. Yeah, although according to the time when she left the ninja school, Tiantian is Kitahara Kaede's senior sister. However, he is now 5th Hokage, so it's normal to receive homage from the ninjas of the village. Don't be nervous, Kitahara Kaede said. I'd like some detonator-made charms. But this detonator doesn't need spells drawn on it. 0. Then give me some special ink and cinnabar pen. Oh, these Dongshi Tiantian stores have them all. So she quickly started searching for these items. But what do you want these things for? I don't want to make a detonating talisman myself. Tian said. Because Sasuke made his own detonating charms and sold them in the store, he still understands a little bit every day. In other words, she owns a ninja shop at home, so she is also very interested in ninja making and so on. I learned some healing spells recently, said Kitahara Kaede. I thought it was quite simple, so I decided to do it myself. Oh. Tian hurriedly prepared all the items. Then handed it to Kitahara Kaede. And Kitahara Kaede didn't leave the shop, picked up a cinnabar pen and picked up a base paper for the detonating talisman. Swipe. Kitahara Kaede began to start calligraphy and painting. Tiantian, do you have a summoning beast? Kitahara Kaede said, my summoning is from Rashomon. Your shop is too small to fit in. Day by day, I don't have any summoning beasts. Tian said, but Mr. Guy's tortoise can still be borrowed. Saying so, Tian snapped, lightly bit his finger, and summoned a red turtle. Ka. The tortoise just appeared, but found a flash of light across the eyes. Kabagui was stunned for a moment, and then realized that he was a BCH. The head fell off. Push Master's book, it's already on the shelves, ask for a first order. Aura is revived, do you want to awaken a superpower? Author Yichung Lily Kuai. Chapter 091 Versailles Grand Prize, Fairy Talismans as Ordinary Healing Scrolls. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. The turtle from summoning is instantly cold. Tian was taken aback. But Kitahara Kaede has written the mantra on the base paper, and then wrote Xianzi in the authentic place. He put one hand on it. A golden flash appeared on the whole person, but the energy of the flickering brilliance gathered into the spell. The character on the spell appeared shiny, and Kitahara Kaede turned off the light of sage mode on his body. And the fairy spell has been made. It cannot be said to be exactly the same as the scroll taken from Mount Myoboku, but it can be said to be extremely similar. Then it depends on the effect. Kitahara Kaede says, assisted me in putting the turtle's head and neck together. Then I treat it, Kitahara Kaede said. Quote, the tortoises were all decapitated, but they were still being treated. Well, 370. Before I could react every day, I found that Mr. Guy's tortoise was cold, but now is not the time to be noisy. She quickly assisted Kitahara Kaede to piece together the tortoise's head. And Kitahara Kaede pasted the newly drawn fairy spell on the turtle's head. The spell instantly changed from pale paper to dark green. Green light surrounded the tortoise. And Tien's eyes widened. Because the tortoise's broken neck was spliced together. At the same time, the body seems to have regained the ability to move. And the tortoise's limbs, head and tail began to shake. And its eyes are dull. Obviously didn't know what was going on. And the tortoise found a bag of cat food on the stage. Pour out the cat food every day, come and give it. The tortoise immediately began to eat with big mouthfuls. But Tien's domestic cat discovered this and let out a cry that the territory was occupied, but he was a little afraid of the turtle, so he could only blow his hair on one side. Day by day, take back the eyes of the cat that was placed on the fried hair every day. Master 5th Hokage, she said hastily. Did I fall under your illusion? Why does the tortoise come back to life when it is cold? Didn't I say that I learned a new healing technique? So now that I have learned it, it is naturally cured. Kitahara Kaede said, from the effect point of view. Not bad. Day by day, it's not possible anymore. This is directly bringing the dead back to life, not healing. Tien was about to jump up. It can be said to be a miracle. Tien said, yes. Kitahara Kaede said, then I want to do some experiments, and I can give you some fairy spells when I'm done, Kitahara Kaede said. Okay, Tien said hastily, you can use me for experiments. Kitahara Kaede, you are a little too optimistic. What if I kill you and resurrect you? Then it's worth it. Tien said, isn't this just a contribution to the experiment? But I still want to be an excellent female ninja, so please don't let me die like this. Tien said, is it? I think every day, to become an excellent female ninja. Kitahara Kaede remembered that Hinata sometimes said those words. Want to be a good female ninja. But, in the original book, it seems that the girls are not able to get what they want. Because, in another decade or so, the pretty ones will generally get married, but there will be almost no one who can persist in wanting to become an excellent female ninja. Perhaps, this is different, and you can start to change it every day. So, I closed the store every day and accompanied Kitahara Kaede to conduct some experiments that cannot be described normally. Panting every day, it was really an incredible experience just now. Tien said, indeed. Kitahara Kaede said, me too, suddenly came up with some motivation. Then the enthusiasm became high up. I made so many spells. Kitahara Kaede looked at the 100 or so spells stacked on the table speechlessly. This is still a bit of motivation. Tukao complained every day, Master 5th generation, you are too strong. Open the store door again every day. And she has already got 10 fairy spells made by Kitahara Kaede in her hand. However, is it really good to give me so many charms? Tian felt that he hadn't done anything worth so many fairy spells. Spells are made to be used. Moreover, the words used are actually quite small. Because ninjas are easy to get hurt, isn't it? And even if it's not when ninjas are injured and they cut their fingers while cooking, isn't it dangerous? Beijing Y said, it might run out after a while. In other words, do you think that a small wound less than 1 centimeter from a finger cut by vegetables can also be used with fairy spells? Tien felt that it was too wasteful to use such a precious charm as an ordinary healing scroll. But, starting from today, her family's shop finally has an absolute treasure of the town. Thank you very much, Tien said, then remember to prepare some for your teacher Might Guy if he messes around. Kitahara Kaede drew out 3 more cards and handed them to Tien. Do you mean the 8 inner gates? After all, Tien is a disciple of Might Guy and knows what the teacher cultivates. Although she and Neji couldn't learn and didn't have the talent of 8 inner gates, Shaoli has been developing in the direction of Mr. Guy. And Mr. Guy opened the 5th gate in front of them, and opened the 7th gate when facing Orochimaru in the Chūnin exam. But, the 8th gate is a dead gate. If that is the case, then it is terrible. Think about it this way. Tien quickly grasped the fairy spell. While watching Kitahara Kaede leave the store, every day I still don't know what kind of influence 4.0 what I did today will have on the future Mr. Guy. I don't know, my Might Guy teacher, the time to use the 8th gate will come so fast. Kitahara Kaede walks out of the ninja shop. The 2 Anbu who were on guard immediately separated one person to report to Kitahara Kaede. When going out of the village, Kitahara Kaede does not want Anbu, and when returning to the village, Anbu himself will follow. After all, it is Hokage's exclusive bodyguard team. Although everyone agrees that if Kitahara Kaide's Anbu needs to be dispatched, then Konoha is almost dead. After all, if he is stronger than Master 5th Hokage, then, others really cannot resist. But, and for Kitahara Kaide's strength, Anbu is not very needed. But it's okay for Anbu to do some errands. Really, Anbu returns from errands. Chapter 09 2 newcomers join. The woman who loves Kakashi. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Anbu came back from running errands. This Anbu is the captain of the 6th class, from vice captain to full-time. According to Kakashi, he was always in the 6th class when he was working on Anbu. So I trust the 6th class very much. And in the 6th class, there is also the younger generation he rescued from Danzo, Tianzong. It was later renamed Yamato by 3rd generation. Yamato is also a wood-style experimenter. Although he is guided by Danzo, his heart is still positive. I have to say that the difference in wood style is different. Yamato's wood style is just average, so it can only have 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, and this is why Danzo finally gave up Yamato and chose to get Kitahara Kaede. But this plan to get Kitahara Kaede also failed, and Yamato is only serving as Anbu's captain now. But Yamato has a nice personality, so it doesn't matter if he is often assigned some errand work by Kitahara Kaede. I have found Kuroyuki's location. Yamato replied. The Uchihang here is Hinata's guide Jonin, and Uchihang was arranged to be a nurse in the plan to revive more than 4,000 ninjas who attacked the village with 9 tails. 14 so at that time, I still owed Uchihang a reward. Kitahara Kaede is not the type to like to be restrained, so after returning to the village, I decided to cash in. So after buying the materials for making fairy spells here, he also arranged for someone to find Uchihang. But, something happened a little bit, Yamato said. During the Chūnin exam before, Asuma was maimed by one snake. Quote. Yamato seemed hesitant, but he said it anyway. Asuma is still in the hospital now, but physical disabilities have emerged. Lost opportunity to become a ninja. And he was very emotionally disturbed, yelling and yelling. No matter who went to visit the doctor, he would be yelled at. And Uchihang, especially Jonin, has just been scolded back. The mood seems to be quite low. I see, Kitahara Kaede said. Asuma lost his arms and legs and that's the attitude. Does he know that before him, Kosuke Maruyoshi, who has 50 years of genin experience, performed better than him? Maruyoshi Kosuke's right leg is also missing. Kitahara Kaede, forget it, Kitahara Kaede said. Originally, I wanted to arrange Maruxing Kosuke to persuade Asuma. But Kitahara Kaede remembered his purpose, he just wanted to be more comfortable. So Jiraiya can help to train Naruto without dying, and at the same time, as a cage-level person, he can do things well in Konoha. Moreover, Jiraiya has a good brain and 40 years of experience, and can also guide Kakashi in some aspects. Then you can have Kakashi for Wen, and Jiraiya for Wu. The two complement each other. This pair of mentors and apprentices who have crossed the ages can become tool people very well. So, who is in the interest of spending effort to bring Asuma back to life? And Asuma's strength is not very strong. Now there are quite a few people in Konoha who are similar in strength to him. For example, Baiyun Morning, or Shiranui Xuanjian can be promoted. And Yamato's strength is not lost to Asuma. So, does Asuma matter? Seems like, can't find the value. The only role seems to be son of Hokage, but the 3rd generation item has now retired. Kitahara Kaede, notify people to go only to 3rd Hokage. Let him take Asuma back, Kitahara Kaede said. Yes, Yamato stepped back quickly and said a few words to the other Anbu who was handing over, and that Anbu disappeared immediately. Yamato knows that this is Kitahara Kaide's face for 3rd generation. Yes, it can be regarded as giving the 3rd generation face. After all, the current Asuma's identity is only, the son of 3rd Hokage. Then Asuma's performance will only continue to make 3rd generation even more disgraceful. Half an hour later, Kitahara Kaede went to the top of Hokage Rock, where there is a flat place where you can sit on the whole Konoha. There will be a cool wind blowing in front of you, which makes you feel very comfortable. Beep. Today's share observation Kitahara Kaede, small group opens. And with the system's notification sound, the small group is turned on. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Big pillar Han, here I come, here I come. Senju Hashirama. Ah, this place is nice, I liked standing here when I was Hokage. Senju Hashirama. Then I decided to create a village with Madara here. Senju Hashirama. I really miss it. I didn't expect that the village has developed into this way over the years. Senju Tobirama. Isn't this nonsense? After all, the juniors appear all the time. Senju Tobirama. And brother, you have forgotten what is the most important thing now. Big Zuzi Han, well, yes, about Pain. Senju Tobirama. How is the situation today? Pain didn't come to attack the village, did he? 6th Hokage Kakashi. Number. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Master Jiraiya has decided that if Pain comes to attack, then he himself is the first door. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Jiraiya. Big Zuzi Han, full of energy. Pervy sage. After all, my disciples at this time, they have gone astray. If I don't correct them, who will correct them? Senju Tobirama. What a responsible junior. The old leftover girl who can't get married, the title of the good color fairy has changed. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. Change +1. Big pillar Han, change +1. Namikaze Minato. Change +1. Good color immortal. Hey, do you all think that my title means that I am really good color? I am still a virgin, how can I be good color? Namikaze Minato. This, Senju Hashirama's younger brother. It can't be said that being a virgin can't be lustful. At Senju Tobirama. 860 Senju Tobirama. FK, what are you doing at WoW? Senju Tobirama. I've said it all, because of the mess left by Anika, I'm not interested in women. And at this time, there have been no new members for 3 days, and a new member will be added today. Closing square bracket. Add attributes for family. Strength requirements cage level. Big pillar Han, Namikaze Minato. Is it possible to add family members? So is it possible to add Miming Bao? Senju Tobirama. I'm going, so Naruto will be added to the secret. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Naruto joins in now. But isn't it ready to let him know the truth? Big Zuzi Hanhan, this one is. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. Maybe it's not from Konoha. 4th Raikage AI, so I'm from Cloud Shinobi Village. Senju Tobirama. Don't think about it, you still have a fart left in Cloud Shinobi Village. 4th Raikage I. At this time, the system gave a reply. Women who love Kakashi are welcome to join the group chat. Closing square bracket. Quote quote. 6th Hokage Kakashi. He's single, flirtatious, and likes Jiraiya's royal uncle. As a result, does anyone like him? Chapter 093 Rin Nohara, Minato class assemble. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Along with the sound of the system, everyone also found that the number of people in the group increased by 1. Newcomers are welcome to join the 10,000 Worlds chat group. This group is also known as the Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Newcomer at Renai Kakashi, let's say hello to everyone. Following the system's prompt, everyone found that there was indeed one more person in the small group. The person who loves Kakashi. Everyone's titles are so strange, and here is the world after death. Senju Tobirama. Well done, this newcomer seems to be a posthumous person too. Big Zuzi Hanhan, yes. Namikaze Minato. Then this is a newcomer with the title of loving Kakashi, so it should be a relative of Kakashi. Namikaze Minato. But if you have other strengths at Kage level. Could it be Hatake Tsukumo? Dazuzi Hanhan. Hatake Tsukumo, then it is Kakashi's father, the younger generation who committed suicide that Sarutobi didn't let go of before. Big Zuzi Hanhan, Jr., you have been rehabilitated. Senju Tobirama. Anika, you idiot. Big Pillar Hanhan, Senju Hashirama's younger brother. This title is the one who loves Kakashi, and Hatake Tsukumo is a man, right? Big Zuzi Hanhan, that's right. People who love Kakashi. I always feel that I have come to an incredible place. Namikaze Minato. So the introduction of the newcomer, come on, this here is to observe Kitahara Kaede. Small group, we are all group members, this small group can link the past, the future, regardless of whether it is alive or dead people. Namikaze Minato. Meeting is fate. People who love Kakashi. Sensei Minato. Namikaze Minato. 6th Hokage Kakashi. People who love Kakashi. As Kakashi you. People who love Kakashi. Your title is amazing, have you finally become Hokage? Congratulations. People who love Kakashi. I knew you could do it. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Could it be that? Could it be that? Listening to this person's tone, Kakashi seemed a little familiar, and then felt a sense of spiritual shock. Yes, because, people who love Kakashi. It's me, I'm Lin. And teacher Minato. People who love Kakashi. I never thought we could meet again. Namikaze Minato. Lin. Minato's tone also became agitated. Dazuzi Hanhan, so they are all acquaintances. Namikaze Minato. Shodai, this is my student, Rin Nohara, in the same class as Kakashi and Obito. Namikaze Minato. I didn't expect to meet the Minato class again here. Big Zuzi Hanhan, that's it. People who love Kakashi. Could it be first Hokage, Shodai? Nadaime is also there. Big Zuzi Hanhan, yes. Senju Tobirama. Hmph. I am indeed second Hokage. People who love Kakashi. Awesome. People who love Kakashi. If Obito knows that I met Master First Hokage and Master Second Hokage, he must be very happy, because he has always wanted to be Hokage. People who love Kakashi. Obito. People who love Kakashi. It seems that Obito is not here. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Well, but I think his future will come too. Kakashi told a lie, but this lie was not purely to appease people. Although he hoped to see his father here before, he was already very happy to see Lin. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Well, Lin, I'm sorry. 6th Hokage Kakashi. I killed you. Everyone. Senju Tobirama. Kakashi, what's going on here? Dazuzi Hanhan, it's too cute. Namikaze Minato. This. People who love Kakashi. Teacher, let me tell you. After Obito died, Kakashi and I were on a mission, but we were surrounded by Jonin from Kurigakure. People who love Kakashi. They put 3 tails in my body, and then let me hit Konoha, in order to prevent this from happening, so I let Kakashi kill me. People who love Kakashi. As long as Jinchuriki dies, the tail beast will disappear at the same time. Then the man will die, and the tailed beast will regroup elsewhere. People who love Kakashi. This is my choice, so please don't blame Kakashi. People who love Kakashi. I'm sorry Kakashi, your heart must be criticized too. People who love Kakashi. I'm very sorry. At that point I had no other options. 6th Hokage Kakashi. It's all right. 6th Hokage Kakashi. My heart is very strong. This sentence looks very confident and sunny, but it is a complete lie. Minato glanced at Kakashi. He knew that Kakashi often washed his hands involuntarily because he killed Lin. Killing a companion is an absolute shadow for Kakashi. But, Kakashi is also strong. This kind of explanation is used for girls, in order not to let the ball blame itself. Kakashi, good job, Minato thought to himself. But, Senju Tobirama. Big Pillar Hanhan. Senju Tobirama. At the old leftover girl who can't marry. The old leftover woman who can't get married. I don't know about this matter, but I only took over Kurigakure 2 years ago. And these should be instructions from 4th Mizukage. The old leftover girl who can't get married. As I explained before, Mrs. 4th Mizukage is suspected of being controlled. The old leftover girl who can't get married, and those who are good at controlling illusions are also the Uchiha clan. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. So I, the Uchiha family, are responsible again. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. Kurigakure really sucks. The old leftover girl who can't get married. Namikaze Minato. Anyway, Lin, welcome to come here. Namikaze Minato. This small group is very unique, we can meet again here, we can also communicate here, and then we can follow the vision of Kitahara Kaede to see the current Konoha. Namikaze Minato. Lin, this is the Konoha you protected. Knows. Woman who loves Kakashi. So what is the observation of the note written by this small group Kitahara Kaede? 6th Hokage Kakashi. This is the 5th Hokage chosen by Nadaime and Shodai, and I am Assistant Akira. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Those who are not on the table. Woman who loves Kakashi. No, even a support is very important. Woman who loves Kakashi. Because not everyone can be an assistant, and Nadaime and the others believe in Kakashi, so they let Kakashi do this. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Well, Dazuzi Hanhan, what a girl like an angel. I think of my wife. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Hmph. Speaking of it, my elder brother is also single after leaving Konoha. Big Zuzi Hanhan, that's true, I've never heard of Madara having an affair with any girl. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. You heartbroken ghost. Big Pillar Hanhan, hey. Chapter 094 The Late Reward, Yuhihong will honor it. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. When new members joined the group, Kitahara Kaede stayed above the Hokage rock, waiting for Yuhikari. Kurenai Yuhi is the most beautiful single female ninja among the Jonin in the village. For Konoha, a village with a long history, its performance in all aspects is quite good. Because she has no blood and no cheats. In the original book, Yuhihong is not highly evaluated, only she is the best illusionist in the village except for the blood follower. You can get 10 points in the illusion assessment. But it is a pity that people of the Uchiha family are born with more than 10 points. The illusion of the Uchiha family is also 10 points, but it is not that they only have 10 points, but that the results that can be shown in the assessment are only 10 points. Everyone knows that Yuhihong is only Hinata's guide Jonin, but she couldn't teach the 3 students any illusions, because it required a certain talent. So in the later period, she was directly disconnected as a female ninja. But now it's different from the original, or it's the same as the original, so wouldn't it be nice to go back and read the original? Kitahara Kaede felt the wind blowing in his face. Sitting here, you can feel the grand ideal that first Hokage and Uchiha Madara are sitting here planning. Kitahara Kaede sat without moving. If it was an ordinary genin, it would be respectful to see Jonin, but his current identity is 5th Hokage. Although there is Kakashi as an assistant, everyone at 830 knows that Kakashi is taking on the work of troublesome clerks. Equivalent to a secretary, so, for ordinary Jonin, they still know who the real leader of their village is. Plus witnessing Kitahara Kaede take down the dangerous tailed beast Shukaku with ease using wood style. There is also Cloud Shinobi Village, which just disappeared into thin air, which made the ninjas in the village feel proud and then, and a little nervous. Since the number of ninjas in Impure World reincarnation has increased, does that mean their importance has decreased? Kurenai Yuhi is also one of these ninjas. They are all ninjas in the faction targeted by the 3rd generation, who have been promoted or entrusted with important tasks. But it was different in Kitahara Kaede's time. Kitahara Kaede didn't cancel their pay or work arrangements, but they themselves would feel insecure. And Yuhihong is one of them. Certainly. Compared to her lack of strength and maybe not enough to be promoted to work, she is still very grateful to Kitahara Kaede. Because if it wasn't for him, then she would never see her father again. She also got the conclusion. The father wanted to help her when the Nine Tails attacked the village, and rushed to the side to stay with the other children, and said to her, Red, you have not left baby offspring, what are you thinking? Woman, I'm going to leave future generations. His words were not sincere either. But hope she can live. These are the proud words of my father. But before, it had always been deeply imprinted in her heart, making her extremely anxious. Finally, this misunderstanding is resolved. Then I can see my father again. Even though my father's strength can no longer be compared with the past, Hong is still very happy. Kitahara Kaede didn't move, while Kurenai Yuhi stood silently on the side. What do you think? Kitahara Kaede said suddenly, sitting here, looking at the village below, what do you think? Yuhihong hesitated for a moment and then said, this is. Sit down and feel it first, says Kitahara Kaede. Saying so, he sat down while pulling Yuhihong's wrist, and then said. From here, you can look over the whole Konoha, and then you can see all the scenes in your eyes. Have you ever tried to see the village here? Kitahara Kaede said, well, no. Yuhihong thought that Kitahara Kaede had some new task for her, so she was still very nervous, but she didn't expect it to be like this. But she didn't understand. 70 years ago, first Hokage and his best friend Uchiha Madara were here looking at the area. At that time, there was no village here. But the two of them worked together to plan a village where the ninjas could live beyond their youth without sending children to the battlefield. And that's where the wooden crocodile came from, says Kitahara Kaede. You mean? Yuhihong felt that she and Kitahara Kaede had completely different ideas. Standing here, she only thinks that the village is very beautiful, and she has no such vast and inclusive thoughts at all. She instantly felt that there was a gap between her thoughts and Kitahara Kaede's. Or, her consciousness is not high enough. 1S level mission, 23A level missions, 233B level missions, 422C level missions, and 103D level missions. Uchiha, you have made a lot of contributions to the village. The village will remember, Kitahara Kaede said, so it's okay if you choose not to be a ninja. Wait a minute, Uchiha reacted, are you fired? Master 5th generation, I didn't say I'm not a ninja. Kurenai Yuhi said, it's better to say that my idea is to become an excellent female ninja. Is that so? Kitahara Kaede sat up, then I'll be at ease. I thought you were close to Asuma, so you might give up being a ninja. Uchiha said, I haven't agreed to Asuma's pursuit yet. And, Hong seemed a little hesitant, and then said, and my father doesn't let me get close to Asuma anymore. Evening sun is red, so realistic, but this is also very true, because Hong's father is a father, how could he let his daughter get close to a disabled person? Even if it's Hokage's son. And it would be better to say that if you really associate with the son of Hokage, there will be a lot of shit, because 3rd generation is now a retired Hokage. And what he did was not very honorable in Jonin's eyes. Your father loved you very much, Kitahara Kaede said. Red didn't react yet, and Kitahara Kaede has stood up. Since you have decided to become an excellent female ninja, then I will give you back the reward I gave you for acting. To be honest, I refer to Kakashi's basic level. You have an absolute gap with him in physical skills, illusion, and ninjutsu. Then the reward for you is to let you reach his level in these aspects. And now, look into my eyes. Kitahara Kaide's left eye changed and became red in the future. And Kurenai Yuhi recognized it was Sharingan. In just an instant, she had arrived in the Tsukuyomi space. Using Tsukuyomi to train others, everyone in the small group has seen it. So except for Lin who was curious, everyone else is used to it. But, 6th Hokage Kakashi, Maya, Kakashi yelled in the small group. Because not everyone regards him as a unit of measurement now, even Kitahara Kaede. And, Kitahara Kaede is directly improving Uchiha's strength. So, while pointing out that his strength is not good, then, why not help him use the Sharingan and also improve down? Kakashi is thinking deeply about the difference between himself and Kurenai Yuhi. What is wrong? 095 Kurenai Yuhi's illusion is 10 points. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. The ordinary illusion is that the enemy stays there, and then gets hit by your illusion, so as long as he gets hit, you have to stay there for as long as possible. As for the advanced illusion technique, that is pupil technique, Tsukuyomi has a strong influence. No matter how long it has been in the Tsukuyomi space, it is only a moment to the outside world. For Kitahara Kaede, it's just a matter of spending a little more energy. And unlike the one with Hinata, Uchiha's various foundations are much better. So you can directly apply the old routine, divide chakra, multiple shadow clone technique and then fight against yourself. A set of procedures down. Uchiha wiped the sweat from her forehead with one hand, and the 2 shadow clones in front of her also disappeared with a sound. The experience points came back immediately. Master 5th generation, Kurenai Yuhi said, now this is in your Tsukuyomi space, so when I go outside, I can also use shadow clone. Can I continue to progress? It can't be done, Kitahara Kaede said. Now in this space you can have this level of chakra. So you can only learn it here, but it doesn't mean you can use it outside. That's why, don't try to use multiple shadow clones outside. According to your current strength, you can split half of them at most. And this will only result in a ninjutsu failure, and then add another defeat to yourself. Kitahara Kaede explained. That's it. Uchiha was a little disappointed. After all, the multi-layered shadow clone technique is an external technique. And it's really sad that you can't learn to cheat. But, her complexion quickly recovered. This time I am really grateful. I originally thought that since my father is back, I have already received the reward from the 5th generation project. I didn't expect you to give me a small stove in the end. Uchiha said. Yes, although unable to use multiple shadow clone techniques, she has gained a lot of experience points. Whether it's physical skills that have always been weak, or illusion skills, have all improved. Yes, obviously a master of illusion, when facing 10,000 of herself, she found that she was still a frog in a well of illusion. It can be said, her current strength is not the same as before. And how long has it been? There seems to be no perception of the passage of time here. But if it is calculated directly and normally, it took her a full 30 years. According to Kitahara Kaede, her current level is on par with Kakashi. Result, she obviously thought that she was a special Jonin, but she was only one level away from an elite Jonin like Kakashi, but it turned out that she was 60 years old. Then, Uchiha said, now my taijutsu level and genjutsu level have reached Kakashi's level. Then, she paused, is my illusion already better than Kakashi's? Kakashi's illusion, it's flat at best, and only on the illusion side, Kitahara Kaede said. Because Kakashi owns the Sharingan. Uchiha, Sharingan, that is to say, no matter how hard you try, you can't compare to the blood succession limit. You can't say that either, Kitahara Kaede said. Because there are only a small number of people who have the boundaries of blood inheritance, and some of them cannot expand the boundaries of blood inheritance even if they use intermarriage or other methods. So for a village, ordinary ninjas are still the backbone. That's it. In other words, even now, she is still a very important member of Konoha. She can become a member of a large number of ninjas who can be replaced by anyone. Although she was a little unconvinced for a moment, Uchiha shook her head lightly. Because of the 30 years of training, she was only close to Kakashi's strength. This means that she has no talent. Then, Yu Hahong said, I'm considered a successful teacher, right? As an illusionist, the quality of my illusion has been greatly improved. Sunset Red said, so I can become a master illusionist without shame. So what do you think is the definition of illusion? Kitahara Kaede said, he also felt that the training for Yu Hahong could come to an end. Illusion. I also asked Hinata and the others this question, and the answer at the beginning was a kind of ninjutsu, which affects others by changing chakra's 5 senses. Yu Hahong said, however, now I feel differently. Asking for flowers. Illusion can be a tactic, and the scope of trial is wider, and it is more practical. So illusion is also a kind of attack. Quote, at the same time, illusion can also be used as a psychological treatment. Psychological counseling for some ninjas after the battlefield can play a role. Yu Hahong said, is this your understanding? Kitahara Kaede said, yeah. Yu Hahong nodded. After all, I have defeated 10,000 me. She experienced 10,000 selves and cast illusions on herself, so now she has been completely reborn. You still have to learn a little bit more, Kitahara Kaede said. I've seen Uchiha Itachi, he is more advanced in illusion than you, and the difference is that his whole person feels like illusion. 0. So, you only know the illusion on paper, not the actual illusion. Like your illusion, you need to seal and you need to attract the attention of the enemy first. However, a really good illusionist has already made the enemy fall into the illusion at the moment of fighting with the enemy. As for this point, there are blood inheritance boundaries to assist, but it can also be done without blood inheritance boundaries. If you want to become Konoha's illusion master and not embarrass me, you are not enough, or, Kitahara Kaede said, you still need to practice for 300 years. Quote. Read in the evening, quote, okay, Master 5th Hokage, please give me another 300 years. Yu Hahong grabbed her straight black hair with both hands. This kind of feeling is like the feeling of Jonin's school for the first time and then doing the question for the first time, but the result is that you can't start. So, although I know she doesn't have much talent anymore, but it takes 300 years to improve, it's true, too weak. Perhaps, I shouldn't be a ninja. Yu Hahong murmured in frustration. What did you say? And Kitahara Kaede has reproduced 1,000,000 Yu Hahong in the Tsukuyomi space. Evening sun is red. When she looked over, she saw her as a template, but Yu Hahong who was stronger than her were all looking at her. It's like being despised by all of myself. No, nothing, Yu Hahong Jonin said timidly. 5 CE. 096 Kakashi's struggle. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. 1 second is over. Kitahara Kaede took out a tissue and lightly wiped the left eye. Mangekyo Sharingan is so sick, he spurts blood desperately with one blow. No wonder Uchiha Itachi's body is getting weaker and weaker. Not only is it a side effect of Sharingan, but also ischemia due to excessive blood spraying. Only the strength of his body can support it. This time, the small group's vision did not follow Kitahara Kaede's Tsukuyomi, so everyone just perceived that Kitahara Kaede gave Yu Hahong guidance like Hinata. But in the next second, as Kitahara Kaede sat on the slope where the young Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage, once sat, green leaves appeared around him. This is a leaf floating from afar. Kitahara Kaede looked at Konoha village, surrounded by Konoha, and Kurenai Yuhi stood beside her. It's like Sarutobi Hiruzen's favorite saying, wherever there are leaves flying, fire will burn. The shadow of the fire will shine on the village, 20-0, and make new leaves sprout. Observation Kitahara Kaede, _ small group. Dazuzi Hanhan, this scene is quite poetic. Dazuzi Hanhan makes me feel like I'm back when I was young. Senju Tobirama. Brother, please be more sober. Big Zuzi Hanhan, huh? Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Now is the period of illusion. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Although the skills are very strong, but I really can't hide that I opened Mangekyo Sharingan. Namikaze Minato. So this is an illusion. Namikaze Minato. At Kakashi, can you see it? 6th Hokage Kakashi. Ask me if I can see come. In other words, is it in an illusion now? 6th Hokage Kakashi. Yes, Yu Hahong is an illusion type, so she was trained by Kitahara Kaede, so it must be a further improvement in illusion. Kakashi began to analyze quickly. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Then, is this leaf an illusion? Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Look again. 6th Hokage Kakashi. So the leaves are not the answer. Then, what else is illusion? 3rd generation Onoki. Onoki has no blood succession boundaries, but he can feel that this scene is a bit inconsistent. So this should be an illusion. For the strong, illusion is often not on the table. But, Senju Hashirama's younger brother. The whole picture here is an illusion. The older leftover girl who can't get married. Nani? The old leftover woman who can't get married. Really, this scene is an illusion. The old leftover woman who can't get married because you see, Biwan-kun is there. Everyone quickly focused their sights on one point, only to realize that the small point slowly turned into a scene. But everyone realized that what they saw just now was just a scene, but Kitahara Kaede had already walked down the mountain with Yu Hahong. And the video provided by the system also began to transition. Everyone found that Yu Hahong was following Kitahara Kaede, and seemed to be talking to him. Master 5th generation, thank you very much for your training. I never knew illusions could be used like this. And then you can't play like you are now. The activation of an illusion does not necessarily need to attract the attention of others, or it can be completed from a single action. These are all seen words. But, The meaning of revealed coming is very clear. Kitahara Kaede used Tsukuyomi's illusion for Yuhihong, and then practiced in the illusion space, so Yuhiran's illusion was greatly improved, and it was just the illusion scene that everyone saw. Your current strength has reached the level of teacher Kakashi, and the current illusion will not lose to him using the half-baked Sharingan. I will promote you to become a Jonin when you go back, and then you will be able to obtain the certificate of elite Jonin after passing the assessment. Kitahara Kaede said, "Thank you so much." Kurenai Yuhi hurriedly saluted Kitahara Kaede. "If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be able to make such progress." Also, Kitahara Kaede said, "Go back and have a good rest for a week. Practicing continuously for 277 years is too much burden for ordinary people. Although it is not reflected yet, I suggest you go to deep sleep for a week." Kitahara Kaede said, "Ordinary people, I understand." Yuhihong nodded. "I'll go back and get a good night's sleep." Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Big Zuzi Hanhan, the case is solved, the case is solved. Dazuzi Hanhan, so this female ninja was trained by Xiao Beiyuan using Tsukuyomi. Big Pillar Hanhan, this kid really knows how to use Uchiha's Sharingan. Big Pillar Hanhan, if Tsukuyomi is used to train a bunch of Konoha's juniors, then, isn't our Konoha's strength improved? Dazuzi Hanhan, Kakashi, right. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Well, using Mangekyo will have side effects, and just now Kitahara Kaede also said that even in Tsukuyomi space, time can be ignored, but it will cause mental loss. 6th Hokage Kakashi. That's why he let Yuhihong go back to rest. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Not everyone can bear this kind of high-intensity training. Big Zuzi Hanhan, that's it, then there's nothing I can do about it. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Yes, Kakashi. Of course Kakashi was embarrassed to say that if it was so convenient, why didn't Kitahara Kaede teach him? It is obvious that his strength is not enough, so why not help him grow? And if the method is very troublesome, then why did you choose to promote Yuhihong instead of him? Kakashi is quite autistic. Is it because he is not a woman? Woman who loves Kakashi. Sharingan's illusion is so strong. Woman who loves Kakashi, it can increase a person's strength so much at once. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. To be precise, it's not a one-off upgrade. Listening to their conversation, we can know that it should be Kitahara Kaede who used illusion Tsukuyomi to keep Yuhihong inside. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Therefore, Yuhihong has actually been trained for 277 years. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. It takes 277 years of training to achieve the mastery of illusion. The aptitude is actually relatively poor. If it were me, then I only need about 40 years. Senju Tobirama. That is to say, if it is me, I can also improve the illusion through Tsukuyomi. It seems to be interesting. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. No, Senju Tobirama, you don't need to use illusion, you've already learned See Escape, don't you feel greedy to learn illusion? Dazuzi Hanhan, now that I've said that, I also want to learn illusion. Namikaze Minato. Well, Shodai, you are already terrifyingly strong, you don't need illusions. Dazuzi Hanhan, this is 4.5. Kurama. Hmph, what labor and management hate the most is illusion. Shuhei, what is there? Woman who loves Kakashi. So, Kakashi, you are using Obito's Sharingan now, it seems to be Mangekyo too. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Well, it is true, but, Kakashi seemed a little embarrassed. Because what can he say? Obito's Sharingan brings him a burden, and he is sucked into chakra every moment, so he is also called kidney deficiency shadow. But, he will not drop this eye. Because, this was given to him by Obito, as a gift from Jonin. More, to let him remember Obito, let him remember not to abandon his companions. So, even if this Sharingan is dragging its feet, it will not give up. But Kakashi felt depressed, and suddenly found himself being at Chapter 097 Dirt Konoha's White Fangya, Kakashi thinks, to become stronger. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. The old leftover girl who can't get married. At Kakashi, Mr. Beiyuan is looking for you. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Huh. Kakashi froze for a moment. Then he discovered that in the small group video, Kitahara Kaede was calling an Anbu, and that Anbu was Yamato. Yamato ran straight to the Hokage office building where he was. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Then I will go first. Senju Tobirama. Go, today's 3-hour observation of Kitahara Kaede is coming to an end. Namikaze Minato. Yes, Dazuzi Hanhan, it seems that today is also over. Namikaze Minato. Kakashi, if you want to become stronger, please ask Kitahara Kaede. Namikaze Minato. I have no research on Sharingan. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Yes. Kakashi nods. He also knows that the teacher must know his current strength and the reason why genius cannot be worthy of the name or closely related to Obito's Sharingan, although with the Sharingan he can use 14 copying and see-through illusions ability. But, his chakra is severely restricted, so, Rachel's ninjutsu, which he developed himself, can only be used 4 times a day. So for him his chakra needs to be fine-tuned, then it can only be transformed from a fighting-type ninja to an analysis type, and then use the least amount of force to complete the task. Overall, the current situation is not bad. But for him who graduated from ninja school early in the past 1 year, and then 8 years old Jonin, it is not enough. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. When you see Sasuke, take a look at him and see if he still pulls like that when he wears Mangekyo. Izuna has not forgotten Uchiha Sasuke who has the same appearance as her. Although Izuna's activity was not high, Mangekyo was fed by Tobirama as soon as he came out. But now looking at Sasuke with the same face as himself is even more embarrassing, he can't stand it. 6th Hokage Kakashi, understood. And with Kakashi's voice, the system prompt jumped out. Today's share of observation Kitahara Kaede's 3 hours ends. Closing square bracket. Start at the same time tomorrow. Closing square bracket. Please also come here. Closing square bracket. Woman who loves Kakashi. Ah, I forgot to mention it. Lin found out that Chūnin was going to close here and quickly added a sentence. Woman who loves Kakashi. Kakashi, I never blamed you, even thanked you very much, it's great to join the Minato class with you as a companion. Beep. With a mechanical sound, everything fell silent. Whether it's 1st Hokage, 2nd Hokage, or Master Minato, or even Lin's voices all disappeared. And Hitaki Kakashi in the Hokage office building also opened his eyes. Call. Kakashi let out a breath. Something inside seemed to let go. At this time, he sensed someone outside. Master 6th generation. And Anbu Yamato knocked on the door first, and then pushed open the door to come in after getting permission. Master 5th generation sent you to Might Guy Jonin, Yamato reported. To Guy's place. Kakashi was a little puzzled. However, he still pushed away the 2 thick stacks of materials on the table, but he felt that he might make a mistake when he did this next time, so he quickly marked it before going out. Might Guy's home. Might Guy's father is Genin, and he has been Genin for 20 years. In the eyes of ordinary colleagues, he is a person who is not good at ninjutsu and illusion, and his physical skills are also rare. And because I have always been a Genin, the salary I got was not high, and what I got was only a 60 square meter hut on the 2nd floor. After Might Guy became Jonin, he has done a lot of tasks and his income has greatly increased. But he didn't leave the house bought by his father, because it made him feel that his father was still around. However, because of excessive training and always roaring love of youth, even becoming a Jonin, is still kept at a respectful distance. So Kakashi felt that no one came to Guy except himself. Right, at that time, I felt that I was almost cold for the task. I thought about rushing over there, but when I thought about it, if I rushed out by myself, then Kakashi's words would definitely. Quote. Kakashi. From a distance, I heard Might Guy talking about himself. And then, I found 3rd generation and told him that Kakashi is my lifelong opponent. It is absolutely impossible to leave him in Anbu like this, so I applied to join Anbu. But it failed. 3rd generation project felt that it was impossible to take up the role. So it was assigned to guide Jonin. Then I took over the 3rd class. Whether it's Neji, Shaoli or Tien, they are all good boys. This is the voice of Might Guy. Quote. Kakashi. Kakashi knew about it. In other words, it was also because of this opportunity that he was removed from the status of Anbu by the 3rd generation and returned to his ordinary ninja career. But thinking about it now, it should be 3rd generation who let himself look at Naruto because of the identity of teacher Minato. Quote. Kakashi. Kakashi felt that he might have been deceived by 3rd generation. For Kakashi, there are several important people in his life. His mother died when he was born, and he was brought up by his father, so he was closer to his father. Then I met Obito, who was different from other children and would never give in to himself. Then there is Might Guy, who is determined to challenge himself. Obito, while not admitting defeat, is very talented. It's the Uchiha clan after all. But Might Guy didn't have any blood inheritance boundaries, but worked very hard. No matter how hard he was hit, he persisted. 890. In other words, if Guy hadn't persisted until now, then he wouldn't be able to walk in the sun like he is now. Father, Sensei Minato, Obito, Lin, and Guy are all very important people in his life. And now Lin's heart knot here has been untied. Maybe I can meet Obito in the small group, and then I have Guy by my side, and teacher Minato can also talk in the small group. Kakashi feels that life now is extremely beautiful. So, I've been happy with Kakashi all these years. Uncle, Kakashi will be happy to see you too. Guy was still talking. Boom. Kakashi, who pushed open the door of Might Guy's house, was stunned. And the people in the room also looked here. Because there are people in the room, Might Guy and guests, or should not be guests, because one is Might Day, whose father of Might Guy has died. But the body that Might wears is that of impure world reincarnation. The guest at Might's house is a man with white hair and a shy smile on his face. The man turned around at the sound. You're here, Kakashi. He turned around, with a face that was close to 80% of Kakashi's, which even Chio's mother-in-law would have mistaken. Because this is Kakashi's father, Konoha's White Fang, Konoha's White Fang. Chapter 098 Choose, Kamuya and Obito's couple space. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. In Konoha, impure world reincarnation has become not uncommon since 4,000 ninjas from the Nine Tails Rebellion were impure world reincarnation. And the villagers are used to it. In other words, Konoha itself is linked by one group by one group by one family by one family. So 4,000 impure world reincarnation ninjas are distributed among the families in the village, directly occupying most of the villagers. There are people from impure world reincarnation in my family, so why should I oppose it? And the ninjas of impure world reincarnation can also restore their ninja status, but they need to be assessed. Because the strength will be weaker than at the peak, the ninjas in the dirt will be retired as a whole, from Jonin to Genin, and from Chūnin to Genin. But also stronger than normal Chūnin and Genin. On the one hand, you can meet your relatives 10 years later, and at the same time, these relatives can continue to be ninjas and contribute to the family. No one will dislike it. In addition, these 4,000 ninjas are participating in the destruction plan of Cloud Shinobi Village, and they have completed the task perfectly, destroyed Cloud Shinobi, captured the last battle force of Cloud Shinobi Village, and escorted them back to Konoha. A ninja who has made such a feat is unique in the past. Therefore, in Konoha, impure world reincarnation is not excluded. Even, some are cult-like. Some villagers even hope that they can reveal their relatives and friends who died in the Second Ninja World War or the Third Ninja World War instead of attacking the village in 9 tails. As long as there is a tomb with a corpse, and then a bandit is sacrificed, then an old ninja from Konoha can be reborn from the dirt. Very convenient. So, now in an ordinary family, is it strange to see each other's deceased relatives? Not surprising. Especially Kakashi also knows that Guy is a father boy. He trusted his father very much. So seeing Might wearing it at Guy's house now, is not an exaggeration. But, Kakashi, you're here. The man sitting opposite Might Dai turned around. His complexion is not very good, and at the same time he is not good at speaking. But Kakashi knows, it's his father. Hatake Tsukumo, the one who committed suicide. Kakashi, is it? Seeing this scene suddenly, Kakashi originally wanted to walk away, but he suddenly thought of the words of the dead seniors in the small group. The world after death, it's empty there, I've been staying there, I don't know the sun and the moon. Closing square bracket, I was alone in the sea with no one else, very lonely. Closing square bracket, there is a mountain there, but there is no way to go forward, and I am lighting a fire on the side, but I can't wait for anyone to come. Closing square bracket, so, my own father, Hatake Tsukumo, he was also alone after death, and then he couldn't move forward or back. And in everyone's analysis, the reason why the father committed suicide was because of him. Can you give me the space for a while? Kakashi said, quote, Might Guy, quote, Might where, Might Guy glanced at his father. Then he looked at Kakashi and Hatake Mashuo. Oak, Dad, let's go outside. Might Guy said, now. That's right, Might Guy has been Genin for 20 years, and has always been in the fragmentary words of others, so he is still very good at observing words and expressions. So he took his son and left his home. Quote, quote, Might where, Guy, is it weird that we leave our own home like this? Yes, it's our home after all, Might Guy said. But Kakashi probably doesn't know that the 5th generation is dirty, Hatake Mashuo. That's right, Might Guy said. So Guy, let me see how much you've improved. No problem. Guy rolled up the sleeve of a shirt. I'll let my dad see my growth. Youth is burning. No, Guy, it's a rant. Dad, you clearly said it was burning before. I changed my mind to keep up with the times, so I changed to rant. Ah, Dad, if you want to change the words, then surpass me. So, in the eyes of ordinary villagers, there is another green beast that runs upside down around the leaves every day. And thanks to them, only Kakashi and his father Hatake Mosaku are left in the 60 square meter family. Quote, Kakashi, quote. However, Kakashi opened his mouth and found that he couldn't speak. I already know that you have been through a lot. Kakashi's father probably knew Kakashi well, so he said it himself. But it's something I didn't expect to go through. So, Kakashi finally said, the reason why you committed suicide in the past, was to prevent the villagers' fishing boats from reaching me. Said Mosaku Hatake. Although my death is trivial, you need a good environment to grow up. After all, this is what I promised your mother. So, Kakashi said, leaving me alone like this is the good environment you said. You know the day you committed suicide I was just told that I could graduate early, and then I went home thinking I'm going to tell you about it, and saw your dead body instead. Kakashi said, Hatake Mosaku, feel sorry, Kakashi, then your death is nothing in the world after death, isn't it? I've been waiting there for you. Hatake Tsukumo said, but now, even if I wait there after death, I won't be able to wait for you. And now, I can see you again, and I feel at ease. Even if I am lifted from impure world reincarnation now, Hatake Tsukumo said, but he was interrupted by Kakashi. Don't talk to yourself. The current me is 6th Hokage, and I still have a lot of shortcomings. And the first is that the strength cannot match. So, Kakashi said, you stay first and let my strength improve. I see. Hatake nodded. I will. Quote. Kakashi, you seem to have expected me to say that. Kakashi said, because he found that his father's answer was too fast. Looks like I'm still not very good at lying, Hatake said. Indeed, when I was filthy, Lord Bayuan assigned me the task of improving your strength. As that's so, although Kakashi spoke slowly, he breathed a sigh of relief. This shows that Kitahara Kaede should still be regarded as Mr. Kakashi after all. Yes, Li Zhao, how can there be someone who always increases the strength of others, and then his teacher directly ignores it? So how did he plan for me? Kakashi said, for Kurenai Yuhi, Kitahara Kaede has given 277 years of accompanying training in the Tsukuyomi space, so as a teacher, he must have given a lot of thought here. Kakashi thought to himself, He gave only one direction, but there are two choices. Hatake Tsukumo said, Kakashi, you now have a companion Sharingan, and this Sharingan is Mangekyo. You have never used and developed its efficacy in the past. And now, it's an option to use Mangekyo. And the exact words of 5th Hokage are like this. Your Sharingan also has special effects, one is to distort space for destruction, and this skill is Kamui. And another option is, a couple space with Obito, said Hatake. Then, exclamation mark question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark. Chapter 099 Shuhei, so why am I always caught? Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Kakashi originally listened honestly to the proposal of Kitahara Kaede given by his father, and then, quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Kakashi froze. You mean, Kamui and Obito's couple space. Quote. Quote. Kakashi. As this statement sure, Kakashi said immediately. The response I got was this. I'm also curious why the term, couple space, is used. Hatake Tsukumo smiled wryly. When he was just received by Impure World Reincarnation, he was told that as Konoha's ninja, he still needs to contribute to Konoha. Then he is not surprised. And he was not surprised when he was told to improve the strength of his son Kakashi. But, was told that it was his son's Sharingan who was promoted, and he was surprised in the direction of the ability. Hatake Tsukumo knew that he died when Kakashi was very young, which would definitely bring some negative influence to Kakashi. Then the personality may be distorted because of this. So, what Kakashi has become, Hatake Mashuo thinks he should be able to accept it. So no matter whether Kakashi is single or married when he grows up, he will accept it. Whether there is a problem with the person to marry, whether he has a good personality, whether he can make money, he doesn't know how to tie clothes. 983. Obito, the kid from the Uchiha family who used to play with his son Kakashi. And that kid is a boy. Hatake Tsukumo felt that he was mentally prepared. But when he found out that Obito was a boy, and the words, couple space, his heart was a little delicate. Although, he felt that he was not qualified to stop him, but he always felt that he needed to understand. So, this statement is slightly problematic. Hatake said, and the 5th generation master said, Kakashi, the Sharingan you are using now is Uchiha Obito's. And the eyes of Uchiha person are a pair, an eye, a distinctive effect. Like Uchiha Itachi's eye is left eye Amaterasu right eye Tsukuyomi. And now you only have one eye, but you have two directions of development. One is the Kamui I just mentioned, which can distort the space to attack, and the effect is according to the description of the 5th generation master. As long as you look at the opponent, you can attack and distort, which is very effective. You can directly attack the opponent's body, or you can distort the opponent's physical attack, and ninjutsu. And the name of this ability is Kamui. As for the other direction, it's relatively simple. It's a couple space with Obito, that is, you can get a unique private space, similar to space ninjutsu. Judging from your urgent need to become stronger, I suggest the first one. However, if you want to choose the second, also, you can. But in this case, you need to follow me to learn the Hatake sword technique, and then improve your physical skills. Mosaku Hatake said, either way, you can choose. Quote, hee, but Kakashi smiled coldly. Can you choose? Will you give me the qualifications to choose? Kakashi's tone was a little cold. Quote, Hatake Mosaku knew that it was Kakashi who resented him and directly chose to commit suicide here. But, however Kakashi changed his words again, I choose the first one, Kamui. If it's about remembering Obito, use his eyes. There is no need for this special space. Obito also hopes that I can continue to walk. After all, Kakashi clenched one hand. Like a fist, I couldn't protect the past, but now, I want to protect everything. Yes, before Obito died, he asked him to protect Lin, but Kakashi, not only failed to do it, but also killed Lin by mistake. Let Lin protect Konoha with her own death. Let's just say, he can't do anything. So, if you had stronger power at that time, it might not be the result, but now, you can see Lin again and observe Kitahara Kaede, small group. He didn't want to lose this opportunity again. I can't. Watching Konoha encounter danger, and then Lin was sent out by Impure World Reincarnation come on. This kind of betched thing. He really has no face to do it. So, I choose Kamui, Kakashi said. Okay. Hatake looked at Kakashi. Kakashi had grown up after all, then I will give you special training for the next period of time. Kakashi nodded. On the other side, Kitahara Kaede is sitting at home with a planning form on his desk. It's all about the distribution of how to train Konoha's thugs. For example Uchiha Itachi Sasuke, Hatake Mosaku Kakashi, Jiraiya Naruto. Then there's Might Guy. Might Guy doesn't need special training. While he was looking at the information, there was a knock on the door. Kitahara Kaede glanced in the direction of the door of the apartment, and the door lock turned directly, but it seemed that it was not very polite, so the person flashed to the door. Made the appearance of opening the door. There seemed to be a girl with black hair and white eyes standing cautiously at the door. Her body was changed into a green vest that only Chūnin with green leaves can wear. This is Hyuga Hinata. She squeezed her hands a little coyly. Sorry to make you come here, Kitahara Kaede said. I have something for you. Kitahara Kaede handed her an envelope. Hinata took the envelope with both hands and found a neat stack of charms inside. Okay, can you open it and have a look? Hinata said. Yeah, Kitahara Kaede nodded. Only then did Hinata open the envelope, and then pulled out the charms inside, and found that these spells were wrapped in a unique green power. And the middle of the spell is a character. And, roll your eyes. Looking at it with white eyes, I found that some green power of the spell wanted to shine out, but it was favored by the base paper. Konoha may be a little messy next time, Kitahara Kaede said. But don't worry, this is a test for Konoha's ninja. If you are accidentally injured, you can use these spells to heal. This is the healing plan I copied from Mount Myoboku, it can be used as a healing scroll. Hearing this, Hinata's mood immediately jumped for joy. At first, I thought that Feng-kun hadn't seen her or even talked to her recently, but her father told her that Kitahara Kaede was very busy becoming 5th Hokage, and as a good girl, she shouldn't bother her. So she can only stay at home honestly. Today, I received a notice from Kitahara Kaede to come to him, and I thought I could stay at his house, but now, although she didn't enter the door, she just stood at the door, and she felt very at ease. I will definitely use it carefully, Hinata said. No, Kitahara Kaede said, use it when it should be used. If Konoha's ninja is injured, you can divide these scrolls. Give you an image score. And when Kitahara Kaede was about to continue to explain to Hinata, he stopped because an Anbu hurriedly jumped from the opposite building and landed. 5th Generation Master, San Shinobi Village Urgent Report. The Akatsuki organization will carry out one-tail capture on San Shinobi Village in 3 days. Chapter 100 Pursue Pain for Thousands of Miles, a distress letter from San Shinobi Village. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Konoha high-level meeting. Kitahara Kaede went to Konoha's Hokage office after learning of the distress call from San Shinobi Village. And the new generation of high-level executives gathered here. Kitahara Kaede, Kakashi among them. And Jiraiya and Naruto were also brought here. Sasuke is still in the care of brother Itachi because he has not fully recovered the transplanted eyesight. Might Guy was summoned here too. Naruto, the captain of the Perception and Intelligence Department of the 4th Ninja World War in the original book, was also called. On the table, a letter for help was placed on it, and then opened. The content above said that San Shinobi Village received a crime notice from the Akatsuki organization 5 days ago. Indicates that one tail of San Shinobi Village will be captured in 1 week. And, it was Tiandao Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, who made the move himself. And now it's the 5th day since I received the letter. Does that mean there are only 2 days left? Thought. It's very difficult to get to San Shinobi Village in 2 days. Naruto, who is a think tank, said. We have 9 tails in our village. Jiraiya said, and then glanced at Naruto, who sat obediently with his hands on his lap. There is no room for him to speak here, and it is very important to just listen in. And, it's still about him. Yes, if you don't hold the one tail then the 9 tails will be in danger. The Akatsuki organization has revealed its purpose of capturing all the tailed beasts, so after capturing 1 tail, the next target may not be 9 tails. So, not to mention the cold lips and teeth, but it is good to keep the one tail and attract the vitality of the Shao organization. Therefore, the main direction of Konoha's side is to keep 1 tail. But, it has been too long since San Shinobi Village passed on the message, including today as the 5th day. And think, it is too difficult to get from Konoha to San Shinobi Village in 2 days. It can still be done, Kitahara Kaede said. Looking at the map, the land of winds bordering San Shinobi Village is far away, but it's still quite close to Mount Myoboku, a holy place for practice. So consider using the reverse summoning technique to Mount Myoboku, and then across Mount Myoboku to the land of the winds. In this case, as long as 1 day can arrive, Kitahara Kaede said. Well, that's right, so I go, Jiraiya said. Let me stop Nagato. It might be inappropriate to say that. However, Kakashi accosted, because someone of Wudao Pain's level issued a crime notice, which is a bit of an ugly guy. He can handle 8 tails, so he'll be able to play 1 tail. So, doing so now looks like an open conspiracy. Kakashi analyzed. I agree with this point, it may be to draw our main force away. Then the real target is 9 tails. Nara Shikahisa said, so we have to prevent smacking. Is there anything else? Jiraiya hesitated. If Pain's notice to capture 1 tail was false, then his trip to San Shinobi Village was a waste of time. But now that Nagato has gone astray, he wants to correct it, or in other words, as a teacher, he must make Nagato turn back. So he had to confront Pain himself. Easy, said Kitahara Kaede, I'm going to San Shinobi Village. Then you stay in Konoha. This way the strength will be balanced. Ahem. Hearing Kitahara Kaide's analysis, Kakashi coughed. Because what is called a balance of strength? That is to say, everyone in Konoha, from him, to Kurenai Yuhi, Guy, and Master Jiraiya and everyone are all combined, and then they are combined with his strength or the levels even. So scary. It seems that this is the only way to do it. Nara Shikahisa, a think tank, said, my lord 5th generation headed to San Shinobi Village to help 1 tail. And we guard Konoha. Fuya of Cloud Shinobi Village and Akatsuki beat 4th Raikage to death in half an hour, showing that they are still very strong. Quote, judging from the information obtained from the Akatsuki organization, if the whole village is not mobilized, it will be impossible to resist. So the only person who can act freely at this time is the lord of the 5th generation. Yes, Kitahara Kaede approved of this plan, so I will leave Konoha to you. Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Might Guy. Kitahara Kaede called the names of the 3 people. If Pain attacks Konoha, then, stick to Konoha. We will protect our village. Yes, X3. The three of them recognized Kitahara Kaede's tone, so they responded seriously. As a ninja of Konoha, and they are all root positive Meow Red, naturally, will protect Konoha at all costs. Asking for flowers. Because the matter was urgent, after determining the plan, Kitahara Kaede immediately began to act. The person who came to deliver the letter was Elite Jonin Baki of San Shinobi Village. He got a reply that he can go to San Shinobi Village with Kitahara Kaede. But, reverse summoning technique. Toad Sage Shima's toad claws slapped the ground, immediately taking Kitahara Kaede and Baki away. Once again, it's the air. Mount Myoboku, which is slightly fresher than the outside world. It was different from the breath I saw for the first time, but the two of them didn't stay. Thank you this time, Kitahara Kaede said. They have now reached the edge of Mount Myoboku, Kitahara Kaede told the two old toad sages, Shima and Fukasaku, who had come to see them off. 0. Where? I wish you good fortune. The two toads watched Kitahara Kaede leave. Then they breathed a sigh of relief. Scared me to death, old lady. I thought he came to us again to absorb the power of nature. Fukasaku Immortal said, I can't do anything if I want to. The ancestors said that Kitahara Kaede is a person who was close to the ability of the era of Sage of Six Paths, so it is not something we can defeat. In the past, Kage ruled the ground, and the ancestors could only persuade Kage's son to deal with her. And the little Kitahara Kaede has no children, we can't persuade anyone to deal with him, so this kind of obedience is the best solution. Shima Shanran said, that makes sense. Sento Fukasaku clapped his hands lightly. And when the toads were BB, Kitahara Kaede and Baki had already started heading towards the Land of Winds. And to speed things up, Baki took out his own summoning beast. Probably related to the life and death of his own village, Baki was very hardworking. However, his summoning beast is rather awkward, it is a poisonous scorpion, and it does not run very fast. And on the border of the Land of Winds, on the edge of San Shinobi Village. Tamari was instructing the ninjas of the village to start drawing enchantments around them. This kind of enchantment can't stop people at all. Konkuro feels that her actions are meaningless. It's useless, Tamari said, but it can slightly remind us that people from the Akatsuki organization are coming. Temari's mood is relatively low, because everyone knows that, can't beat Ashan. Chapter 101 At 12 noon, the rice seller appeared above San Shinobi Village. Up automatic, full order. Konkuro is no match, or did God really want to destroy their San Shinobi Village? After all, Pervert's father disappeared, and Gaara became a mother boy, but at least he didn't want to kill people like before. Judging from the current situation, it seems to be better than before. Can really become the combat power of San Shinobi Village. Although half of the land is lost, San Shinobi Village is surrounded by sand, so losing the land is actually nothing. After all, there is no planting and no water source. And because of the destruction of Cloud Shinobi Village, when the daimyos of the Country of Thunder were in panic all day long, the daimyos of the Country of Wind were finally afraid, and subsidized all the funds owed to them. I am worried that the Kingdom of Wind will follow the path of the Kingdom of Thunder, so. This is an opportunity for San Shinobi Village. But, it was a catastrophe again. 370. Why is One Tail being targeted? And One Tail has never had any accidents in San Shinobi Village, and the tail beast bomb shown in Konoha is so strong, so this Akatsuki organization it's too scary. Actually staring at this kind of thing. And Mr. Baki and Granny Chio's thoughts are all, to ask for Konoha's support, because if One Tail is captured, then San Shinobi Village will become the weakest of all ninja villages. Not only that, if the tailed beast leaves Jinchuriki, then Gaara will die. Konkuro was annoyed, and the most terrible thing is that the person who came to deliver the letter to catch One Tail this time is Scorpion, the grandson of Chio's mother-in-law who betrayed the village. And Scorpion's puppet manipulation technique may have surpassed her. So, how to fight like this? Konkuro himself thought he was a good puppeteer in the village, but now he is the grandson of Grandma Chio. Can he beat it? Let's consider supporting it. This time he went to Konoha to take the Chūnin exam. He was the only one in the San Shinobi trio who didn't choose Chūnin, so Konkuro was a little closed in his heart. Because if he went to the Konoha exam again, then he would be the only one going. Konkuro, Tamari. However, just as Konkuro sighed, Mr. Baki's voice came. This sound was accompanied by the familiar sound of scorpions digging into the soil. It's Baki-sensei. Konkuro looked over quickly, and found two people standing on Baki-sensei's black lion-sized summoning beast Scorpion. I was shocked in my heart. Because didn't the teacher go to Konoha to rescue soldiers? As a result, only one person was brought back. Mr. Baki sat in front of the Scorpion, and the people behind him were covered with coats and hats, so they couldn't see clearly. But Konkuro looked carefully and found that Mr. Baki really came back with only one person. Konkuro, Tamari, the teacher is back. But the rescue seems to have failed. Life is not easy, Konkuro sighed. Wrong. The rescue was successful, Tamari said. Ms. Baki brought back Kitahara Kaede. In this way, San Shinobi Village will be saved. He said. Konkuro. Konkuro thinks that Temari's eyesight is problematic. You have to know that Kitahara Kaede is 5th Hokage now, and according to Chio's mother-in-law, the Akatsuki organization is going to catch One Tail now, so there must be a target 9 tails, so the 5th Hokage must be guarding in their own village. However, before Konkuro finished BB, he found that Mr. Baki's scorpion had stopped. The figure behind Mr. Baki jumped off the scorpion and landed firmly. He took off his hat, and Temari quickly handed over a clean handkerchief. Thank you, Kitahara Kaede said. Your sand shinobi village does have a lot of sand and dust. He lightly patted the dust on the cloak, then took the handkerchief Temari handed over and wiped his face. Looks like the Akatsuki organization hasn't come yet, Kitahara Kaede said. He saw the sand shinobi who were hastily setting up the barrier of perception. The ninjas in Sand Shinobi Village are dressed in earthy clothes, and the uniforms above Chūnin are gray. They may not have enough funds and no vests, but they are still equipped with a turban to prevent severe sand and dust. You can use the turban to cover half of your face. Yeah, Temari nodded. Gaara is now in the Fungying office building. Grandma Chiyo is also there. Temari quickly reported the situation. This time it happened like this. The grandson of Chiandai's mother-in-law, Shie, sent the notification letter from the Shao organization. Then Mrs. Baki should show it to you. Our idea is very simple. We cannot let the Shao organization succeed. Although I don't want to sit still, it's obviously not enough to rely on our own strength. So, it's a great help that you're here. Now let's go to Cage building. Temari said. Konkuro. Seeing that Kitahara Kaede and Temari went directly to the Cage office building, Konkuro froze for a moment and hurriedly followed. So why did Konoha's Hokage go directly to Sand Shinobi Village? Did he not want Konobi? Of course Kitahara Kaede wanted Konobi, and the others were stunned when they saw him coming in person. Although most of the ninjas in Sand Shinobi Village don't know Kitahara Kaede, they were deeply impressed by the fact that Sand Shinobi Village's attack on Konoha, which has been in the works for several years, the land was ceded. So as soon as Kitahara Kaede appeared in the Cage building, the Sand Shinobi quickly avoided it. So Kitahara Kaede followed Temari and soon came to the place where 4th Cage had worked in the past. The environmental treatment of Sand Shinobi Village is very poor, as can be seen from Cage's table. And there are very few people who can do things in Sand Shinobi Village. There are more than 30 Jonin in Sand Shinobi, but the Jonin here are all promoted by themselves, and the pass of the Chūnin exam is also a low-end Chūnin exam held by Sand Shinobi Village itself, so. It is indeed it's hard to say. Tokukanaha 5th Hokage is here, Sand Shinobi Village Sensei is lucky. Grandma Chiyo walked over with her younger brother. Both of them are the last consultants of Sand Shinobi Village. And unlike the Chiyo mother-in-law who still has combat power, her younger brother is already old, but it would be even better if we can become good friends with Konoha. Our Sand Shinobi 5.5 village is willing to be classified as a subordinate of Konoha. Grandma Chiyo said. Temari froze for a moment. Kitahara Kaede. You sure? Yes. Grandma Chiyo said. I thought about it for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally found that there is no hope for Sand Shinobi Village. Even if they escape the fate of being attacked this time, but Sand Shinobi currently has no candidates, and we can't even choose 5th Cage. Yes, Kitahara Kaede said. It was a wise choice. But Sand Shinobi Village classified as Konoha's territory is acceptable. And marriage, refuse. The living environment in your Sand Shinobi Village is too bad. Our Konoha girls will not marry here. Chapter 102 Sand Shinobi Village has a special vacancy for a loving mother boy. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. It is not a male marriage but a female marriage. In other words, this is Sand Shinobi Village trying to marry girls. And I specifically pointed out Konkuro and Gaara, which means that the choice of people who will marry is not low, so maybe they are relatives of Cage, that is to say. Temari is the eldest daughter of 4th Cage. You Konoha have also used the method of marriage in the past. Like Uzumaki village and Konoha in Uzumaki country, and the daughter of Uzumaki village's patriarch is the wife of your first Hokage. So this method is not surprising. After saying this, Chiyo-sama glanced at Temari who was following Kitahara Kaede. Following the eyes of Grandma Chiyo, Kitahara Kaede looked over. And Temari's reaction is very interesting. First he was stunned, then from his neck, redness began to flood his cheeks, and then it seemed to be about to smoke. Then it means that this is not the Temari that Chiyo mother-in-law had planned for a long time and then notified, but a temporary idea. Probably the other party didn't expect that he would come here in person. And Kitahara Kaede turned his head to look at Temari. Temari quickly looked away. In other words, if he nods down now, then Temari will definitely be devoted to him. Then is the method of marriage the necessary way for Sand Shinobi Village to belong to Mu14 Yi? Kitahara Kaede said. No. Grandma Chiyo shook her head. Then go inside, Kitahara Kaede said. Quote. Grandma Chiyo. Chiyo Granny shook her head lightly at Temari, because Kitahara Kaede seemed to be, not discussing it now. With this announcement from the Akatsuki organization and the lack of suitable candidates for 5th Cage, as a consultant, the best explanation she can finally make is, relying on Konoha. Rather than being devoured in the future, it's better to raise it yourself first, and then get some benefits. So, now start the emergency operation war meeting. Kitahara Kaede was invited to Cage office building. Then on the round table from left to right are Chiyo-po's younger brother, then Baki, then Temari, Konkuro, and Gaia, who still has dark circles under her eyes but looks good. Obviously, after learning that his mother not only still loved him, but spoiled him since he was a child, Gaara's whole face was radiant. Even if it is still the Jinchuriki of one tail, he still can't sleep, but he still feels at ease. The change in mentality brought about such a big change in him. But there's really no one in the upper echelon here. The Sand Shinobi trio is all there. These are all young people. The Heavenly Dao Pain of the Akatsuki organization will arrive at 12 noon tomorrow. Grandma Chiyo explained, the target is one tail in Gaara's body. Then, I'll take care of the Tiandao Pain matter. Kitahara Kaede said, huh. Grandma Chiyo seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Then we, Sand Shinobi Village, will work hard on our own. We will do our best to resist the Scorpion. According to the notice sent by Pain, he will go here tomorrow with the Scorpion. As for Pain, you will deal with it, so Scorpio, we will deal with it. Scorpion is my grandson, known as a genius puppet stylist, known as the Scorpion of Red Sand. Before he left the village, his strength was very strong, so now I think maybe it has reached or even surpassed me. Quote, so, first at Sand Shinobi Village, we are also in a tough fight. Grandma Chiyo said, so, why did Scorpion leave the village? Konkuro said, he learned puppetry from Chiyo's mother-in-law, but Chiyo basically didn't mention his grandson Scorpion. When Scorpio was young, his parents were killed by Mashuo Hatake during a mission. His heart was extremely lonely, and later Chie learned puppetry under my teaching, and made two puppets named, Father, and Mother, to soothe his inner loneliness. Then there are these two puppets. Grandma Chiyo took out a scroll from her arms, opened the scroll and snapped twice, and used chakra to open the seal of the scroll. In an instant, two puppets, a man and a woman, appeared, and Grandma Chiyo grabbed them one by one, but let them go the moment they touched them. And the two puppets are suspended. It turned out to be controlled by her superb manipulation technique. Oh, and Konkuro looked straight in the eye. Obviously, this is a technology that he has not yet achieved. And these two puppets are also exquisite. This is the puppet that Chie made at the age of 6. Grandma Chiyo added, quote. All right, Konkuro thinks that he might develop ninjutsu in a different direction. Is Chie surpassing him at the age of 6, or he has been studying for more than 10 years, and he still can't reach the 6-year-old of Chie? And the current Scorpion is at least 20 years old, so what is the level of flying? So how to fight? Konkuro intuitively felt that maybe he should change careers. And Grandma Chiyo continued, the reason for Chie to leave the village is very simple. I found out that he transformed his friends into puppets. In other words, transforming people into puppets. Then, these two puppets were actually made by Scorpion who stole his parents' tomb and reformed. And this is taboo. Grandma Chiyo said, and Konkuro opened his eyes wide. So the Scorpion left the village after I discovered it, and it has remained until now. And if my son and daughter-in-law, Shia's parents, were not dead, then maybe this is not the case now. It's all Hatake Mosaku's fault, Chiyo said. And that's why she came to Konoha and saw Kakashi who looked very similar to Hatake Mosaku, and then she was about to go crazy. 5 Ninja Village, because of the mission and 3 Ninja World Wars, each has enemies and blood feuds. So, in these -457 situations, how to get freedom and peace? If you just deal with scorpions, you don't need so many people. Kitahara Kaede said, or it's because I'm facing a scorpion that I don't need manpower. What do you mean? Gaara asked curiously, although it was Mizunohu who was bombed by Kitahara Kaede, Naruto and Sasuke before, but for Gaara who knew that his mother still loves him, being bombed before was nothing at all. So actually, he was actually grateful to Kitahara Kaede. If it wasn't for his actions, then he would still fall into the fate of Shira who only loves himself. According to what Grandma Chiyo just said, Scorpion is because of the death of his parents and lack of love, right? Because your parents died and you felt empty, right? Kitahara Kaede said, yes. Grandma Chiyo nodded. So, fill his emptiness. In other words, Kitahara Kaede looked at Chiyo's puppets. This is a puppet made from the flesh body of the Scorpion's parents. So, let them stop the Scorpion. Chiyo was stunned for a moment. Find 2 offerings, said Kitahara Kaede. The Scorpion lacks parents, so give him parents. Impure world reincarnation needs sacrifices in a part of the body, and now, don't you have all of them here? Chapter 103 Shuhei, you are free. Oh no, you are free. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Sand Shinobi Village, the next day, at 10 o'clock sharp. Kitahara Kaede, Gaara, and the parents of the Scorpions resurrected using impure world reincarnation are ready to go. The direction they were heading was the edge of the Sand Shinobi Village formation. According to Pain's notice, the Akatsuki organization will come to Sand Shinobi Village on time at 12 o'clock to capture one tail. Then if no measures are taken, there may be a fight directly in the village. Although from Kitahara Kaide's point of view, you will feel that the various supporting facilities of Sand Shinobi Village are rotten. The accommodation environment for a specially invited guest like him is not very good at night. The hot water is the kind that comes out for a while and doesn't come out for a while. And this result still relies on the fact that the ninja who knows the water shield is seriously supplying water. It can be said that the living environment is very bad. Then it doesn't matter if the various facilities in the village are destroyed. But Grandma Chiyo and the others couldn't accept it. Crazy poor, so they'll die if they lose a little. Considering Sand Shinobi Village's proposal to incorporate Konoha, Kitahara Kaede fulfilled their conditions. Operations will avoid Sand Shinobi Village, and will retain those facilities in Sand Shinobi Village. And Chiyo's mother-in-law's wishes are also very clear. As long as Akatsuki's capture of one tail is prevented, then Sand Shinobi Village will be named Bayuan from today. But if it can't be done, then They will reserve their attitude. In other words, the crisis of one tail must be removed, and then Sand Shinobi Village will completely belong to Konoha. Kitahara Kaede murmured, but also at this time. Beep. The small group of today's share is open. Closing square bracket. Everyone is welcome to speak freely. Closing square bracket. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Big pillar Hanhan. Come. Senju Tobirama. The group has finally started, and I have been waiting for a long time. Namikaze Minato. So how is the situation now? Namikaze Minato. Has Kitahara-kun arrived at Sand Shinobi Village yet? At Kakashi. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Teacher Minato, I am also watching. Woman who loves Kakashi. This should be Sand Shinobi Village. Along with Nohara Rin's voice, everyone found that Kitahara Kaede had appeared on the screen. But the composition of this scene seems to be somewhat subtle. Namikaze Minato, Kitahara-kun, Gaara, and 2 impure world reincarnations from Sand Shinobi Village. Senju Tobirama. Didn't Kitahara Kaede defile the people of Sand Shinobi Village? Senju Tobirama. The impure world reincarnation invented by the old man is to create benefits for Konoha. How can he match it for Sand Shinobi Village? Shuhei, you idiots. 8 tails. It's not easy to scold people like this. Shuhei. Every BB comes and goes, don't you know that labor and capital are always present? Shuhei, so at this kind of time, you should come and ask me. Big Zuzi Hanhan, makes sense. Baby One Tail, please share your information. It was only at this time that everyone remembered that yes, the small group can observe the scene around Kitahara Kaede for only 3 hours, then after 3 hours, and after the small group is closed, everyone will find their own mothers and go back to their respective places go. The dead return to their respective Pure Lands, while the living ninjas return to their bodies. So naturally I can't understand what happened after this period of time. It was okay before, but for Konoha, there is still a heavenly Dao pain watching. Shuhei. What's your name, baby? Call me Guardian of Heaven. Shuhei has always been aggrieved since he appeared on the stage, and now that he has finally obtained information that only he knows, he certainly wants to regain his momentum. But, Senju Tobirama. One tail don't give shame. Senju Tobirama. My elder brother pinches 9 tails just like pinching a chicken. Senju Tobirama. Do you want to come too? Kurama. Can you not flog the corpse? Kurama. Thinking back again, Senju Hashirama's head-touching kill is too hardcore. Isn't it? When 9 tails was controlled by Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama blocked, then used true several thousand hands, and smashed the Susanoo that Madara put on 9 tails. And then it's just a hand from true several thousand hands holding 9 tails firmly. Like pinching a chicken. That's an absolute shame. So, 9 tails hates Madara but doesn't like Hashirama either. Shuhei. 9 tails, are you being cowardly like this? What a disgrace to the tailless beast. Shuhei, although I can't beat you, I just refuse to accept it. Then the unconvinced Shuhei told about its intelligence. Shozuru, Sand Shinobi Village's advisor, Chio, proposed to Kitahara Kaede a plan to get rid of Pain, and then Sand Shinobi Village will join Konoha. Shuhei. And now, at 12 o'clock, Pain's announcement came to Sand Shinobi Village. In order to prevent wars in the village, Kitahara Kaede took Gaara and Scorpion's parents out of the village. Namikaze Minato. I see. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. So, Sand Shinobi Village will be merged into Konoha. Senju Tobirama. This is not bad, I can accept it. Namikaze Minato. That is to say, the pattern of the 4 Dainin village will change again. Big Pillar Hanhan. Then is it a 3-legged confrontation? 6th Hokage Kakashi. If it is mutual checks and balances, then it is very good. This kind of model can achieve cooperation and peace. Woman who loves Kakashi. In other words, the era of war is finally coming to an end. Nohara Lin also expressed her views, and when she spoke, people's hearts became heavy. Because Lin's Minato class used to be in the era of war, both she and Obito died to stop and end the battle. So, as soon as she spoke, both Minato and Kakashi were silent. Shuhei. Hey, you guys. Shuhei, I haven't finished listening to me yet. Shuhei felt that he was ignored and was a little upset. 8 tails. Then I'll take care of you. Then you continue to talk about it. 8 tails. I'm curious. Pain said he came to Sand Shinobi Village to catch you, but if Kitahara Kaede leaves with Gaara, then if Pain intersects with them Li Jiao and then goes to the village to destroy it. Shuhei. You ask me, how do I know? 6th Hokage Kakashi. Could it be that? Dazuzi Hanhan. Kakashi, what did you think of? 6th Hokage Kakashi. I have an idea. Since Pain wants to catch the tailed beast, then Kitahara Kaede here is not only to stop Pain, but also to let Pain never destroy Sand Shinobi Village. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Then, the only way is to get the tailed beast out. Senju Tobirama. I see. Namikaze Minato. Earth has this method. Shuhei What? Kurama. I asked you to learn more characters and read more books, so you still don't understand. Kurama. Congratulations, you have come to freedom all the time, and then, you are also free. Chapter 104 Appear at Planetary Devastation in Sand Shinobi Village at 12 noon. Superior. Seeking automatic. Seeking full order. Shuhei is free. It has been sealed in Jinchuriki's body since it was controlled by Sand Shinobi Village. However, the character of the Jinchuriki of the previous generation was good, and Shuhei was reluctantly satisfied. But this year's Jinchuriki Gaara was cruel and bloody, but in the end, he was just a baby boy. Shuhei thought about it and accepted it tentatively. And now say it's free at last. Shuhei, could it be that Kitahara Kaede is planning to release me from Gaara's body before pain catches me? Shuhei, is labor and capital going to be free? Kurama. This is almost the meaning. Kurama. Pain's goal is to catch the tailed beast, and Sand Shinobi Village's goal is to catch you, so. Kurama. If you appear outside Sand Shinobi Village, then Pain naturally doesn't have to go to Sand Shinobi Village. Kurama. So the facilities of Sand Shinobi Village are kept. Kurama. That's why I said you were free. Shuhei. Then, labor and management finally don't need Jinchuriki anymore. Shuhei. Labor and management have finally returned to freedom. Shuhei, labor and management are about to become the first, the only tailed 817 beast to be free. 8 Tails. It really looks like this, envy. 8 Tails sat obediently and said, yes, it is envy. Because Killer Bee died, it was also absorbed by 10 Tails, so what stays here now is just a wisp of remnant soul, which is the worst of all star beasts. And Shuhei was actually the first one to be free, so why not envy? Namikaze Minato. But if you forcibly pull the tail beast away, Jinchuriki will die. How to prevent Gaara from dying? Older leftover women who cannot get married, this is indeed a problem. Senju Tobirama. No, this is not a problem. Senju Tobirama. Don't forget, isn't there 2 people from Impure World Reincarnation behind Kitahara Kaede and Gaara? Namikaze Minato. These 2 people from Impure World Reincarnation always feel like they have met somewhere. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Teacher, I also have the 2 men from Impure World Reincarnation, I seem to have seen it somewhere. Namikaze Minato. So it is like this, yes, if the tailed beast is removed, Jinchuriki will die. Namikaze Minato. But now is not the past era, the way to resurrect Bed is according to Kitahara-kun, from the fairy spell, Rinne Tensei of Rinnegan. Nadime's Impure World Reincarnation, and Sharingan's Ayanagi, etc., these methods can be chosen. Namikaze Minato. So it's very convenient to take out one tail and die Gaara or something. Namikaze Minato. So my own brain has not turned the corner. While discussing in the small group, Kitahara Kaede and the others have already arrived outside the village. Probably right here, Kitahara Kaede said, if you want to protect the village, then you have to make one tail appear outside the village to attract pain, Kitahara Kaede said. Okay, Gaara was okay, then I'll draw the one tail, and you may die. Kitahara Kaede met Gaara's eyes. To be precise, he must die. However, your strength is not bad, and you can continue to move forward. Although you may not be able to reach the level of shadow, you can still do some ordinary things. So I can Impure World Reincarnation for you. Kitahara Kaede said. Impure World Reincarnation would work too, Gaara said. I used to be cruel. If death can redeem my sins, then I would rather die once. Quote. Gaara. Also, if one tail doesn't exist, then I can sleep. I want to actually get some sleep. So, one tail may be a disaster and trouble for me. Shuhei. This Gaara, I have my revenge. Shuhei's soul body sat down on the ground directly. The fat on his stomach immediately trembled 3 times. Then the 2 shorter forefeet are crossed and hugged. It seems that there is some indignation. Big Zuzi Hanhan, you are a strange tailed beast. When you were sealed, you yelled. And now to be free, and blame others Jinchuriki. Senju Tobirama. This is called dissatisfaction. Shuhei didn't get along with these 2 strong and terrifying brothers BB. And everyone keeps their eyes on the screen, because Kitahara Kaede is already in motion. So on off, Kitahara Kaede sat Gaara down. Then, one hand rested on Gaara's shoulder. Green chakras protruded from his left hand, but these chakras immediately enveloped Gaara's body. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Shuhei. Well, I feel it. 8 Tails. Were you the first to be pulled out of Gaara's body? Shuhei. It looks like, but not like. Shuhei, I think it seems that the seal is weakening, the seal in front of me is weakening. Shuhei, it seems that after a little while, these seals will no longer be able to restrain me. All tail beast Jinchuriki are sealed on Jinchuriki by means of seals. These seals then restrict the actions of the tailed beast. But, now it was said that Shukaku was going to be released, but it found that Kitahara Kaede was not destroying Gaara's seal that sealed it, but absorbing it. Senju Tobirama. Is the seal weakened? 6th Hokage Kakashi. Could it be that Kitahara Kaede is absorbing the seal? Dazuzi Hanhan, is there another way to contact the seal? Namikaze Minato. That is to say, it is not rebound ninjutsu, but absorption ninjutsu. The old leftover woman who can't get married interesting. As expected of Mr. Bayuan, this is an ability I have never seen before. Big Pillar Hanhan, if it's rebound ninjutsu, then I've seen Amadara's flame ball fan. Dazuzi Hanhan, but this kind of absorbing. I haven't seen it. Shuhei. But at this time, Shuhei suddenly yelled, and then everyone heard a loud sound. I saw a huge civet cat jump out of Gaara's body, and then its body thumped like a ball and rolled to the ground. The ground shook, but it was in high spirits. Shuhei took a deep breath of the sand everywhere. It's dry, but it's touching. This is different from the appearance of the body in Konoha. Now it has truly gained freedom, and its body has come out. But also at this time, everyone in the small group found a new figure. It's the sky. There are people in the sky. Tiandao Pain came to Sand Shinobi Village with the Red Sand Scorpion, but both of them vacated. Chapter 105 Appear at Planetary Devastation in Sand Shinobi Village at 12 noon. Down. Seeking automatic. Seeking full order. At 12 noon, Tiandao Pain brought the Red Sand Scorpion to the edge of Sand Shinobi Village. But they didn't come, but came from the air. Originally I thought I'd have to find one-tail Jinchuriki. Result, you Sand Shinobi Village released one tail yourself, here it comes. Maybe I should commend you, it seems that you also know how to contribute yourselves to peace. Pain's tone was cold and indifferent, and while speaking like this, he vacated and stopped in the air. This move seems to be solidified, but everyone knows that this is very problematic. Because, ninjas can't fly, stronger than Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are also riding 9 tails or wooden dragons, etc., rather than flying, come. So now Pen, observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. 8 tails, it seems that Pain kept his hand in the small group last time. Kurama, Big Zuzi Hanhan, this guy is very unusual, he can fly. 6th Hokage Kakashi, this is something not mentioned in the information submitted by Itachi. Could it be that this is also the power of the Rinnegan? 6th Hokage Kakashi, Ahousei Shion Ren, Master Jiraiya, new information has appeared. Good color fairy, I'm here. Good color immortal, this is indeed what Yahiko looks like, so this Pain is probably the dead Yahiko. Good color immortal, I just don't know where Nagato is controlling him. God Pain is condescending, he glanced at Shuhei, who was lying on the side, but with his mouth wide open and tailed beast bomb trying to attack him. But Shuhei has already started to attack. I was fed by you last time, but this time, it's different. The strength of labor and capital that has been freed directly rises and doubles. Shuzuru's black-tailed beast bomb has been condensed. Noisy, but Pain didn't look at it, but put his eyes on Kitahara Kaede. He saw Kitahara Kaede unhurriedly take out a fairy spell from his pocket. Attached to Gaara's body, immediately, a green light appeared in the fairy magic spell, and the word Shion in the middle of the spell flashed. But Gaara's body that has lost its temperature has condensed a lot of natural power. With the support of the power of nature, Gaara's spiritual power and vitality that had been lost due to the loss of the tail beast were replenished. Didn't die, Impure World Reincarnation, no. Gaara opened her eyes and gained 5 senses, and then discovered the abnormality of her body. Shuhei has come out, Kitahara Kaede said, but you're still alive. Pain watched as Kitahara Kaede brought Gaara back to life using a fairy spell. Interesting, it seems that you are 5th Hokage, Kitahara Kaede. Your strength is good, you can join the Shao organization. So, would you like to join me for world peace? Pain said. Kitahara Kaede, I refuse, then it will only make you feel the pain first. Pen said, those who have felt the pain will know the preciousness of peace. Scorpion, get rid of the idlers and others, Kitahara Kaede asked me to deal with it myself. Accompanied by Pain's voice, the red sand scorpion was placed on the ground by him. The scarlet sand scorpion rushed over without any hesitation, but Kitahara Kaede unhurriedly looked at the parents of the 2 dirty scorpions behind him. Scorpion, are you sure you want to attack? Do you remember who these 2 people are? Kitahara Kaede said, this is your parents, I used the puppet you made for Impure World Reincarnation. And with Kitahara Kaede's voice, the ugly puppet red sand scorpion suddenly stopped. But it rushed over quickly. A voice came from inside, Impure World Reincarnation, how can this kind of rough art compare with the great puppet art? But, Scorpion, is that you? The parents of the 2 dirty scorpions spoke. Scorpion, why are you still? Pain said, Chameleon, Scorpion, father and mother miss you very much. Scorpion's parents said again, Scorpion. Pain looked at Scorpion. The ugly puppet of the scarlet sand scorpion made a bang sound, and then began to disintegrate, and a young, handsome and over-the-top boy wearing the uniform of the Shao organization's red cloud with a black background appeared. He has short red hair, and neat and handsome facial features. Scorpion, come here, and the parents of the scorpion began to call. Scorpion seemed to hesitate for a moment, then walked towards his parents. I'm sorry, Scorpion turned his head and gave Pain an apologetic look, and then quickly went to his parents. As a boy who lost his parents and was autistic, he is now back in the arms of his parents. The red sand scorpion is back like a drama. Sand Shinobi Village. Pain, Pain. Pain seemed to lose his voice for a moment. Because he probably didn't expect that he wanted to invite Kitahara Kaede to join Akatsuki's organization but was rejected, and then, his members were fooled by the other party and immediately turned back. It's very interesting, worthy of a Kisame flag to focus on. Your strength is indeed very strong. I admit you. The mode of thinking is also very unique, and I admit you too. But, Pen paused. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. The old leftover woman who can't get married, is that really the case? Kisame told Pain about our information and the information about Kitahara Kaede. Asking for flowers. Namikaze Minato. This is indeed the case. Dazuzi Hanhan, sure enough, losing a member is a big loss for us. Senju Tobirama. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. What about you, Tobirama? Senju Tobirama. What I am thinking now is that now that Pen knows the information about Kitahara Kaede. Senju Tobirama. Then why does he come here? Does he think he can beat Kitahara Kaede, Senju Tobirama? Or, has he actually made any preparations? And at this time, the tailed beast bomb of Shuhei's revenge has been condensed. Go away, Pen. Tailed beast bomb charged towards Pain. But, Shenluo Tianjiang, Pain was unhurried. The moment the tailed beast bomb hit him, a strong repulsive force bounced the tailed beast bomb away. The tailed beast bomb was bounced onto the desert, and there was an explosion that sounded like a landslide. Shuhei sat paralyzed on the ground. Hateful, it's like this again. This guy can deflect all the blows. Shuhei was very dissatisfied. The time seems to be almost here. Pain looked up at the sky. Kitahara Kaede, since you rejected me, then regret it. Pain's hands clasped together, and at this time, everyone discovered that there was a black ominous energy sphere above his head. The energy sphere has a huge suction force. The ground disintegrates in an instant. Large clods of soil are attracted by it, and quickly condense into 10 spheres with a diameter of 300 meters. Observation Kitahara Kaede, _small group. Namikaze Minato. This kind of power. Senju Tobirama. Is this the power of Rinnegan of Sage of Six Paths? Older leftover women who can't get married. This kind of power is no longer something human can contend with. You can call me God. This is the power of the gods who bring peace. Pain said. Yes, Kitahara Kaede said. Then he looked at the condensed planetary devastation in the sky. The giant sphere has the power to destroy San Shinobi Village with a single blow. But Pain's body disappeared in an instant. He was summoned away, but without its controller, the planetary devastation was thrown down by gravity only. I go. Shuhei was stunned, but now it is tens of meters in size, so it's just a big ball with a diameter of 300 meters, so how can it be difficult to hold it? Forget it, this planetary devastation is too big. Just as Shuhei was about to dodge, he found a figure jumping up from the ground. The moment he touched the planetary devastation, he gently lifted the planetary devastation up like a basketball. Shuhei stared blankly at Feng. Because at this time, it doesn't know whether to complain about why Kitahara Kaede can fly, or complain. He can actually hold a giant pox with a diameter of 300 meters in one hand. Chapter 106 Nagato can't beat Otsutsuki. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Shuhei sat on the ground blankly. It didn't know how to be surprised for a while. And the same goes for small groups. Shuzuru didn't have any idea when he saw Pain's planetary devastation, but when he saw that Kitahara Kaede can directly resist the planetary devastation, he was stunned. Observation Kitahara Kaede, _small group. Dazuzi Hanhan, to be honest, I am surprised. Senju Tobirama. Me too. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. It seems that I have to take back my previous evaluation of Kitahara Kaede. His strength may be higher than Senju Hashirama's. Big Pillar Hanhan, there is a possibility, although he can also wood style. But I can't use my body to resist a big stone with a diameter of 300 meters. Big Pillar Hanhan, if it were me, then I would use wood style true several thousand hands to resist, but definitely not the physical body. Definitely not in the flesh. It may be that Senju Hashirama's mentality is a bit disordered considering that his past evaluation of Kitahara Kaede in 077 does not match the current evaluation. Senju Tobirama. In other words, this is not only the power of wood style. Senju Tobirama. So this is. Could it be the information given by Uchiha Itachi, White Zetsu? Third Tsuchikage Onoki. Planetary devastation, for me, it can barely be blocked. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. But the use of ultralight and heavy rock technique, then the use of ninjutsu, is too different from Kitahara Kaede's current ease. Kurama. You can't do it. If it's just this kind of planetary devastation, I can also stop it. 8 tails. Well, after all, you are the strongest tail beast. Namikaze Minato. Besides, haven't you noticed? Kitahara-kun can also fly. Everyone. Yes, Kitahara Kaede also flies. This is something that none of the ninjas on the scene can do. Because this is not relying on any ninjutsu or summoning beasts other cheats, but floating up by itself. But before that heavenly Dao Pain could also fly. He just stayed in the air. Big Pillar Hanhan Pain can fly because. Namikaze Minato. I think it should be the ability of Pain's Rinnegan. Before that, he bounced off the attack with Shenluo Tianjiang. Namikaze Minato. I guess this is a repulsive force. Namikaze Minato. So did he use this ability to counteract the gravity of his falling, so he can stop in the air? With Minato's explanation, everyone felt that it was understandable. So what about Kitahara Kaede here? Why can he also fly? Senju Tobirama. Could it be the ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan before Kitahara Kaede? 6th Hokage Kakashi. Probably not, Mangekyo can only choose one unique ability. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Kitahara Kaede's Mangekyo's ability is Tsukuyomi. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Pervy Sage. There are still many mysteries about Kitahara Kaede. 8 tails. Not only that, didn't you find it? After using planetary devastation, Heaven Pain disappeared. Good color immortal. Yes, good color immortal. So where is Pain now? 6th Hokage Kakashi. Is it possible to escape? Accompanied by Kakashi's doubts, Yinjia finds out that the scenery around Kitahara Kaede is still changing. Kitahara Kaede stopped in midair, and then dragged the 300-meter super-large sphere with his left hand. From the perspective of people below, the sphere covered the sky and the sun. And Kitahara Kaede pressed his palm against the sphere, and the sphere shattered directly, while his body was rising, and quickly came to the center of the sphere, pinching a black energy sphere. It is the attraction of this sphere that lifts the ground up. His movements are very simple, but the form of expression is very exaggerated, making it impossible to imagine how much strength he used. But Pain was no longer around. It is as expected. Pain's capture of one tail this time was just a feint. Saying so, Kitahara Kaede inhaled the black ping-pong ball-sized energy sphere condensed by Tiandao Pain into the palm of his hand. It feels that chakra seems to be slightly supplemented. After all, this is planetary devastation, and if planetary devastation is used by the power of 6 paths it can seal Otsutsuki Kagaya, but it is only used by Nagato, and it will be very burdensome for Nagato. And right now Nagato's body was probably panting exhaustedly. After a while, Gaara and Scorpion, who noticed this scene, rushed over. What the hell is? What happened? Gaara said hastily. For him, the first time he saw Shuhei who had been sealed inside his body for the first time was enough to shock him. Planetary devastation. This is no longer a force that humans can fight against. Let him wonder if this is the power of God. Result. Pain, who cast planetary devastation, ran away, but Baiyuan School crushed planetary devastation so easily and then absorbed it. It is simply stunned. This is the power of the Rinnegan, said Kitahara Kaede. The origin of the power of the Sage of 6 Paths is the Otsutsuki Kagaya, and the Otsutsuki have a clan. The Otsutsuki are not only able to fly, but also absorb ninjutsu, and all of them are aliens. What the Otsutsuki family wants is all the chakra, so not only the tailed beasts will be extracted, but humans will also become their extraction targets. This is a threat to the future. Gaara, who is still just new, said she didn't understand. But, observation Kitahara Kaede, _small group. Dazuzi Hanhan oh, this is the first time Xiao Baiyuan talked about the Otsutsuki era. Senju Tobirama. Everyone can fly, everyone absorbs ninjutsu, and then all aliens. Senju Tobirama. What the hell is this? Senju Tobirama. Alien refers to people who are not from our ninja world. Senju Tobirama. Then it is an outsider. But since everyone absorbs ninjutsu, does it mean that ninjutsu is ineffective for them? Senju Tobirama. And all of them can fly. Namikaze Minato. No wonder Kitahara-kun said that he wants to cultivate my family's Mingbao, how to fight this type of ethnic group. Good Color Immortal. That is to say, is the ancestor of our ninja world, Sage of 6 Paths, also an alien. Good Color Immortal I think 5.8 is troublesome. Good Color Immortal do all have Nagato's power that has surpassed human beings. 6th Hokage Kakashi. I feel that there is a long way to go. Namikaze Minato. Long way to go +2-1. Woman who loves Kakashi that is to say, it doesn't matter whether the ninja world is chaotic or not, the most important thing is these Otsutsuki clans that go against common sense. Senju Tobirama. It cannot be said that it is not important, but only with the strength of Nagato Pain, he can directly use the trick just now to destroy a village. Senju Tobirama. The Otsutsuki clan is really strong. Kurama. Hmph. 8 tails. So the old man 6 Paths actually has his own family. The older leftover girl who can't get married. However, Terumi Mei, who usually licks wildly, suddenly fell silent. Chapter 107 Pain is a feint, could it be that? You have thought of it a long time ago. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Terumi Mei is very silent now, because San Shinobi village has been merged into Konoha, so her Kurigakure was just thinking about living. Then seek stability and development after surviving. If the era of Otsutsuki comes, then, it will definitely destroy the existing pattern, so is her original idea really correct? This is called the sudden appearance of an unbeatable enemy, so how can we fight? Terumi Mei was frustrated. Namikaze Minato. But having Kitahara-kun here is a little reassuring. Senju Tobirama. Minato, aren't you worried that Kitahara Kaede will train Naruto to be a thug? Namikaze Minato. Well, if the Otsutsuki clan and the peace of the ninja world are against Konoha, I can accept that Naruto will fight or have the ability to protect himself. Namikaze Minato. After all, according to Kitahara-kun, the target of the Otsutsuki clan is all chakra. Namikaze Minato. Then it is our natural enemy. Namikaze Minato. So if Naruto can help, I am very happy, and I am willing to do my best for this matter. The older leftover girl who can't get married. 4th Hokage has a point. The current one with 14 gates is so strong, and according to Jiraiya, Nagato is his native disciple, so it is not a complete Otsutsuki. So the real Otsutsuki clan is stronger. And Otsutsuki targets chakra. Well, first of all the tailed beasts will be cold. After all, the essence of these tailed beasts is a collection of chakra. And that's not all. All ninjas have chakra, so, likely to be drained like 8 tails. Terumi Mei. Then play a ball. All human chakra are gone, what value are they ninjas? Big Pillar Hanhan, wouldn't it be good to drain all the chakra? In this way, everyone will have no chakra, and peace will be gained, right? Senju Tobirama. Anika, why are you so stupid? Senju Tobirama. First of all, even if you donate chakra, you can't be sure whether the Otsutsuki family will take us in order to avoid future troubles after they gain power. Senju Tobirama. And this way is, we release our own strength, and then show our necks. Senju Tobirama. Is this the stupidest move? Senju Tobirama. Peace is never something you can have just by quitting. Senju Tobirama. You must have your own strength to guarantee it. Big Pillar Hanhan. Tobirama, you have changed, your current theory is very similar to Amadara's. Senju Tobirama. I'm just talking about facts. And, if chakra is gone, then this small group is gone. Dazuzi Hanhan, does that mean I have been deprived of the opportunity to talk to you? Senju Tobirama. It is very likely so. Big Pillar Hanhan, don't. And, now the ninja villages correspond to the development of the country. If the chakra of the ninjas is cancelled, then it will be an era of pure force. Dazuzi Hanhan, I always feel unsafe. Kurama. It's definitely not safe, after all, the disputes between you humans are all your own reasons. Kurama. Don't blame chakra, but your own greed and savagery. Namikaze Minato. What Ninetales said makes sense. Senju Tobirama. I didn't expect to listen to Ninetales one day. Kurama. Hmph. Kurama. How old are you? Kurama. Before I met Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, I had watched the development of human beings for a whole 1,000 years. 8 Tails. If Ninetales insists on this statement, I can also confirm it. Shuhei, you humans are greedy and barbaric fighting each other. Namikaze Minato. Minato didn't expect that everyone was surrounded by tailed beasts and attacked them. Shuhei. So this Otsutsuki is super dangerous, isn't it? Shuhei. What should I do now? Shuhei. Do you have to put me back into Gar's body first? 8 Tails. 1 Tail, are you scared? Shuhei. Fear, I have never been afraid of anyone, but this Otsutsuki may be stronger than the old man of 6 paths, and now there are so many tailed beasts, 8 Tails is cold, and I still appear so obviously and so eye-catching. Shuhei, it's dangerous, okay. This is the truth. In the beginning, I was super happy to find that I was free. As a result, but was told that there is a Bisha organization that specializes in capturing chakra the Otsutsuki clan of pervert is eyeing. So, isn't it the most straightforward Otsutsuki trap? Who wants to be absorbed by Otsutsuki? I don't know if I can still have 6 soul bodies here like 8 Tails after being killed by Otsutsuki. So the current Shuhei, be a bit cowardly. Shuhei. At 4th cage. Shuhei, Luo Sha, I am placed outside now, you should quickly find a way to get me back to the seal. Shuhei. At 4th cage. Shuhei. At 5th Mizukage, 3rd Tsuchikage. Shuhei. You don't have tailed beasts in Ninja Village right now, don't you think I'm pretty good? Shuhei. Although I am 1 tail. But when Sage of 6 Paths distracts chakra from the god tree, it doesn't mean that it is divided according to the tail, so I am not the weakest, I can fight 9 tails. Kurama. Ha ha ha, I can't watch it anymore, 1 tail, why are you so cowardly? Promote yourself. Shuhei, get out, go outside and have a look if you have the ability. Shuhei. You will be the first tailed beast caught by Otsutsuki at that time. Shuhei has a strong desire to survive, but the live broadcast in the small group is not over yet. Kitahara Kaede quickly changed the subject. This time, Tiandao Pain has spent so much time on Yusan Shinobi Village as a cover. His target is Konoha, so it's not about destroying Konoha 480 in 3 months, but launching a sneak attack on Konoha today and now. That's right, Scorpion. Kitahara Kaede looked at the red-haired boy who lowered his head. The Scorpion seemed to be hesitant. Scorpion, you are from San Shinobi Village. And Scorpion's father said, it's like this. Scorpion then admitted, Chief Pain just wanted to lure Kitahara Kaede here, and then directly use the summoning technique of the animal way to summon him. So the current leader of Pain should have been summoned to Konoha. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Everyone. Senju Tobirama. Nani. Dazuzi Hanhan, my good guy, so you say the Shao organization is so treacherous. Big Pillar Hanhan. At Kakashi. Namikaze Minato. In other words, Pain is now Okinoha. Namikaze Minato. Teacher at Jiraiya, be careful. Pervy Sage. I can only resist, because I have seen them. Good Color Immortal. Kakashi, support me. Good Color Immortal, arrange for Uchiha Itachi to support. After all, he is an old member of the Akatsuki organization, although he is in a dirty state now. It seems that he can't. Good Color Immortal. Pooh. Namikaze Minato. Teacher Jiraiya, what's wrong with you? Good Color Immortal, I seem to be dying. Everyone, scared. Did Jiraiya not block for a whole round? Chapter 108. The teacher stands at the entrance of the village, Jiraiya versus Pain. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Everyone was speechless, because Jiraiya, was it so easy to be seconded? Namikaze Minato. Kakashi, how is the situation now? Senju Tobirama. Jiraiya will be cold in an instant. It was discovered that Jiraiya was offline. Senju Tobirama. How is Kakashi doing now? Namikaze Minato. At Kakashi. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Master Jiraiya is fine, he is now offline to fight better. 6th Hokage Kakashi. What he was talking about was that there were 3 members of the Akatsuki organization at the entrance of the village, and the leader was the cultist in Uchiha Itachi's information. 6th Hokage Kakashi. His combat method is as long as he gets the blood of the enemy, he will return the same damage to the enemy through self-mutilation. 6th Hokage Kakashi. But he himself is immortal. 6th Hokage Kakashi. This style of play is very unreasonable, so now teacher Jiraiya feels that it is going to be cold. Dazuzi Hanhan, so it's like the type who just takes responsibility for self-harm and then returns the damage to the enemy. Senju Tobirama. It's really hard to handle. Senju Tobirama. This kind of force uses sealing technique to seal him first. Senju Tobirama. Then, directly use him as a sacrifice for the live impure world reincarnation. Senju Tobirama. Directly become a sacrifice for impure world reincarnation, to see how he survives. And even if there is a small probability of impure world reincarnation failure, it can also hinder his immortal body. Older leftover girls who can't get married, it's worthy of the second generation program. The old leftover girl who can't get married, then do you want us to help? Big Pillar Hanhan. Oh, come to think of it, Mizukage and Tsuchikage are still in the village. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. First Hokage, I will help. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. This Hidan's immortal body may not be as good as my dust escape. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. My dust escape directly disappears the target. Dazuzi Hanhan. Oh, is it dust done from first Tsuchikage? Third Tsuchikage Onoki. Yes, it belongs to that adult. Namikaze Minato. At Kakashi, did you hear that grass panic? The woman who loves Kakashi. Kakashi, come on. Kurama. Hmph. The originally tense atmosphere eased down again. And the other side, Sand Shinobi Village. That means Pain came to catch one tail as just a cover. Gaara said in surprise. His target should be 9 tails, Kitahara Kaede said. And 9 tails is the hardest, and now that I'm being distracted, it's his only chance to catch 9 tails. Quote. Gaara, then you're still here. No, it's okay, Kitahara Kaede said. Or I shouldn't be there right now. Pain's bringing me over also fit in with my ideas. Konoha hasn't experienced a real strong enemy, so they won't move forward. Or you've trained them for a while and now it's time for them to express themselves. Then it's, Scorpion said, are you thinking the same as Chief Pain? You have to go through pain and then cherish peace. Or lose first and gain later. Even so, the Scorpion should be talking about himself. Because he himself is a mother boy or a father boy, and when he finds out that his parents have been killed, his heart is empty and lonely, and he makes his parents into puppets. But as expected, he was still not satisfied, so he betrayed the village. Went to Akatsuki organization. Then he found out that his parents were reincarnation by impure world, so lacking in love, he quickly betrayed the Akatsuki organization. It's about losing and gaining again. So, we'll betray the Akatsuki organization so quickly. It's not like that, Kitahara Kaede said. I'm coming here to give them a test. 1. The strength of your Akatsuki organization is not very strong, and you can just become a training partner for Kakashi, Jiraiya, Naruto, and Might Guy. Kitahara Kaede said, so in my opinion, it is a special training. However, if you are invited, you may refuse, but if you take the initiative to come to the door, then, it will be free. Gaara, aren't the strength of the Akatsuki organization very strong? And is it just normal? And the Akatsuki organization in your eyes, is a foreign teacher invited by Konoha. Quote. And Oshizuru heard the conversation between Kitahara Kaede and Gaara. That strong pen is just, not very strong in Kitahara Kaide's eyes. Then the entire Akatsuki organization that can play in groups, just foreign teachers. It suddenly felt like it was looking in the wrong direction. I also took the initiative to find a sealed choice. Isn't Kitahara Kaede super strong? Humans, Shukaku said. Do you want to sign a contract with me? Want to have the power of one-tail crane? Would you like to have a landline called One-Tail Shukaku? It's not me, I only need 3 hours from here to Konoha. So don't you regard the Akatsuki organization as a foreign teacher invited by Konoha? Then naturally you want to see it, so now is a 1 in a million chance to get a Shuhei brand train. Shuhei said. It's hard to imagine that Shuhei, who is 2 to 12 meters tall, actually said such cowardly words with a big belly. It's like actively becoming the belonging of Kitahara Kaede. Of course, because Shukura is a tailed beast, and Otsutsuki is so scary, but Kitahara Kaede seems to be a chakra who has the same power as Otsutsuki, but doesn't draw a tailed beast, so. Since you're worried about Otsutsuki, why not become Kitahara Kaide's pet? Shuhei was right. Kitahara Kaede, Gaara, Scorpion's parents, is Sand Shinobi Village losing one tail. On the other side, Onogi stood by Jiraiya's side, and Onoki used the instant dust escape to remove Hidan's Blue Nuo's bug. But, summoning technique, Pain 6 paths, beast summoning is out. Heavenly Pain, Jiraiya and Pain looked at each other. Jiraiya leaned against the wall with one hand. Master Tsuchikage, thank you very much. Next is my fight with him. Onoki used the dust escape to remove all the places where Hidan was standing, including Hidan, which was quite laborious for his age. So it's best to rest now. And Jiraiya looked at Pain. Yahiko, no, you are actually Nagato. Heavenly Pain, oh, it's teacher Jiraiya. Pain didn't deny it. It's really, long time no see. You have been away from Konoha for a long time, your past theory of peace has failed, so I invite you to join our Akatsuki organization. Not only did Pain not deny it, he even started to pull people on the spot. Chapter 109 4th Mizukage Yagura joins the group. Seeking automatic, sexy Pain, pulling people online. As the leader of the Akatsuki organization, he extended an olive branch to his former teacher. Jiraiya without hesitation. Ext. I thought I was going to fight hard, but when I found this topic, Jiraiya also froze for a moment. But, now that Nagato is willing to talk, it also shows that there is still the possibility of dialogue. If you cannot fight, then it is the best. I refuse, Jiraiya said. When I first met you, you told me that you also wanted to become stronger for peace in the ninja world. And now, Yahiko appears to be dead, maybe that's changed your mind. Then we may not be able to talk at this moment. So, and what about Konan? Where is Konan? I am your teacher Jiraiya. Jiraiya yelled loudly at the entrance of the village. And Anbu and the general ninjas began to quickly evacuate the general villagers and the genin who hadn't yet become weapons. Konoha's village entrance is missing a piece, which is the move of 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, Dust Dungeon. The entire area where Hidan and Hidan are located is directly removed and hollowed out. But also because of this, Konoha began to move nervously. 313 suddenly entered the emergency treatment. Evacuate ordinary villagers and ordinary ninjas with low combat effectiveness. Then, ninjas who own the zone of Impure World Reincarnation. Because it is Impure World Reincarnation, even if the body is broken, it can be restored again. Although the combat power is insufficient, it can be very useful at this time. While Kakashi desperately and quickly arranged, he was also quickly searching for members of Akatsuki's organization. From the information obtained from Itachi, it can be confirmed that there are 6 pain in total, and all other members are cage level strong. From Scorpion and Kisame to Deidara and Konan, the fighting methods are different, and the strength is also higher low. But, the fighting power is dangerous. And now the members of the Akatsuki organization at the gate are only Pain Tiandao, Pain Beast Dao, Hidan, Kakuzu who are gone, and Ju who looks like there is aloe behind his snow-white body. But the rest of the members, Scorpion, the other 4 members of Pen 6 Paths, plus Deidara, and, except for the non-official members who wear masks, are not here inside. Deidara's words, are the ones who need a special mark. Because he used clay bombs. Bomb, blow it up in the village, then isn't the village going to be cold? Thinking of this, Kakashi heard the sound of a bomb exploding. Quickly tell 3rd Tsuchikage that the sound of the explosion is coming from the direction of Deidara. Kakashi said, then, now you can fight against other cage-level powerhouses and tell them to come over. Then 3rd Hokage and them. Anbu spoke up, will they be informed to come? This is Kakashi's descendant in Anbu, who also made Anbu for Kitahara Kaede before, Yamato. Quote. Hearing Yamato's words, Kakashi paused, I still don't want it. Also, tell Guy to hide Naruto. Then, Kakashi was talking when he found that someone lightly pressed his shoulder. Looking back, he was a little dissatisfied that he was issuing orders quickly, and he was in a hurry, but he was stunned for a moment. Because it was his father, Hitaki Mashuo. Quote, Kakashi, change order, transfer Naruto. Quote, tell Guy, when we can't resist, reveal Naruto's identity, Kakashi said. Then inform the 3rd Hokage them, come to help. The enemies are all cage level, let's not correct it. 11. Yes, Yamato took the order immediately. And observe Kitahara Kaede, small group. All eyes were on Kakashi. Big Pillar Hanhan. Well, Dazuzi Hanhan, I feel a little uneasy. Senju Tobirama. This is not uneasy, bet it should be said that Kakashi is still too young. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. If it wasn't for his father's push, then Kakashi's way of dealing with it must be immature. He's a little messed up. Namikaze Minato. Kakashi is indeed a bit young, but he finally stabilized. Namikaze Minato. The final treatment is correct. Namikaze Minato. Pain's goal is to collect tailed beasts, so Naruto must be within his scope and can effectively attract Pain's attention. Hmph. It seems that Kakashi is still okay. Moreover, those disciples of Tobirama, although they can't reach cage level, they can still be regarded as the combat power of the village. Big Pillar Hanhan, at this time, we have to make the best use of everything. But I haven't fought this kind of battle. Usually, I can fight it alone. Senju Tobirama, then only you, big brother. Tobirama complained. At this time, everyone discovered that Kakashi was online. 6th Hokage Kakashi, at Shohei. 6th Hokage Kakashi, at Shohei, informed Kitahara Kaede that Tiandao Pain is preparing to attack the village. Namikaze Minato. That's true. At the beginning, I thought that the distance between the Kingdom of the Wind and Konoha was too far, so asking for help was useless, so Kakashi gave up asking for help. Woman who loves Kakashi. That's how it is. Because you can directly at Shohei, Shuhei is now with Kitahara-kun. Senju Tobirama. Kakashi, well done. Shozuru. Didn't Kitahara Kaede know about Pain's attack on the village? And, why do you think you can see the scene around Kakashi now? 8 Tails. Could it be that Kitahara Kaede has arrived at the village? Shuhei, yes, he has returned to the village. Right now in the village. But he felt that this was a test for you, so he didn't make a move. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Namikaze Minato. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Scary to death, so it is so. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Then I feel at ease. Older leftover women who can't get married just because there is someone behind you, so you can feel at ease. This is a bit inconsistent with Yi Ying's approach. 6th Hokage Kakashi. But I know the village will be fine. The old leftover girl who can't get married. Also, if I have Kuritaker's backing, then I don't have to be so cowardly. Beep. At this time, a system notification sound suddenly appeared in the small group. At 5th Mizukage's request, 4th Mizukage Yagura was added to the group. Closing square bracket. This group is Wanji Chat Group, also known as Observation Kitahara Kaede. _, small group. At 4th Mizukage Yagura, have a word with everyone, here are your acquaintances. Chapter 110 Sorry, Yagura is a real idiot. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. 4th Mizukage Yagura joined the chat group. Along with the system's notification tone, everyone found that the group members immediately +1. Big Zuzi Hanhan W, 0 Poo. Senju Tobirama. Is this okay? Namikaze Minato. This is, really surprising. Senju Tobirama. So it's okay if I ask to bring someone in. At the request of 2nd Hokage, pull 1st Tsuchikage into the group. Closing square bracket. Welcome 1st Tsuchikage to join the observation Kitahara Kaede. _, small group. Senju Tobirama. 1st Tsuchikage. 1st Tsuchikage. Where is this? Senju Tobirama. Dazuzi Hanhan. Ha, Tsuchikage, do you still know me? Senju Hashirama. 1st Tsuchikage. Senju Hashirama. Konoha's 1st Hokage. God of Ninjas. Big Zuzi Hanhan. Yes, it's me. Don't look at my current title, I'm the real 1st Hokage. Dazuzi Hanhan, do you still remember my request to you at the first meeting of the 5 Shadows? Big Zuzi Hanhan. As a result, the piece I insist on is a joke. 1st Tsuchikage. This, Tsuchikage felt bad, but Senju Hashirama was very annoyed. Dazuzi Hanhan, do you still remember what I said in the first 5 Shadows meeting? Dazuzi Hanhan, I am very grateful that you can gather together and sit down and talk together. Dazuzi Hanhan, my ideal is that one day, ninjas can help each other regardless of boundaries, and work together to form a whole. This is an ideal in my heart. Big Pillar Hanhan, then after I died, you launched an absolute blow to the country of Uzumaki, which was allied with Konoha. Dazuzi Hanhan, then the First Ninja World War was provoked. Big Pillar Hanhan, my younger brother Tobirama died in this battle. Dazuzi Hanhan, then the Second Ninja World War, and the Third Ninja World War continued. Dazuzi Hanhan. 1st Tsuchikage, do you remember what you promised me? 1st Tsuchikage. This. 1st Tsuchikage felt a headache. And Terumime's spirit body tilted its head and looked at the embarrassed 1st Tsuchikage, and then remembered something. The old leftover girl who can't get married. At 4th generation Mu Yagura, I am 5th Mizukage from Kurigakure. Older leftover girls who can't get married. 4th generation. The current Kurigakure is only 1/20th of the strength of your era. May I ask how you made the village like this? 4th Mizukage Yagura. This. Yagura also felt bad. 4th Mizukage Yagura. Well, how should I put it? I don't have much memory. 4th Mizukage Yagura. My memory stays in the attack on me by Uchiha Itachi and Loquat Junyang from Konoha. Then I have no memory. Big Zuzi Hanhan, does that mean you have been controlled by others? Woman who loves Kakashi. Kurigakure. 4th Mizukage Yagura. Who are you? Woman who loves Kakashi. I am Rin Nohara, and in the past, 3 tails was sealed in my body by your Jonin of Kurigakure. Woman who loves Kakashi. Then let me hit Konoha. Namikaze Minato. I also really want to meet you, Mr. 4th Mizukage. Minato said in a serious tone. And this also shows, he also remembers Lin's sacrifice. In the Third Ninja War, he lost a lot, from Obito to Rin. And then there's no time to grieve, and here he is here, he died in the Nine Tails Rebellion. Then nothing can be done. 4th Mizukage Yagura. This. In the Ninja World War, as Mizukage, for my own village and for the benefit of the village, it is reasonable to do whatever I do. In other words, he confessed to arranging for his subordinates to seal 3 tails into Lin's body, Okinoha. #B. The older leftover girl who can't get married. 4th generation, then please accept the anger. Terumi sighed. The Kurigakure where she lives is indeed full of disasters. And it's all self-inflicted. Yes, during the war at that time, for the victory of my village, I did everything I could. This was the task of being a shadow. After thinking about doing this, will I be retaliated against? Now Terumi even suspects that it may be that 4th Mizukage's means in the ninja war are too strong, and Tien is hated by others. Manipulated by illusion, so, Kurigakure has been subverted ever since. So, the retaliation brought about by 4th Mizukage's actions, too strong. And, not just in the past, but also in the present. Terumi did not continue to participate in the conversation. And Yagura couldn't figure it out yet. Asking for flowers. But, 4th Mizukage Yagura. Big Zuzi Hanhan, that's pretty good, then. Big Pillar Hanhan. So now I, as Konoha's first Hokage, can do everything I can. Senju Tobirama. Yes, I will come too. Moment. Everyone's soul body found an extremely strong momentum coming from Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. And this momentum is different from what you have seen crushing 4th Kage Luo Sha in the past. It should be said, that it was dozens of times stronger than it was back then. Terrible, so scary, and this is absolute godlike power. The god of ninja is definitely not a legend, but a worthy name. First Tsuchikage. This imposing manner. 0. First Tsuchikage. At 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, you have become a 3rd generation, so come here quickly. First Tsuchikage faltered instantly. They just found out that Hashirama's power was too strong. They couldn't deal with it together, so, chosen to surrender. Because Hashirama died, I thought there was no bond. Then, I started from the country of the vortex and attacked the country of the vortex. Then go to Tobirama. It's scary now. Why do I still meet Hashirama after death? While Konoha's Hokages were going crazy, Kakashi refocused on the battlefield in front of him. Yes, for Kakashi, this is the battlefield. Master Jiraiya stopped Pain Nagato. Onogi was responsible for taking Deidara away. The third generation project also has Danzo, Kaharu and Mitokado Homura who were responsible for support. Then, Hyuga Hinata, Kurinu Yuhi, etc., who have new powers with Jonin's power, do it cheaply. And the ninjas of Impure World Reincarnation are thinking about using the power of Impure World Reincarnation to ambush an enemy or two. If only I could ambush the rest of Pen's 6 paths. But the situation is not good now. Except for Pain from Heaven and Animal Way who were at the gate of the village, the rest of Pain dispersed directly. Sneaked into the Konoha. But, the current situation is, Pen 6 paths, Shiro Road, Human World, Hungry Kido, and Hell Road, a total of 4 paths surround him. He Kakashi is Hida Hinang Achuan. Chapter 111. Who is better at mouth escape? Jiraiya is dead. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Akatsuki has a total of 9 members. And now, Tiandao Pain plus Hungry Kido was blocked by teacher Jiraiya at the door. Third Tsuchikage went to intercept Deidara, and the other members were also dealt with separately. As a result, why was he targeted by 4 Pain? It is so difficult to deal with a Pain Heavenly Dao, and in the end he was confronted by 4 people. You are another Hokage of Konoha. Hatake Kakashi. As long as you get rid of you, Konoha's command can be dropped by 75%. Hatake Kakashi, please contribute to the peace of the world. Kido said, Kakashi. What are these people talking about? What does it mean to let him die and then make peace for the ninja world? Hokage is Konoha, or the shadow of Konoha, it is impossible to back down. Kakashi said, his side is not his. 763, the individual needs to fight alone. There are also 3 Anbu and his father Hatake Maushuo. But the father didn't pause at all, and rushed towards one of them, Pain, in a flash. This Pain is Hell. I saw Hell Dao holding down the ground with one hand, and a huge summoning beast appeared. This is, Mosaku Hatake frowned. This is Hades. Hell Road said, what Yama absorbs is the soul of the dead. So, he paused for a moment and didn't finish speaking. But Mosaku Hatake knew, so, is it going to be sucked away? Hatake Tsukumo remembered that he was just a dead person. So the soul, must be absorbed. The huge Hades opened his mouth, creating a strong attraction force. And Hatake Maushuo found that, it didn't hurt him. Mosaku Hatake was stunned for a moment. Hungry Kido, let's fight. However, the other Pain has already started to act. Kakashi slowed down a bit, and he found that Pain's other 4 attacks seemed to be not so difficult to hit. Jiraiya this way, Konin. Jiraiya yelled directly and loudly. Jiraiya is not stupid. Konin, Nagato, and Yahiko's team is 3 people. Yahiko is already cold, and Nagato did something like dead Yahiko's body manipulation. Doesn't that just mean, isn't it very difficult to escape Nagato? So he chose Konin. If Konin is still around now. Long time no see, teacher Jiraiya. Jiraiya is too loud, and Konin finally came belatedly. Her figure appeared in midair, and wings made of paper appeared behind her. Wearing the conspicuous suit and uniform of the Akatsuki organization, Xiaofu with a black background and a red cloud, has beautiful blue hair. Pinned a beautiful paper flower. Paper flowers represent the nostalgia for the dead, so it's probably because of Yahiko's business. Jiraiya thought to himself, but, Konin, you have also grown up and become a mature woman. Jiraiya gave a smirk. It's not that he wants to flirt or something. It's about buying time. Zuiden is also good. If Zuiden can be persuaded then that is the best. But if mouth escape fails, he can only use strength to stop Nagato and Konin. Seeing Pain's natural ability from a small group, Jiraiya felt that she had to turn on Sage Mode. This is the trump card for yourself. His aptitude is very poor. If Sage Mode is turned on, he needs to absorb the surrounding natural force, but this time is very long. So now I can only talk to buy time. And if the mouth escape is successful, maybe there is no need for Sage Mode. But, Ms. Jiraiya, we are doing the heavy lifting to bring peace to the ninja world. This is what you taught us in the past, and we also look forward to it. Your past methods have been too mild, and peace cannot be attained that way. And Yahiko defied the law and finally showed that your methods were wrong. FFLX, peace can only be achieved through violence, said Konin, Jiraiya, in other words, the original intentions of the 3 students have not changed, and everything stems from Yahiko's death. And when it comes to death, so, Konin, have you considered it? Jiraiya started talking. You should have noticed that there are many people from Impure World Reincarnation in Konin. The souls of these people were pulled back from the Pure Land by Kitahara Kaede. And see the light of day again. According to what they said, the past world has nothing, no end and no successors. Always be alone. So, would you like to see Yahiko alone in Pure Land? And, I practice at Mount Myoboku Toad Sage. 1,000 years ago, the Toad Sage gave the treasure of Mount Myoboku to the Sage of 6 Paths, and asked the Sage of 6 Paths to revive his own dead brother. No side effects, so this is a stronger resurrection coin than Impure World Reincarnation. So, Jiraiya said, I am also sad that Yahiko died. I did not protect you well. However, I want to make amends. So, he took out the celestial charm that Kitahara Kaede had given him from the great Toad Sage at Mount Myoboku. This is a resurrection device. And Yahiko's body is now Tiandao Pain. So, resurrect Yahiko. Jiraiya said, we are masters and apprentices, what can't we sit down and talk about? Jiraiya said sincerely. He looked earnest and sincere. Also with remorse. At this moment, Nagato and Konan feel that this is Jiraiya who guided them in the first place. Everyone wore green frog suits and listened to Master's instructions. Konan's expression loosened. Bump. However, Jiraiya's body was suddenly sucked away by a powerful force, and Jiraiya was instantly sucked to Tiandao Pain's side. Nagato. Jiraiya didn't expect Pain to have these 5.5 type skills. But just as he opened his mouth, he found that the surrounding ground was shaking rapidly. Gathered around him, surrounded him within 5 seconds, and swallowed up everything he had. Planetary devastation. Jiraiya was sealed away. Konan. Heavenly Dao Pain said, we have already thought about using this method to realize our ideals. Hasn't the way of talking, from first generation to now, just proven meaningless? Otherwise, wouldn't there be a second and third ninja world war? And when real peace comes, we will meet Yahiko as well. So, understood, Tiandao Pain said. Then he picked up the fairy spell that Jiraiya took out just now, which can resurrect people. Konan. Yes, Chapter 112 Kamui appears. Is Kakashi really not from the Uchiha family? Seek automatic, ask for full order. Planetary devastation. Everyone has seen it at San Shinobi Village. It is a small black ball of energy and then has a huge force of attraction to attract the ground, and then condense into a 300-meter giant sphere. Hence the name planetary devastation. Possesses the power of the tailed beast bomb, which is not inferior to the tailed beast bomb, and can make a village disappear immediately when it falls. Now, the planetary devastation used by Pen on Jiraiya is different from the previous one. It seems that it is specially used for imprisoning and sealing. And Jiraiya's mouth seemed to move Konan all of a sudden, but Tiandao Pain's sudden kick made this move invalid. Jiraiya herself has been imprisoned by Pain. Jiraiya was imprisoned and unable to speak out. But the small group was speechless. But, the damned guy. This kind of power. Onoki hadn't gone far, he saw the scene where Jiraiya was directly sealed. So he stopped and cursed a few words. 14. But, do you want to come again? Tiandao Pain looked at him coldly and arrogantly. Onoki. Snort. Onoki immediately turned to look for Deidara. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Dazuzi Hanhan. Onoki is too cowardly. He ran away after Pain said a few words. Senju Tobirama. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so afraid of Madara. Onoki, he's still cowardly. Senju Tobirama. But Jiraiya lost so quickly, I didn't expect it at all. Dazuzi Hanhan. Does Rinnegan still have so many effects? Dazuzi Hanhan, this kind of eyes is really hard to guard against. Big Pillar Hanhan, not only can it bounce people away from moves, but it can also attract people directly and then seal them. Big Pillar Hanhan, this Nagato is a bit amazing. Senju Tobirama. Jiraiya lost too quickly. What do you think, Minato? Namikaze Minato. This. At Jiraiya teacher, can you hear me? Good Color Immortal. Yes. Good Color Immortal, I actually entered the small group directly, which shows that my body has lost control consciousness. Pervy Sage. So embarrassing. Senju Tobirama. Let's think about other ways to deal with it now. Senju Tobirama. I hope Kakashi's side will not be too bad. And when everyone sighed that Jiraiya was defeated, they suddenly called out. Because everyone found that when the screen changed, 6 Pain had appeared in front of Kakashi. Or that 6 Paths Pain is in front of Kakashi. The woman who loves Kakashi. Namikaze Minato. Kakashi is really bad right now. If there were only 4 Pain surrounding Kakashi just now, then it would be fine, but everyone has already discovered how powerful Tiandao Pain is. So facing Kakashi directly like this, Kakashi will be cold. And Kakashi is not alone. His father stayed by his side. The 3 Anbu were arranged by him to bring them over from the 3rd generation. I almost figured out the attack method and weakness of the Hungry Kido. Itachi Kido's ability to absorb only ninjutsu needs to be rewritten. He can even absorb chakra. Hitaki Tsukumo said that his left hand has been mutilated, but because of the power of impure world reincarnation, the broken body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is impure world reincarnation. Although the strength can't be compared with the peak, or even only 3 to 4 floors of the peak period, it will also bring various conveniences. For example, like endless chakra, the use of various big moves is completely unobstructed, and at the same time, even if the body is disabled, it can quickly recover. That's why it was first regarded as a cooperative ninjutsu of tandem paper bombs by 2nd generation. Tandem paper bombs are constantly detonated, so the body will also be detonated, so with the automatic repair of impure world reincarnation, this ninjutsu becomes very effective. Just now, Mashuo Hitaki used his own body to collect more data. When it comes to Hungry Kido, it can directly forcibly scare the performance. As a ninja, if you have mastered the enemy's information and weaknesses, it will be easier to fight back. Both Hitaki and Kakashi have always been this type of fighting ninja. But, looks like you guys had a lot of fun. Then don't waste your time. In about 3 hours, Kitahara Kaede will come back to Konoha, Pain said. Tendo Pain's body appeared in front of Kakashi and Hitaki Mosaku. Kakashi. Finding that the big boss appeared in front of him meant that he had to face this kind of terrifying big boss. In addition, Pain Tiandao appeared here, which shows that Master Jiraiya failed. Kakashi. Then let's end like this. Tiandao Pain said. He prepares to use universal pull towards Kakashi. The strong suction makes Kakashi irresistible. Kakashi, it's too late. Use the power of the Sharingan. Hatake Mashuo immediately reminded, and Kakashi put the forehead protector on, and then revealed the Sharingan he got from Obito. And this Sharingan has opened to Mangekyo. He chose the direction in which to use the Kamui warp space, and now, the time to use it. Although I can't use 117 perfectly, I don't have time to train now. Kamui. Kakashi can feel that his body is attracted to pain, and he is afraid that he will be attracted to pain soon. But, Kamui, Mangekyo, he watched, he saw it, he saw spatial fluctuations and distortions appearing in front of Pain's body. And Tiandao Pain noticed the distortion, but he suddenly raised his hand towards the right, as if to grab it. So the human way immediately blocked in front of him. And Kakashi's left eye was bleeding immediately. This is a side effect of the use of Mangekyo Sharingan, and along with the side effect, the efficacy of Kamui is also revealed. Ren Jadu's right arm completely disappeared. Quote. God said Pain. Kakashi. This is Kamui that Kakashi has learned in the past 2 days. Originally, Kamui couldn't directly take effect, but it may be because of the oppression just now that he used it. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Senju Tobirama. Is this the ability of Mangekyo Sharingan? Senju Hashirama's younger brother. It seems that this Kakashi adapts to Sharingan better than Urzuzi. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. The second pillar is indeed low. Chapter 113 Might Guy, my god. My Superman. Superior. Seeking automatic. Seeking full order. Kamui suddenly appeared, and Tiandao Pain used Human Dao as a shield. Although the movements are fast, Human Dao's missing right arm proves that this is a dangerous skill. Sharingan. Sure enough, it is a dangerous force. Tiandao Pain said. So, Kakashi, how many times can you use it? This skill cannot be used continuously. As soon as the number of times Mangekyo Sharingan is used increases, then you'll be blind, Pain said. And the confidence to say this should be that Uchiha, who has defected in his organization, beats 7. Then take a good look at it. Kakashi said. At this moment, he is backed by his father, and the information obtained in the small group shows that Kitahara Kaede has returned to Konoha. So, as long as Kitahara Kaede is in the village, then the village will not be destroyed. So, now is the time to test his strength. Kakashi. Hey, Kitahara Kaede, are you using this to test your teacher? You must know that he has just learned Kamui and has no proficiency at all. So, he will be cold. Kakashi complained in his heart, but he was a little excited inside. Because, the Kamui effect just now proved to be effective, so it means, his low strength compared with these monsters has finally improved. And, what Kamui distorts as space, and what distorts is not only the enemy's body, but also, the enemy's attack strike. Therefore, the power of this skill cannot be tapped. Then, compared with the powerful strength, the side effects are not worth mentioning at all. Kakashi's determination is exuberant. If his eyes don't work, then mine can be used. A sounded. And Pain Tiandao looked there, and there stood a man wearing the robe of the Shao organization, but the composition of this man was rather subtle, and his body was not normal. This is the body of Impure World Reincarnation. It's Uchiha 147, Uchiha Itachi. Pain looked at him coldly. Did you choose Konoha in the end? Yes, Itachi said. I was born as a Konoha man, and I will die as Konoha's soul. I have made many mistakes, even doubting my own path, but now I must protect the village. Uchiha Itachi said, because this is the village that Shisui entrusted to me. He speaks a message from someone who has always held his heart up. That's Uchiha Shisui's like his brother. The Uchiha clan has always been bound by elder brothers and younger brothers since the patriarch Uchiha Madara, so what can shake and change them is not the glory of the clan but the fetters of older brothers and younger brothers. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Who is this Shisui? Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Are you also from the Uchiha clan? The old leftover woman who can't get married, that's the genius of the Uchiha clan. The old leftover girl who can't get married, she has titles such as Shisui, who will retreat when she sees Shisui. Senju Tobirama. This person is indeed from the Uchiha clan. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Well, it's quite powerful. Senju Tobirama. Then I was attacked by my unfilial disciple Danzo and gouged out one eye. Senju Tobirama. Now the eyes that Danzo wears are Shisui's eyes. Senju Tobirama. Danzo said that Uchiha Shisui disappeared after he took Shisui's eye. Senju Tobirama. And this time period is when the Uchiha clan wants to rebel, so Shisui informs, and tells those good disciples the secret of their Sharingan. Senju Tobirama. As a result, my good student Danzo took a Sharingan. Then Uchiha Shisui disappeared. Senju Tobirama. Presumably Uchiha Shisui thought of self-sacrifice, so he used the death of the top master of the Uchiha clan as an excuse to temporarily slow down the Uchiha clan's rebellion. Senju Tobirama. So he committed suicide. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Is this Uchiha? One thinks that his death can eliminate the rebellion, and the other thinks that the whole family must be slaughtered. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. So who is better in my Uchiha clan? Older married leftover woman. At present, it seems that the only person who looks better is Uchiha Itachi. It's what you said about killing the clan. Yes, the remaining excellent Uchiha is Uchiha Itachi instead of Uchiha Sasuke. Because it's just the body of impure world reincarnation, Uchiha Itachi, whose strength is only the 3rd level at the peak, actually killed for pain. Although relying on the body of impure world reincarnation, the body can be repaired automatically, and the amount of chakra is terrifying. But he still killed 2 pain. And isn't that an excellent performance? The other side, Uchiha Sasuke was placed at home. His father, Uchiha Fugaku, stayed put. Why don't you let me go? Sasuke said. Now I can take the bandage off. You have no way to learn Mangekyo Sharingan skills yet, Fugaku said. And, you who are immature now are just a burden, so listen to Itachi and stay here. And I stay here because you have the Mangekyo Sharingan, and if the Sharingan is taken away, it will cause trouble for Konoha. So, Sasuke, you haven't grown up enough to protect those eyes, Fugaku said. Opening parenthesis. Nose, Sasuke, I'll one day become better than that Itachi, better than you. Ha, and Kakashi was panting exhaustedly, but his body ached so badly, his body lost his left hand, and the orbit of his left eye was full of blood, which is the manifestation of Mangekyo Sharingan Kamui using too much. Even vision is affected. After matching Pain's level, he found that this was really not ordinary Ying's strength, but surpassed Ying's. He struggled to look to the right, but Mosaku Hatake was already in the hands of Tiandao Pain. With a hard pinch, Maoshuo's left arm disappeared, but the effect of impure world reincarnation is quickly recovering his injuries. Impure world reincarnation's body is trouble. The Uchiha clan is really a dangerous civilization. Pain said 2 sentences in a row. Chapter 114 Might Guy, my god. My Superman. Middle, seeking automatic, seeking full order. The houses in the surrounding area had completely disappeared, and Itachi was lying on the side, although he looked tired, but the surroundings of his body immediately rekindled anew Susanoo. Yes, impure world reincarnation will limit their strength, but as long as there is enough chakra, then the Uchiha clan, as long as the Uchiha clan with Mangekyo Sharingan, can still open Susan. So very hard to beat. But, universal pull, planetary devastation. With Uchiha Itachi's respite, Tendo Pain had his chance. Uchiha Itachi's body was immediately attracted to him, and the surrounding land disintegrated immediately and was attracted to surround Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi is too dangerous. If it is said that impure world reincarnation will restrict the strength of ninjas, but for the Mangekyo Sharingan clan, this ability is not restricted but exploited. There are 2 requirements for Susanoo. 1. You need to have a Mangekyo Sharingan. 2. The forming essence of Susanoo is to embody the ninja's chakra. So, need plenty of chakra. And Uchiha Itachi 543 is the body of impure world reincarnation, so, his chakra is much more than his original one. More than 4 in a row. And this is why Itachi can beat 4 Pain in a row. The only one left is you. Along with Pen, Kakashi's father, Hatake Maoshuo, was also sealed up. Both Hatake Mosaku and Uchiha Itachi are filthy people. For Pain, although Hatake Mosaku did not hurt him as much as Uchiha Itachi, it is really troublesome for impure world reincarnation to recover all the time. So, the 2 joined forces to seal it. His approach is correct, facing the undead guise of impure world reincarnation. It is not the right way to directly defeat, the real salvation is the seal. However, Tiandao Pain probably didn't think so much, so he didn't learn the various sealing methods of the Uzumaki family. Instead only use Seal Jiraiya's planetary devastation pen version. I'll leave it to you. X2. Uchiha Itachi's voice and Hatake Mosaku's voice came out when all the clods were piled up. Kakashi quickly raised his head, but all he saw were 2 spheres with a diameter of B-meters bed. Is this all I can do? Kakashi thought hard. Facing Pain's terrifying strength, ordinary ninjas can't do it at all, they just increase the damage, and even he can't fight Pain, because Pain's vision is very wide. All of Pen's vision is included, so his gymnastics didn't work at all. On the contrary, if he competed with Pain in physical skills, he would be kicked away. After all, here are 6 pairs of Pen's 6 paths, eyes are on. Not at all, then you can only rely on Kamui. But, he couldn't hold it. The chakra in the body will also be gone. The reason why he could support so much just now is because his father has been passing on the chakra obtained through impure world reincarnation to him. But now that his father is sealed, his monolac weakness has been exposed all of a sudden. Kamui can no longer be used. And Pain is so over the top. Look, Hades, who was hungry for Keto summoning, opened his mouth and spit out the 4 down Pain. All Pain. Return to battle. Is this a pervert resurrection hang that directly uses the resurrection of the dead? The 6 pens reunite, summoning technique, and the animal girl who is good at summoning all kinds of pervert summoning beast monsters has started summoning again. The big wolfhound that can split infinitely, and the savage rhinoceros with huge impact. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Big pillar Hanhan. What a pity, Kakashi. Dazuzi Hanhan. Kakashi's current state is very dangerous. Senju Tobirama. but the performance just now was very good, because the three of them have dropped out almost all the various materials of pain. Senju Tobirama, including the 5-second cooldown time required for using Shinra Tianjang. Senju Tobirama, and if this information is passed on, still not lost. Woman who loves Kakashi, Kakashi. Rin looked at Kakashi nervously. Namikaze Minato. Kakashi has done well enough, so now it's time for Kitahara-kun to come out. Namikaze Minato. After all, he is already in the village now. Big Zuzi Hanhan, well, it should be like this. But, might guy, at this time, I should play. Fourth Mizukage Yagura. Huh, Yagura has just been scared to death by the 2 Konoha Hokages. Even if he still has the 3 tails, he can't beat him. And now he finally got a chance to catch his breath. He stared at Pain 6 Paths. What kind of monsters are these? Be it Uchiha Itachi or Pen 6 Paths, even Konoha's White Fang surprised him. Did he really fight against these people? Like that Uchiha Itachi, he had the experience of confronting the opponent, and that time was when Tekia Itachi and Tozozo attacked him together. And where did the Itachi at that time have the strength it has now? Really, a scary person. And the constant resurrection, summoning, and Sen Luo Tiansheng, planetary devastation, the super daily abilities of Pain 6 Paths are also terrifying. Just looking at it in a small group is terrifying. And now, facing such a strong enemy. Might Guy actually said he wants to play. Does he know what kind of enemy he is facing? Namikaze Minato. Guy, have you decided? Older members of the small group know Might Guy's skills because they have seen the Chunin exam before. 8 inner gates. As for Pain's current strength, it doesn't mean that 8 inner gates can open a 7th gate. So it may be the 8th gate to be opened. Well, Might Guy might be dying. Might Guy. Yes, I'm Kakashi's lifelong friend. How could it be, seeing my friend like this, fighting alone? Might Guy. Moreover, Naruto also said that he will not escape. Might Guy. Since Kitahara-kun is still in the village, he won't watch us die. Might Guy. My father once said that youth is the most valuable at this time. So, burn it. Might Guy. At Kakashi. Here I come. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Guy, what are you doing here? Might Guy. Since you also appeared here, it means, you are also sealed now, come on. Might Guy. So, just look at mine. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Ah Guy. Might Guy. The 6th gate is open. Chapter 115 Might Guy, my god. My Superman. Down. Seeking automatic. Seeking full order. Not everyone can learn 8 inner gates, and even if you learn it, it is difficult to drive to the back. Because this is very demanding on the body. B. Now Might Guy has skipped the 1st gate, the 2nd gate, the 3rd gate. Then it should be said that this is a way to open the 8 inner gates. What a genius, and the reason why he does it is simple. Kakashi was also sealed by the likes of Jiraiya, Hitaki Mosaku and Uchiha Itachi. B. Now is the time to save Cassie. The 5th gate is open. 6th gate scene door open. 7th gate. Might Guy's real body is now at the edge of the forest in Konoha village. He had previously accepted Kakashi's order to bring Naruto to here. The purpose is, if Kakashi loses and the village is in danger, then, let Naruto reveal the identity of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Draw Pain over, then save the village. This is the most unusable trick, but it must exist. Because, for Konoha's ninja, Konoha is the most important thing. This is the orthodox thinking handed down from first Hokage. But, I want to join the battle too. Even now I should have the power to fight. Being taken away by Guy, Naruto expressed his determination to him. I don't want to just be a protected existence. I've learned Rasengan. If I back down here, then Kitahara-kun has no point in restoring my chakra system. I still want to be Hokage. So now to be a deserter, then. What do you want to say in the future? To become a Hokage, to become an existence that surpasses ninjas of all generations. This is not in line with my ninja way. Uzumaki Naruto opened his mouth. And this is when Might Guy enters the small group at this time. He finds out that Kakashi is not in good shape. And, also because of the existence of Chūnin, he has learned that 5th Hokage Kitahara Kaede has returned. %. Even if something happened, Master 5th Hokage has enough strength to turn the tide. So Naruto's idea is okay. Might Guy said. Then Naruto, join me in showing Konoha's ninja demeanor under the leadership of 5th Hokage. Naruto's hands light together, his eyes become sharp and excited. But, the 5th gate is open. 6th gate scene door open. 7th gate. The door is open. Elite Jonin's Might Guy teacher suddenly burst out with incomparably powerful power. This is a burst of strong power that I saw during the Chunin exam in the past. At this time, Guy's body has already emitted a green light. This is a representation of the opening of the 7th gate 8 inner gates. The restraint of the body chakra system has been minimized. He has acquired cage-level strength beyond ordinary ninjas. But, Naruto, let's go now. With a growl, Might Guy lifted Naruto up like a chicken-clawed eagle, and then leapt from the edge of the forest to where Kakashi was with a snap. The speed is so fast that even Naruto was stunned. Because it's like flying. It's like flying. Is this the ultimate power of human beings? Naruto was surprised, but Guy didn't give him time to be surprised. For Guy, the most important thing now is to save Kakashi. Sound %%%%%%%. Boom. There was a loud sound, and Pain Six Paths was looking at the three spheres they were sealing to sort out their thoughts, and suddenly found that one of the planetary devastations was vibrating. It turned out that a man with a green terrifying aura stepped on one of the planetary devastations. The man's eyebrows and skin were red, and this man is Konoha's blue beast, Might Guy. Dazuzi Hanhan. I saw Might Guy's 8 inner gates again. Big Pillar Hanhan, the momentum is still so strong. Senju Tobirama. Yes, woman who loves Kakashi, Might Guy. He also achieved his goal, even if he uses taijutsu, everyone will recognize him. Namikaze Minato. Yes, Lin, who is in the same period as Kakashi, knows about Might Guy. Might Guy is the tail of the crane, but she always competes with Kakashi. Similar to Obito. But, Might Guy works really hard. Don't give up even when you are hit. This is the same as Obito. And now, Might Guy has realized his ideal. He becomes enough to allow people to recognize his own existence. Asking for flowers. Might Guy. Konoha's pale blue beast is indeed interesting. But, Pain Tiandao said, it's just that you can't break through the planetary devastation. Does that mean I'm not strong enough? Might Guy said, and Heavenly Dao Pain didn't make a sound, but his other 5 Dao had spread out, surrounding Might Guy. And Tiandao Pain raised his hand, as if preparing to perform a universal pull, and attracted Might Guy to him in an unexpected way. Then stop. Yes, even the current Might Guy, Tiandao Pain still has confidence in his physical skills. After all, this body is already posthumous. The body after death is not limited by the human body. So, to some extent, it shows that the body of the current Heavenly Dao Pain is actually somewhat similar to the 8 inner gates. 0. Not to mention, Pain Tendo is also the body of Nagato's friend Yahiko. Well, naturally it was specially modified by Nagato. So, other pennies are very brittle, but Tiandao Penne is very hard. Very hard. 8 gate, open the gate of death. However, Might Guy burst out again with an intense burning aura that was dozens of times more terrifying than the terrifying aura just now. And this is the last gate of the 8 inner gates. In the history of the ninja world, only the 8th gate opened by Guy's father, the gate of death. In the eyes of youth, there is never a drill. This is what my father taught me. Now is the time for Konoha's blue beast to transform into a red beast. The figure of the Might Guy who said this has already reached the point where Pain and the others can hardly catch it even with their eyes wide open. And the next second, boom, crack, boom, 1 foot, boom, all 6 Pain fell to the ground. And Wu Wei Pain was cracked on the spot. Tiandao Pain's body is also missing half. And the Might Guy came to the planetary devastation. Quote, Kakashi, who was sealed in the planetary devastation, looked in amazement at the regained light and shadow. Looking at the Might Guy who was burning in this light and shadow and had already started to vaporize and disappear from his hair. Dad said, open the door to death only when protecting important people. Kakashi, we are lifelong friends beg. Chapter 116 Pain 6 Paths, kicked into 3 auspicious treasures. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Kakashi and Might Guy's friendship has always been strong from the past to the present. When 2 people are doing the task, even one of them must die, but the other party will never give up the experience of the other party. So, like this is the same now. Kakashi, we are lifelong friends. Using 1 foot of Might Guy to blow up the planetary devastation that sealed Kakashi, Kakashi's body was revealed, and Kakashi also saw what Might Guy looks like now. Burn yourself. Powerful and terrifying. This is the 8 inner gates, open the 8th gate, and gain power dozens of times stronger than 5 cages. But in front of such an explosive power, Pain 6 Paths has fallen to the ground. But, it is also very expensive. Because, once the 8th gate of death is opened, it is to dedicate one's life. 753, Might Guy's eyebrows were completely burned. And his body felt like a strong burnt ashes. And the powerful lion-like red aura emanating from his body is actually the vaporization of burning his own blood. That's why I said, the opening of 8 inner gates 8 gates is no longer an injury to the body, but a direct devotion to oneself. After the split-second 6 Paths pain, the Might Guy was lying in the pit. But he can still talk. Kakashi, I always kept this last move until the end. In order to fight with you. Might Guy's body has fallen to the ground, and from his hair to his footsteps there has been vaporization. This is a hangover from using 8 inner gates, which will quickly turn to ashes. But Kakashi doesn't complain about Might Guy now that you opened 8 gate to deal with me. All he felt now was silence. You were like this. I didn't do anything. No, you did, Might Guy said. Looking at you, I know that geniuses are working hard. How am I going to catch up? But now, I became a man above all else. So, thank you, Kakashi. Might Guy's voice sound is very magnetic. But, so, Kakashi, don't be in a daze, quickly take out the small bag and keep my burning ashes. Then remember to go to Kitahara Kaede. I want Impure World Reincarnation resurrected. I can't bear to part with my 3 lovely disciples. And Dad is now in Impure World Reincarnation too, and I don't want to be without him. So, Kakashi, move. Might Guy said immediately. It was obvious that just now he seemed righteous and awe-inspiring, which made people very moved, and was moved by the bond between the two. The result, an instant failure. Forgotten, I'll do it right away. Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, and then realized. Yeah, because Might Guy wasn't the first to open the 8 gate, the first to open the 8 gate was Might Guy's father, Might Guy. At that time, the 7 mist shinobi sneaked into Konoha, and in order to protect their son, Might opened the 8th gate and kicked the 7 shinobi into 3 auspicious treasures. Afterwards, the young guy preserved part of the ashes of his father's ashes, that is, the ashes. And now Kitahara Kaede used Impure World Reincarnation to get out. So, Guy, it should work here too. As long as the ashes of Guy's body are kept, he can be resurrected through Impure World Reincarnation. So Guy can still live. I'll do it right away. Kakashi looked flustered. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Big pillar Hanhan. This is 8 inner gates. Senju Tobirama. When you open the gate of death, you can instantly gain dozens of times the power of 5 shadows. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Someone actually managed to practice this physical skill successfully. Yes, in Hashirama's era, there were also 8 inner gates, but no one brought 8 inner gates to the 8th gate. So, Might Guy is a real genius. The old leftover girl who can't get married Konoha is really scary. The old leftover girl who can't get married, and even if you open 8 inner gates, you can still return to Konoha. Honest Basha, yes, 8 inner gates are so scary. Namikaze Minato. 8 inner gates is indeed terrifying, but like the current method of collecting ashes, Impure World Reincarnation is also a method of warfare. Namikaze Minato. The Impure World Reincarnation invented by Nadaime actually has so many functions. Senju Tobirama. Of course. Senju Tobirama. It's my big brother who sealed a bunch of my forbidden technique. And other ninjutsu are also very marketable. The nose of the soul body of the 2nd generation seems to be slightly elongated. Big pillar Hanhan, well, Dazuzi Hanhan, after all, Tobirama, not everyone can learn your ninjutsu. And some of them consume a lot of money after learning. Dazuzi Hanhan. Wait a minute, at Honest Bajao, are you back? Honest Basam, I was defeated. The old leftover woman who can't get married, Hmph. In other words, 3rd Tsuchikage Onogi went to find the rebellious nin of his ninja village, and Terumi also accepted the rebellious nin of his ninja village. Honestly Basha, and I also saw Mr. Itachi. Honest Basam, now that I think about it, Mr. Itachi really has been hiding himself all the time. Yes, I just saw the scene where Uchiha Itachi opened Susan and beat Tiandao Pain. Honestly Bajao knew that he was not against the people. And he has followed Uchiha Itachi for 6 years, and Uchiha Itachi has never used these tricks. It's really too hidden. Namikaze Minato. But after this one time, Might Guy probably can't continue to use 8 inner gates. Older leftover women who can't get married, yes, because the body of Impure World Reincarnation is still very different from the body of ordinary people. And this time, 5.6 everyone found that when Kakashi was busy collecting the ashes of Might Guy's body that had been completely cut off, a hand suddenly appeared on Might Guy's chest. This is a fair-skinned girl's hand. I thought it was something that needed my support. Result, it's such a horrible thing. Mr. Guy, you are too crazy. Direct 8 gate fully open. How horrible this is. Saying so, Tien stuck a fairy spell on Might Guy's head. A green flash enveloped the Might Guy, and he felt that the power of nature enveloped him and poured into him. Everyone found that Might Guy's right leg, which had been reduced to ashes, actually grew back. Might Guy, resurrected. Chapter 117 Konoha Beast, if the 8 gate can be opened casually. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Through the introduction of Kitahara Kaede, everyone already knows that there are quite a lot of resurrection coins in the ninja world. From 2nd generation's Impure World Reincarnation, to Uchiha clan's Ainiki, and then from Rinne Tensai of Rinnegan to Mount Myoboku's Immortal Charms. These are moves or methods that can revive people. But, Might Guy's reduced to ashes legs were reattached. The dry body on his body, which seemed to have been burned, also recovered again, from scorched black to full of vitality. Might Guy, who is about to tell his funeral, actually feels that his body is still very energetic. Especially seeing lost pairs, legs grow back, and regain consciousness. It's amazing. Might Guy sits up straight away. Call, Mr. Guy, you are too messy. Tien said, if I hadn't gotten the fairy spell from Baiyuan Jun, then you would have died. How is the situation now? Do you want to post another one? Said every day, 14. Then he took out a stack of spells from his pocket. A rough count, there are 10 plus. I see. Might Guy heaved a sigh of relief while listening to his disciple. In other words, Baiyuan-kun has already made preparations. And Kakashi also breathed a sigh of relief. This shows that Kitahara Kaede had expected this to happen a long time ago, so he did it later. And Kakashi was quite touched that Guy would use the 8th gate for him. But, these fairy spells, are probably the spells from the Great Toad Sage on Mount Myoboku before. Oh no, the fairy spell obtained by Mount Myoboku can be seen in the small group, and it has been given to Master Jiraiya. So the current fairy spell is this made by Kitahara-kun himself? Kakashi asked curiously, and Tiantian nodded seriously, because she also participated in the experiment. Besides, I'm the only one who is using the fairy spell now. Tien said, yes, similar things are happening, here in the Hyuga clan. We Hyuga clan can't just watch. You have to show some performance. Even for Miss Hinata, the proud Hyuga clan also wanted to help, and then they died. Hinata remembered what Kitahara Kaede had said to her before, so she stuck the fairy spell that Kitahara Kaede gave her on the clansman. Everyone found the injury and responded immediately. And that is, the dead, unexpectedly resurrected. This is too exaggerated. And Hinata continues to serve as the medical ninja rescue team in the village, affixing spells to injured or dying ninjas. And this way, the loss of the village immediately became very small. Observation Kitahara Kaede, _small group. Big Pillar Hanhan. Is this the immortal spell of Mount Myoboku? Dazuzi Hanhan, can resurrection coins be used so casually? Senju Tobirama. It seems that Kitahara Kaede asked Mount Myoboku about how to make Senju charms for this purpose. Namikaze Minato. Kitahara-kun is really strong. Honest Ba dumplings. Yes, honest Basam. In this way, the leader of pain will lose. Good Color Immortal. Ha, so, why don't you help me unlock the seal? Good Color Immortal. Right now, I am still sealed. Yes, because of Might Guy's 8th gate blasting just now, the planetary devastation where Kakashi is located was kicked out, and Uchiha Itachi and Hitaki Maushua were also unsealed and gained freedom. But, only Jiraiya, who was originally sealed and had the Senjutsu charm taken from Mount Myoboku. Good Colored Immortal. Wait a minute, Tiandao Pain just took my share of the fairy spell. Good Color Immortal. Then do you mean Good Color Immortal? So does it mean that Pain can be resurrected? Yes, as you saw just now, Might Guy is like that, so can Pain be resurrected? Senju Tobirama. I don't think he will. Namikaze Minato. Yes, because Pain Tiandao is Yahiko's body, so, the one who was revived with a spell, is Yahiko instead of Nagato. Namikaze Minato. So now it depends on whether Nagato gives up. Good Color Immortal. Then just let me talk about it at this time. The spirit body complained, but Jiraiya had to stay in the seal. And live. Is this the battle of other cage-level powerhouses? Naruto looked at the scene in surprise. He originally thought that if he learned Rasengan, he would be able to use it in some ways. Bree immediately was shocked, because whether it's Might Guy's 8 inner gates, or Pain's 6 paths play, or Uchiha Itachi's moves, he just feels small. And can he really surpass so many people? Naruto doubted himself a little. Boom. And at this time, a hand was suddenly raised in a corner of the field, in a deep pit. That hand is the hand of Tiandao Pain. Ahem. Z% 1% at. What a powerful trick. God Pain crawled out. It's so hard. Just now, 6 pens were lost in an instant, and Might Guy thought that Heavenly Pain was also lost, but looking at it now, it doesn't seem to be the case. Of course it was hard. Kitahara Kaede sat above Konoha's library and looked down. 210 because Pain's body can resist the attack of 9 tails in the original book. So, although Might Guy's attack is very strong, Might Guy underestimated the enemy. In addition, Tiandao Pain is just a puppet, and as a puppet, it can only be controlled if it is completely broken. So, God Pain is not over yet, but the other 5 pens are out. But, Might Guy, I give you permission, you can use as many fairy spells as you want, use 8 inner gates to your heart's content. Kitahara Kaede stood in the wind and shouted in the direction of Might Guy. With this sound, everyone was attracted by him. The same is true for the named Might Guy. Discovering that Kitahara Kaede was still in the village, the ninjas in charge of several places to block the other members of Akatsuki immediately got backup. As long as Lord 5th Hokage is in the village, then you can impure world reincarnation even if you are dead. So, nothing to fear. These Konoha people are crazy. The 91-year-old senior Kakuzu looked annoyed. Then start to evacuate, and Might Guy was stunned for a moment, and then his heart surged up. Do you want to open the 8th gate? Kakashi, do you know? I was super strong just now. Might Guy was the first to ignite. Chapter 118 Pain lost, and the White Snake Immortal watching the battle was shocked. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Might Guy's original name was Konoha's Blue Beast, and even the Blue Beast is enough to surprise and scare people. His blue color refers to the color when opening the 5th gate of the 8 inner gates. And now, open the 8th gate. Then there is the Red Beast. As soon as the 8th gate is opened, the strength is dozens of times higher than the cage level, such a Might Guy. The time from opening 8th gate to closing is 2 minutes. So Mr. Guy, you have to end the battle or come back for supplies within 2 minutes. Said every day, and the supply here is to affix the magic spell to Might Guy. Revive him. The first 8 gate will die when you open it, but if you use the fairy spell, you can be resurrected. So, even if he can only be a Superman for 2 minutes, Might Guy's strength is terrifying. Can imagine. His punch, if he doesn't use Day Tiger or Shishong, is also a punch of dozens of other cage-level people. When the body turns, it is a terrifying meat grinder. This is the real deal. Konoha's beast. Red Beast. So scary. Shenluo Tianjang. Seeing Might Guy rushing towards him, Tiandao Pain quickly used his strength, but it was difficult to prevent and control. Because his Shenluo Tianjang wants to bounce Guy, but it can only cool down for 5 seconds. And 5 seconds is enough time for Might Guy to kick him 3 times. Quote. Nagato. Tendo Pen's true handling. Nagato has found Tendo Pen so hard that he can only take 2 more hits. So he changed tactics. Planetary devastation. Released the black condensed chakra with a strong attraction, and then used universal pull to attract Might Guy to the hand. And Might Guy's body has been coagulated by planetary devastation. But, bump, again, Might Guy blasted the planetary devastation from the inside. The power of the Rinnegan can't hold back the Might Guy. 8 inner gates, the 8th gate dead gate, so scary. Nagato found himself seemingly, with no hope of winning. I thought that I had cheated Kitahara Kaede away, so now I can try to kill Konoha within 3 hours, get 9 tails, and then summon 10 tails. Then there is still a chance. But now, a might guy is out of his grasp. Or, now try to summon 10 tails. 10 tails absorbed 8 tails, 2 tails and 3 tails, 5 tails. Although the strength is not enough, but there is also a history of battle. So, Nagato. And at this time a voice came. Tiandao Pain looked over and saw that Konan had fallen to the ground. We lose. Beside Konan stands Kitahara Kaede. And Jiraiya also appeared behind them. Apparently, Kitahara Kaede returned to Konoha, rescued Jiraiya, and then, captured Konan. Nagato, we lost. Quote. God said Pain. Is it? But I have one final trick. Nagato said, if using Rinne Tensai, then you can. What he thought of was what the masked man told him after the Akatsuki organization was established, that he could use Rinnegan to revive the Uchiha Madara from the Senju Hashirama era. And the strength of people in that era was much stronger than that of today. So if you use Rinne Tensai, then maybe you can summon Uchiha Madara. Nagato, we lost. But Konan said, we lost to their strength. Quote. Nagato, Nagato sighed, it's just because I'm not strong enough. It's like they're on the hook. No, Might Guy's 8 gate is so terrifying, but it can be repeated continuously, who can bear it? This is Konoha's #1 thug, so scary. Observation Kitahara Kaede, _small group. Dazuzi Hanhan, it seems that the battle has come to an end. Senju Tobirama, yes. Good color fairy, yes. Good color immortal, it's finally over. Good color immortal, in the end, my mouth is completely useless. Namikaze Minato, you can't say that. Namikaze Minato, let's learn more about what happened to Brother Nagato and the others. Good color immortal also. The other side, Akatsuki invaded, ordinary ninjas transferred ordinary villagers, and ninjas from Impure World Reincarnation went to meet the enemy. This is because the strength of these ordinary ninjas is not good enough. And these ordinary ninjas also include Genin. The battle outside feels terrible, Ino said. Her family is a flower shop, but her family is not an ordinary villager family. Her family is from the Yamanaka family, and they are good at the heart-turning technique. The Yamanaka family is quite famous, and the Ino-Shika-Cho combination of their parents is also famous. But in the current situation, she can only hide with everyone. And I can't help you with anything, Ino said. We are too weak after all, Shikamaru said. And Choji continued to eat. Yes, Shino nodded. Originally, he was teammates with Inuzuka Kibahan and Hinata during the Chūnin exam. Considering the attractiveness of Hinata's white eyes to foreign villages, they felt that there was no way to protect Hinata, or increase their own danger, so they chose to give up the exam. But the result is, Hinata took the exam alone and succeeded, successfully becoming a Chūnin. Then now there are enemies in the village, but they are asked to hide like ordinary people. But now it's a world away from them. While they were discussing, 2 Anbu came over. Everyone recognizes come on, this is 5th Hokage-sama Kitahara Kaede's exclusive Anbu. The evacuation is over. Anbu, good money, delivered the message. The battle is over. This time the enemy is the leader from Rain Shinobi Village and the organization they established. Just now, the leader of the Akatsuki organization has surrendered, and Rain Shinobi Village will be merged into Konoha's sub-village. As soon as Anbu finished speaking, everyone was stunned. So soon, Konoha has expanded its territory. Yes, this Anbu was also very confused. It was so scary just now, but now, the entire Rain Shinobi Village belongs to Konoha. So, is it such an exaggeration? And there are a group of people who also feel that it is too exaggerated. This wave of people came from Ruchi Cave. The White Snake Immortal of Ruchi Cave came to Konoha with his 3 descendants. Before they would have wanted to steal the power of nature from Mount Myoboku. As a result, I found out that after opening a hole in the barrier of Mount Myoboku, the natural force of my own Ruchi Cave was sucked to Mount Myoboku instead. Chapter 119 Immortal White Snake has a strong desire to survive. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. He obviously wanted to pursue Mount Myoboku's natural power for nothing, but found that his own Ruchi Cave's natural power was sucked back to Mount Myoboku. How can this kind of thing be tolerated? So after the door-to-door theory, the White Snake Immortal received the response. Kitahara Kaede from Konoha sucked the power of nature. So if you are looking for it, you have to look for Kitahara Kaede. As an old snake who has lived for thousands of years, a mortal white snake will certainly not be so easily encouraged. Sure enough, I went home for a while, sat, and then became more and more angry. So I thought twice and decided to come out and have a look. So it came with 3 juniors. When Pain attacked Konoha and destroyed Konoha's barrier of perception, they also sneaked in. Then, I discovered that the ninjas from the outside world are stronger than Orochimaru by several dimensions. 2. Found out. 10 Dao Pain, and then Might Guy from 8 Inner Gates. 8 Inner Gates. As an ancestor, a mortal white snake certainly knew about it. But, it is the first time for people who can drive to the 8th gate to see it. Not only that, after opening the 8th gate, you can actually revive the 977. Terrible. And looking at the fairy spell that Tiantian put on Might Guy's head, the knowledge of the White Snake Immortal let him know that the Great Toad Sage probably wasn't lying. The force of nature of Mount Myoboku is literally sucked away. Because, this sage charm is the treasure of Mount Myoboku. And now that's clearly not the original Senjutsu spell, because Mount Myoboku simply doesn't have that many. So, all of this summed up, then it's the same thing. Mount Myoboku's natural force was really robbed by Kitahara Kaede. That's why the natural power of Ruchi Cave will suck back. But to understand is to understand. It feels cute just looking at it. Once the 8 inner gates are opened, you will gain super terrifying strength, and then you can use fairy spells to continue your life. Terrible. Wouldn't it be super scary if this might guy was sent by Kitahara Kaede to attack the Ruchi Cave where it is located? Can't stop it at all. Even if it has Sage Mode, it can't stop it. The White Snake Immortal, old ancestor, Tien Shinshinji spoke softly. Let's retreat first, said the White Snake Immortal. Then, consider pulling everyone out of Ruchi Cave. Tien Shinshinji. Not only Tien Shinshinji, but the other two Ikijimahime and Tsutsuhime are also very nervous. Are we moving? Yes, Immortal White Snake said because he was embarrassed to say that he was afraid. This is a far-sighted choice. You see, this Kitahara Kaede has acquired such great power. And he has made so many fairy spells, which contain powerful natural powers. Obviously, if he continues to make fairy spells, then Mount Myoboku will not absorb enough natural power. And isn't our Ruchi Cave his second target? So, now this wave of people may all go to our Ruchi Cave. What do you think? Are you going to fight them? Tienshinshinheim, Ikikishimaheim, and Tsutsuhime. Fart. This Konoha ninja is terrifyingly strong. And now Kitahara Kaede hasn't made a move yet. Might Guy, the Red Beast's thug, can kick and meow all the snakes in Ruchi Cave. So my decision is to protect our family. Now they are strong, we bear with it. Anyway, doors live a long time. Quote, after 100 or 80 years, at most a few hundred years, it will be over if they are boiled to death. Understood, Immortal White Snake said in a fairy-like manner. The old man is right. Tien Shinji nodded immediately. She doesn't want to fight, this Konoha person is as strong as pervert. According to this situation, it seems that Pain's 6 paths will also belong to Konoha. Then it's really a fart beta. So the 4 of Ruchi Cave quickly withdrew from Konoha. But the old man, several people returned to Ruchi Cave, and then the 3 of Ikikishimaheim began to pack their bags. Where are we going to move? Let's think about it. Let's go to a place where Konoha's ninjas are not good at living. How about in the sea, for example? Said the old ancestor. In the sea, snakes can swim. Therefore, there's no problem with this proposal. Then I'll inform the other snakes. Shikijima Himikai Hasa took the order. Prepare to let the snakes living in Ruchi Cave run away. But, if we leave, will it be too straightforward? Tien Shinji asked. Hmph, isn't Shinya's family always very proud? It probably doesn't want to be obedient and move. So we can send Konoha a mission. Let them help bring Shinya to this side of the sea. And wouldn't that just tell them we left Ruchi Cave? So, that's a favor to Kitahara Kaede. And that's the way to keep goodwill. Give them kindness, then they will never think that we want to kill them with the theory of service life. And because of the goodwill, all we have to do is wait quietly, said the White Snake Immortal. Old ancestor, you are really amazing. Tien Shinji praised immediately. That's right, said the White Snake Immortal. Don't think that the wave of Mount Myoboku is a good thing. I'm afraid it's not that they want us to go to Konoha, and then be wiped out, and then they will take over our Ruchi Cave. Quote. Tien Shinji, the toad on Mount Myoboku is disgusting. Quote, if it wasn't for their BBs, we wouldn't be here at Konoha at all. Said Ikikijima. Yes, without disgusting, how can they occupy such a good place? For these mighty dreadful W folks, all we have to do is stay, just wait and it's over. The White Snake Immortal showed its wisdom of living for 1,000 years. The human race is indeed very strong, even blessed by nature. But, lifespan and they are different. However, after a long time, when it was made into a toy to accompany the children to play, the White Snake Immortal did not slap himself. Why were you so naive in the first place? It should be said that he should have escaped further. His gaze returned to Konoha. Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, has surrendered, and Konan closed his eyes, and the other Akatsuki organizations were also brought to the Ligong building. But before surrendering, Konan requested a celestial spell from Kitahara Kaede. After a while, Nagato, the controller of Tiandao Pain, really appeared in front of everyone. Nagato has red hair and a pair of eyes, exactly the same as Tiandao Pain. But now Tiandao Pain has lost his control, and has become a puppet and fell aside. And Nagato is the real user of Rinnegan. Chapter 120 Rain Shinobi Village belongs to Konoha, Danzo is responsible. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Looking at Tiandao Pain gives people a rather cold and indifferent feeling, but Nagato is different. Thin and small, and then some small ones. This is Nagato. I am 33 years old now. However, according to him, his body was blown up by Hanzo of the Salamander's fire-style paper explosion talisman technique in the past, and then summoning out Ghetto statue amidst endless grief and anger, so he was exhausted for a moment his chakra. So his body is not too visible human. So I found that the puppet was made, and the Rinnegan can be used by controlling the puppet, or when using 6 puppets, the effect of Rinnegan can be exerted more. Because, sometimes when you are alone, you can only use one skill, but when you have 6 people, you can use the skills of 6 people instantly. Isn't it very convenient? So, Nagato can play Rinnegan even if he doesn't play himself. And the fairy spell he asked Konan to apply to Kitahara Kaede just now is to heal his crippled body. B. Tell me about the change in your philosophy. Jiraiya asked. Konoha's high rises are now gathered in Hokage's office building. The new generation of Konoha executives are Kitahara Kaede, Kakashi, Jiraiya. And then there's Konoha's Red Beast, Might Guy, who's been nominated as a new advisor. Then came Hatake Tsukumo and Yuhi Mako. In consideration of the Uchiha family, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uchiha Fugaku's family were also arranged. In consideration of balance, some Jonin from Konoha itself were also arranged to listen. For example, Yu Hahong, who is a master of illusion. Then there are some famous families of Konoha, referred to Hyuga Hiyashi, Yamanaka Hai and Nara Shirju. Because it is the group of Rain Shinobi village Akatsuki, all these important people are present. However, everyone is still because of the strong contrast between the oppression of pain and the cuteness of Nagato. This is the gap between the front of the screen and the back of the screen. Just like the people who read my book, it seems that there are only men, but there are also female readers. Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko are all disciples of Jiraiya. During the Second Ninja World War, Jiraiya saw hope from these three people, and even discovered that Nagato's eyes were Rinnegan from Sage of Six Paths. So, plus Great Toad Sage asked Jiraiya to find some Destiny Child, so Jiraiya's first reaction was to find Destiny Child. So he stayed and cultivated the three members of the Nagato team. And they are all geniuses, progressing very quickly. So Jiraiya decided to let them grow freely. A good teacher is very important for children, and Jiraiya's idea of peaceful change also makes the Nagato team feel right. And they have experienced pain, so they embrace the light even more. So the Akatsuki organization was created with Yahiko as the head. Akatsuki's name is Dawn of Dawn. Bring light to the ninja world. It looks bright no matter what. Everyone continued to listen. Then, the Shao organization is also to attract people who yearn for peace. Then, but also docked with Hanzo of the Salamander, but was opposed by Hanzo of the Salamander. Salamander Fish lured them out under the pretense of false peace, but ended up tying Konan and forcing Yahiko, the leader, to commit suicide. Then, Yahiko committed suicide. It can be seen that Nagato is very concerned about Yahiko. In the world of Hokage, the fetters of men are very deep. Therefore, because of Yahiko's death, Nagato felt that the mouth is useless, and instead of talking, it is better to use strength to speak. And so a new Akatsuki organization emerged. Headed by Tiandao Pain, it attracts rebels who can change the world to join. And the weakest member who chooses to join is cage level. Then it became what it is now. The ghetto statue is something that Rinnegan can summon, but at that time Nagato didn't know that it was 10 tails, so after the masked man who called himself Uchiha Madara joined, he called ghetto statue 10 tails. Then capture the tail beast to feed 10 tails. The purpose is to create the most powerful force in the ninja world, and then let all those who refuse peace be killed. The goal is still lofty. It's just that the way to find peace has changed drastically. In Nagato's view, in order to achieve true peace, certain sacrifices are required. And only those who have experienced pain can desire and seek peace even more. That's why he's so pretentious. Do you want to feel the pain? You understand the pain a little bit. 1. Asking for flowers. Hearing Nagato's narration, Naruto and Sasuke looked at Nagato in silence. For Nagato's experience, both of them feel very sorry. But, for Sasuke, so what's the point? For him who was not very clear about the situation, he was in a daze. Naruto, on the other hand, felt that the road to peace was difficult. And he can't even beat Nagato. But, there are also plenty of questions to think asked Nagato. For example, you mean the Hanzo of the Salamander suddenly rebelled midway? Kitahara Kaede said, yes, he recognized us from the very beginning. But it was later discovered that there were some Konoha ninjas at the scene. Konan said, Jiraiya, that is to say, is this about Danzo? Hatake Kakashi said, as a person who has been in close contact with Danzo, Cassie feels that Danzo can do something. Because Konoha's strength is very weak when the Second Ninja World War is about to end, so. If you want Konoha's safety, there are two ways. 1. Make yourself stronger. 2. Let's play badly together. As long as people trash together, then there is no time to mess with Konoha. And obviously, Danzo has been doing the latter. So, Yahiko's death is probably Danzo's fault. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Dazuzi Hanhan. Tobirama, what should I say? Big Pillar Hanhan, your disciple is really more than enough to succeed and more to fail. Senju Tobirama. I am also in pain. Senju Tobirama. To cultivate students is to let them inherit Konoha. Senju Tobirama. As a result, everyone is making Konoha go backwards. Namikaze Minato, it's a pity. Nagato, Konan and Yahiko are all disciples of Master Jiraiya. If it hadn't gone astray, or contacted Jiraiya sensei before contacting Hanzo of the Salamander, then maybe it wouldn't have turned out like this. Namikaze Minato. They can all be messengers of peace. Good color fairy, hey. Senju Tobirama. At Kakashi, let Danzo and the others clean the toilet instead. Teacher Tobirama painfully made his disciple accept a new punishment. After feeding pigs and raising ducks, it was changed to wash the toilet. Chapter 121 The structure of the ninja world changes again, Onoki's entanglement. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. So, Kakashi asked Nagato seriously, the person you said who called himself Uchiha Madara joined the Akatsuki organization. Are you sure this is real? In the observation Kitahara Kaede, _group, Kakashi and Hokages have discussed the possibility that Uchiha Madara is not dead yet. So it's all because of Uchiha Madara. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Big Pillar Han, hey, if it's Madara, then it's something that our seniors didn't solve and then troubled the younger generation. Big Pillar Han, hey, Senju Tobirama. Brother, that is Uchiha Madara's own problem. Big Pillar Han. Tobirama, you don't know, I believe Madara. Big Pillar Han, Madara's ideals are the same as mine. But he is more extreme. Dazuzi Han, so, maybe it's really possible that I didn't stop him, and then it became like this. Big Zuzi Han, our two ideals are the same, but my approach. Now it seems that it has also failed. Yes, the idea of Dazuzi is very simple. Ninjas help each other regardless of national boundaries, and children don't have to go to the battlefield but can grow up peacefully. 182, failed. According to his idea, the 5 Kages conference was held, but, once he died, there were 3 great wars in the ninja world. It's still a chattering battle. Young Hokage like Minato dies protecting the village, while kids like Kakashi, Rin and Obito go to battle. So, he didn't do what he wanted to do, his ideal, and he didn't succeed. So, can he blame Madara for what he did? Madara's goal must be the same as his. In order to end the war in the ninja world. So can he blame Madara? Dazuzi didn't know. Dazuzi sighed, he was already at a loss for his ideal. I'm not sure if he is Uchiha Madara. As for this matter, Uchiha Itachi may know better, Nagato said. Uchiha Itachi. Then let me tell you something. I don't confirm his identity either. When Uchiha rebelled, I was ordered to exterminate the family by Konoha's senior management. At this time, I found the masked man appeared, and he was stronger than me. And told me that there is no place to go after the extermination of the clan, so you can go to Shao organization. And this person he calls himself Uchiha Madara. Considering the danger, I joined the Akatsuki organization. It was also to prevent him from doing anything to Konoha. Uchiha Itachi said, and having said that, Uchiha Itachi's loyal dog attributes immediately came out. Quote, question mark. Quote, and Sasuke was even more confused. Uchiha rebellion, Uchiha genocide, he has never heard of these things. He looked at his father helplessly. But his father kept a straight face, as if, acquiesced to Itachi's words. This made Sasuke directly confused. But now everyone has no time to care about him. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. The old leftover woman who can't get married, Uchiha Itachi is indeed a loyal dog. Senju Tobirama. Yes, the attribute of foolish loyalty. Senju Tobirama. People in Uchiha are just like that, very paranoid. Senju Tobirama. So I am very angry with third generation and their handling. Yes, look, they were all treated so ostracized, and there are still loved ones in the Uchiha clan. What does this mean? It means that you only need to ease the atmosphere of Uchiha a little bit, then you can make the whole family of Uchiha become the Battle of Konoha. As a result, several disciples completely ignored the legacy he left to them as a teacher. Instead, the inheritance was squandered and extinct directly. It's absolutely perfect. Shuhei, you ninjas are really complicated and troublesome. 8 Tails. I also think, so, can I regain my freedom? 8 Tails. Since I am a collection of chakra, if you resummon Geto statue, then you can spit me out. Shuhei, maybe, but the point is now, I have become the summoning beast of Kitahara Kaede. Shuhei, so labor and capital belong to him. Kurama. Ha. Shuhei, you really have no morals. Shuhei. No way. Anyway, it has become the target of Otsutsuki, so now I can't protect myself, so can't I find someone with thick legs to hug me? Big Zuzi Han, haha, of course. Shozuru, then I, One Tail, announce that now I belong to Konoha. So if people from Otsutsuki come, Konoha has to protect me. Namikaze Minato. Ha. Older leftover women who can't get married, that is to say, now Rain Shinobi Village belongs to Konoha, and then Sand Shinobi Village and One Tail belong to Konoha. Namikaze Minato. Yes, older leftover woman who can't get married, if that's the case. The old leftover woman who can't get married, then I, Kurigakure, also choose to join Konoha. The old leftover girl who can't get married. Agwe Shion, do you have any comments? Honest Basam. I am a loser, what can I say? And the leader of Pain also surrendered to Konoha. Honest Baker. 7. Kisame sent a rare emoji. But as soon as the words came out, it was incredible. 5 Big 703 Country 5 Donobi Village, because of the destruction of Cloud Shinobi Village, then there are Sand Shinobi Village, Iwagakure, Kurigakure and Konoha. But, now 3 of the 4 Dainin villages have merged, so. This has never been the case before. And this also shows that, older leftover girl who can't get married, at first Tsuchikage at third Tsuchikage, what do you think? First Tsuchikage. Let me say something. Only then did everyone discover that Tsuchikage's soul body was still suppressed. The big pillar relieved him a bit. First Tsuchikage. I cannot agree with this matter. First Tsuchikage. Not that I resist, but, it's not my call now. Adai Mu. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. I'm catching Deidara now. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. Ah, Deidara is gone. Third Tsuchikage Onoki. Sorry, I'm going offline. Hint. Third Tsuchikage Onoki is offline. Hint. Third Tsuchikage Onoki has withdrawn from observing Kitahara Kaede. Small group. Third Tsuchikage Onoki earns cowardly title. Everyone absolutely. Chapter 122 Uchiha Obito joins the chat group. Seeking automatic. Seeking full order. Onoki is gone. Not just going offline, but even jumping off the car and leaving the group. Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. But Onoki had to do the same. The reason is very simple. Originally, the removal of Cloud Shinobi Village has already shown that the pattern of the ninja world has changed, but now Sand Shinobi Village still has heavy hidden. They all defected. Then if he nods again. Then, Iwagakure will be gone too. At that time, it will be the age of Konoha. And for Iwagakure, yes, Kitahara Kaede is scary. Yes, Nagato's Rinnegan is also terrible. But, just a few seconds to decide that Iwagakure will cease to exist from today and become a part of Konoha. Then he can't. He's third Tsuchikage, can't bear the consequences of Iwagakure disappearing immediately. So, he chose to withdraw from the group. At least, give him enough time to think about what to do. Because it's changing so fast. Who would have thought that Kurigakare's Mizukage would be so licking, and he would choose to join Konoha without hesitation? Really does it mean that if you can't beat it, you can only choose to join? Of course, Kurigakare chose to join if he couldn't beat him. They have nothing in Kurigakare. Before Zabujan and Kisame come back, the only ones who can be named in Guian village are Ching and Nagao. Juro, and can these people become the next Mizukage? Terumi Mei was not sure. Not to mention, she is the only Kurigakare who can be regarded as a combat power now. As for the description of combat power, it doesn't matter if the enemy you face is evenly matched or relatively strong. But Terumi Mei confirmed her as the most convinced in the small group that Kitahara Kaede has the strength beyond first Hokage. So she is also trying to please Kitahara Kaede and join Kitahara Kaede. So when is the best time? The icing on the cake is not as good as giving charcoal in the snow. The structure of the ninja world has changed, so why not push hands again at this time? Yes, so Kurigakare she represents pushes. She chose to join Konoha. So, now Konoha will unify the 5 ninja villages. Then, it will also become ninja peace. Her goal is not to dominate the ninja world, nor is it to achieve peace in the ninja world, but because of the ruling leadership of 4th Mizukage. All kinds of sadness and shame caused by it need to be scrubbed and corrected. Plus, you can't beat Konoha at all. If you can't beat them all, then don't you just have to choose to join? And, just look at Iwagakure now. If Onoki directly chooses to agree, then the ninja world will be peaceful. And if Onoki refuses, then it can be regarded as a little unconvinced resistance from them who joined. But there is no need to sacrifice their Kurigakare people. Terumi Mei still thinks a lot. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. 4th Mizukage Yagura. 5th Mizukage, what are you thinking? Kurigakare is going to disappear. The old leftover girl who can't get married, you can shut up. The old leftover girl who can't get married. Master 2nd Mizukage is such a talented person that he would choose you as his successor. The old leftover woman who can't get married. If Konoha is weak because of 3rd Hokage, then our Chongyun village is because of. You are ruined. Older leftover girl who can't get married. She obviously had a good card, but it turned out, became like this. Unmarried older leftover girls. Master 2nd Mizukage created the 7 ninja swordsmen to strengthen Kurigakare's strength. Older leftover women who can't get married, but 4th generation, you have cultivated this ninja 7 people into a gathering point of rebellion and ninja. The old leftover girl who can't get married, you who just want to ruin the village, what qualifications do you have to criticize me? 4th Mizukage Yagura. This. Yagura was choked several times and couldn't speak. Because these words were ugly, but he couldn't refute them. Kurigakare becomes like this. Death is also death in the hands of calling. Senju Tobirama. Now that you have decided to join Konoha, Mizukage, go offline and find Kitahara Kaede. Dazuzi Hanhan. So, now Iwagakure is missing, and then Konoha will unify the ninja world. Big Zuzi Hanhan, this is something I never thought about. Senju Tobirama. That's something you could have done in the past, brother. Senju Tobirama. But if it is really unified at that time, maybe my younger brother will have to deal with more. Just. Konoha is about to get bored. Tobirama BB hit twice. But what he said made a lot of sense. And Kakashi knows best. As Konoha's 6th generation project, he has to deal with the same files as Sean. If he is not full of energy, then he will not be able to handle it. Up, and the addition of major ninja villages also shows the increase in government affairs to be dealt with. It will kill me, because Tobirama era, then it must be that the brother Hashirama does not work, and Uchiha Madara can't move, so he is the only one doing it. Will die, and here he is, if he is told to work. Kakashi thinks that Kitahara Kaede will definitely reject the unity of Shinobi village. So, Kakashi suddenly found himself facing hell, and Nagato and Itachi are still talking about the masked man who calls himself Uchiha Madara. Quote. Kitahara Kaede listened quietly. Nagato's narrative and Itachi's narrative are not much different from the original. So it can basically be confirmed, this masked man is still Obito. Therefore, Obito, acting as a small agent of the MLM organization, tricked Nagato into carrying out Project Tsuki no Mi. Here, Project Tsuki no Mi refers to resurrecting Uchiha Madara using Rinnegan, and then performing the number 1 illusion, Infinite Tsukuyomi. Think. To eliminate people's fights and make peace. There are 2 ways. One is to change the hearts of people, Wang Hao, build a bridge of communication, remove thorns, and let other people who are willing to accept each other communicate. Finally a stable peace. And another, it's all cold, people will fight, then tie up everybody, and that's Infinite Tsukuyomi. Everyone is under the illusion, and then they will live the dream they are looking forward to in the illusion, and then wait for the quiet death. To put it simply, it is the everyone removal plan. And while Nagato was still narrating, watch Kitahara Kaede. The group also got a new hint for losing a member. Because one member left the group, one more member was added. Closing square bracket. Welcome Uchiha Obito, join the Wanji chat group. Closing square bracket. This group is also known as Observation Kitahara Kaede. Small group. There will be 3 hours of live broadcast Kitahara Kaede mail every day. Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito. Chapter 123. My name is Obito. As a villain, I joined the den of Decentness, and I panicked. Seek full order, ask for automatic. Uchiha Obito joined the chat group. Observation Kitahara Kaede. Small group. Namikaze Minato. Woman who loves Kakashi. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Minato. The woman who loves Kakashi. Kakashi. Many. Namikaze Minato. Is it true? The Minato class is all assembled. Woman who loves Kakashi. Obito. Obito is here too. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Obito, is it really you? How say Shion Ren? It seems that the members of my Nagato class can reunite, and your Minato class can also reunite. Namikaze Minato. Yes, the Minato class has assembled. Kakashi and Rin joined in earlier, and I wondered if Obito can come too. Namikaze Minato. I'm so happy, Obito, you're back too. Namikaze Minato. Class Minato, finally reunited again. Namikaze Minato. At Obito, say something. Namikaze Minato. I haven't figured out the situation yet, so don't worry, first look at the system description in front of your soul-body interface. Minato explained gently. T-I. So what is this? In a corner very close to Konoha, Obito frowned. 690 because in front of his eyes, the prompt box of the system condensed in the void. Welcome Uchiha Obito to join Wanji chat group. This group is also known as Observation Kitahara Kaede. Small group. There will be 3 hours of live streaming of Kitahara Kaede every day. At the same time, the members of this group come from the past, present and future, ignoring time, space and death. Closing square bracket. So group members come from the dead, or the present, or even the future. Closing square bracket. You can join the group and communicate with other group members. Closing square bracket. So, do you choose to join the small group? And he has received information from White Zetsu's investigation here, and the information he got is that Nagato failed. Nagato surrendered. This Konoha is different from the Konoha 12 years ago. He didn't come here when he wanted to, but he came as soon as Nagato's strength came. I can't go back after that. Really. In the beginning, Nagato chose to watch from the sidelines. Nagato's attack on Konoha was not very good. It really feels like losing my wife and losing my army. Because he Obito was appointed by Uchiha Madara, the goal is to carry out the Eye of the Eye project. But Project Tsuki no Mi is Infinite Tsukuyomi, who wants to create a world with Rin. But he doesn't want to be Madara's pawn. Madara BEBG's goal is to resurrect Madara and use Infinite Tsukuyomi. But why can't it be him Obito? How can you make people work all the time, and then change people if they succeed? So Obito thought, what he wants is to do it himself. For only he himself can follow the path he chooses. But all these years have passed. Project Tsuki no Mi has not been completed yet. Not only that, now, Nagato lost, it is indeed a pity. And now, this little group is. It's hard work. It seems that we may have to work in vain. Nagato's Rinnegan is hard to recover. White Zetsu emerged from the ground, grew tall like an aloe, and then jumped out of the ground. Said, these White Zetsu are relics of the past. Uchiha Madara possesses Rinnegan, saves him Obito from near death, and then arranges Project Tsuki no Mi for him. And Uchiha Madara is because of life sitting. Uchiha Madara placed Rinnegan on Nagato before this, hoping that Nagato would grow up and resurrect Uchiha Madara. But Obito doesn't want the boss Madara to come out, so Nagato has never been allowed to use Rinne Tensei to revive Madara. But Obito also has Black Zetsu by his side. Black Zetsu is a different entity from White Zetsu, who is white all over his body. This is the consciousness created by Uchiha Madara and will monitor him. So, Obito sometimes has to look like he's working. But, it's good that Rinnegan can't be recycled now, so you don't have to think about. Or, it would be best to use Konoha's hand to dispose of Black Zetsu. And now, the options for this pop-up system are, observe Kitahara Kaede, small group. He knows the name of Kitahara Kaede, and it is the successful product of Konoha's wood-style experiment. Possesses great power, and this time, Nagato wants to invade Konoha and first throw the opponent away. And now this small group is dedicated to live streaming Kitahara Kaede. Can you see this? Obito said to White Zetsu on the side. Quote? Obito, what did you say? Don't call me Obito, said Obito. There is nothing in front of you. White Zetsu said, quote. Obito, that is to say, only he can see this virtual screen frame, but White Zetsu can't see it. Obito, click yes. Uchiha Obito chose to join the small group. If you get one more piece of information, then it must be right. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Welcome Uchiha Obito to the chat group. Uchiha Obito, say hello to everyone. Uchiha Obito, Namikaze Minato. Looks like it's really Obito. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Obito, I am Kakashi. Uchiha Obito, 6th Hokage. Kakashi, did you become the target of Hokage yourself beforehand? 6th Hokage Kakashi. Well, it was ordered by 2nd Hokage. Uchiha Obito, 2nd generation project. Senju Tobirama. Uchiha's kid, I am Senju Tobirama, which is 2nd Hokage. Big Pillar Hanhan. I am 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama. Dazuzi Hanhan. Minato, congratulations on your small class reunion. Namikaze Minato. Yes, I am very happy. Uchiha Obito. Forget about Namikaze Minato, now even 1st generation and 2nd generation are there. Obito hurriedly began to confirm the information of other people. This seems to be 5th Mizukage. And 1st Tsuchikage, 4th Kazekage, and 4th Mizukage are there. Not only that, Kurama, Shuzuru, 8 Tails. What the hell is this place? Why can tailed beasts join in? And isn't 8 Tails cold? No, 1st generation, 2nd generation, and 4th Hokage should all be cold. Why can they appear here? So, from the hints I saw just now, it is true that this small group ignores the past, future and present, ignores space and time and death. Exclamation mark. You can really bring in the dead too. Obito, is this Konoha's ultimate power? Uchiha Obito, at Lianai Kakashi's woman. Who are you? Woman who loves Kakashi. Obito, it's me, have you forgotten my voice? Uchiha Obito, are you Lin, woman who loves Kakashi? Obito, it's me, Uchiha Obito. He wanted to create a world with Lin. And now Rin, the name in this group is Love Kakashi. Chapter 124 Lin's World. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Uchiha Obito, woman who loves Kakashi. Obito, why don't you talk? Uchiha Obito, it's not that Obito can't talk, it's that he can't. He has discovered that this is the use of the soul body to enter the small group, while his body is still in place. But, now he feels a strong collapse from body to soul, and the manifestation of this collapse is a kind of weakness that comes from the soul, from the spirit. Got hit. Really? Who are you going to help this time? It's okay, the admission information, I'll get it for you. Closing square bracket. It's unbelievable that both the entrance ceremony and the graduation ceremony are late. The graduation ceremony is over. Alright, come with me. Closing square bracket. Graduation certificate. Uchiha Obito hereby certifies that the student graduated from Konoha Shinobi Village Ninja School. And, whether it's windy or raining, you've done a great job training and working hard. Closing square bracket. Happy graduation. Closing square bracket. Didn't you say that saving you is equivalent to saving the world? Don't try to hide it from me when you're hurt, because I've been watching you. Closing square bracket. Come on Obito. Let me see your handsome back as Hokage, saving the world. Let's make an appointment. Closing square bracket. Then, what he saw was such a beautiful Lin died. Because of Kuritaker's plan, Lin was made into 3 Tails Jinchuriki, and then in order not to hit Konoha, she chose to jump in front of Kakashi, and was killed by Kakashi's Reikiri. At this time, he felt that the world was crazy. Everything is crazy. Comedy is to put the cup aside for others to see. But he doesn't have the courage of a true warrior to face the bleak life, so he chooses to be Uchiha Madara's puppet. He succeeds Uchiha Madara's project Tsuki no Mi, but he has ambitions in his heart. Because, he wants to create a world with Lin. Create a world where Lin's tragedy will not appear. Then now, when I was at the ninja school, it was because I didn't catch up with Lin and I waited to help the grandmother or grandfather and help them with work. And then I caught up with the school and wanted to say hello to Lin, but Lin didn't hear it. Instead, it was the scene of talking to Kakashi on the side. Yes, Kakashi is a genius, although he does not admit that he is not admitting defeat, but Obito knows that Kakashi is a genius. So everyone loves geniuses. Obito, 6th Hokage Kakashi. Obito, Uchiha Obito. I am a little confused now, let me take it easy. Namikaze Minato. Then don't worry, I was very confused when I first joined the group, but if you look carefully, there should be some explanations sent to you by the system. Namikaze Minato. So you can watch slowly. Uchiha Obito. Obito withdrew his gaze, and found that a system prompt appeared in front of his soul body. This is the same as the hints of those dashed boxes that you just saw in front of White Zetsu. Welcome to join Kitahara Kaede observation. Small group. This group is also known as Wanji Chat Group, ignoring the death of time and space, and can connect people from the past, present and future together. At the same time, it does not include people, so there are also tailed beasts. The current group members are 1st Hokage, 2nd Hokage, 4th Hokage, 6th Hokage Kakashi, Rin Nohara, Might Guy from Konoha Village. Jiraiya also contains Kuritaker's 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei, Hoshigaki Kisame, 4th Kazekage Yagura, 4th Kage Luo Sand in Sand Shinobi Village. Iwagakure's first Tsuchikage. The tailed beasts are 9 tails, 1 tail and 8 tails. The members who have withdrawn from the group are Uzumaki Nagato and 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. Closing square bracket. Number 1. The hints of these information are really very detailed. As for the details, Kisame has always been able to obtain information from the small group, and Nagato will attack Konoha this time, presumably because of the small group. However, these are meaningless, because Nagato failed and is now owned by Konoha, including that pair of Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan. Asking for flowers, so the task Uchiha Madara entrusted to him, has failed 70% of the time. Uzumaki Nagato is out of control. Although Obito checked the information, he also began to think and analyze the current situation. It turned out badly. His mission was not accomplished, and his long-cherished wish to create a world where Lin could live happily and healthy was not successful either. Because Nohara Lin is in this small group. So, what is his persistence and hard work all the time for? What is he doing? Become a disciple of Uchiha Madara, use Nagato, join the Akatsuki organization, win over Uchiha Itachi, control Karigakure's 4th Mazuka Jigura, capture 3 tails, and control 9 tails to attack Konoha. So, what is he doing all this for? Because of this small group, because of the existence of this observing Kitahara Kaede. _small group, he has achieved his goal. Rin Nohara is here, so what's the point of his efforts? Obito looked up, but all he could see was endless darkness. At this time, the system popped up a new prompt. Welcome Uchiha Obito to join the chat group, a special group, the 7th class Minato class gathering. Closing square bracket. Uchiha Obito, Kakashi, Rin Nohara, and Namikaze Minato can additionally chat privately in the new group. Closing square bracket. Do you want to join the Minato class assembly? The option of yes and no appeared in the system again. Quote. Obito, the 7th class, the Minato class. Obito, see clearly, this world has no hope at all. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Woman who loves Kakashi. Obito, why don't you talk? Woman who loves Kakashi, I really want to see you. There's no forwards and no backwards in the afterlife, so it's such a pleasure to see you here. Obito, beep. Reminder, Uchiha Obito joins Minato's squad for a loss. Chapter 125 Obito, did I lose? Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. System prompts, congratulations on the establishment of the Minato class collection. Closing square bracket, system prompt. Minato class members can chat privately alone, not with a large group. Closing square bracket, Big Zuzi Hanhan, oh, it can still be like this. Senju Tobirama. In other words, we can still group. Senju Tobirama. So there is no Konoha group. After discovering that Kakashi and the others could form the Minato squad, Tobirama immediately felt that the people in this group were mixed. Although Karigakur has verbally belonged to Konoha, Sand Shinobi Village has also belonged to Konoha, Cloud Shinobi Village has died, and the bodies of the Raikages they were all crushed, so even if they wanted impure world reincarnation, they couldn't do it. Then there is absolutely no threat. As for the more than 200 Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas who are still captured, there is no need to worry at all. If 990 is recovered well, it will become a member of Konoha in the future, and if it is not handled well, or even rebellion occurs, then it will be fine. These people's strength is not good, so don't worry about causing any trouble to Konoha. But Iwagaku has not joined Konoha yet. Although Onoki has withdrawn from the group, first Tsuchikage is still there. Vaj, even if they are all attached to Konoha, then for Konoha, these people can't be said to be the core people, and some things still need to be discussed by their own people. So Tobirama also wanted to apply for a group, so he yelled out directly. But, system prompt, the members of the Konoha group have not been gathered yet, so it cannot be opened. Closing square bracket, Senju Tobirama, alright, the Minato class is indeed only Minato and then there are 3 disciples of Minato, and now the 3 disciples meet in this place, so it is normal to form a new group. Tobirama thinks this small group is actually quite humane. 8 tails. It seems a pity, because I thought maybe tails could also come to a group. Shuhei. Ha, 8 tails, do you want to talk to me? Shuhei. Just here, labor and management listen. Kurama. Kurama's soul body has a pair of long rabbit-like ears erected, and then a pair of paws crossed and overlapped, and then put his head on it. Kurama. You guys are really noisy, what kind of communication do we tailed beasts need? 8 tails. We can communicate, after all, we were originally stored in the body of Sage of 6 Paths. Senju Tobirama. So Sage of 6 Paths is the Jinchuriki of tailed beasts. Uchiha Obito. Obito looked at it speechlessly. And he found a new reminder appeared in front of the soul body. You have a new message alert. Closing square bracket. Namikaze Minato at you. Closing square bracket. Uchiha Obito. Is this the private message of the group I just joined? Obito already knows that it is the soul body that everyone can come here, but the current self is not what these people think. As expected, he hadn't made a wish beforehand and saw Lin here, so he was shaken by her call. But, what I am doing now, does it make no sense? Or, is everything now a vain thing? There is neither hope nor peace in this world, only despair at the end. These are the exact words of Uchiha Madara. The world is full of despair, if you want to change, then the only way is to overthrow everything. And the world without Lin is wrong for him, no Kakashi, no teacher-student relationship. What growing village can also be discarded. So, he must be doing the right thing. And now it will appear here, on the one hand, to obtain information about the variable Kitahara Kaede. On the one hand, it's also, I feel shaken in my heart. I still want to talk to Lindo. But Obito found that his soul body was the adult form now, but these people thought he was dead long ago. And if Lin knows everything he has done, then let's not say whether to forgive him or not, but it will definitely be sad. Obito, beep, congratulations on your ID card. Closing square bracket, masked man plus Obito image as a child. Closing square bracket, ... Obito, that is to say, can the wearer look like a child now, and then continue to hide in disguise? Obito, so, is his heart shaken? Did he lose? Lin, all the things you do are thinking that you are no longer in this world, but I choose to wear the image of my childhood. Obito's heart was shaken and he made a choice. Youth Obito, and Namikaze Minato. Mr. Minato, Namikaze Minato. Ah, Obito, I'm so happy that you're here too. Namikaze Minato. Although Kakashi is the only one left in our Minato class, I am also very happy that everyone can be reunited again. Youth Obito. Yes, Youth Obito. Lin, how do you feel about the world you died in? Shonen Obito, did you say that you can't go back without going forward? Nohara Lin, yes, the place I am in is a village, but there is no one, and I cannot go out, but no one walks in. Nohara Lin, the surrounding area is covered with thin mist. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Regarding the world after death, Shodai and the others have actually talked about several versions, and it seems that everyone's is different. Shonen Obito. Kakashi, you shut up. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Hey, this. Obito, you are angry, right? 6th Hokage Kakashi. Sorry, I didn't protect Lin well. And then killed him with his own hands. Namikaze Minato. This is because I didn't help. Nohara Lin, teacher, I can't blame you for this. You were performing tasks outside the village at that time. Nohara Lin, 3.9. Then, I can't go back to the village. I was used and became Three Tails Jinchuriki. If I go back to the village, it will definitely hit the village. Nohara Lin, that's why I asked Kakashi to kill me. Yi Yuan Lin. And Obito, you don't know these things, do you? Shonen Obito. Have no idea, he does not know. He saw the moment when Kakashi killed Lin before his eyes. Obito felt that he was like a waste now. He wanted to vomit in front of Kakashi, but he wanted to say a word to Lindo, even if he used this method to stay for a second. Really, his heart is admitting defeat. Today's observation of Kitahara Kaede is not over yet, please don't continue to drop the line. Closing square bracket, D, reminder once, and at the same time give Nohara Lin a new title, Lin. Closing square bracket dot, chapter 126 Obito, I gave Naruto the warmth of the detonating talisman. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Today's observation of Kitahara Kaede is not over yet, please don't continue to drop the line. Closing square bracket, D, reminder once, and at the same time give Nohara Lin a new title, Lin. Closing square bracket, Lin. Ah, the name has been changed. Dazuzi Hanhan, I'm a little envious, I also want to change this title. Senju Tobirama. You can forget about Anika, I think this title is very good. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. I also think this title is very good. Big Pillar Hanhan, E.H. Tobirama, and Izuna, why do you think I'm dumb? Shonen Obito. Life has been rough, but Obito was also the one who met the legendary Uchiha Madara in person. And now he also knows that Dazu Hanhan is Konoha's first Hokage Senju Hashirama, who is the same era as Uchiha Madara, and is known as the superpower of the ninja god. And think here, Obito suddenly asked, Shonen Obito. First Hokage, what do you think about Uchiha Madara? Big Pillar Hanhan. Good guy, ask Madara as soon as you come. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, you guys are also from the Uchiha clan. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Minato said good things about you when you were 14. He is a very hard-working guy. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. It's much better than Urzuzi's guy who was so open and flirtatious. Youth Obito. Are you? Senju Hashirama's younger brother. My eldest brother is Uchiha Madara. Then I am his brother. Uchiha Izuna. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. According to time and age, you can also regard me as an ancestor or something. Youth Obito. Really? Senju Hashirama's younger brother. It seems that you look down on me a bit, I am Mangekyo Sharingan. Youth Obito. Really? Senju Hashirama's younger brother. You seem to have no interest in Mangekyo. Shonen Obito. Kakashi is now using the Sharingan I gave. Shonen Obito. Kakashi is already Mangekyo. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Izuna felt ridiculed for a moment, because Kakashi is not from the Uchiha clan, and all the foreigners opened Mangekyo. Isn't this mocking him? Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Adashuzi Hanwan, what happened to your Uchiha tribe in Konoha? Senju Hashirama's younger brother, it's crazy. Quote, Obito, not so, because Obito met Uchiha Madara. But I didn't expect Uchiha Madara's younger brother, Uchiha Izuna, to have such a personality, and, from the perspective of the soul body, he actually looks the same as Uchiha Sasuke. Shonen Obito, at first Hokage I want to know about Uchiha Madara. Big Pillar Hanhan. Madara, he is very strong. Big Pillar Han probably when I was Hokage, the only person who could fight me was him, and he was the only one who could fight him. Big Pillar Han we formed Konoha together, but Madara left. Dazuzi Han I believe that Madara must still be advancing towards the goal of peace in the ninja world, but his method is different from mine. Dazuzi Han the current situation in the ninja world can prove that my past thoughts may be wrong. Big Pillar Han and Madara's path is very paranoid. Shonen Obito, that is to say, Konoha has always regarded Uchiha Madara as an imaginary enemy. But also right, after all Uchiha Madara is really Konoha's enemy. In Uchiha Madara's project Tsuki no Mi, there is a link that is also very important and that is the resurrection of Uchiha Madara. Namikaze Minato. Speaking of this, I have to mention the Nine Tails Rebellion. Namikaze Minato. Obito, after I became Hokage, my child Naruto was born, and then a masked person who called himself Uchiha Madara appeared. Namikaze Minato. He used Mangekyo Sharingan to control Nine Tails, and then carried out the Nine Tails Rebellion. Kurama. Hmph. Shuhei. Nine Tails, you are a real murderer. Kurama. Try the feeling of being controlled. Kurama. I hate Uchiha Madara, that guy, then I hate Senju Hashirama, and then I hate that masked man. Big Pillar Han well, Namikaze Minato. But I left the mark of Flying Thunder God on that masked man, so as long as I wait for Kitahara-kun to let me impure world reincarnation, then I can use Flying Thunder God to fly to that masked man. Zifeng Minato. And the existence of this masked man. Namikaze Minato. Then Uchiha Madara also included it in the report. Namikaze Minato. So, when the time comes, just use the Flying Thunder God, then you can quickly reach the masked man, and then confirm the identity of the masked man. Senju Tobirama. This matter is very important. Namikaze Minato. Shonen Obito. Now that masked man is here, Mizumon Lao Shi. Obito has hatred for Minato in his heart. Because Minato, as a teacher, is very fast and is known as the Golden Flash, but never caught up with his disciples when they needed rescue. For others, Minato is a hero, but for them, teacher can save others but not them. 687 Whether it's him, Lin, or even Kakashi, it's all the same. But now Obito is indulging in the softness of being able to see Lin again, so he is pretending to be a little Obito who died as a boy. Moreover, Obito also found the benefits of joining this observe Kitahara Kaede. Small group. For example, Minato's mark of Flying Thunder God. If Minato didn't mention it himself, then he also forgot. Yes, when Nine Tails attacked the village in the past, he was hit by Minato with the second stage of Flying Thunder God. And this also needs attention. Namikaze Minato. But Obito, now, look, that child is my family's Mingbao. Namikaze Minato. Although his mother and I died, he is still alive. Namikaze Minato. The name is Uzumaki Naruto. Accompanied by Minato's voice, Obito saw Uzumaki Naruto sitting on the side in the Hokage office building. And Naruto is the son of Sensei Minato. Of course Obito knew it was Naruto, because this was after the teacher's wife Abina gave birth. He breathed out Nine Tails with hatred for Konoha. Then control Nine Tails to attack Konoha. Then I gave Uzumaki Naruto, who was still in his infancy, the warmth of the detonating charm. So how could he not know that this is the teacher's son? Chapter 127 appears, Kitahara Kaede's #1 licking dog. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Because there is still hatred in his heart, Obito continues to pretend to be the boy Obito who died long ago, pretending to be the Uchiha Obito who didn't know anything and was not saved by Uchiha Madara. And on the other side, Konoha village, Hokage office building. Nagato confessed his experience and added some information about Akatsuki's organization. However, he couldn't confirm the identity of the masked man and White Zetsu. When it came to White Zetsu, Nagato found that White Zetsu had disappeared, apparently with the masked man. So, now that Rain Shinobi village belongs to Konoha, it is necessary to confirm the identity or position of Nagato. Kakashi was drafting a treaty on the other side of the table, preparing to sign a friendly treaty with Rain Shinobi village. But Kitahara Kaede shook her head. Now it is not a friendly situation, but Rain Shinobi village is attacking Konoha, then it is meaningless to sign an agreement, which means that the existing framework of Shinobi village must be maintained. Referring to the later period of the original work, even after the Fourth Ninja World War, the major ninja villages developed in peace. The era of peace that seemed to be expected was obtained, but when the Otsutsuki era came, the other four major ninja villages were not as useful as Orochimaru alone. So the value of keeping them is not high. Coupled with the situation of San Shinobi village, then it should be a Konoha base now. So maybe we can take this opportunity to take over other ninja villages, even if it is to sort out a battlefield specially for the Otsutsuki era. And Might Guy has become the #1 thug focusing on ordinary output, and the addition of Nagato's 6 Paths Pain can also use planetary devastation for some regular attacks. Therefore, candidates for special warfare and ordinary hard combat are already available. It is not impossible to directly attack other ninja villages. Thinking about it this way. Sorry to bother you, 5th generation master, 6th generation master, Mizukage is now asking to see you outside backquote. Yamato who was Anbu said immediately. It stands to reason that Anbu cannot interrupt when discussing important matters like this. Or, it has to be something of considerable weight to report an interrupted meeting. Just Mizukage's words, Jiraiya said. No, that, 5th Mizukage came to surrender. She hopes that Kurigake can be merged into Konoha. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the people at the scene changed. Because Pain from Rain Shinobi Village is very strong, and it is a big deal for Pain to join Konoha. Kurigake, although it is already very weak, but this is another ninja village of the 5 great ninja villages, so now Sand Shinobi Village is included in Konoha, Kurigake is included in Konoha, and Cloud Shinobi Village is gone. Well, except for one Iwagake, who is known as the Samfune in the Iron Country over there, then, almost all the big forces in the ninja world belong to Konoha. This represents the possibility of quickly obtaining the unity of the ninja world. Master 5th generation, do you want to let Mizukichi-sama in? Or should I interview you separately? Yamato asked. Also, as the holder of wood style, Yamato is very different from Kitahara Kaede. He is only a semi-finished product, and in the past, because he was older than Kitahara Kaede, he also guided Kitahara Kaede to learn wood style, but soon, he forgot to keep up with each other. But at that time, he felt that this junior would grow into something that everyone liked. And now, the jokes of the past have become reality. This junior is likely to complete the unified structure of the ninja world that has not been successful in 3 ninja world wars in the past 60 years. Let her in, Kitahara Kaede said. Yes, Yamato immediately went to inform. After a while Terumi-mei was brought in. It's different from the Terumi-mei I met when I went to the land of Nami before. At that time, Terumi-mei had the air of a big sister next door, but now she seems quite serious. Dressed in blue formal Mizukichi clothing, wearing a Mizukichi robe embroidered with 5th Mizukichi. Coupled with Mizukichi's hat, she has a high-ranking atmosphere. But that's just pretending. The inside of Terumi-mei is still very humble. Although Terumi-mei has already expressed Kurigake's attitude of surrender in the small group, but Kitahara Kaede is not in the small group, so Terumi-mei made a full gesture again. Thank you for Konoha's interview with 5th generation. Terumi-mei said, on behalf of Kurigake's uncompromising Mizukichi, I submit an application to Konoha. Not for peace, but for Kurigake to join Konoha. This is my arbitrary decision, but there is absolutely no objection among Kurigake. Terumi-mei said. The words were harsh and sharp. It's like a sharp knife just out of its sheath. That reminds me that this isn't just a good-looking dangerous big sister, but a Mizukichi. It is not luck that she can become the successor of the stupid X4th Mizukichi Yagura, but she has abundant strength, and may even kill Yagura's superior. So, there will never be any objection in the Kurigake in her words, so the meaning of this sentence is. If someone objects, then that person will either be excluded from Kurigake, and then he will become a dead person. This coldness and determination made both Kakashi and Jiraiya look up to her. Can, said Kitahara Kaede. I promised. Quote, you put together a copy of the ninja information of Kurigake and submit it to Kakashi within 3 days. They will be registered as Konoha's registered ninjas. And Kurigake can't be called the 5 great ninja villages in the future, it can only be a ninja village under Konoha, divided into crowns. Because Li Wangchao belongs to Konoha, so he can only have one shadow. Then, Mizukichi, I will revoke your Mizukichi title, and you will be the first registered ninja to join Konoha as Kurigake. For the time being, I can only give you the treatment of an elite Jonin. The response given by Kitahara Kaede was also very fast. Several consecutive measures directly reduced Kurigake's strength and also directly cancelled Terumi-mei's treatment. It's even possible to demote her to become an elite Jonin. And this kind of thing is difficult for a shadow to accept, even if it has to be accepted, it will take time to settle. Yes. Terumi-mei nodded quickly. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Shake. Because Mizukichi Terumi-mei was revoked Mizukichi status, and got a new title, the #1 maple in the ninja world. Chapter 128 Nagato team, of course Yahiko can't be resurrected. Terumi-mei froze for a moment. Terumi-mei is a powerful actress, and this is not the first time she has dual purpose, one side is distracted in the small group, and the other side is in the real world. So she can do both. She was taken aback for the new title given to her by the system. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. The older leftover girl who can't get married. No, 1 maple blow in the ninja world. Number 1 Funbuki in the ninja world, my title has really changed. Number 1 Funbuki in the ninja world, it's really not the label that you can't get married. Does it mean that I can get married? Senju Tobirama. By the way, this is what you care about. Senju Tobirama. So this time belongs to Konoha, you can look at Konoha's young male ninjas. Number 1 Funbuki in the ninja world, although it looks pretty good, I'm sorry, but I'm sorry to refuse. Terumi-mei is not stupid. Although, she missed the wedding date because of her busy work on Kurigake, but, the one who looked at the beginning was Kitahara Kaede, but now she is looking for some Konoha male ninja. Of course not. Senju Tobirama. Is it? Big Pillar Han. Tobirama, you don't have to care about this. Anyway, you don't know anything when you're single. 157 Senju Hashirama's younger brother. In fact, being single is pretty good. Senju Tobirama. Shut up, Uchiha, I always feel that your emotional world is very delicate. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Kakashi knew that Terumi-mei was very sticky to Kitahara Kaede after the small group was closed because he participated in the mission of Naminokuni. So maybe this Mizukichi-sama just wanted to get close to Kitahara Kaede. It's just that it's not good for him to bring up such a thing. 2. Kitahara Kaede didn't explicitly say no, so wait a minute. Wait a moment, Kakashi yelled out directly in the real world. Speaking of which, it is good for Mizukage-sama to belong to Konoha. But, Kakashi quickly looked at Kitahara Kaede, then the government affairs on my side will increase a lot. So, is it possible to ask Mizukage to also assist in some official secretary work? Kakashi said hastily. Secretary, Kitahara Kaede stroked her chin. Can consider it. Mizukage, do you have an opinion? Kitahara Kaede asked. Me. Terumi-Mae gently lifted the bangs that covered her eyes, revealing her beautiful eyes. Of course I agree with the edict of Lord 5th Generation. She immediately agreed. Then he gave a grateful gesture to Kakashi. It seems that Kakashi is creating opportunities for her. But, no, Mizukage, you will regret it. Konoha's messy affairs alone can drive people crazy, but now there are 3 ninja villages. Oh no, Cloud Shinobi Village is not here, but Cloud Shinobi Village still has some things to deal with. So that's now 3 times his share of the work. Kakashi thought to himself. So, Jiraiya also started to talk. He found that the matter of Kurigakure and Rain Shinobi Village seemed to be settled. Then it's his turn, Mr. Jiraiya, to speak. I have something to say too, Jiraiya said. Speak, Kitahara Kaede said. Jiraiya is now Konoha's advisor, used to appease ordinary ninjas, and is also Naruto's free partner, so Kitahara Kaede still values each other more. Well, I did. Now Nagato and Konan are here. But my disciple also has a Yahiko. And Yahiko was made tendo pain by Nagato. Nevertheless, Jiraiya said, since Yahiko's body is here now. So, why not revive Yahiko with the magic spell? Jiraiya asked nicely. After asking this question, both Nagato and Konan shut up. And Konan was shaken when Jiraiya took out the fairy spell for the first time. But was rejected by Nagato. And now, Konan glanced at Nagato. Nagato said, because Konan and I are acting completely differently from Yahiko. So, it is temporarily impossible to revive Yahiko. Nagato said he would only feel sorry for us. Quote. Ext. BB, that's true. Nagato became what he is now, wanting to use violence as a way and means because of Yahiko's death. And if Yahiko is resurrected and knows what Nagato and the others have done, he will definitely feel sad. Also feel guilty. At that time, I am afraid that Nagato's mood will also fluctuate. After all, after Yahiko's death, Nagato made Yahiko's body into Tiandao Pain, and let Tiandao Pain continue to be the leader of Akatsuki. So, as soon as Yahiko comes back to life, Nagato becomes unstable. And the information about the masked man organized by Akatsuki is still unobtainable. So, let's try to be as stable as possible. Okay, Jiraiya felt guilty towards his disciples in his heart, so he really hoped to meet Yahiko again. Then I watched the 3 cultivated disciples live on this land again. In this way, Pain attacked Konoha, wanting to come to an end with Konoha's fight against Rice. But, observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Big pillar Han, so the leaves are getting bigger and bigger. Senju Tobirama. But there are more and more things, Kakashi probably has a headache. Big pillar Han. Why, at Namikaze Minato, isn't the ninja world becoming peaceful? Dazuzi Han. Could it be that Rain Shinobi Village will go back on its word? Good color immortal, I don't think Nagato and the others will refuse, and what happened to Yahiko also makes Nagato and Konan cherish the present peace. Shuhei, there will be more things to deal with every now and then. Kakashi must be busy. 8 Tails. What do you mean? Shozuru, of course that is what it means. Now San Shinobi Village and Kitahara Kaede have agreed that as long as the matter of Akatsuki organization is dealt with, it will belong to Konoha. Shuhei. But San Shinobi Village is very barren. Shuhei, so first of all, we have to deal with the problem of poor environment and lack of resources. It all belongs to you Konoha, so why don't you take care of it? 6th Hokage Kakashi. This. San Shinobi Village can only be posted upside down. Wait a minute, One Tail, did you intentionally become Kitahara Kaede's summoning beast for San Shinobi Village? 8 Tails. That's how it is. Then I blamed it wrongly, and thought it was so cowardly. Kurama. I can't see, One Tail, your heart is still very much for San Shinobi Village. Shuhei. What a fart, I am One Tail, how could it be good for others, just the previous Jinchuriki? Shuhei, then I can help a little bit if I can. Shuhei probably wasn't good at lying, so he quickly prepared to change the subject. Shuhei. You see, Kitahara Kaede has also become very busy, and Anbu has something to do with him. Everyone looked over, but at this time the system had already given a reminder. The observation time of Kitahara Kaede of today's share has ended. Closing square bracket. Please come back tomorrow, everyone. Closing square bracket. Okay. But for the group members, it has benefited a lot. First of all, for Konoha, the Akatsuki organization, which can be called a threat, defected and became Konoha's sharp blade, and Mizukage also directly defected, so now if you want to unify the ninja world, then only the soft-boned Onoki is left up. Kakashi just wanted to at Yisha first Tsuchikage, but found that Xiaochun had closed Shish and returned to darkness. Chapter 129 Obito, White Zetsu, Black Zetsu. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. The small group of today's shares ended and the darkness was restored, while Kakashi and Terumi-Mae hastily pulled out their soul bodies. But because they are already old group members, the 2 of them started to do what they wanted to do very normally. Tsurumi needs to check her Karigakur's ninja information, and Kakashi still has a lot of information to be integrated to browse. And Konan and Nagato were taken away by Jiraiya. Although Yahiko did not come back to life, it is a blessing to Jiraiya that both disciples are still alive. Although, almost got fed by his apprentice, Jiraiya still waited, redemption. As for the chakra of the tailed beast absorbed by Geto statue from Nagato summoning, Nagato can control Geto statue, but he is not yet proficient, so he cannot release the tailed beast for the time being. And Sasuke, who came with a dazed face, and then left with a dazed face, was taken away by his brother Uchiha Itachi and his father. On the contrary, Hyuga Heihachi seemed to look at Kitahara Kaede hesitantly after the meeting ended, but then shook his head and left. And Naruto was also taken away by Jiraiya. Boom! A new tea appeared on the table of Kitahara Kaede. The stems of this year's new tea stand up all at once. Generally speaking, standing up the tea stems means good luck. Master 5th generation is working too hard, said Anbu who was making tea. This Anbu is tall and wears a civet cat mask, and his identity is also clear, this is Yin. The one who participated in Wood Style's experiment with Kitahara Kaede, was rescued by Kakashi, and entered Hokage Anbu. He is also a Wood Style teacher who has taught Kitahara Kaide's 3 bedrooms and 1 living room technique. Is this also using Wood Style? Kitahara Kaede said, the cup Yamato gave him was a new wooden cup. Yeah, Yamato nodded, but I'm making a fool of myself, your Wood Style has already surpassed me. Yamato said, and I can only do Wood Style for these assisted living productions. Yamato seemed slightly downcast. This is normal. It was also produced in a laboratory, and it turned out that other people's Wood Style was playing one tale, while Yamato's Wood Style could only build houses. Could there be little difference in time? So this is, the top student and the tale of the crane. Quote, Kitahara Kaede, I don't think there is a strong or weak way of using ninjutsu. The important thing is that it can come in handy. Kitahara Kaede drank the tea lightly, and as it is now, even just plain Wood Style cups make tea better. You're still like this. Yamato took off Anbu's mask and smiled. Speaking of which, you asked me to look for the outstanding figure of the Akatsuki organization. I didn't catch a live one. However, Yamato said as if remembering, I thought he was also organized by Shao, but it turned out to be so fragile. White Zetsu is inherently crisp, says Kitahara Kaede. Then please follow me, Yamato said, I'll take you there. And the other side, today's share observation Kitahara Kaede. The small group is closed, please continue to log in tomorrow. Closing square bracket. Following the system prompt, Obito got his soul back from the group. And he found White Zetsu beside him. Ha, you're alive. White Zetsu said that he seemed to be very close to Obito. Obito has become Uchiha Madara's puppet since he was rescued by Uchiha Madara. Then, in order to complete Project Tsuki no Mi, I received the legacy of Uchiha Madara, who died due to life. And this heritage includes the Uchiha family's Homakusa fan of Uchiha Madara. The Flame Ball fan can rebound ninjutsu. Then Uchiha Madara purposely raised Uzumaki Nagato who was waiting to revive him in the future. But as you can see now, Nagato was sent away by Konoha. The next property of Uchiha Madara is White Zetsu. There were many White Zetsu, and one of these White Zetsu fused with him, and it was also because of this White Zetsu that his body was completely restored. So in order to commemorate the other party, when Obito mixed into Akatsuki's organization, he used the character of this White Zetsu and changed his name to Afei. But now that the Akatsuki organization has been taken away by Konoha, there is no need for it. FFLX. Madara's Project Tsuki no Mi is cool. However, as far as the current situation is concerned, it is not completely cool. Because in addition to leaving these properties, Madara also has a unique ability that only gives Madara's will. Asking for flowers. It was half white and half black. The name is Black Zetsu. Specifically to monitor him, Obito felt that he was being manipulated by Madara, so if he showed complete rebellion, then Black Zetsu would definitely get rid of him directly. And now, Nagato is in Konoha, so what about the idea of Uchiha Madara represented by Black Zetsu? Obito finds that Black Zetsu is not here. But, let's get out of here first, Obito said. Then do me a favor. The first thing White Zetsu saw when they opened their eyes was Obito, so naturally they recognized it and brought it out as a stranger. In addition, half of Obito's body is also composed of White Zetsu, so he is still very obedient. Help you for what? Said the White Zetsu. I'll take off my clothes later, Obito said, help me see. Question mark 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 question mark. The White Zetsu froze. It's been a long time since I thought, Obito, you have this kind of interest. White Zetsu seemed surprised. While it's amazing how your body accepts our White Zetsu, the result. Sure enough, we underestimated you. Question mark question mark question mark. Obito froze for a moment. I asked you to look at the marks on my lower body. Obito said, I seem to have been marked as Flying Thunder God by Namikaze Minato and have to remove the mark. So it's this. White Zetsu responded, seemingly losing interest. Question mark question mark question mark quote. Obito felt that these White Zetsu were not easy to use. Also don't know what Madara does so many White Zetsu do. Either very noisy, or easily cranky. And, extra crispy. Any Jonin could kill them all. And the other side, Yamato has brought Kitahara Kaede to the found White Zetsu's body. White Zetsu's body was placed on the edge of the Death Forest, and Yamato also arranged for Anbu to be on duty. After seeing Yamato, the other party yelled, "Captain!" and left obediently. Then, "Come here, Yin," he said, but Kitahara Kaede did not move. Chapter 130 The Appearance of Black Zetsu, Kage Unofficial History, Making Children. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Came to the Death Forest, Yamato walked in front, and a male body with a snow-white body and a genderless upper body fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open, as if he was dying. This is White Zetsu. From the original book, we can know that White Zetsu is the product of ordinary aborigines in the Kage era who were entangled and absorbed by the sacred tree. And Sage of Six Paths did not deal with these White Zetsu after the battle with Kage, but was acquired by Uchiha Madara, and then added wood style, and finally became a song that uses wood style entirely. Then driven by Obito, count the number of White Zetsu to 100,000. But the combat power of these White Zetsu is very low. Even if he knows wood style, he can't even make 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. However, they also have advantages. First of all, because of their own wood style factors, the White Zetsu can sneak into various places and walk on any ground or underground. Can act as a universal camera. At the same time, their chakra is also very unique. In the original book, in the 4th Ninja World War, they can directly imitate other ninjas, simulate the appearance of other ninjas, and at the same time use the tricks that the opponent has. Can be fake. Although these abilities are very good, the combat power is still low. So, the role of White Zetsu is not to be a squishy crowd tactic, but to be a wonderful living sacrifice. If ordinary sacrifices can allow ninjas in the past to display the strength of 3 to 4 layers in the peak period, then if they are replaced by White Zetsu as a sacrifice, they can reach 78 layers of strength. Directly increase the strength of Impure World Reincarnation. Then, there's no need for the Jonin from the filth to be used as the Chūnin. The Chūnin from the filth is arranged with the Genin. Konoha's combat power has increased. At the same time, if you want to use crowd tactics, then you can find ninjas above Chūnin from other ninja villages. It is still possible to make a Chūnin of 50,000 to 60,000 and a Jonin of 30,000 to 40,000. It is even possible to piece together hundreds of other cage-level powerhouses. And these powerhouses are all Impure World Reincarnation, but beings who won't die even if they are attacked, they can be consumed by extreme resistance. So, acquiring White Zetsu is indeed a fortune. But, when Yamato called Kitahara Kaede to go forward, Kitahara Kaede did not pass. Quote question mark exclamation mark question mark quote. Yamato froze for a moment. Master Kitahara Kaede, my lord, 5th generation. Yamato sends Kitahara Kaede standing in the distance. What's wrong? Yamato said, and Kitahara Kaede looked from White Zetsu to Yamato. I wanted to ask you what's wrong. Although it can probably be guessed. But, the way you pretended to be Yamato is still relatively low level. Although chakra has the same nature, Yin will also use wood style to make some life items. But he doesn't feel sorry for himself because he can only do this stuff. Yamato is a very gentle man. So he will not be sad because wood style is not enough lethality, but only happy that wood style can be used. Kitahara Kaede said, Yamato raised his eyes. Sure enough, he is the most successful person in the wood style experiment. Quote, sight, wisdom is really bad, and the strength also has. So now it's time to tell you the truth about wood style. Yamato's body has changed, his Anbu suit has become smooth, and his body has become a person under a bamboo hat. It looks like a creature like a snow boy, and this kind of creature, in Hokage's original work, is named Hei. Absolutely. Oh no, yes. Quote. Kitahara Kaede looked at Black Zetsu calmly. Uchiha Itachi says that Black Zetsu has been watching him all the time, and even keeps a picture of him before he participated in the wood style experiment at the age of 3 to confirm. There will always be such a day. There will always be a day when Black Zetsu comes to his door. The other side, Obito has already removed his clothes, and then exposed his body. Find a sigil, Obito said. He is asking White Zetsu to help find the Flying Thunder God's footprint. As long as you still want to stay in that observe Kitahara Kaede. Small group, want to continue to use the identity of the boy Obito to contact Lin, then you can't expose yourself as a face-to-face matter. So, the imprint of Flying Thunder God left by Namikaze Minato sensei has to be removed. Obito, your skin is a bit dark. Found it. In the rear, White Zetsu made a circle around Obito and identified an engram. So, Obito took out the kunai. Destroy it. Oh no, just cut this piece of meat off. White Zetsu complained, Obito, you are the same as before, you are a ruthless person. Dead forest. White Zetsu's body was piled aside on the ground, and Black Zetsu was confronting Kitahara Kaede. Although it was a confrontation, Black Zetsu felt that Kitahara Kaede was too calm. However, it did not give up the chance of meeting this time. So I told it out come. Everyone thinks that you are the one who joined Konoha's wood style lab at the age of 3, and you are the only one who succeeded in the wood style experiment. It's actually a lie, Black Zetsu said, because your wood style is not obtained through your experiments, but you have it yourself. After all, wood style is known to be first Hokage Senju Hashirama, but before Hashirama, Ashura, son of Sage of Six Paths, used true several thousand hands. And Ashura 4.2 Luo's chakra comes from Sage of Six Paths. The chakra of the unfilial sons of Sage of Six Paths is constantly reincarnated, and the holder of Ashura's chakra can use wood style. So, the essence of wood style is actually the chakra of Sage of Six Paths. And Kitahara Kaede, you are different from me, you also have the same chakra of the Sage of Six Paths. So you can use true several thousand hands. But that doesn't mean you are also a reincarnation of Ashura chakra. You are a more outstanding existence than this. Because, you, Sage of Six Paths Ba, Otsutsuki Hagoromo the guy, and Otsutsuki Hamura, we are all children made by Mother Kagaya. We have a common mother. Black Zetsu said. Chapter 131 Kagaya, a silly Badian who knows nothing but has hundreds of millions of chakra. Please automatically, please order all. We have a common mother. And then the FG name is Otsutsuki Kagaya. As the behind-the-scenes director of the world of Hokage, Black Zetsu began to talk about it. Since Kagaya came to this planet as the guardian of the sacred tree, he yearned for peace and refused to deprive the power of nature from the sacred trees planted on various planets of the Otsutsuki family. So she herself ate the fruit of the sacred tree to be handed over to the Otsutsuki clan and gained billions of chakra. But she feels that it is not enough to rely on her own strength to resist the Otsutsuki clan. So choose to make people who can help you. Then there are two sons, Yuya and Yumura. The two own half of her chakra. The prototype of White Zetsu is the residents of that era, because there has been disputes, so Kagaya made them into White Zetsu. However, because part of the fighting person is removed, Kagaya is also called the goddess of Uno. In addition to producing Yuya and Yukon, a third person was also produced, which is Beijing Maple. According to Black Zetsu, the method of manufacture is the yin-yang escape beyond the 5 attributes it belongs to now. Including Black Zetsu is also a product of yin-yang done. Kitahara Kaede calmly listened to its narrative. 14. In Black Zetsu's narration, Kagaya made Hagoromo and Hamura wake up quickly, but Kitahara Kaede doesn't and has been put on hold. In the process, the two sons were bewitched by the great Toad Sage to oppose Kagaya, and then the two unfilial sons jointly used the planetary devastation to seal Kagaya. And Kagaya temporarily created Black Zetsu during this dangerous stage. But because it is a product of temporary creation, Black Zetsu has no power and can only slowly run aground. Then look for a way to resurrect the mother Otsutsuki Kagaya. And time flies, and it has come to the present. And also a few years ago, Black Zetsu found that the shelved Kitahara Kaede seemed to be a sign of recovery, so he placed it in Konoha's wood-style laboratory and let him grow up as the only successful wood-style. So, Black Zetsu said, the time is now, my brother, let's revive the mother together. Now you are the most successful existence of Mother Kagaya. Only you can shoulder the burden of resurrecting her. Free her from her planetary devastation fate. Black Zetsu said passionately. Brother. Quote. Kitahara Kaede. Although from Black Zetsu's narrative, the claim that Kitahara Kaede was crafted by Kagaya seems plausible. Because this can also explain why he obtained the strength of Chunyang after crossing over, because this is the road paved by Kagaya himself. If he explained it like this, it would make him feel unobstructed. So, noticing that Kitahara Kaide's expression finally changed, Black Zetsu immediately added. Let mother out. Now that 1,000 years have passed, the Otsutsuki clan may well have noticed this. So, if the mother is not released, then the Otsutsuki clan will come. Then, everyone and every creature here will be destroyed. Black Zetsu said, and Kitahara Kaede raised a hand at this time to make a stop gesture. Pause for a moment, Kitahara Kaede said. There are some contradictions. You mean revive Kagaya, and fight against the Otsutsuki era, right? Kitahara Kaede said, yes. Black Zetsu nodded. This is the wish of my lord mother. Then I refuse, Kitahara Kaede said. Quote. Percent. Black Zetsu. Why, could it be that you are also an unfilial son? Black Zetsu saw his two older brothers being unfilial sons when he was born, and it turns out that his younger brother is also an unfilial son. It feels that Kagaya is not bad luck but super bad luck. Listen to me, Kitahara Kaede said, you're saying that breaking Kagaya's seal means Kagaya going to fight Otsutsuki, right? Yes, Black Zetsu nodded. Then there's no point. Unseal Kagaya might as well recreate the Sage of Six Paths. Because Kagaya can't even beat Sage of Six Paths. Kitahara Kaede said, question mark. Quote. Black Zetsu. Makes sense. If Mother Kagaya is so stupid, then why was she directly sealed by the two unfilial sons who were directly produced in the first wave? And one seal is more than 1,000 years. Black Zetsu. Quote. And there is also a problem with the confrontation with the Otsutsuki family. Kitahara Kaede said, since Kagaya is from the Otsutsuki family, he can get the picture of coming to the Earth Guardian God Tree. Then it belongs to them. That's why I suddenly said that I want to oppose, and I want to fight against the Otsutsuki clan. Don't you think it's weird? Kitahara Kaede said, Black Zetsu froze for a moment, and the body of its snow boy twisted. Because what Kitahara Kaede is discussing now are things before it was born, and these involve its blind areas of knowledge. So the truth should be that Kagaya didn't come here alone. She was originally from the Otsutsuki clan, so naturally she has no reason to fight against her own clan. The reason is, she was abandoned. The truth of the sacred tree is the 10 tails. 10 tails take root to absorb the power of nature, and then condense into chakra fruit through special effects. And at the very beginning, how can 10 tails become trees and absorb the power of nature obediently? Kitahara Kaede said. You mean, Black Zetsu said. In fact, Black Zetsu doesn't know anything about 813 right now. Because these are things it has never thought about. For more than 1,000 years, it only wanted to save Mom, but it didn't think about why Mom had a falling out with the clan. And I just thought, to save Mom needs the power of Kitahara Kaede, so I don't want to discuss anything about the Otsutsuki clan. The reason why it was brought up was to bring pressure to Kitahara Kaede and make him feel that the Otsutsuki clan is terrible, so Kage can only be released to face it together. Mother and child concentric and so on, percent blah blah blah. But now it's dumbfounded, and Kitahara Kaede saw Black Zetsu's performance in his eyes. Black Zetsu has already been raided. It seems that Black Zetsu is just an incomplete product that was hastily created by Kage, and then it took thousands of years of planning to unseal the seal. It didn't think about these problems. So there is only one conclusion to draw. After Kage came here, for some reason, he betrayed the Otsutsuki clan. That's why she wants to fight against the Otsutsuki clan with the power of the ninja world. Kitahara Kaede said. Black Zetsu, really? Kitahara Kaede said. It seems so. Black Zetsu nodded. Wait a moment. Black Zetsu found out that he was not the one who persuaded Kitahara Kaede, but why, was persuaded by the other party. So, are you unwilling to unseal Mother Kage? Black Zetsu said in a deep voice. Chapter 132 3 sentences, Black Zetsu almost wants a mother. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Unseal Otsutsuki Kage, then pull her together against the Otsutsuki clan. After all, she made it up by herself, so let her clean it up by herself. This is a very reasonable thing to do. But, Black Zetsu, so let me ask you, how strong do you think Kage is? Kitahara Kaede said. Forehead. This question has been asked a while ago. Kage was sealed by 2 unfilial sons, so it is difficult to say how strong she is. But, Mother Kage also has more chakra than anyone in the current ninja world. So, you must be able to contribute to the ninja world. Then achieve ninja peace. Guard everyone, Black Zetsu said. But, this rhetoric is the narrow-mindedness of Black Zetsu. It has observed Konoha for a long time, and knows that the goals of First Hokage and Uchiha Madara in this village are both peace. The ideals and goals of ninjas with great ambitions are also peace in the ninja world. And when it found that Kitahara Kaede was about to wake up, it placed him in Konoha. On the one hand, the resources of Horin Konoha allowed Kitahara Kaede to grow, influence of ideas. So things are pretty good right now. Kitahara Kaede became 5th Hokage, and then 5 Dainin village changed. Isn't this a sign that he is on the road to peace? So, now this rhetoric is deliberately said, in order to make Kitahara Kaede, a peaceful mind cultivated by Konoha, stand on the righteous side. But, this has nothing to do with Kitahara Kaede. As long as there is no morality, then there is no way to restrain him. And he wasn't brainwashed from the beginning, he came from another world, he was a time traveler. Black Zetsu couldn't even calculate it. The results he and Kage prepared had already been eaten. Kitahara Kaede is from another world that knows a lot about them and is very independent. So, Black Zetsu's rhetoric, I laughed so hard, I couldn't fool him at all. Is it? Kitahara Kaede said. Then I refuse. Why? Black Zetsu froze for a moment. Because Kage's strength is too weak. But the basic attributes are strong. Quote, and is she really for the peace of the ninja world? I'm afraid it wasn't released, but I thought about reclaiming chakra of all ninjas. So, even if she doesn't take back my chakra by then, it will be only me and her facing the Otsutsuki clan. And Kage can come in handy then. Quote. About this, Black Zetsu, have you thought about it? Not worth it, Kitahara Kaede said. Black Zetsu, gone. Black Zetsu suddenly realized that his mother Kage Mama could really do this. And it has been sealed by 2 unfilial sons. So Kage Mama seems to have power, but she is not very good at using it. So isn't it just a simple idiot with 100 million points of chakra? Well, if that's the case, let it out and be defeated by the Otsutsuki clan. It will still be cold. At that time, it will not save the sealed mother, but will have no mother. Quote. Quote. Black Zetsu, so think about it for a while, Kitahara Kaede said. The possibility of releasing Kage will turn into Kage being completely killed. Or that's it, she's still alive anyway. Talk to me after you think about it, Kitahara Kaede said. Black Zetsu. Yukidoji's Black Zetsu circled around the spot several times. It cannot be denied that it feels as if it has been bewitched by Kitahara Kaede, but it cannot be denied that what Kitahara Kaede said makes sense. Mother directly confronted the Otsutsuki clan, and it seemed that she had really committed the unforgivable sin of the Otsutsuki clan. Then the Otsutsuki clan arrives. It is really possible that the mother is gone. And the sacred tree 10 tails may be more than one, so there are many Otsutsuki clans. Did the Otsutsuki clan eat more than one sacred tree fruit? So, Kage will lose. No. Black Zetsu shook his head hastily. It felt like it was being brainwashed by Kitahara Kaede. How can you think of the direction in which the mother is released and then loses? B. It was born when 2 unfilial brothers sealed the mother Kage, so the strength of mother Kage. Black Zetsu is also very doubtful. So, Kitahara Kaede said, now it's up to you to think for yourself. Do you want to save mother Kage, or do you want to kill her? If she breaks the seal and then goes mad to recover chakra, are you sure you can convince her? And the result of being unable to convince her is that she got the head on her head and was defeated. The most precious asset in the ninja world is not pure chakra, but these powerful ninjas who can be private ED by the undead ninjas of Impure World reincarnation for a year. Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu felt that Kitahara Kaede was pressing on him. P.S. Push a friend's book, Dakan, from BD to Eternal Emperor. Because, human beings are a race that has created civilizations and treasures in enough time. Even being killed. For 1,000 years, it has been fooling the reincarnation of Chakra, the foolish son of the Sage of Six Paths and the unfilial son of Indra. Could it be that your purpose from the beginning was White Zetsu? Black Zetsu said. Then, Black Zetsu, you are the murderer. Certainly. Black Zetsu looked at Kitahara Kaede with an unbelievable gaze, because now it instantly realizes that. 3 months. Let Wang Lihao me think for 3 months, and I will give you an answer in 3 months. Black Zetsu turned his head suddenly and said. So why, author? Lang Damawang, it just wanted to save mom and didn't want to kill it. Then give me 10,000 White Zetsu. Kitahara Kaede said. If you refuse, it will be 20,000. As a result, the mouth escaped to Kitahara Kaede's side, and it became anxious about gain and loss. If it's not for the White Zetsus, then there's no need to wait for Pain to attack Konoha. Chapter 133. With 10,000 White Zetsu in hand, Impure World reincarnation is at your mercy. Superior. Seeking automatic. Seeking full order. Outside the leaves, in a hidden area. Obito, are you sure you want to dig out again? Said White Zetsu, who was all white. Yeah, dig it out. Obito didn't hesitate. Now he is at a crossroads. On the one hand, he wants to build a world where Lin can grow up safely and healthily. Then there is Project Tsuki no Mi, but he is the one who started the project and not Uchiha Madara. That's what he wanted, to skip Uchiha Madara and use what Uchiha Madara left behind and transform Ninja World. But, judging from the current situation, his 10 years of painstaking solitude were ruined by Kitahara Kaede, the successful experimenter of wood style, who was completely unexpected. Akatsuki joined Konoha, and Nagato joined Konoha with Rinnegan. At the same time, Impure World reincarnation is also used directly by Konoha. But, that's not to say it won't work at all. Because, Impure World reincarnation is strong, right? But Kitahara Kaede is not the only one who knows this forbidden technique. He has been in contact with Orochimaru here, and Orochimaru has a new contact with Yakushi Kabuto who has ambition 393 beside Orochimaru. The person who will gara hypnosis in this Chūnin exam is Yakushi Kabuto. This is Konoha's people, but was persecuted by Danzo and eventually joined Orochimaru. And the pocket has also become Orochimaru's important right-hand man. And when Obito touches the escaped Orochimaru, he touches Yakushi Kabuto. He has a hunch that this Yakushi Kabuto has the potential to surpass or even surpass Orochimaru. In Orochimaru's hands, also the corpses of Konoha's second Hokage and first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Then you can Impure World reincarnation them. Orochimaru broke away from the second generation that came out of the dirt during the Chūnin exam, but after thinking and experimenting, he found that if wood-style cells were added to the sacrifice, the control could be enhanced. #B. At that time, second Hokage Senju Tobirama from Impure World reincarnation will have to obey. At the same time, second Hokage Senju Tobirama at that time can play the strength of the peak before birth, which may be 6 to 8 layers. And add wood-style cells to Impure World reincarnation offerings. Die laughing. Isn't this Uchiha Madara's legacy to him White Zetsu? BECD. The White Zetsu's investigation information is clear, so they have a lot of information about ninjas, which also includes information about the death of ninjas. So, this is the condition of the best dirt. Not only that, Sharingan is strong, right? But in the extermination of the Uchiha clan he participated in, he got a whole wall of Sharingan. Therefore, Obito still has various countervailing strengths. And it is Madara's Rinnegan, then Madara's prototype is also from the Uchiha family, so. The essence of Rinnegan is very likely to be the evolution of Sharingan. So he has so many Sharingan, so he has so many opportunities for experimentation. In this way, he hasn't lost yet. Instead, you can take this opportunity to consider cutting off the connection with Uchiha Madara, and remove the Black Zetsu of Uchiha Madara's will. It's just, Obito who thinks clearly will salivate and can't help but join, observe Kitahara Kaede, small group, and then can talk to Lindo. This time, I can know from Lin that the dead world is a person, so Lin has no past and no future, let alone reincarnation. This is amazing news for Obito. So let him often wonder whether there is a problem with his adherence to the goal. When Obito was struggling with self-thinking, on the other side, the secret cave in the country of grass. This cave has been around for a long time, it has been 50 years since it was built. Because this is the cave of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara lived here after fighting Senju Hashirama and finally suspended animation and left. Then Uchiha Madara can summon Geto statue because he opened Rinnegan, and then used Geto statue to join Hashirama cells to make White Zetsu. A production is 20,000. But, this is not made by Uchiha Madara, but a relic of Black Zetsu's mother, Kage. Originally, in order to stop the war, Kage used the sacred tree to bind the noisy humans together, and the process accumulated over time to create White Zetsu. Mother seems to be preparing to set up troops here in the ninja world, and fight against the attack from the Otsutsuki clan with the White Zetsu. And Black Zetsu discovered that Uchiha Madara had opened Rinnegan, so in order to seduce Uchiha Madara, he got these White Zetsu out. Made Madara feel like she made it using Rinnegan. In this way, Madara will pursue the power of Rinnegan, and the end of these powers is to undo the seal of Sage of Six Paths and her younger brother on her mother Kage. But it's no use thinking about it now. Black Zetsu has been active for millennia for this purpose, so it's okay to wait a while. And now, these white Zetsu are placed in the cave because they have not been used yet. Count the number to 20,000. In fact, the total number is 100,000, but only 20,000 have been modified by Madara to add wood-style cells. Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu wakes up white Zetsu who are doing wood-style cell improvement. Ah, we're alive. Is there any mission? Black Zetsu, where are you taking us? White Zetsu are noisy, so Black Zetsu doesn't like to communicate with them. And now they are chattering away. Of course I sent you to Kitahara Kaede, by Black Zetsu. But this kind of thing can't be said. After all, although they are relatively weak, the idiots like White Zetsu can be regarded as a little combat power. Of course it's an important task, Black Zetsu said. Our time will be created, said Black Zetsu, and these words are obviously deceitful statements. But the rest of the White Zetsu are convinced. This is also some will that Mother Kage-sama put into making them. The Black Zetsu was created by the Mother Kage-sama, so it is naturally higher than the White Zetsu and has control. And just looking at these weak White Zetsus, Black Zetsu also felt a headache. It felt a little fooled by Kitahara Kaede, and felt that its mother, Mrs. Kage, seemed a little silly and sweet. For example, the Mother Kage is paranoid and wants to confiscate chakra, and then she will be beaten by the Otsutsuki clan. But looking at it now, Mother Kage-sama actually wants to use these weak White Zetsus to fight against the Otsutsuki clan. Maybe even Senju Hashirama can't beat it. In terms of strength, at most it is a Chūnin. And there is moisture, so, these are shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Chapter 134 with 10,000 White Zetsu in hand, Impure World Reincarnation is at your mercy. Down, seeking automatic, seeking full order. If it was against other people at the beginning of the era, there was still combat power, but after 1,000 years, the ninjas developed, gaining advancements and powers that none of the Sage of Six Paths could have imagined. There are also various ninjutsu and so on, which were unexpected in the past. Combat power has greatly improved compared to the past direct chakra bombardment. As an observer of ninja history, Black Zetsu is the most qualified to say these evaluations. So, now the ninja world has developed, but what my mother, Kage-sama, wants if she is resurrected is to return to her original combat power. Isn't this free? Black Zetsu seemed to be a thinker. Of course it is filial piety, but if the Lord Rescue Mother comes out, if it will be cold, then maybe it's better to just seal it like this. After the mother was sealed by the two unfilial brothers, the planetary devastation did not fall to the ground, but rose to the sky. Well, that's the moon. So, you can stand here in the ninja world, waiting for the night to see the moon in the sky. San, we can have a big game. Finally ready to use. While Black Zetsu was thinking deeply, the White Zetsu around him began to blah blah blah. Black Zetsu, let's hurry, Black Zetsu said. As it spoke, its body dived into the ground, and the other White Zetsu also dived into the ground. This is where the White Zetsu are great as scouts, whether it's stone or ground, or water in the sea, they can walk. Ordinary material distance can't stop them. And now, it is also very convenient to pack them all up and send them to his younger brother Kitahara Kaede. 3 days later, at 7 o'clock in the evening, while Kitahara Kaede was reading Jiraiya's new book in the light, Black Zetsu's head appeared outside the window. Kitahara Kaede didn't talk too much, and followed Black Zetsu directly to the place where it put White Zetsu. The 10,000 White Zetsu has been brought to you. Black Zetsu said, you and I will meet with them later, and I will hand over the command to you. Black Zetsu's appearance is still half white and half black, and Kitahara Kaede knew that its body was only black mud the size of 2 fists. This was created temporarily by Kage when he was at his wit's end, so Black Zetsu doesn't actually have much power. But lack of strength does not mean lack of wealth. Black Zetsu spans thousands of years in the history of ninja world, so it can accumulate very important wealth. For example, I need Uchiha Madara's body, said Kitahara Kaede. And then there is information about the dead ninjas of various ninja villages above Junin and above Junin. To be precise, I want to find their bodies. No way. Black Zetsu shook his head and said, I can't give you everything. If it was all given to Kitahara Kaede, then there would be nothing left on Obito's side. And it has played chess for thousands of years, and it may see that the hope is the resurrection of Uchiha Madara, and then realize infinite Tsukuyomi, gather all the tailed beasts, and finally, unconsciously complete the task of saving Kage. So, the dead body of Uchiha Madara must not be given to Kitahara Kaede. Black Zetsu's goal is to rescue the mother Kage, so it will do whatever is mainly beneficial to the rescue of the mother. And the Kitahara Kaede side is one way, and the Uchiha Madara side is another way. As long as there is one way to succeed, it will be fine. As for rescuing the mother Kage-sama, and what the mother wants to do, then that is something that needs to be considered later. After all, it spent 1,000 years saving mom, and then it was told that you don't need to save, it's not necessary, so isn't it 1,000 years wasted? So, Black Zetsu is also paranoid. The Uchiha family is the descendant of Sage of Six Paths, and the Sage of Six Paths is the descendant of Kage. The family is strange. As that's so, Kitahara Kaede was not surprised. After all, the history of the ninja world still has a process that can actually be changed to. Miss Kage wants to reconcile with her sons, Otsutsuki clan's godly emotional entanglement. It is enough for White Zetsu, who can get 10,000 of Black Zetsu for nothing. Black Zetsu can lose money, but he's sure to make money. See you in the future then. Kitahara Kaede said, as long as the 10,000 White Zetsu are in hand, then the arrival of other Otsutsuki clans may not be a problem. Saying so, Kitahara Kaede waved his hand, accept the 10 cities gift. Then the next day, Hokage office building also issued new orders. The ninjas of Impure World Reincarnation are changing the offerings. At the same time, Kai begins fully attached to Konoha's plan. Not only the ninjas of the current Sand Shinobi village and Kurigakure belong to Konoha, but also the lost ninjas belong to Konoha. Asking for flowers. The current strength of the two ninja villages is lacking, so if they want to belong to Konoha, then they have to show their strength. In other words, the first thing that Kitahara Kaede did after collecting Sand Shinobi village and Kurigakure was to let their ninjas from Shinobi village take Konoha's ninjas to dig the grave. Then go start Impure World Reincarnation. Re-summon the dead ninjas from the village who have passed through the past few decades to the present world. And at noon, beep. Welcome everyone to open the small group. Enter today's share of observation Kitahara Kaede. _small group. Today's share of Kitahara Kaede's observation live broadcast will start soon, and the duration will be 3 hours. Observation Kitahara Kaede. _small group. Oh, Big Zuzi Hanhan, I'm here today too. At Izuna, you too. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Might guy. Ghost Shark, right. Let's fight against each other next time. No, one maple blow in the ninja world. So, the current strength of Konoha is. And, 6th Hokage Kakashi. Busy writing new job appointment information. Dried persimmon Ghost Shark, I killed a large part. Good color immortal, by the way, Kakashi, what are you doing? Hoshigaki Kisame. No need, I passed by you the day before yesterday, and you have no idea who I am. Might guy. Is there such a thing? Dazuzi Hanhan, it's time. Xiaobeiyuan seems to have been stationing troops. Dried persimmon Ghost Shark, I'm sorry, I asked Master Mizukage to intercede for me. This part of the formation is not only to join the existing living ninjas, but also the ninjas who have died and been called back. Number 1 maple in the ninja world. Thanks to this garrison, I realized that I, Kurigakure, have so many rebellious ninjas. I was mentally prepared before, but the result is so many. Number 1 Fanbuki in the ninja world. No one said anything about you. But I have applied to Kitahara-kun to cancel the filth of your boss Ziguashin. Yes, Big Zuzi Hanhan. Oh, I really want to see this. When Sand Shinobi village and Kurigakure joined Konoha, and Cloud Shinobi village was gone, Konoha started a new formation. Senju Tobirama. Today's live broadcast is also on Impure World Reincarnation. Chapter 135. The Sixth Advisor, Uchiha Madara. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. What is the strength of Konoha? In the old days of the Senju brothers, though there were Gokages as well. But, for them, the strength of these people is not in the same dimension as them. As for Konoha's power side, once Uchiha Madara left, it was hard to say what was left was power. But after all, the village is just being established, and the important thing is to train the next generation, so the team of second generation appeared. However, after several decades, Konoha's strength has changed from development to decline due to the governance of the third generation, and the Uchiha clan has also disappeared. So, all the Kages are worried about Konoha's strength. But now Kitahara Kaede's re-established power of the Leaf Collective made them curious. Because this list should be stronger than what is already known. And Kakashi has already made the list. Judging from the 243 of the people with names in the original book, the current list is still very real. The division of elite Jonin belonging to Konoha includes Kakashi himself. Of course, Kakashi only judges the level of elite Jonin. Plus he's 6th Hokage, so there's no him here. However, on the left side of the list, the Kakashi level strength division is marked, which still makes him feel a little depressed. Sure enough, is he a unit of measurement? But complaints in his heart are complaints, and he will still do things well. Konoha's elite Jonin including and beyond Kakashi level, Terumi Mei, Hoshigaki Kisame, One Tail hyphenation point Shozuru, Nagato Pen 6 Paths Konin, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku, Yuhihong, Yuhijinhong, Hitaki Shigeru Shuo, 3rd Kazekage, Red Sand Scorpion, Chidai Granny. Jonin of Konoha, Hyuga Hinata, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Shiranui Genma, Maruho Kosuke, Mitarashi Anko, Yamanaka Haichi, Akamaiki Choza, Nara Shikahisa, Morino Ibiki, Hyuga Hiyashi, Might Die, Momo the ground will not be cut again, Loquat Tenzang already filthy soil, Gara, Baki, % surrendered to Konoha. Chūnin of Konoha, Hyuga Neji, Tenten, Rock Lee, Koko Tetsu, Azumo, Uruka. Konoha's Genin, Inazuka Tooth, Aburame Shino, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, Akamichi Choji. This list is actually quite interesting. First of all, this is to win over the combat power of the other 3 villages and directly include them under his command. Gara, Terumi Mei, and Kisame belong directly to Konoha. But, observation Kitahara Kaede, _small group. Big Pillar Hanhan. Tobirama, I read that right, Shuzuru is also Konoha's elite Jonin. Senju Tobirama. Kakashi wrote the name of Shuzuru. 8 tails. Cowhide. Shuhei. What an exaggeration. I'm not sealed up, so it's the combat power to live directly. Shuhei. So, what's wrong with me being a Jonin? Sho Crane. I can shoot Kakashi flying with a slap of my Sho Crane, am I not as good as Kakashi? Shuhei. So what happened to Jonin, who became Konoha? Is it just so resistant? Big Zuzi Hanhan, Pucci. No, welcome, warm welcome. Senju Hashirama couldn't help laughing. Senju Tobirama. It is unprecedented that tailed beasts are treated as combat power and given treatment. Sho Crane. Ha ha ha. Shuhei, you must know that in the past, labor and management had their own special temples. Shuhei. The tailed beast is not a beast from the very beginning. Right, 9 tails. Kurama. Why are you calling me as a pet for Konoha? I will never forgive Uchiha Madara. 9 tails will never forget that he was manipulated by Uchiha Madara using Sharingan, and then, was also ridiculed, mocking that it can only become a servant of the pupil technique. Mocking it's just a bigger beast. It remembers these words. Nohara Lin, but this is very good. Namikaze Minato. Yes, this is the current state of the village after we protect it together. Namikaze Minato. Judging from the final development, the village got a good death. Big Pillar Hanhan. Well, Minato, sorry, Naruto is your child. Namikaze Minato. Although I want to say it to Shodai, I will be really sad. Namikaze Minato. So, Senju Tobirama. Wait until Kitahara Kaede brings you out of the filth, you can go to Sarutobi Danzo and the others as much as you want. Senju Tobirama. It doesn't matter if you want to take revenge, if you think about it, they can beat you up or something, I won't stop you. Namikaze Minato. Thank you very much. Minato has always been humble and kind. And now this sentence of thank you means, as long as he is also released by Impure World Reincarnation, then he will go to 3rd generation to settle accounts. After all, even good people are not so good. Right and wrong are scored. He sacrificed himself for the sake of the village and delivered the child to the 3rd generation, but Naruto was not only treated badly, but his identity was not revealed, and then he grew up lonely. He was very distressed, but also extremely self-blame. Senju Tobirama. But Kitahara Kaede is also quite interesting. Senju Tobirama. He actually promoted Maruhoshi Kosuke to Jonin, that guy seems to have broken free from the shackles of the past. Jiraiya. After all, he possesses the strength of Jonin, and he also has the guidance of you, 3rd generation, so he should also become Jonin. 6th Hokage Kakashi. In order to convince Kosuke Maruyoshi, Kitahara-kun agreed to the other party's condition and broke the rules. The 2 Genin teammates of Kosuke Maruyoshi who are still Genin also came out. No, 1 Fanbuki in the ninja world. This shows that Kitahara-kun is very understanding, doesn't it? Senju Hashirama's younger brother, but I remember that Hyuga Neji was not Chūnin before, right? When fighting Hyuga Hinata, Hyuga Neji gave up. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. So now that the list comes out, Hyuga Neji doesn't have to take the exam, Dazuzi Hanhan, well, pretend you didn't see it 4.9. Kakashi, take a look. And Kitahara Kaede is also filling out the consultant's information. He handed the already written list to Kakashi. Everyone also looked down on the list through Kakashi. However, looking at the column of consultants, Senju Hashirama himself was slightly taken aback. Already known are Jiraiya and Might Guy. Jiraiya also has cage-level other strengths because of her identity and herself. As for Might Guy, everyone has seen his strength and has nothing to say. Huyeo coupled with the increase in the strength of the fairy spell, then continuous super can be achieved. It seems that he has become Konoha's #1 external thug. But there are new rosters, and the remaining 4 rosters are all vacant. I saw Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Namikaze Minato on the blanks of the 6 consultants, and the last one said. Uchiha Madara, Chapter 136 Iwagakure, Master Tsuchikage, otherwise, let's surrender. Superior, seeking automatic, seeking full order. Generally speaking, ninja villages advisors are the kind of people who usually don't care about things, but if something big happens, they need to stabilize the village or give guidance to the situation. And these people are highly respected, and everyone in Jiraiya already knows it. Might Guy used his strength to make everyone recognize him. Not to mention paired with a fairy spell by Kitahara Kaede, the 8th gate of 8 inner gates can be opened to burst. How many people can sustain him kicking a few times? So Might Guy as Konoha's advisor, no one objected. Then the 4 names written by Kitahara Kaede. Senju Tobirama, Senju Hashirama, these are the 2 brothers 1st Hokage and 2nd Hokage. Now the population of Impure World Reincarnation in the village accounts for 1/4 or even approaching 1/3 of the population, so Mr. Hokage, who came out of the dirt in the past, came out it will not cause any rejection, and it will even be welcomed. So these 2 people make people understand. And Namikaze Minato, which also means the same thing, this is the 4th Hokage, who has the title of Konoha's Golden Glitter, so he was brought out to take the status of a consultant, then it's okay problem. He is, one last name, Uchiha Madara. Observation Kitahara Kaede, _small group. Big Pillar Hanhan. Oh, it's Madara. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Is this to tie the elder brother to the Konoha boat again? Senju Hashirama's younger brother, you guys are going to trick the big brother again. Big Pillar Hanhan. Izuna, you can't think like this, the current ninja world is tending towards peace, and this is what I in the past want. Dazuzi Hanhan, although the process is different from what I thought, if the real ideal appears. Big Pillar Hanhan, then I think Madara will choose to guard this peace with me. Dazuzi Hanhan, because this is what we are pursuing together. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Cut. Big Pillar Hanhan, so like this, when I was also filthy, I found Madara. Big Pillar Hanhan. When the time comes, I will ask little Kitahara Kaede to bring you out of the dirt too. Big Pillar Hanhan. Izuna, you also want to see Madara again. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Don't count your words. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. I want to live too. At Senju Tobirama, you are the main force of this article. Senju Tobirama. I said it a long time ago, if I don't kill you, then I will be killed. Senju Tobirama. And judging from the information we have received, your brother Uchiha Madara may not be dead. Even if he is dead, he may be playing a game of dark chess against Konoha. Senju Tobirama. So, Uchiha Izuna, you should also bear part of the responsibility. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. What the hell? Are you going to bring me out of the dirt and use me to threaten my elder brother? Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Senju Tobirama, you be guy. Senju Tobirama. I didn't say that. Namikaze Minato. Well, don't argue. No, one Katabuki in the ninja world, but I have no objection to Uchiha Madara becoming a consultant. Senju Tobirama. No one wants to admit it, but he is indeed very suitable for Konoha's diplomacy. Senju Tobirama. Anika is really gentle and friendly. Senju Tobirama. And if Uchiha Madara has been kept as Konoha's diplomacy, then the current situation will be 60 years earlier. Fourth Raikage. Is it the great Buddha of Susanna, two people destroying the four kingdoms? No, one Fanbuki in the ninja world. Raikage, why did you come out? Fourth Raikage. Is it not possible? My Cloud Shinobi village is gone. And now, aren't your other ninja villages also disappearing in another way? Fourth Cage. Is that so? Senju Tobirama. You two can shut up, the current situation is much better than when you were in power. Moreover, you are completely unqualified to speak now. Fourth Raikage. First Tsuchikage. Third Raikage I. Fourth Cage Luo Sha. Yes, the Cloud Shinobi village of the Raikages is gone, and the disciple of the fourth Raikage, Samui, has also chosen to betray. So Cloud Shinobi village is really hopeless. So a village is gone, is there any need for Raikage to exist? The Sand Shinobi village in fourth Cage still exists, but the tailed beast Shukaku has become the Jonin of Konoha. And her own advisor, Chiyo-Po, also became Konoha's elite Jonin. Even after the scorpion was found, the third Cage, who was missing from their Sand Shinobi village, came back. The reason is simple. Scorpion attacked third Cage, thinking that third Cage sent his parents to perform a mission before being killed by Kakashi's father, Hatake Mashuo. So the scorpion directly attacked third Cage, killed third Cage, and then made third Cage into a puppet. This incident is a disgrace to Sand Shinobi village itself. But the current situation is that third Cage has been reincarnation by Impure World, and this matter can only go bad. Third Cage can only become Konoha's fighting force for the survival of other people in the village. 697. And Scorpion fed him. He couldn't say anything in order to maintain his image. In addition, he couldn't beat scorpions when he was alive, and now his strength has decreased after the dirt. So it's like being dumb. So, looking at the history of Sand Shinobi village, it is indeed a shame. From the perspective of the village, they are all losers, so naturally they are not qualified to speak. But they are not the worst. After Rain Shinobi village returned to Konoha, Nagato considered abandoning his personal grievances and creating Hanzo of the Salamander as a thug. Because Hanzo was still called a demigod in the past. But, according to Kitahara Kaede, Hanzo of the Salamander, demigod, Sancho fish can be grilled and eaten, and Hanshin, he Hanzo also goes well with it. Thus, the Impure World reincarnation to Hanzo of the Salamander was rejected. So this Hanzo of the Salamander never even had a chance to show up. Dazuzi Hanhan. In this way, all the other ninja villages have the surname Konoha, so the only one left now is Iwagakure from the 10 Kingdoms. Dazuzi Hanhan. At first Tsuchikage, are you sure you didn't look for Onoki? Dazuzi Hanhan, wouldn't it be good to join the unified peace? First Tsuchikage, can we not mention him now?